Chapter 51. What will it be when you grow up? 2. The black sedan runs like a ship on the road. Smooth running like water. Even if I run on a bumpy road, my body doesn't move at all. Keek. After a while. The place where the sedan stopped is in front of a large building in Cheongdam-dong, Gangnam-gu. As you get out of the car, you can see a huge store that occupies the first, second, and third floors of a high-rise building. Porsche Korea H.O. Porsche Korea headquarters. 2 dealers who guided me to this place steadily started to guide me. I will serve you as soon as you made a reservation before. I nodded at the dealer's words. What car did you come to see all of a sudden? Once in the past, after spending hours on the side of the road while looking for an office-del and capsule room site, I decided to buy a car. Well, as it passed by, it was noticeable. Why don't you just want to buy one if you get stuck in the newsstand while passing by? For me, Porsche feels that way. Also, until now, it is common in Korea to judge the level of a person based on the appearance of the person. No matter how good I am, if my appearance doesn't match people's thoughts, I get suspicious. Accessories that can make people nod and think of as well are indispensable. And, even if we don't know now, in the next few months, appropriate luxury will be essential if you want to be a professional gamer or a private broadcaster, public or celebrity. They also have to pay a lot of attention to the visible part. What is that person, and does he ride such a great car? How is that market making so much money? Can I jump in once too? Would you like to watch the broadcast once what he is doing? To receive the attention of others means to have an influence that much. If you look at my splendid life, middle-aged people will also become curious about the individual I. Then, whether I watch the broadcast or dig my personal identity, I will somehow approach it. This in turn has the effect of increasing traffic. My sponsorship income, advertising income, appearance fees, etc. Collectively, the random price will increase. Also, look at me and be interested in this market. If those who have gotten to participate as latecomers one after another, the overall market pie will grow. After all, a certain amount of luxury is good for me and for the public good. Well, this is all I learned from interviews with others in the world 15 years later. While I'm thinking about this and that, the dealer who walked before hitting the mint without stopping. How about this model? It is a 2018 Porsche Gear 3 sedan, and it adopts full-time all-wheel drive, so it can be seen as showing unrivaled driving performance in the 4,000 cubic centimeters class. And, as you can see, the price is also around 270 million won, so it's reasonable. If you want to experience sports racing DNA yourself, I recommend the best-selling 999. It has 500 horsepower, so it is said that it is not a sportsman, but a supercar. The price is a very good friend. It's about 200 million lines. If you're looking for a mid-engine sports car, here are Dexter and Kayak. Both are around 100 million won. The hanging thing in front of the dealer is shiny. Sparkling cars. All of them are new cars, so they fell pretty well. The feeling is completely different from when you see a domestic car. If you want, you can try a test drive right now, so feel free to tell us right away. Would I bring you another cup of tea while you watch? The dealers were all friendly. I have a cup of coffee beans. I slowly looked around the cars. Then, there is a car that grabs my feet. A sports car with a black body and red interior. A posture as if looking at a lurking crocodile while aiming for prey, heavy black. Color luster. Porsche Crocodile. As I stop my foot in front of this car, the dealer jumps a bit. This car is real. It is one of 3 Porsche masterpieces. It's a monster with 6,000 cubic centimeters and 600 horsepower. Some of them have not been solved in Korea. The dealer has a proud voice. Said. However, the reason I stopped stepping in front of this car was not simply because of the specifications of this supercar. No, I knew it more quickly than anyone else if it were the specifications. V12 engine type and naturally aspirated. Fuel economy is S/T21.5/100 km. Full-time 4-wheel drive. Transmission is automatic 6. Only. How do I know this car? That is because in my previous life this car was my baby. Of course, I can only ride with a collegiator. People who think that they don't look like they can take a call taxi rent an expensive car for one time and wait for a minute. I ride for a while. At that time, I paid 10,000 won for a short ride while walking around the Gangnam area and 100,000 won for a ride around Seoul. If you add up the waiting fee after moving and the money you pay when you depart again, you seem to have spent hundreds of thousands of won each day. That's what I was trying to see well with you Dahi, who was doing female cam BJ. I made a bitter expression as I recalled you Dahi's face. Wow, Appa, ride a car like this? What are you doing? Bluff to hear this sound from her mouth. At that time, even if I saved the money I spent while traveling, I would have bought a small studio. Well, at that time, not only me, but many game BJs. I used to live. Each of them must have their own stories, but most of the reasons I said above. You should never live like that this time. I nodded, swearing again and again. Then he turned to the dealer. I'll do it with this. A car that had a special relationship with me in the past. Once again, the relationship started like this. If it used to be a call breaker, now it is my own. Not only this little T, but also honor and relationships. Now I will live as the real me. To be. A real life. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yes, customer. ID has been verified. You can leave all other documents and things to me. Now, it seems like you can just wait for the vehicle to be picked up comfortably. Instead, please be careful because you have to pay the semi-tax bond purchase cost and registration tax when registering the vehicle. Call me anytime. After the contract, it has been a breeze. Since you are buying a supercar that costs close to 500 million won, all documents that have been earthquakes are handled by Sejok. The credibility and work process were also clear. Let's finish all the paperwork. Then, how will you pay for it? The dealer said in a subtle voice. I replied in a firm voice. 36 months, interest-free. At this point, you can scrape it off with a lump sum. However, I have a league soon, but I have to save the cash. Until the day Toto becomes legal, I intend to keep as much cash reserves as possible. So far, the total amount of money earned from selling items and game money, broadcasting revenue, and advertising fees totaled about 400 million. Even before earning money in earnest, this amount of money has already been created. From now on, I'm trying to make money with my mind. But where can I make it? While I'm thinking about things in my mind. Then all you have to do is write down the date, time, and place you want to take over. It takes at least a week, so please write the date after that. The dealer handed out the final papers. The moment I was just about to write down the date and place of the pickup on the delivery address. Jing. The cell phone began to ring out of his pocket. Old father. There's an unwelcome name floating around. What? I pressed the call button with my eyebrows frowned. Okay. This guy, why are you answering the phone so late? I hear my eldest father's blunt voice. When I answer in a small voice, the big father again at my pace. He continued. You know that there is a grandfather ritual the day after tomorrow? If you've been discharged, come down quickly and help your workers, too. Shouldn't your busy brothers do all the work? Oh yes, eldest father. I'm also a little busy right now. What? Busy? Your brothers go to medical school and law school, so even if they are busy, you only play games at home on a fictional day. What's the guy busy with? Don't just eat rice and Seoul, but come down right away. The phone hung up right away. I cooked the rice. Someone would think they bought me a sack of rice. I looked down at my phone and tasted good. The eldest father is the same as it used to be, in that it treats me as an object that I can handle myself at any time. As far as I know, that attitude doesn't change over the next 15 years. I took all of my parents' small legacy and sent me straight to the army. In the meantime, I always contemplate like what has raised me so far. There's nothing to do with my eldest father in the next 15 years. It can be said clearly as a position to live the future. Every holiday, I was ridiculed with Finzen, but nothing was favored. I'm glad if I don't get beaten in the cheek after asking to return my parents' inheritance later. Blood is said to be darker than water, but it seems to be cloudy rather than money. In a way, it is my relatives that eventually provided a decisive opportunity for me to escape reality and go wrong. I hate to blame others, but in this life, I have to be on the lookout in advance. I have to sort it out. I nodded slowly. Then he started writing his address on the car receipt paper he had just received. I think you can send the car this way. The semi-basement studio where I live. Or, you will be living in a high-end office style in Seoul. It wasn't both. Oksan Amaro, Biogun, Chungching Namdo. 641 to 61. It is the address of my eldest father's house. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 51. Previous talk next. Chapter 52. What will it be when you grow up? 3. Hongshan. Virum. A rural terminal that doesn't even accept a card. Even the owner of the whole shop is also operating the terminal. I left the terminal, holding in my hand the ticket that an unkind grandmother cut off and thrown. You have to get off the terminal and walk for at least 40 minutes before you can find the big father's house at the bottom of the mountain. A house in the middle of a large reservoir and high mountain. Looking at it like this, it is a beautiful and peaceful landscape. But just open the door of this house. Creak. The moment I enter my eldest father's house. Like a lie, the piece of power is gone. Did Jinjin come? You sit there. The eldest father, who was wearing a military cap, stands up from his place while making a moan. Next to him were the little father, the eldest aunt, and the little aunt sitting with uncomfortable expressions. 2 cousins and 3 cousins are sitting together in a small living room with that fat expression, looking at their cell phones. So, how are you going to share your father's sunsan? I don't think this is a problem that we will only talk about and end. The little father and aunts delayed the conversation in an annoying tone. It seems that something is not going well. Then, large. My father looked at me, who had just sat down. Okay, did Eugene come down from Seoul? Yeah. How long have you been in the world? Did you do it last week? No. It's been a little over 3 months. Okay. My eldest father began to relieve the stress of my grandfather's legacy without filtration. Hey, Jinoon, don't you think it's too much? Yeah? You are this guy? Being a man. I know, go to college. You have to find your own food line. Until when grown-ups take care of you. Should I be worried and do it? What the hell is this talking about? As I look vague, my eldest father seems to know that I am ashamed and cannot find a reply. This guy, oh. It is also a filial piety to make adults not worry. Look at your brothers. The eldest father turned his head and looked back at the 2 children sitting in the center of the living room. 2 cousins attending medical school and law school. They are making shrugged expressions without looking back. The eldest father said out loud how proud of the 2 big sons. Look at your brothers, huh? Since I was in school, I haven't been in my parents once. How hard did you study and how well did you do it? Huh? You played games all the time. And then look. How far has the gap between you and your brothers now? If you want to make up for that, you guys from now on, you shouldn't have to live hard. Whenever someone sees, I think you've been my guardian. Is it my long-legged uncle that I didn't know about? As I make a fat face, my cousins slowly notice. Around this time, my little dad made an awkward smile and dried up between me and my eldest dad. Brother, even the first person will have an idea. What do you think he's thinking? Hyo Guhian will only be wasting my life on the day. It's a video even if you don't see it, a video. Come on, let's discuss the issue of birth again. The little dad comforted the eldest and beckoned to me as well. Let's join Eugene when we talk about this next time. Grandpa, it's an acid-related issue, but now that my father doesn't exist, you should know. Right. Finally, something came out. How much is it in terms of money? When I ask, my little dad opens his eyes in a circle. The expression that I didn't know I would show interest. Actually, in the past I was completely ignorant in this way. There was no interest and no will. I thought it would be nice if I left all the troublesome things to the adults and only the results come out quickly. However, the result was that my eldest father eventually forgot all of my wealth. You can't put it like that in this life. My little dad was quite happy when I showed interest in the issue of my legacy. I think 2 big ones will come out for you. 2 large ones. I tilted my head. 200 million. Then, the eldest father next to him laughed. Hey boy, who is the name of the house dog? These days, I don't know that money is precious anyway, and I just look good. Oh, it was 20 million won. I received my eldest father's pink up and shut my mouth. Meanwhile, it's 20 million won. As I learned more about my father's legacy, which I had been thinking about all the time, I felt like I was running out of steam. 2,000. If you make up your mind, you can earn in half a day. All of a sudden, I was very impressed with how exhausting it was to waste my time here. What would everyone say if I heard 400 million times in 3 months? That is also the result of moving slowly without thinking of making much money. More and more money will come in the future. But it's my father's job, so I'll have to get it. 20 million won is not a small amount of money. In addition, since it is money with special meaning, you must receive what you receive. This time, it seemed that I had to put a wedge to prevent metallurgy from flowing into my eldest father. So registration. Division 1 made an application. Then, even for the righteousness of Lee Eugene, this document must be quite complicated. What should I do? I pushed my head to a place where my eldest father and other relatives were discussing. And he coughed. Can I say something? Then, my eldest father and other relatives turned to this side. Everyone now looks as if he knows what the new blue guy who is just discharged is joining in. But my actual age is 35. I know everything I know. I will go to the cadastral booth at the local ward office and bring out the cadastral survey estimate and the land division official document. Then, the atmosphere suddenly becomes quiet. I kept talking. It looks like we haven't even commissioned the court registry for division yet, but it will take about a week. Later, if you take off the registration of the new address at the court registration office, the new address is divided next to it. There will be a burn, so check it out. After that, I have to go through the registration process for the transfer of ownership. I will prepare the land transfer application form and my seal in advance. Please prepare only the minutes of the meeting and the seal of the representative and the seal of the representative. Then, the eldest father, who had a blank expression, suddenly raised his voice. Hey man, where are adults talking? Ellie, it's okay if adults don't take care of you forever. Now I have to stop worrying. When I answered with a quick smile, I had nothing to say as the eldest father who had a cry. The plan to sell metallurgy in the name of taking care of my property has failed. But you guys, what do you know that you're going to deal with real estate already? Everyone has a life that suits that age. You're thinking of getting a job and acting as a person. May I know better than my eldest father? I laughed single and began to talk about real estate inheritance and division in earnest. These are all things I learned in my previous life by cursing my eldest father himself. Okay, hey, we should rather learn from the loser? Yoj and I should be in charge of this divisional inheritance, boy. The little father and aunts were wondering with their eyes wide open. He is the oldest father, but he only frowns and smokes cigarettes. Then, when the father is on the defensive, the sons go out. Hey, Yojin, what are you doing lately? Aren't you going to college? My cousins who went to medical school and law school asked me. They did not hide at all the help that was spewing out secretly. It was a little late at the age of 21, but if you start now, you will be able to go to the in-soul subclass. Child, if you can't, tell your brother. I'll tutor you. I have to go to college these days. Okay. The younger siblings of elementary and middle school students in the corner of the living room are silent with their mouths closed. Everyone is just watching the video on their cell phones. Aggro bounces strangely. I looked at my younger siblings who were suffering from study and looked sad. I know the future 15 years from now. How cramps the ants treat these kids. Your cousins go to medical school and law school. You should be a doctor and a lawyer like your cousins. Because of that, the stressed younger siblings were uncomfortable with their parents even when they got older later. Some of them were desperate. I know later how hard the lives of those cousins are twisted. If it were, my aunts wouldn't be able to do that. 15 years later, he became an alcoholic after being fired in a hospital in a medical accident that his eldest brother, who was working as a pay doctor, couldn't be excluded. The small brother, who worked as a lawyer, cannot do business because of his peculiar arrogant personality, so he only flies away and falls into divorce. At that time, the eldest father's retirement allowance and old age funds were all used, and eventually, his hand was touched on my own money. But in this life, it's not worth it. I just sit silently, groaning the fruit. In the meantime, the attacks of my eldest father continued. You guys, I will only be looking at my cell phone forever. The eldest father gave a pink up to his cousins. You guys always look at your cell phone and play games, and you'll be like this younger brother? The eldest father said a word while laughing at the gag in his own way. Right then, bread. A loud clock sound rang outside the house. What? Who is from? Everyone to come is here. The eldest father turned the curtains on the living room veranda with a sorrowful expression. That moment. Wow, what is that? The eldest father shouted. The eyes of everyone in the living room turned to the courtyard outside the veranda. A huge trailer vehicle was seen stepping into the yard. Oh shit, those are somebody's house now. Everything that rises is off. The eldest father jumps out with a tobby foot. The little father, aunt, and cousin Hyungs also went out to the Ur Loom Madong in pursuit of the eldest father. No, what should I do if I hit the car in the yard of someone else's house? My eldest father screams at the trailer. Soon I get off a suit from the trailer. It was the dealer. The continued boss. Delivery is complete. Oh. He smiled brightly at me standing with arms folded behind him. When everyone's eyes are on me. Yatsit. The huge container box on the trailer began to open. Bing, bing, bing. Dree bing. Dense dry ice spurts out. Wow, it's coming out well with service these days. It's a service that's not available on leases. The dealer sneaked at me. Within, as the 5 sides of the trailer box are fully unfolded, a car slowly emerges from the inside. Porsche Crocodile L, 3021. This is the car I bought a while ago. When everyone is half open and blankly. Dimpled _dumped _dumped _. I walked forward like a Dumbo and got into the car. Crumb. When I started the engine, a heavy engine sound rang out. The inheritance issue seems to have been discussed roughly, so please contact us if you have any further decisions. I'm busy, so I have to go in right away. I said, greeting only my little dad. Meanwhile, if you are busy just unemployed cub, my eldest father would have shouted, I'm busy doing something. He said he was busy sitting in an expensive sports car. Bung. I just drove away and left. Soon it's time to take care of the raid, so I'm busy. From Cheongnam to Seoul. If the road isn't blocked, I'll be there in 30 minutes. Asterisk. Meanwhile, let's drive this car and leave. Cool. Flagships flow out of the brothers' mouths. They entered the house and played a YouTube view video that they hadn't seen before. Please refer to your favorite subscription. This is the BJ's deceased person. BJ's late person broadcast, which is hot these days. As the children watch it, the eldest father again unconsciously says a word. You guys don't study, and just like that. If you look at it, you later become like Genie Hyung. He was unconsciously playing a gag that devalued Eojin, and he shut his mouth because he wanted to miss it. Okay. The younger siblings look up at their big father with bright eyes. We also want to be like Eojin. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 52. Previous talk next. Chapter 53. Esports Illegal Toto 1. A high school catering room. Several students gathered in a corner and looked at their cell phones. On the screen, a man was broadcasting. Mosaic face. Naked. A cloak on the shoulders. Red shoes. It looks like a pervert no matter where you look at it, but wow, it's so cool. The reaction of the students is a little strange. Now, today, I will teach C+ class monsters with my bare hands. Without weapons. Without equipment. It's only bare hands. BJ deceased person. It was his broadcast. In the video, BJ's deceased figure moved to a dungeon without wearing anything and holding nothing. The only difficult dungeon in the beginner zone. The rocking labyrinth was waiting for him. Akaoni. Among C+ class demon-type monsters, monsters with strong characteristics and race values. But you want to catch such a monster with your bare hands? Great. Aren't you crazy? But I think this person will be able to do it. Crazy, does it make sense? Rankers are also a monster that barely catches 1:1. Akahoni is now the official combat power meter for rankers. If you can catch him alone, it's a pro gamer class. If you can't catch it alone, it's probably ugly. Something like this. However, that is when all items are fully maintained in full condition. Are you holding Akaoni with your bare fist naked? Obviously, it doesn't make sense. But, surprisingly, the BJ deceased actually does that ridiculous thing. Favorites, favorite works, while viewing together, do not forget to subscribe. He made the same comment as usual and then dive into the depths of the dungeon without hesitation. And, tiring. Warning, dungeon boss appears. I did. Akaoni is preparing for an earthquake. A loud red alarm goes off in the ears. However, not right. It can't be right, something like this. BJ's deceased character is awkwardly Akaoni. I avoid the attack by a piece of paper. And steadily swinging his bare fists, he put the dill on Akahoni's stone pillar-like feet. Fut, fut, fut. Movement like doing gymnastics. But, quackwang. Akaoni's attack, which seems to destroy the whole world, is not right. Not even one. Okay, here it is rolled once. I avoided the flame. Acha, 3.3.7. Earthquakes can also be avoided by jumping with the beat. Yeah? What did you say? Take out a slim walker? Oh viewers, you should look at this. If you want to catch it with a bare body without real shoes, shoot level 50 and come. It must be. BJ's deceased person continues to beat Akani. Did you say your clothes get wet from drizzle? As soon as the video is fast-forwarded, the result is shown. Thud. Akani threw that large body to the floor of the dungeon. Great. I'm really crazy. Catch this. The students look at Akani's body with an ecstatic expression. However, BJ Goenmul ends the broadcast with a very casual voice. Yeah, until now, it has been on the side of catching the boss with caress. Today was a time to look at Akani, one of the 3 major bosses in the beginner area. Next time, I'll review the Milky Spider, Long Sword Scale King Cobra 2. Personally, I'm looking forward to a wet spider. Thank you. Yet, additional video will be uploaded. Yes, one piece of armor fell out when I caught Akahoni. The defense is quite useful. I'll put this right up at the auction house. I'm curious how far it will go up. Comments also run wildly. Put on some of you. Don't sell it. Give it to your bottom. The deceased person, how long will you stay naked? The last time I reported it as an obscene broadcast and ate it. Great. Would you like to receive 2,000,001? Sheet. I laughed at the students who saw the response. Hey, it's a real broadcast. An angle that tears up while laughing. The part where I come to the Meow Jam broadcast. But why don't you wear clothes? Originally, all the deceased people are naked. Nudial back when refuting. High school students giggle among themselves and then press the subscription button. One of them even sent a donation. Did. Then, hey you guys, how long will I see that? A teacher who was passing by the food room knocks his fists into the students' heads. Ayo, it hurts, teacher. As the students shed their eyes, the teacher. I pulled my tongue and looked down at the students' cell phones. You guys didn't make a phone call to see this? You kick it up and give it to me in a very month? Oh, Sam, this is an air system. Give me this, not the rest. The teacher kicks his tongue and steals the students' cell phones. Then, do you also watch this broadcast? Then the students also open their eyes. Do you see this too? Well, not long ago, I caught a Kaoni and destroyed the raid. For study? Okay. Between teachers and students. There is an atmosphere. The teacher returned the stolen phone to the students. Children, look in moderation. I have to go to college. Yes, teacher Jimduke. Who's the game duck, quack do? Where are the people who don't play this game these days? Hi. How did you get initiated? When the students asked, the teacher coughed several times and answered. BJ's deceased person did a car certification some time ago. That was my dream car. I was shocked to see that, so I tried to get started. It was difficult to catch a D-class monster. Why is the game difficulty so heinous? Then the students answered with their mouths. Then, asked Taegang Taehyung. The teacher tilts his head. Taegang? Who is that? I'm a senior in our 3rd grade, and I passed the pro gamer exam and am now living as a trainee. Was it group 1? Did Army 2 say it? Is there a kid like that? It's my first time hearing it. The teacher blew his eyes as if it was just beginning. Those who sing well, those who dance well, those who are good at soccer, those who draw well, those who play games well, and those who write well. These students do not remember or know. There is no one who remembers names except those who are good at studying. I have to ask you one later. The teacher shrugged, and with a deep expression, he turned to monitor the state of the rest. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Matthew Kong is so zoned in the school. I wasn't on the side with repercussions. In the game, it was gradually spreading its name under the nickname of Tashin. In reality, teachers only remembered him as artistic and physical skills, the one who cuts the class average, and Moonzi. Hagi, I was a boxing specialty, but since I stopped running, I was called to the school office only for causing violent incidents. Even today, Matthew was sitting at his desk and gazing at the sky outside the window. Participate in all self-study at night. The participation rate in our class is the lowest, guys. The homeroom teacher screamed, banging the school table into the attendance book. Matthew ended up raising his hand to avoid self-study at night. List of non-participants in night self-study. Youngjun Kim, late-night math tutoring. Applause preparing for a music college entrance exam. Song Sungwoo preparing for art college entrance examination. Shin Sehyun supplementary study at the institute. Hwang Younghyun reinforcement of moisturizing academy. In a yard like this. Matthew River Dungeon boss raid. Isn't it impossible to write down these reasons? If you do that, you'll still get more and more upset in your ugly, for-studded yard. However, it is true that the time to invest in school is a waste. Even if it wasn't just for school, he would have entered the top 5 domestic rankings immediately after losing. Korea's ranking was still much lower than that of Japan or China and Taiwan. It is an old saying that Korea used to be an esports powerhouse, and other countries pushed and attracted adolescents in the same way as general arts and sports when they stood out in esports. Where are teenagers always trying to play games? If you play games, your violence will increase. Play games just as a hobby. The student should study. Korea alone wasn't shy. Teens whose access to the game is forcibly terminated at 12 o'clock. Don't have a capsule like this yet, but all PC games were the same. Not only did the school not exclude self-study at night, but also the entrance to the capsule room was viewed with a bad gaze. In this social atmosphere, the share of Korea in the esports market was gradually decreasing. At the same time, politicians are complaining about how much it is a loss for Korea to be pushed out of the esports market. Numerous merchants cry for not selling game supplies. It was a truly ironic world. Why Korea, which was the first place in the world, is constantly being pushed out, and why it keeps being eliminated in this golden market. Everyone knows everything, but only they don't know. The fact that the huge bowl of rice called the esports market has been dumped by itself has broken the rice bowls of countless people growing up. Should it be? Matthew sighed and looked at the clock. Apparently, even today, if I ran away from the palm, I think it will fit so that the real ass does not remain. If your butt is too swollen, you can't do it because it's uncomfortable to lie in a capsule. However, that said, Matthew Kong is studying. It wasn't. Hey, Matthew Kong. As I sit in the back seat of the classroom, a few nasty things talk to me. They are the typical type of children who are intoxicated with Iljan Nori. What? When Matthew's eyes wide open as if it were annoying, the guys who approached start to flinch. Oh no. What I said last time. I was wondering if I got everything. Let one of the dogs try to pretend to be calm and speak up. Matthew Kong turned his head in an annoying expression. If you're talking about a hunter's bondage, C+, and a courageous armor, C+. I saved it. Oh, really? Thanks. In time Is there anything to be grateful for? Have the money properly prepared. Matthew drew a cool line to the things that played Iljanori. Within, Matthew Kong is a bag on the desk. I picked up and ran out of the classroom. The Iljans couldn't say anything to Matthew River passing by in front of them. At the beginning of the semester, when I tried to overwhelm the steamer, I had a few times when I struck a quarrel. After walking the streets, Matthew sighs. I took a break. Where should I go? Once you can't go back to school, it is clear that he will hit the butt with a baseball bat because he escaped from night self-study without permission. Shall we go to the pro gamers accommodation? I hate it either. Even if you go, seniors who don't have the ability. It's because he's a good junior and is sure to take all sorts of chores. So should I go home? I hate it either. My younger sister is in the hospital because she is sick, and her parents are working day and night to earn medical expenses. No one has to go to a cold and dark house. I want to make money too. Matthew murmured with a frustrated look. It would be nice if I could even do a private broadcast. What is Gnome's monopoly, regulation, and those who have become pro gamers? He was restraining his commercial activities as much as possible. There is no definite answer as to when they will release the regulations, but they will release them. The attitude of just waiting recklessly. I want to make my debut soon and participate in the competition, but even that was difficult because of the prestige of my seniors and the disruption of the school. Group 1 who hasn't even made their debut yet. Since it is a newcomer, there are no ads or spawns. So it cannot be done. I had to play games in my spare time, get items, and sell them at auction houses. Other than that, there is no way to make money. Right then, flapping. One of the advertisements on the pole flew into the face of Matthew River. Spot. Without seeing it, Matthew stretched out his fist and grabbed the leaflet. A new, stiff flyer that seems to have been attached a while ago. Red letters and Tuesday on a black background. Something is written in a messy font. Even at a glance, it is a legal advertisement. However, the leaflet that would have been thrown out if it were usual, Matthew Kong looked into for a long time. $$ Oriental Pacific Boat Toto League's greatest prize money ever $$ Pro gamers are welcome. Face Mosaic 100% for planets? Okay, yes. Sweep out the prize money pop-up dollar dividend $$ reverse, Bei, Zhongbei Danpal DePaul, all of the warriors Drua. Awaits you who are capable and hot. Is it legal? Don't ask. Less children $. Pro gamer at monthly rankers. Multiple herpes. Hot big match. Participants' monthly identity confidentiality guaranteed. $. Total prize money of KRW 1 billion is yours. Illegal totterigs where professional gamers PK takes place. Total prize money of 1 billion won. Professional gamers, high-ranking players are welcome. Absolutely confidentiality guarantee. Get. The leaflet in Matthew's hand was crumpled as if it was being sucked into his hand. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 53. Previous talk next. Chapter 54. Esports Illegal Toto 2. Toto Major Site Totem Night. Tonight, the Asia Champions League hosted by Totem Knives, collectively known as a champ, will be held. More than 50 langs across Asia. Professional gamers fought under a pseudonym while hiding their real identities. And visitors coming to see PK. A job merchant who takes care of his teeth in his spare time. A thug who wants to get a share by betting, etc. Over 50,000 people. There is a long line around these 50 participants. The name is a huge amateur PK league hosted by a private management team. There is no yet way to crack down on them. All the money that flows into the illegal Tottori is game money and virtual currency. These go back and forth secretly through the deposit system in the game. Caught. In fact, it is almost impossible. Seeking the company's cooperation was also useless. Deus Ex Machina is a game operated by self-thinking artificial intelligence. This is because the GM headquarters does not have the right to arbitrarily control the game's internal system. Therefore, if the government could not prevent this, it was rather legalizing it and bypassing the policy toward imposing taxes. Sure. Until now, the territory of this illegal private Toto is completely extraterritorial. Not yet. South Continent meet boiled jungle. Today's PK League took place on a large rock hidden among dense trees. Participants with their faces covered appeared fully armed. The players who surround the stadium. They cheer for the players with a mad attitude. Oi oi, it's PK, you have to win. I bet you a house document. Don't lose to cheeky Korean guys. Go? BJ Seejin Pink. Show me the fear of a great country. The automatic translation system does not interfere with communication, but nonetheless, the nationality of the audience is predictable due to the intonation and vocabulary. Most of the words heard everywhere were Japanese and Chinese. The number of Koreans is extremely small. What is the reason? This is because in Korea, this kind of esports gambling is strictly regulated. Well, it wasn't meant to be strict. In the case of esports, even gambling was automatically blocked due to strict regulations. That is why Japan and China are strong in illegal toterigs on this side. In the first place, there were not many participants and gamblers on the Korean side. In such a situation, Matigang, the trustee, he shut his mouth and grasped the atmosphere around him. He's today in this illegal PK league. I came out to collect the winning prize. If it is a 1:1 PK, he is confident. It may be quite the difference in items from other rankers, but there are not many participants who use the original character's equipment as they have to hide their identity anyway. Most of them are booby. Therefore, he competes in a game with completely different equipment and combat style from Bonka. Taegang, a trustee, changed from an infighter style to an outboxer style and appeared here, and he has confidence in either side. I win. He clenched both fists. The top rankers who change equipment and show awkward movements will not be their opponents. Even if you fight in full condition in the first place, you will never get tired of the yard where you are confident. There is no. The atmosphere in the audience is getting hotter. The operator of the private site, who saw the society, grabbed a loudspeaker. Yes, I would like to express my gratitude to the ladies and gentlemen who have gathered here today. It's the largest scale ever among the games I've ever seen. He has more than the trees in the jungle. I look down at Toto users. Character. Then I'm going to lose my face and start today's league right away. Matches are random, as you all know. Eventually, female players wearing masks enter. Asian women of beautiful appearance. They're in a big balloon. The frozen ball was mixed up. The balls are marked with names and numbers. 1. Yet. 2 balls rolled out of the balloon. The moderator shouted out the numbers and names written on the ball. Yeah, this is the order of the first draw. Oh. He zoomed in on the camera's screen to illuminate the ball. Then, a large hologram appears in the air, and the numbers written on the surface of the ball appear in front of everyone's eyes. Number 9. Matios. vs. Number 48. It's PK. Qualifying draw. One of the balls with the nicknames of the 2 players will be discarded, and the other will be placed into the qualifying transparent balloon. Cook. Tushin clenched his fists tightly. Matios, that's his illegal league. It is a pseudonym for participation. Meanwhile, it's PK. Cheer up. It's PK. It's PK. It's PK. It's PK. The crowd cheered hotly, calling out the name PK Joe. It's PK. He has won this illegal league several times. Was a famous ranker. The nationality is Japan. Srung. The sound of a knife being pulled out of the house. A long-haired samurai climbs onto the racetrack. Huge gloves covering the shoulders and lower body. However, the top is only wearing a thin piece of cloth. Holding a long, thin Japanese sword in your hand. Was going. He climbed right onto the pitch, without covering his face or nickname. Who is your opponent? Joe PK looked around the stadium with an arrogant expression. Within. Chin. The Tushin Matthew River climbed onto the stone floor of the stadium. The fight between the 2 users began. At the same time, the gamblers fight. Degree. Zarluk. The dividend plate goes back. Group PK is ranked 8th in Asia. He is the 2nd largest player in the Japanese rankings. I wasn't a pro gamer, so I was proud to break my status. On the other hand, Matios is a rookie who has just joined the league. No record or status is known. 8-1. The dividend has been set. If there were 8 people to PK Joe, then 1 to Matios. It is a dividend that is almost none. The results might have been similar if Matthew River came out under the name of Matios, not the name of Audacity. When I heard him talking, the accent seemed like Korean. Korea is unconditionally filtered. There's no way to go this way in Japan, right? I don't know if it bounces during PK because of the shutdown system www. Pickers don't give picks to Korea. Even those prudent 2-sided bettors and no-goers did not bet on Tushin. Some, very mechanical bets on both sides. Only a few who play PK bet 9 Matios in one format. In such a situation, the investment god, Matthew Kong, took a step forward. It was before PK Joe could even pull out all the knives. Bangy. The fist of the investment god was hit in the center of PK Joe's face. Simplicity and honesty. There was a sound of something breaking, and PK Joe rolled back. The nose bones completely collapsed. This shit like this. When Joe PK removed his hand from his face with an embarrassing expression. Simplicity and honesty. It was the knees of Avatar who flew. This child. PK Joe pulled out the knife completely. I was too hasty to retrieve the sheath. The sheath that was blown away like a paddle. PK Joe tried to widen the distance by swinging his sword in that state, but Tushin never allowed it. Bung. Empty space after the knife passes. He put a heavy fist into his side. Forged gauntlets, 2-handed weapon. /C+. Steel gauntlets that are heated to the limit and look red. Quite a few pieces of armor are just pierced. It is said that it does not cause any harm to the wearer. Attack power plus 350. Flame attack plus 100. Property penetration can be used special. Hot fire damage penetrated the PK group's armor and penetrated the side. The HP slot shakes as if it's broken. The HP bar goes down to the red line in an instant. Wow. PK's eyes wide open, sharing the senses to the limit. The pain felt in the side is really vivid. And the investment did not drag the game for a long time. Left-hand uppercut after heavy body blow. The PK group's connection to that one room was cut off. In the dignity of the commitment to make the other party log out of K.O right away. Wow. The crowd began to cheer like crazy. But there are only a few who cheer purely to watch the game. Most agrees. The faces of the beaters are dark. The damn boo is winning. Nonsense. Does anyone have something for that guy named Matios? I walked on both sides little by little. PK Joe lost most of his money, so he hasn't really benefited. Group PK is the winner of the last PK League. Hit such an existence in an instant. Warberry paid attention to Matios' abilities. Where are the rankers? Are you the number one in Korea? I think that's enough if that control is enough. Is any of the top Korean pro gamers fighting like that? As far as I know, there aren't any. In Korea, the faction problem of associations and clubs is serious, so it would be no wonder if such talents are buried. It may not be Korea in the first place. There is a shutdown genie, and your subculture is very regulated, right? Korean-style map with only speaking accents. In the midst of numerous opinions. Matios, no, the winner's name. The number 9 ball written on it goes into the final league balloon. It's PK, no, the 48th ball with the loser's name on it was thrown out. No system reflects this world, as well as a legal toto. If you win, you are celebrated and earn money. Losing is ignored and money is not made. This is a natural thing in the world these days. After, Matthew Kong decorated his first match with a leisurely victory. He stood in the queue for the finals and waited for the next match. Of the 50 participants, 25 survive. 12 of them are filtered, and then there are another 7 people left. There are a total of 3 people who can win the prize. So, except for the luck of the draw, you have to fight and win 4 more times in the future. Yet, the 25 survivors who survived the preliminary round started the lottery again. Yet, Matthew's next opponent has been decided. The moment 2 balls with numbers and nicknames fall out of the balloon, Matthew had no choice but to open his eyes wide. Number 9. Matios. vs. Number 21. Standing Water. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 54. Previous talk next. Chapter 55. Esports Illegal Toto 3. Number 9. Matios. vs. Number 21. Standing Water. Daejin was clearly saying so. Standing Water? Did he also come out here? Matthew Kong looked at Daejinpyo with a shaking pupil. Yet, entry number 21, the deceased water began to appear. Flapping. Naked. A black cloak on the shoulders. Red shoes. There he held a long, thin skewer in his hand. His face was covered with a large mask. Oh. Standing Water. The nasty strongman. Did you also participate? The crowd cheers for the deceased. However, Matthew could know right away. It's fake. Well, even if you don't have a good eye, you can tell right away. First of all, the physique was so different. The man in front of him was almost 2 meters tall. It is more than 20 centimeters taller than when the Matthew River directly joined it. I couldn't have grown up by eating well. In front of Matthew River, who is showing a steamy expression, all fake deceased figures come. Let's fight well. He opened his mouth with words that seemed somewhat tonal. It is a characteristic of the Chinese. Does China make fakes of old characters? Matthew Kong frowned, but he didn't respond. Yet, the match has started. Matthew Kong carefully narrowed the distance to his opponent. Seeing that he has only one weapon on his naked body, he seems to be somewhat confident in control. Not a single hit, and will catch me. Is this? It's a very arrogant idea. Even a real old person would not have been able to take that attitude toward himself. In fact, Matigang had several times inflicted blows on deceased characters during the Medusa and Sandworm raids. The naked rush against the master of close-quarter combat, Matthew Kong, is like a suicidal act. However, the fake deceased person couldn't have known about it. Try it. I don't get even one. He provoked the Matthew River with a shrugging attitude. And Matthew Kong, a fighter by nature, was willing to pass on the provocation. Bang! The Matthew River exploded. As he leaps, the ground disappears, leaving a deep footprint. Ma Tae-gang, who narrowed the distance at a tremendous speed, put the main meal in the face of the other person. Drench _. The opponent, standing in a tumultuous attitude, could not avoid Matthew's fist at all. Wow! Rather than avoiding, the deceased person who allowed the hitting. Soon, Matthew's fist began to rush like a storm. An afterimage that looks like thousands of fists. Soon the surroundings were covered with fiery flames. It is because of the fire damage effect of the gauntlets of the Matthew River. Fire zone. Amazing. Oh, that guy? Are you not a real pro gamer? Gamblers go crazy. There is no other time when the sheet metal fluctuates than when an unknown dark horse hits it, which was not expected at all. Huh. The fake deceased person was embarrassed. The other room's skills are trickier than you think. Spot. He quickly swung the rapier he was holding in his hand. At the same time, the aura emanated from the knife is swung like a whip and sweeps the ground. Dungeon Hedgehog's Fine Thorn's one-handed weapon /C+. A thorn pulled from a hedgehog living in a deep dungeon. Since I was young, I grew up listening to the words of my parents, so I don't seem to know how much damage my thorns do to those nearby. Attack plus 250. Poison property spirit power plus 50. Can use the characteristic with special. The rapier held by the deceased has the characteristic of shipping. This is a trait that deals 25% additional damage to enemies within a certain distance. Although it is a melee dealer, the outboxer style, obviously, will have weak HP. It seemed that he thought that if he defeated the steamship with a powerful attack, it would fall far away on his own. However, Matthew Kong was the one who scored this goal in close combat. He was the type who enjoyed a blood-spattering brawl in the distance, as if it was sticking together. It was a character that was raised like that, so if it was a HP bottle, it remained overflowing. Matthew rushed, chewing every knife to open the streets. Poop. I was hit by a knife, but my HP would be cut a little. However, it does not interfere with the attack. Matthew River charged as if giving out one forearm. Quack. Finally, the fake deceased person was caught by the Matthew River. Let's go down. Matthew Kong growled in a low voice. The traditional oriental medicine that we had been waiting for is about to explode. Kuriak. Lava-like fires boiled in his hands. The moment this fist hits the opponent's stomach, the game flies. Pop. Along with the sound, the other's stomach is torn and the internal organs. Everything will be pulled out. But, the moment on the verge of winning the match. One of the crowd's voices in my ears made Matthew's body stop. Ah, what? There's nothing much about the deceased person. Moment. Matthew Kong was crying inside. Standing water. He is truly a great player. A monster who defeated himself many times, who thought he couldn't have an opponent at 1:1. And the raid that the general people said that even the pros couldn't do it, was impossible to succeed alone several times. By the way, there is nothing like that. I mean, this kid is a fake. A vein sprouted on the forehead of the Matthew River. Somehow, it felt like I was being insulted when the deceased person was being insulted. If the deceased person doesn't have much, what is he who has died to him many times? Finally, beard. Matthew turned his fist. Body blow that can kill 100% of opponents. It turned it into an uppercut aimed at the chin. Please reveal your real face. This fake guy. I didn't want to be recognized by the crowd as a winner after defeating the fake deceased person. Half hitting, half coming. Matthew turned the trajectory of his fist and struck the fake deceased's chin. However, tick. Matthew Kang's fists were missed. In the first place, the belly and chin differ from their width. Hey, the fake deceased person quickly turned his head back and rolled back to avoid the threat. But, covering his face, Dun's mask eventually broke. Logic. It is a D-grade mask with no options, so it breaks easily. And the identity of the fake deceased person was revealed for a while, but under full sky. Ugh. That person. Amazement erupted from all over the audience. Thick eyebrows, thick chin line, and one eye on the beak. The king of Siocho Pei Keys, Kura. He is the 3rd place in China and the 6th place in Asia. He was currently active as a pro gamer. Grown. Kurs, who has the nickname of King Siocho. He quickly pulled out another mask and put it over, making a painful sound. It is not good if it is known that a pro gamer has participated in an illegal private Tatori league. In the worst case, he could have been kicked out of the pro league. Of course, it is said that regulations such as private broadcasts and private competitions are gradually easing. But that didn't mean that the public tolerated even illegality. Damn it. I deliberately erased the Bonica style and played. King of Siocho. He grumbled and raised his head. It was caught anyway. If you lose now, you won't be able to cook or porridge. It was clear that they would even swear by bettors because they weren't able to win prizes. Finally, King Siocho took out items and equipment when he was active as the main character. Thump thump, one thump. A huge naked man instantly transformed into a heavily armored knight. Matthew Kong frowned. As you can see, there are many items that you do not know. In particular, that giant yam sword held by the opponent is something I have never seen in the C+ class item list. Character. Come back, it won't be like before. Against the king of Siocho, who showed no doubt the power of his body. Bang. Tushin started to start. The investment that runs out like a lightning bolt again. However, this time the case was different. Boom. King Siochope swung the giant yam sword in both hands horizontally. Quakwang. Tushin tried to move forward with the attack. The incoming damage is heavier than expected. Jijik. I certainly guarded, but the HP bar shook as if it was going to break. The HP bar that turns orange in an instant. This. Matthew River unavoidably widened the distance. If you hit one more attack like this, you won't be able to handle it. He glanced away and checked the equipment window. Not only HP, but also the durability of armor has been significantly reduced. The approach war is unfavorable. Matthew Kong thought as far away. Since you don't know the characteristics of the opponent's weapon, you can't come up with this one strategy. However, considering that the attack power of one shot was terrifying, it seemed that the opponent had only one kill, and even a tanker-type melee dealer like himself had only 2 or 3 rooms. At first, it seemed like it was a quick fix to spread the streets, but... Quakwang. King Siochope never tolerated Matthew's distance. The aura from Yama Island is stormed like a storm, aiming at the Matthew River in the distance. Puffer, puffer. Quakwang. Rumble. Jijik. It was like shooting a cannon from a knife. While swordsmanship flew and scattered the stone floors of the arena, the Tushin was just dodging. Kaha. I'm scared, Korean. Why can't I come close? Indeed, it is a force that deserves the name of King Siochope. He was eagerly wanting to fight. However, I don't think I want to fight against that giant Yamdo, which has a very strong physical attack power. This is the power of a great nation. King Siochope swung a giant yam sword and took it down to the floor as it was. Quakwang slash. Once again, the storm of the aura came, turned upside down everywhere. Finally, poop. In a brief moment of contemplating not knowing what to do, the investment was struck by the tragedy of King Siocho. Quakwang. HP hit the floor in an instant. The red HP is shallow on the floor and flickers. If you go like this, you die. Finally. Stop. I will surrender. Matthew had no choice but to abstain. When the opponent gave up the PK, King Siochope snorted and started a yamdu. I put it. Huh. Korean guy with no guts slash. King Siochope did not dare to kill the commitment that expressed his intention to abstain. However, with a very unpleasant expression, he was really magical. The crowd was upset. Oh, I think that the king of Siocho, King Kurz, has participated in the world. What's wrong with the guy who earned hundreds of millions of salaries in the professional league? So did he go to this private site? What's wrong with that? It was exhilarating. Did you see the expression of that Korean guy when he abstained? Kurz is the entry number 21. How many times does it stick next? Next time, it's attached with entry number 3. Who is number 3? Do you know? No, it's nameless. I'm the one who barely came up with the nameless sticking to the previous edition. Then, I walked to 21 unconditionally. There is no one who can beat Kurz in this league. Protesters who have seen salty gains are making noise among themselves. Matigang, the trustee. He stood with his arms folded in the corner with a steamy expression. Eventually, I fell from the first round. Of course, he couldn't even get a dime. Fuck. I just wasted my time. Matthew Kong sharpened his teeth. I could definitely win. The moment the abdomen was empty, if he threw his fists with all his might, the game could be brought. However, at the provocation of the crowd, he opened his fists, and the result turned out to be an opportunity like 1,000 gold. I have to think of what I learned at this opportunity. Matthew Kong felt the need to sharpen his mind a little more. Still, it wasn't without the harvest. It is a huge harvest to experience the level of the Chinese professional league. The level is definitely different from Korean pro gamers who are wet with inertia. King of Siocho. He was definitely great. Close combat with overwhelming physical attack power. It's as if the Taesan will be pulled out and destroyed. Impersonating a deceased character was possible because he had the confidence to shed a completely different attack style of an evasion character. Who would have won if we were really stuck with the deceased person? I thought carefully about the investment. Siocho defeated King, who drove himself through the game with overwhelming power, and the deceased Water, who killed himself twice. It was not easy to conclude which of the two would be stronger. Well, it doesn't matter to me right now. Soon, Matthew shrugged. In the end, he couldn't take a dime at this opportunity. It was a pretty fatal waste of time in the field of immediate dispatch. The face of a sick sister in front of her eyes, Work. The faces of my parents, who are tired and tired, flicker. Matthew Kong is about to return with his shoulders drooping. Chingy. Someone touched his shoulder. Matthew Kong turned his head in a puzzled look. I could see a player with a peculiar match looking at the river Matthew. Crude armor, shabby gauntlets, a shaggy mask. It was the first user I saw in my life. There is a ball in his hand that says number 3. Looks like it's the league number 3. Hi, comma. Participant number 3's greetings, unexpectedly. However, the moment you hear his voice, IW. The whole body of the Matthew River hardens. How can I forget this voice? Standing water? Really? The real thing appeared. To Matthew Kong, who is so surprised that he cannot say anything. Participant 3 whispered like a devil. Next bet. Bet everything on me. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 55. Previous talk next. Chapter 56. Esports Illegal Toto 4. Is there anyone who catches a large A+, class boss monster alone? Shock. On the first screen of the YouTube view video, large texts are embedded in the door. Click on it. Ding Tororo long Payu 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 Kwa Kwan. Ooh. Quite magnificent, but boring to hear. Too much BGM flows as if there is something. And the channel logo appears. The old person TV. At the same time, a photo of the giant monster boss sandworm comes up. I hear a man's voice. Hello, this is the channel manager. Today, I'm not going to be a legend, but I'm going to catch the legendary field boss sandworm by myself. BJ deceased person. The sandworm raid, who just heated up all the gaming communities a while ago. I uploaded a video of it. 1. Chased by countless bounty hunters. 2. At the moment of being in a corner, it calls out a sandworm and sweeps away enemies. 3. Sandworms that enemies almost caught were eaten with the last shot. 4. Crisp. The video was planned in 4 parts. Part 1, 2, and 3 are free videos, and 4 are paid videos. At the end of the video, the deceased person again hits a fixed comment. Yes, recommend, subscribe, favorite. While viewing together, please click on it. Please also enjoy a lot of related videos below. Related video. Crying Angel Raid /hits, 790.2 million. Closed Eyes of Medusa / number of views, 860.2 million. Basilisk Raid 1 / number of groups, 15.22 million. Basilisk Raid 2 / number of groups, 4,077,000. VIP viewing restrictions. Beat it with an Akaoni spoon. Is it true? /hits, 121.2 million. The video is over. I put my phone down and turned on the stretch. Good. This video also went well. Hits are still a huge streak. Not long after posting, it exceeded 1 million views only in YouTube view. Of course, based on paid views. In addition, sponsorship and advertising revenue are also significant. But I am still hungry. I have to make more money. To draw the big picture I want, there is no way to pay this much money. The deceased water concept has become an icon and a huge publicity button, but donations are coming in. There is still a long way to go. So, today I am here to take an extraordinary action. Illegal Toto Private PK League. I was standing in a rocky area in the depths of the meat-boiled jungle in the South Continent. Illegal Toto will become legal soon anyway. The government is the most illegal private Toto. This major competition is cracked down and seized. And it is managed as part of the national project, and in this process, the boundaries for esports are greatly broken down. Shutdown system, capsule room regulation, prohibition of private broadcasting for professional gamers, etc. It was around this time that various bad quality regulations were lifted. And as soon as Totorig is legalized, all the black money that has been wandering in the shadows evaporates without a trace. Don't ask for cash. Numerous black money with unknown origin and whereabouts. In the past, I was just wondering where they all went. But now it is different. It's blind money anyway. I have to brush it all up and bounce it. There is no tax, no worries about being subject to financial supervision or tax audits. Literally black money, blind money. Most of the money came from Japan, Taiwan, and China. This is the person who eats first until the regulation is enforced. Gazu. After I applied for the contest, I moved to the betting seat and sat down. And I started scattering the faces of those who participated in the PK League in detail. Well, don't you know a face? Everyone wore masks and came out with equipment other than Bonka's equipment. Because of this, 15 years later, I, who knows the identity of all the rankers and pro gamers, couldn't even control the identity. You have to be careful. I didn't even bet on some of the psyched ups. Don't bet if you're not sure. In the world of others, this is the law. When I'm watching the game like that, One participant that caught my attention appeared above the stadium, wearing a white mask and a black hood. But I can tell. Body shape, stride length, and taste in costumes for sub-characters. What? Isn't it investment? I tilted my head. You said Mati Gang, the investment god, participated in the illegal Toto PK League? Is it like this in the past? This part is something I didn't even know. In fact, he was a pro gamer with great popularity, but little was known about his family history or personal life. I, as a big fan, know very little about what the situation in the family was like and what the pockets were like when I was an amateur. Yet, Tushin and his opponent came up on the pitch. The other side is a Japanese ranker. He seems to be a pretty good one these days. However, is it PK? Who is that? It's a faint face in my memory. If you're a good person, there's no way I can't remember. Maybe it doesn't work out well later, so the game will be closed? If you have the ability of investment, you will win quite a bit. I bet a portion of the money I had on Tushin. At first, it is lightly 100 million gold. In reality, it is about 10 million won or so. And is it not that different? Bang. Audacity wins with excitement. Ugh, comma. I watched the game with an impatient heart and swallowed up a futile wind. 100 million gold has changed to 800 million gold. 10 million won to 80 million won. It was a whopping 8 times. Investment coin rice cake. I stick my tongue out. That's why everyone is doing Toto and Toto. That you know the power of both opponents quickly, you can almost certainly win or lose. It was a tremendous weapon to be able to reasonably guess. Much more enormous than what I was experiencing. Since then, I have continued to guess the game. If you look roughly, you will get an estimate. How well is that player's skill? How will the win or loss flow? I walked 9 times and took it 7 times. What started out with 10 million won in reality was approaching nearly 300 million won. More than 30 times the gain. In the meantime, Investment Trust has advanced to the finals. Let's go to Tushin Coin. Rice Cake Table Gajua. As I looked at the wide back of the Tushin, I clenched my fists tightly. But there is something wrong with the person who came out as the opponent. Isn't that the king of Siocho? I opened my eyes wide. A ranker and pro gamer who will steadily remain in the top 3 rankings in China in the future. No wonder. You heard rumors at the beginning of your debut. It was true that you were tampering with the illegal Toto League. I nodded. The scandal that he was active in the illegal Todoric haunted King Siocho for more than 10 years. I denied it all, but in the first place, the only Chinese ranker with that build and that control is the King Siocho. I thought about victory and defeat in a cold way. King of Investment and Siocho defeat. Who will win? It is true that Investment Trust is the immovable Asian #1. By this time, the King of Siocho was rather. Although he is a big fan of investment, Toto is a slightly different problem. Good. I decided to bet on the side of King Siocho. As I said before, investment is a genius that has not yet been completed. It is because, subtly, the skill of King Siocho will still have the upper hand. Unusually, I bet all 3 billion gold on King Siocho. But something unexpected happened. King Siocho was off guard. The 2 gods, who narrowed the distance at a tremendous speed, put the main meal in the face of the great King Siocho deer. Drench _ Standing in a tumultuous attitude, the super-defeated king couldn't avoid the fists of audacity at all. The moment there was a billion sound coming out of King Siocho's mouth. Bet 3 billion gold on the King of Siocho. There is a billion sound from my mouth. Hey, this crazy man. Why are you off guard there? I jumped and started to curse King Siocho. What? There's nothing much about the deceased person. Let me shout back. Once again, something unexpected happened. They shook hands at the final timing of investment. When I hit the stomach, it was over, and I tried to target my chin. And it failed. What? I tilted my head. Why did you make such a misjudgment in the winning game? Well, I was able to save my 3 billion gold of money thanks to Toshin's mistake. And King Siocho defeated himself, as if he had fully regained his senses and started counterattacking properly. Quack quack wang. Destructive power, as if the heavens and earth are upside down. King Siocho defeated the god of power with a physical attack that seemed to destroy the mountain. In close combat, the opponent, who seemed unlikely to be an opponent, was in a hurry to evade. I am the yam swung by the King of Siocho. I looked at the Tao and narrowed my eyes. Is it a Class B item? It is an item I know. Remember exactly what level of attack power it has and what characteristics it has. Against that temp try, there is only an answer before the close. I thought about it. The opponent seems to be invincible in close combat, but in fact, it is surprisingly very vulnerable to close combat. It is seemingly unknown, But when you narrow the distance and face it, you will find out. It's dried. I shook my head as I watched the spirit of continuing to spread the distance. Certainly, the commitment of this period is still. It's a kid. It's a game you wouldn't have lost even if you only knew the other's item characteristics. There is no case in Todoric. Well, experience will gradually solve it. King of Investment and Siocho defeat. I think that if both wins, the investment will be 100% overwhelming. But now the first edition. It is true that investment is at a disadvantage this time. Finally, the investment was lost. Phew, it was dizzy. I was able to save 3 billion gold. That was not enough, and it was even called twice. I think Toto can do it quite a bit too. Of course, on the premise that you know the future. When I'm checking the numbers in my account. Tiring. My opponent was caught. Unfortunately, the king of Siocho. After passing through the first car and the second car with luck, the next opponent is Siocho D King. Good. I have something to try on this occasion. While participating in an illegal league, I was thinking of trying a whole new type of challenge. Sub-character. If you're a gamer, try it at least once. It is good to be able to perform various travels that cannot be done with a main character. Is there anything special about creating sub-characters? I just need to change the item tech tree. It's just good because the opponent is the king of Siocho. This is because the compatibility is good. Towards the stadium in a pleasant mood. When you are walking, a familiar face stood out in the distance. Matthew River. It was seen that he, who had fallen from the first round of the finals, was showing a disheartened expression. Somehow, I feel a little sorry. I put it on. The fact that I paid the money to King Sichodi earlier, and when I screamed that there wasn't much of a deceased person, felt like it was my fault that he flinched. And, I guess, he seems to be in a hurry to pay something. With such a complicated mind, he approached the Tushin and touched him on his shoulder. He doesn't seem to recognize me. I will. I changed the equipment completely. The next bet is all bet on me. As soon as I opened my mouth, he understood my voice. 2 eyes that are big like bumps. I frowned in one eye and said one more word. And see how I apply Siakapawang. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 56. Previous talk next. Chapter 57. Esports Illegal Toto 5. I recalled the past 13 years ago. Yeah, it would have been a that motherfucker. There is a face that comes to mind. A ranker who wore thick armor and stirred the battlefield like a flurry. The presence that became a symbol of macho with powerful play. King of Madong, Modongwang. King of Madong, Madongwang. His name is Madong and his nickname is Madong. The ranker who squeezed both fists and defeated the giant monster, the dark high-ranking ranker, and defeated all of them. On the other hand, he was a neat technician, Matuga, who was not hit by Mada Kong, who was a trustworthy player. King Ma Dong was a berserk warrior who progressed, even though he was beaten countless times and crushed the opponent's bone pain. Matthew River and King Madong. They were also the representative starters of the Korean rankings. Korean League for a while, because of these two, is a great revival, and it is also called the era of the twin horses. It means 2 horses that lead Korea. But, unlike Audacity, King Ma Dong wasn't the personality to carry such honor. Just 1 year after she debuted in a flashy way with an undefeated myth before her debut. In the end, he gets caught up in the scandal of matchmaking and gets buried in the industry. The majestic prestige of King Ma Dong turned into a mockery of Magijack, which caused many other programmers to suffer damage. The Pro League was almost ruined because of this kid, maybe? I pondered. It will be about 1.5 years later that King Ma Dong will appear. I already know what skill and item tech tree he will use to debut as a pro. Due to the advent of the Madong King, numerous pro gamers were damaged. And even more people in the industry's food line was blown away. Fans were disappointed and hurt. It is a thing that the head is swayed horizontally. In that case, Hyung will use it. I brought the item tree and characteristics of the former when the Madong King reigned in his heyday. Sangmacho, who blocked the debut of Madong King in this life, and made full use of the popularity of fans at that time. I wanted to reproduce the glory of style as it is. I'll do it for a while anyway, but what? I looked up and looked at the billboard. Number 3, Madong King. vs. Number 21, the King of Siocho. King of Madong. 10 years ago, the dark ranker who had shaken the illegal PK league all over the world came to this world 1.5 years earlier. Sounds like fun. I laughed peak. Only the skill and item tree of the Madong King are real. Isn't that a fight you can never lose? I bet on me 300 million of all my betting funds. In the preliminary round, he achieved very hard results, and the first round of the finals came with luck. Because of that, my dividend was quite low. If I win, multiple dividends will come to me. Now, where shall I look? Open the item window and check my equipment now. Earthquake Golem's Infinite Gauntlets One-Handed Weapon /C+. There were fighters who destroyed countless golem bodies. His hand suddenly turned like a golem. If you hit the ground while wearing it, a powerful earthquake will occur. Attack plus 300. Rock attack power plus 50. The characteristic earthquake can be used special. Ant Ghost's Claws One-Handed Weapon /C+. The ant ghost creates a whirlpool in the desert and sucks in everything that passes by. Clota has transferred that ability intact. Attack plus 270. Earth attack plus 60. Characteristic Eddy Current, usable, special. In the right hand, the total attack power of Earthquake Golem's Infinite Gauntlet is 350. In the left hand, the total attack power of the Ant Ghost's Claws is 330. There is nothing much about Tech Tree. King Madong sat on the throne 10 years ago with only the combination of these two items. There are many other characteristics and a few more japdums. It doesn't matter if I don't have it. While I'm thinking about this and that. Wow. When King Siocho, for my opponent, the King of Siocho, Kurz, walked out with arrogance. He still carries a giant two-handed yam on his shoulder. Yet, the game started. Asterisk. Korean guys have no ambition. Do you agree with me? King Siochope looked at me with a face full of ridicule and provocated. If you have confidence, come in. He claps his palm towards me. It seems like he's saying that if he comes in, he'll cut it with a blow with that giant true magician. To that King Siochope, I immediately answered. You stop talking. Upon hearing the words, King Siochope opened his eyes. Before he could answer anything, bang! I hit the floor and fired forward. King Siocho was amazed to see me jumping right at the start of the game. Crap! He swung the yam with all his might. Quack. A huge strike falls like a thunderbolt, the dignity that seems to revive the whole earth. But I did not give in at all. Because Reverse Balsan Yamdo, Two-Handed Weapon / a weapon that is said to have broken the mountain. It is difficult to lift without a lot of strength. Attack plus 1200. Earth attack plus 50. Can use the characteristic Galgal, special. Class B weapon Yam 2. The attack power is as high as 1200. However, the fatal drawback of this weapon was its special options. Gulgal characteristics. If you attack once, you will be in the wrong state. State abnormality means short paralysis for about 0.5 seconds. In other words, after attacking once, King Siocho will fall into a state of paralysis for 0.5 seconds after that. Because of this, it spreads the attack with the highest possible attack power, making the opponent farther away. That's how they use strategies to earn time to prepare for a counterattack. Except for Yamato, all items must have worn items that boost stamina. In other words, in order to attack the King of Siocho King Kurz, no matter how many hits, it's best to stick close and hit it like crazy. I smiled and approached King Siocho closely. Oh, Aeda. King Siocho was confused. But he can't step back. Since you just swung one big, your body is still for 0.5 seconds. Pot. When the paralysis is relieved, me and he were already close together as if kissing. I came as close as I wanted. In a short moment as I passed by, I groaned toward King Siocho. 99. King Siochope opens his eyes and lifts the yam again. You may be hoping that I will be surprised by the tremendous physical attack power and spread the distance. Unfortunately for me, such a cheap bluff doesn't work at all. His items and characteristics are already overwritten. I raised my right hand. Wow. Earthquake Golem's Infinite Gauntlets began to vibrate lightly. Earthquake. Wavelengths that can cause huge vibrations are trapped in my grasp. I straightened my palm and struck it in the middle of Siochope's face. Result. Bang. Seismic waves hitting the face. The Earthquake Golem's palm, shaking the whole earth, smashed the face of King Siochope. Jijik. The sound of tearing flesh, breaking the bones underneath it, and killing the bones underneath it. Shut it off? King Siocho screamed. However, there is no time for even that scream to come out. Puff puff puck. The fist of my right hand and the claws of my left hand were squeezing the whole body of King Siocho in a rustling manner. It's dog honey in 0.5 seconds. Others may say that it may be short, but in fact, 0.5 seconds is the same time as eternity from the standpoint of PvP. It takes about 0 seconds to blink once. So, in 0.5 seconds, it's time to blink 5 times. During that time, I can freely devastate the entire body of King Siochope, who was paralyzed like a mannequin. King Siochope was Hanbabiksen. The other party rushes like a bloodstained mallow, and each time his body is shattered. There was no way it wouldn't be scary. Bang. Once my fist falls on my face, my mind seems to go out for about 500 years. Whenever the bone pain swings up, down, left and right, severe motion sickness comes up. Bangy bang bang. The fist is not just a fist. If one hits anywhere, whether it is the head or the body, a heavy seismic wave rushes in and throws a lot of trouble to the inside of the inside. The high buff bar was getting sharpened in an instant. Oh my god. King Xiaoqiu stopped wielding the Yamdu. While being paralyzed for 0.5 seconds, it seems that a few teenagers were beaten. However, it was not that the other party was suitable for his attack. It sticks so tightly that he blows his fists, which is rather burdensome for a two-handed weapon. If you want to attack, you should try. What if it misses? It's scary just to imagine. If the attack misses, you will be defenseless for 0.5 seconds. It's a very fatal penalty. However, hasn't the other person approached this secret, as if they already knew it, that would not be uncovered if you hide it well? It was a situation that I couldn't understand. Jump. King Xiaoqiu put back the shoe item that boosts stamina into his inventory, and instead increases his agility. Change to shoes. Tack tack. The king of Xiaoqiu who steps on the floor and spreads the distance. But of course, no, I don't intend to let you go. Come back. I don't put it that way. Tack ye. I spread my left hand and put it on the floor. Okay. The characteristic vortex of the ant ghost was activated. It turns into sand entirely on the floor of the stadium, then slowly began to rotate in a circle. Bang, drew bing, ling gong bing. Slowly moving sand quickly rotates fiercely, creating a huge vortex. How is it? King Xiaoqiu who ran away. The center of the whirlpool swept by the sand. I was brought in, right where I am standing. Nice to meet you, my friend. I put my right fist again into the face of King Xiaoqiu, who was dragged by the whirlwind of sand. Quaing. A heavy seismic wave breaks the face of King Xiaoqiu and crushes all the back of the head. Even if it wasn't just a mosaic in the game, a terrible situation would have been produced. Wow. GI gig rights. King Xiaoqiu was frightened to see the HP cut to the limit. Unfortunately, is it because of the earthquake? I couldn't hear the exact intention to abstain because of the leaky pronunciation. If it was in the days of chatting through chat in the past, I would have written GG or Sarin. What? Group geek? What? I can't hear you well. I continued to beat King Xiaoqiu. At this point what? It is almost a living punching bag. I have a high skin pain, so I can withstand it well. At this time, we should break the prayers of illegal Totachungs and press the noses of arrogant Chinese rankers. Most of all, I am guilty of insulting my hero's commitment. Bang. Quackwang. Bang. If it is hit by a right fist, an earthquake will occur all over the body. The flesh, bones, and internal organs wander freely, and the insides become a mess. If it is hit by the left fist, a swirling ripple occurs throughout the body. The head goes to the groin, and the position of the arms and legs is forcibly changed. Naturally, both the leather and the bones are twisted and torn. Finally, Pujik, Pujijik, Pujak. King Xiaoqiu was chopped up like a piece of meat, but he couldn't use it once. Blah. The crushed King Xiaoqiu kneels in front of me. Meltdown. The remaining buffer P is 0. Death logout. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. There is a creepy silence in the audience seats where the vomits gather. The Big Matuga, a fairly famous ranker in mainland China, the one who was defeated enough to use the nickname of King Xiaoqiu, in front of the god Y, who unilaterally grasps such an existence and kneels. Oh. Well, what is that? Can you fight like that? Big. Real man. Power overwhelming. Everyone was enthusiastic. The Madong King, Mo Dongwang. The appearance of a dark ranker like a comet is all. Meanwhile, Matigang, the trustee, he squeezed the slip he was holding in his hand. Proof that you bet all of your fortune to the third participant Madong King. For reference, the betting ratio was 10-1 for the King of Xiaoqiu, King of Madong. However, it's not that important now. It's great. A strange heat was circling in the eyes of the Tushan looking at the stubborn stadium. It is a little different from the existing fighting spirit and the desire to fight. It was such a subtle heat. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 57. Previous talk next. Chapter 58. Esports Illegal Toto 6. IB People's Bank WIP Royal Lounge. It is a special window that can only be used by people with total assets entrusted to banks of over 1 billion. The general counter receives a number ticket and waits in the queue, and then receives a call and moves forward. Here, it is possible to call the employee desired by the customer in reverse. There are several types of amenities provided. First of all, there was a personal PC, a whole-body massage chair, and a foot bath. In addition, various magazines and brochures for financial products are all over the wall. The refreshment facility was placed in a large refrigerator, and you can see coffee, sparkling water, chocolate, and simple brunch menus lined up. A call came in from that VVIP Royal Lounge. Yeah, a space with less than 10 users per day, and a place where managers and above are employed as employees. After hearing the beep that a customer came in, Director Yoon went out to the lounge. The moment you step out into the rain, where the plants are full of, Director Yoon flinched a little. This is because the appearance of the man entering the lounge was a little unfamiliar. It's always unusual sweating. Floor-worn slippers. In the perforated vinyl umbrella, water has been running down and wetting the carpet. An ugly outfit that doesn't suit this scene a little. Even he was young, wondering if he had just taken off his high school student shirt. If you come here, you can see work right away without pulling out the number tag? The young man asked. Then, Director Yoon sighed lightly. The VVIP Royal Lounge did not have any special guards or restricted access. You can freely enter the window here. However, customers with total assets of less than 1 billion cannot see the business. So I wrote it large in front of the entrance. We also want to see the convenience of all customers, but the head office has set a policy that penalizes the customer's business handling that is not the terms of use. We ask that only customers who satisfy the terms and conditions of use this window. But often, there are some truths that come in without reading this phrase. How much did I do to this bank? Why am I not WIP Royal? I have to wait too long for the ticket outside. Looks sloppy here. Just do it here. I have a pain in my leg, but I'll just use a massage machine. And so on. If there are too many of these people, sanctions come in at the headquarters as well. At that time, you should guide them in a polite tone. This place is only available to customers with total assets of 1 billion or more. If you give me a guide, the reaction is divided into two. The side that goes back hurriedly with a shameless expression. The person who is getting more and more angry, asking if he is ignoring himself right now. In the latter case, there is no answer. I have no choice but to give help to the petition police. Which side is this again? Director Yoon sighed and showed the young man the guide. Yes, customer. This is only for WIP Royal level customers with total assets of 1 billion won or more. It is a space to give. How can I help you? But the young man's next move was not in the options that Yoon thought of. Blah. He took the umbrella and sat down on the sofa in a casual manner. And he said, looking back at Director Yoon, I want to check the balance and organize my bank book. Ding. Oh, coffee is okay. What? Director Yoon tilted his head. Soon, he sat in front of the young man and began to touch the work computer. Let's finish a few clicks. The balance in the bank book is open. Ugh. Director Yoon had to swallow up the wind inside. No. What kind of cash does a young friend have so much? He tries to fix his facial muscles in place. Turned on. Then he opened his mouth with a voice that was as kind as possible. There are other drinks besides coffee? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Horik. I sip a cup of cocoa and go to the massage machine in the lounge on the second floor of the bank. Buried the body. Weighing. The sensation of tapping on the neck and back. It feels a little loosened because it is only in the capsule. Beyond the partition next to the massage machine, a person named Yoon smiled and talked to me. Oh, customer. For information on new investment products or financial products, please feel free to contact me. There are a lot of great funds and savings these days too. I will continue to be by this side. Oh, we also provide tax and legal services separately, but did you know? Indeed, Korea, a place where it is harder to live without money. If you have a lot of money, it is a better place to live than anywhere else. Thank you. Please next time. I bowed my head moderately. Ferric. When I opened the newspaper next to it, I saw a small article in the bottom of the numerous articles. Illegal Toto? Be confident now. Legal from the end of the month. The government last 2 days. Collaborating with the governments of China, Japan, and Taiwan to crack down on and eradicate major esports Toto forces at home and abroad. Therefore, the entire system was seized. From the government level to Operation Key. Syncopation. Esports Toto, which was illegal until the 2nd, will be reborn as a legitimate business run by the state from the end of this month. That's a good phenomenon. I cover the newspaper and wet my neck. I got it. Meanwhile, on my mobile phone, a video of playing PK in the last illegal Torturig is running. Quackwang. Wow. Long live the Madong King. I bet you all my property. Break it all away. Madonna King Sorti Gajua. I was uploading the last PK videos by creating a temporary account under the name of Madong King. The thumping noise, the dynamic ground shaking. Real man macho action with fists breaking through both swords and shields. Although it is an illegal league, the history and the playing style of the Ma Dong King are well received. Wow, look at that Chinese ranker punching him in the face. The 10-year-old congestion goes down in one room. Nuclear cider sang macho. King of Siocho, it's been awkward to ignore Korea while ignoring Korea, but that's good. Yigi, it seems like we met the owner this time. Wow, but he fights really well. I think he would have become a fan even if it wasn't an illegal league. It's not illegal now, it's legal. I'm a fan. King of Madong, the best man. I rather prefer Bill Run than the hero, Lark Gurk. The fact that he is active in the League of Darkness, not the League of Light, seems to have caught the taste of many fans. Sometimes it has been proven that villains can be as popular as heroes. Is that evidence? Even with Ma Dong Wang's account, the sponsorship revenue is coming in quite nicely. However, if the tail is long, it will be stepped on. I got out of the illegal Toto early on. After shaking off all the sweet water until the end, my fortune grew nearly 3 times. Soared money from China, Taiwan, and Japan. However, the money is not colored, and the things that came into my account in the form of virtual currency through the game. No problem. There is no need for a tax audit, and there is no financial regulation system, so it is really blind money. I don't know if the tax law is revised in the future, but until then, you can earn as much as you want. Being free from tax regulation. It is another perk given to those who lead the early market. It's all left to bet on the official league. All upcoming esports set Saturday. It is a legal thing to pay taxes formally. And I know everything about the pro gamers who will compete in esports leagues. Character. Skill combination. Attribute stack. Item tree. Playstyle. Weakness. Even when, who plays with whom, and how to win with what score. Everything is in the palm of my hand. Well, you can't earn money even if you don't want to make money. But that doesn't mean you can't neglect farming. Apart from that, I will also continue to collect items in the game and sell them at auction houses. Do people have to be faithful to their job? Even though Toto can make a lot of money, it's always a side job. Likewise, personal broadcasting sponsorships and advertising expenses are also side jobs. Main business, read and item sales. Second job, personal broadcasting, Toto betting, pro gamer salary. It's a problem because the side jobs are too salty. But I haven't done anything else just for my main job. How much would I get if I sold my Class S weapon in the market right now? I don't know, but I don't know where I can live on a small island overseas. These days are the time when you can get the highest price for items, so the answer is to do farming diligently. Now, then, shall we go back to the raid again? Now really, it's time to be faithful to this book. The moment you just want to access the game. Tiring. I saw an email coming to the platform channel where the video was uploaded. What? Check your email before connecting. Good morning. This is MJ Young of the professional gamer team Kook KT. We will see your impressive play and message you. Our professional gamer team, Kook K1, is the best team in Korea with Myong Silgong. Syncopation. If you're okay, join our team and you'll never see your dreams unfolding to your heart's content. Salary and other conditions will be matched with the best treatment. What? You came before. I sent you again, this person. In the past, at the time of the Nameless Queen raid, there were quite a lot of invitations to make that kind of pro gamer debut. At that time, I refused because it was a time of severe regulation and no money. But now is the right time for the government to try to raise the esports side on a large scale. Well, it's a good time to be a pro gamer. I opened the mail in anticipation of a pretty good salary. But the moment you open the email to invite you to debut as a pro gamer, one thing I had forgotten inadvertently came to mind. Wait, isn't this the Madong King account? Pro gamer debut proposal. It did not come from the main character, the deceased person, but the sub-character, Madong Wana. It is also the best treatment. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 58. Previous talk next. Chapter 59. Savory 1. Tiring. Deus Ex Machina welcomes your visit. The familiar voice that echoes in your ears. It's been 9 months since the game was released. But I've been hearing this notification voice over the past 15 years and 9 months. Of course, I have to be much more familiar than others. Boom. With a bright light to announce the login. Thump. I fell on the field. It's a habit to log in and log out where no one else is. But today's me is a little different. Unlike when I was naked, wearing only cloaks and shoes, my body is now armed with heavy armor and large gauntlets. Yes, I logged in today as a Madong King, not a deceased person. Well, the only difference is the equipment. Dem is not allowed to create 2 accounts. So, if you make a sub-character, we're a completely different piece of equipment. There is no choice but to. It's account information. If you turn it off, it's okay. It was also possible because there was no specific class division in the game. Then, why do you work as the Bucane Madon King over the deceased Bonkane? This is because there are some things that must be addressed ahead of Ma Dong King's debut as a pro gamer. Someday, I will be the deceased person and the king of Madong. It was to create a number to be discovered when it was revealed that they were active as two characters. Because it would be nice to be active if the two characters are separated. Double contract, personality controversy. What? I think it would be better to just separate the two characters separately before saying anything weird. A despicable villain, a charismatic master, the Madong King. What roughly this way? When I'm thinking about this or that in my mind. Boom. Another pillar of light flashed next to announcing the login. Ah, were you in first? It was Drake. It's the first time since Sandworm? It's been a while since I think. He greeted me happily. I used to be pretty busy after doing Sandworm Eaton. Go to a memorial service, see the face of my eldest father, participate in an illegal Tory, sweep up prizes and dividends, see banking, and invite pro gamers. How have you been? When I asked, Drake replied as if there wasn't much. I just did some control exercises. Control practice? Well, I felt it while dealing with Gorgon last time. That I am still lacking. I shut my mouth for a while. Is there anything else in this game that can drive A-class monsters to that point alone? However, Drake sincerely seems to consider himself to be inadequate. Probably the target of comparison. Is it because it's me? So, over the past few days, I have been to take the user's grave. When I hear that, my eyes open up. Brave's Tomb. It is a dungeon where blood becomes hot just by listening. Yeah, I'll be there sooner or later. It was an angle. The Brave's Tomb is an event dungeon in which a total of 108 layers of towers compete to see who will rise faster and higher. Which floor did you go up to? When I asked, Drake replied with a frown. How long I haven't gone? 45th floor. The moment I heard that, I was amazed and thought my heart was popping out of my throat. You have cleared the Brave's grave to the 45th floor after 9 months of launching the game? Is it a monster? Indeed, it seems to have been the number 1 in the PK ranking. I nodded with an effortless expression. I'm thinking of delivering it to the Brave's grave next time. 5. That's cool. Please tell me about Nescor later. Well, I will. As I nodded, Drake gave me a hot look. You seem to have a little bit of rivalry to me. Anyway, we move on, saying that we live or receive. It was a forest where dark fog was floating. There are no players passing by. Dorian Gray's forest grade. An open field called Dog Forest. But the horse is open field, and this whole forest is like one big dungeon. The unpleasant fog that covers the entire forest serves as the wall of the dungeon. Besides that, an old tree that has dried up like a skewer. Sneaky boiling mold and moss. A stream that is cloudy as if ashes have been released. The darkness wanders around here and there. Limit. Even at a glance, it is a forest of the appearance that I do not want to enter. It feels as if the entire forest is polluted and corrupted and distorted. What is the field level? Drake tilted his head. Usually, dungeons or fields are marked with the average rating of the monsters that move around. However, I know, sometimes the grade is places that are treated as. To define such places in a word, it means it's very dangerous. At me, Drake nodded gently. We walked through the woods for a while. Unpleasant moisture tightens the breath. It felt frustrated as if he had a fist in his throat. Crumbly. Drake also pulled out a jungle. Then, slapping the purple vines makes a path. The entrance to the forest was very hidden, but when I came in, the interior was very wide. Then, look. I hear a bad sound from somewhere. As I looked up, I saw a head protruding from the other side of the forest. It was an ogre. Class B demon, giant type monster. However, there was a difference from other ogres. It is a black color from head to toe. Look. Sniff. With his nose wide open, he tumbled across the forest. Asked Drake, do you live in this forest? No. I answered briefly. Ogres only inhabit the meat-boiled jungle in the south or the rotting and burning land in the east. But why are such monsters wandering here? It's also in its dark form. It's not a rare monster, but it can't be helped to question it. However, it wasn't just ogres that wandered around. Drake had to see quite a lot of unique monsters while passing through the forest. Not all of them were living here, and their body was black. Something strange forest? Drake frowned as he looked around the dog forest. Something is bad from before. This forest was full of alien air. Then, crumbly, through a gray mold thicket, something emerged. What? Drake narrowed his eyes. It was some user who appeared. A large purple floppy hat, a white staff in his hand, and a sloppy red robe. It is a female player who seems to be a wizard to anyone. There's a magical apostle who plays a soul in a place like this. Drake nodded and I tried to pass by her. However, I saw no whites in her eyes. Seek. The wizard woman soon opened her mouth and began to laugh. The tail of the mouth was torn to the point that it touched the earlobe, and a black light emanated from the woman's eyes full of black masturbation. Is your face familiar? I stroked my chin once. But the time to think is short. Qua 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 quang. Powerful magic pours out of her white wand. Kuryung dash. A black lightning strike came out and aimed at Drake. Drake frightened and stepped back. Puffer puck. Male answer who will be the number 1 in the future PK ranking. Crab. Even when he retreats, he picks up a crossbow and puts 3 arrows into the enemy's head. Beetle. The sorceress woman staggers greatly. And, blah. It collapsed and died. It was a wizard character, so it seemed that the defense and HP were weak. Well, Drake won the PK, but he soon had to be surprised. The sorceress woman fell and died. It wasn't visible due to the moldy thickets, but underneath it was another corpse. A corpse that appears to be the player's. The body was wearing the exact same outfit as the wizard user who attacked Drake. Drake tilted his head as if he didn't understand the situation. Oh, I laughed and tapped him on the shoulder. It's because of that. Drake turned his head in the direction I was pointing. Okay. Procrastination, slowly. You can see a black lump crawling towards you. A black liquid that is much smaller than a slime, but looks pretty bright. It looked like a spit mixed with tan powder. Doppelganger grade. / characteristics. 1/3, serial murder. Size. Habitat, Dorian Gray's forest. Dark matter of unknown identity. It is unclear even if it is alive. Yes, it was a monster. Garuk, Garuk, Garuk. Doppelganger crawls darkly on the forest floor and transforms into the appearance of the first being. Even the owl or wizard players we saw before, that guy has transformed. At my words, Drake nodded. However, now let's talk like that. It wasn't when there was. Scream. Is it because of the stealth ability of my sandworm's cloak's flicking trait? Doppelganger seemed to have sensed Drake's existence first. Kuryuk. The doppelganger wanted to shake his body, and then Drake's mother. I started to imitate the rush. Doppelganger, grade, B+, / trait, 1/3, serial killer. Size, 1.97 m. Habitat, Dorian Gray's forest. Double rover, Archung Paihuaija. It is full of murderous intentions toward the body. It looked exactly the same as Drake. The only difference is that there are no whites in the eyes. Drake himself looked at the doppelganger with an absurd face. However, there is no time to relax. Puffer puck. Doppelganger Drake has been speaking at a tremendous speed. It is to follow the characteristics and skills of Drake's items. 0. Drake lowered himself in fear. There was no time to counterattack because it was an out-of-the-box attack. At best, it is best to avoid it. Papa Papa. Doppelganger Drake has been shooting arrows at tremendous speed. The strongest sniper who jumps through the rotten trees, as if flying. Even the arrow had the power to penetrate the armor. It is obviously a very tricky opponent to deal with. Even Drake himself. However, I am different. You have to prepare in advance. I fought back with the power of King Ma Dong. When I hit the ground with my right fist, it slumped like water. Quang qua 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 quang. Along with the roar, all the trees that would become his footsteps fell. At the same time, huge waves of soil rise and cover the doppelganger Drake. Doppelganger Drake quickly. I tried to avoid it. It was impossible. Bing, 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 bing. This is because I was touching the ground with my left hand and causing a vortex. The doppelganger retains the land trait that Drake gained from holding the basilisk. And because I have taken the drought trait from the sandworm, I can inflict damage from 1.5 to 2 times to a creature with land and rock traits. The doppelganger Drake, caught in the sand vortex I created, was dragged to me, spinning round and round. And, wow, my fist pounds the face of doppelganger Drake. Rumble woo duck. A heavy seismic wave struck the doppelganger Drake's face and neck. Maduck / doppelganger caught in my right hand. Lake's neck was broken in an F shape. And within, it grew like a salted cabbage. The lake, who was watching it from a distance, grabs his back neck for nothing. Because it's like a troublesome child. I grumbled once and then dumped Flanger's body on the floor. He didn't drop that common japdom. Turn your head with an annoying expression. I see Drake's face staring at me. If before, the rival consciousness was a glance at first glance, now. Down. Is there anything I can do to help? It feels like something pretty sweet. The moment I shrug my shoulders. Procrastination, procrastination, procrastination ye. There are eerie sounds coming from all over. It seems that my stealth state has been lifted because of a riot. 3 doppelgangers were crawling towards me under the dirty thicket. I crumpled my face. Doppelgangers often live alone because of their bad relationship. It's really hard to see 3 of them coming together at the same time. Soon, their characteristic, 1/3, began to emerge. 1/3 characteristic. It is the ability to change the same way as the first person scene. However, in this case, the doppelganger has only 33.3% of the original's ability. If you look at doppelganger 3 times, it doesn't mean that you will die. Thump, thump, thump. In the end, 3 Madong Kings surrounded us. Drake asked as if he believed in me. Is this okay? Believe that I would have predicted and prepared for this situation. However, my answer was a little different from his expectations. That's X. I didn't even know that 3 of them would come out at the same time. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 59. Previous talk next. Chapter 60. Savory 2. There are 3 doppelgangers. They are the guys who know how to use the Madong King's stats and characteristics. It's a big deal. 3. I frowned. The transformed doppelganger's combat power is 33.3% of that of the original. It is a setting derived from the saying that if you look at doppelganger 3 times, you will die. In reality, if 3 doppelgangers are gathered, in theory, they can generate power equivalent to 99.9% of the original. So, conversely, it would be possible to kill the original. Even the guys are set to have an unreasonable hostility toward the main body right after their transformation, so it's both very annoying and difficult. Quackwang. 2 Madong Kings raise their right hands and hit the ground. Rumble. A heavy seismic wave rises and covers me. Came. Chat. I quickly took off the Madong King's item. I took off the Earthquake Golem's infinite gauntlets and the Ant Ghost nails and listened to the death to cut off. When the 2 heavy gauntlets were removed, the body became lighter. Oh, it's comfortable to take it off after all. If you're addicted to this taste, you won't be able to wear other clothes later. Pappet. I jumped with light steps to avoid the earthquake. However, one of the kings of Madong uses his left hand from behind. Zuzuzuzu. As he put his left hand on the ground and shook it round and round, a giant sand vortex quickly formed and surrounded the area. A vortex that sucks everything into the center. Drake was frightened when he saw it. Why? Why do you fight so well? Art. Can intelligence be controlled to this level? 3 Madonna Kings who mix earthquake and eddy currents properly. It is understandable that these words will come out if you look at their connection paths. However, I shook my head. What happened? As I said, earthquake and vortex, the German technique of King Madong. These 2 characteristics have the advantage that detailed controls are not required. Wide area, excellent destructive power, that you don't really need control. These 3 things make the doppelgangers of King Madong appear so strong. It is threatening enough even at the level of artificial intelligence without control. However, there is no beginning. It was a long way to follow the real Madong King's combat power. Kui. 2 Madong Kings simultaneously cast a vortex. Sutsit Sutsitsu, per fork. Puffer puck. 2 vortices were created and then rolled up. They bump into the middle, and soon they start to eat each other and shatter their shape. Naturally, the power to suck in was suddenly weakened. Kukong. One of the Madong Kings caused the earthquake, but my cutting was much faster than that. I jumped out of place to avoid the earthquake, and soon I put an all into the back of one of the Madong Kings. Great. King Madong quickly reached out his right hand and tried to grab me. Sorry, I didn't fit because I was hiding my body exquisitely in my blind spot. In Earthquake Golem's infinite gauntlets, the shoulder part of the shoulder is too protruding. You won't be able to reach your back well. I know the weaknesses of my items best. I smiled as I watched the Madong King whine because I couldn't turn my right arm back. Before he reached out with his left hand, I stabbed him in the shoulder once more with a shave. Yes, it does damage. Worst. A hole was made in the body of King Madong, and black blood spewed out. Ike. I quickly pulled back. Chion Prophet. Basilisk's venomous poison resides in the black blood that emanated from the Madong King's body. It is natural that it was transformed by imitating my body. I bit my thumb and dropped my blood a few drops on his wound. Look. When I was addicted to my blood, which is 3 times more toxic, King Madong scratches and cries. Jump. I stepped on his head and jumped into the air. At the same time, I stirred my thumb that I had bitten before and sprinkled blood in the air. Patter, patter. Drops of black blood spilled out like a shower, and soon the other 2 kings were poisoned. Kua. One of the remaining Madong Kings attacked by revealing a sharp tooth. Puffer Puck. He just became Drake's arrow holder. Quack. Two Madong kings each attacked with earthquakes and eddies. Kakong. I, too, took advantage of Kadu's footskin to confront the earthquake. Wujijik. Overthrust. The ground is pushed up in the direction that they correspond to each other. In an instant, a mountain appeared on the ground. It became a high barrier and thickly blocked me and my enemies. Quack slash. Two Madonna kings climbed the barrier at tremendous speed and tried to cross over to the other side. However, puffer puck. This image, far from the ground, is just a target for Drake. Enemies rolled down to the foot of the wall while becoming arrow hedgehogs. It was a good thing to bring Drake back too. I thought about it. Madonna King and Drake. Both are a type that sees battles with physical attack power. However, in the case of the Madong King, it is a type that sprays large damage evenly over a large area, and Drake is a type that shoots large damage with one arrow and one. If you stick at a distance, Drake will have no choice but to dominate objectively. Ugh. Rumble. When the two Madong Kings died as arrow holders, one of the Madong Kings with poison behind them staggered and walked out. But even at a glance, he is already moribund. The dot damage of the sharpening and the dot damage of the poisonous poison have been going in for 1 second without a break. It's a soft thing. Thud. Eventually, even the third Madong King fell to the floor. Drake wiped his forehead with his hand once. It's artificial intelligence, so it's coming unknowingly. This is the first time I've seen a monster exploded. Right. It's a pity because each of them can only show 33.3% of the body's ability. But it was pretty bitter because I copied you. I nodded at Drake's words. Fortunately, it is not 99.9%, but 33.3%, 33.3%, and 33.3%. It is scarier to have a 99.9% attack than a 33.3% set. This is because if there are many pages, there is a high probability that the hands and feet will not fit. In addition, the overly aggressive tendencies and monotonous attack patterns intensify this. For this reason, Doppelganger's pass technique is for general users. Even if you don't know ramen, it never works at a professional level or higher. But if I were alone, I would have lost some sweat. I thought about wearing the Madong King's gear again. I'm glad Drake was very good at supporting me. Meanwhile, Drake comes to me. Is this paying off one life debt? No. What are you talking about? I could catch it by myself. It looked like it was hard. Don't you remember that your doppelganger was caught by me and died? Why do you bring it up again? I went into the depths of Dogwood, struggling with Drake. Within, the landscape in the woods began to change. Asterisk. Deep in the dark, misty forest. Was it because you kept walking down toward the sloped shore? The forest was getting deeper and darker. The terrain is lowering, and the trees become high and slender. Pointed branches and black fog have already completely obscured the sunlight above the sky. A floor full of white mold and downy hairs. A gray stream flows and collects on the floor. It's a bad forest. Drake muttered as he looked around. The very moment, I hear an eerie voice in my ear. Ye tiring. You have entered the hidden field Dorian Gray's deep forest. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. Drake squeezed one eyebrow. Ho, was it not an open field? There was a boundary. As you go down to the depths of the forest, the black fog gets heavier and heavier. Lose. It's good to wear a mask at this point. I handed Drake a white mask. It was a mask that was large enough to cover half of the face as well as the mouth. Disposable muzzle mask /D. It blocks a small amount of poison or fine dust. There is no big effect. Drake tilted his head as he saw me wearing a mask. Is there a need to use this? It doesn't seem to be very effective. Right then. Shoo. I stretched out my hand toward that Drake. Drake held his breath, knowing that my momentum had changed. He quickly sees when it gets serious. I also held my breath, and with Drake behind him, he began to walk forward. Crunchy duck, crush. Moving forward, I put all the items I had in full. The heart of the fearless child, armor obtained by holding the basilisk, A+. Sandworms. Leather cloak, A+. A ring of traveling thoughts obtained by holding Medusa, A. Kadu's footskin shoes obtained by fusion of 2 items, B+. He wore 2 C+, class gauntlets that caused earthquakes and eddies, not a blown horse. Complete set of Madong King. In addition, Basilisk's poisoning, Sandworm's drought, and Medusa's mana burn traits were triggered. Okay, Drake, who came behind him, said carefully. Well, then, what if you're caught by Doppelganger again? At those words, I shrugged. I'm doing this to see. What? Drake is frightened. You were so scaredly chased by the doppelgangers who copied only 2 gauntlets, but now you want to provide a full set of all equipment? Drake, who was embarrassed for a moment, nodded immediately. Well, I don't know what you're thinking, but Doppelganger can only imitate 33.3% of the originals. It doesn't matter? But, well, is that so? I shrugged one more time at Drake's words. The moment Drake wants to show that he's not on my words again. Wriggle. In front of you. I felt something moving in the dark. Yet, the dark fog in the depths of the dog forest became even thicker. The atmosphere is so disgusting that it is suspected that it is not a fog, but a gas. Within, on the other side of the heavy, humid darkness, something appeared. Grungy. It was a doppelganger. But, Drake narrowed his eyes. The doppelganger that appeared in front of me now was a little different from the doppelganger I've seen so far. A semi-liquid sticky, black body like sputum mixed with tan powder. However, its size was 10 times larger than that of a typical dolphin. Doppelganger Kaiser grade. / trait. 3/3, serial killing. Size. Habitat. Dorian Gray's forest. The Emperor of unknown dark matter. Life is still unclear. This enormous dark matter soon becomes conscious of me and shows a sneaky movement. Kiruk. And slowly, it was changing, adapting to me. Can I do this? Drake's expression turns white. However, it's a fake replica. I just laugh. Just finding this guy now. No. Now to this guy. Just by being discovered. The intended purpose of coming here is no different from achieving it. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 60. Previous talk next. Chapter 61. Savory 3. Replica. Noun, a replica or model, made by imitation of the real thing. Art. A copy of a picture or sculpture, handmade by the original author. Thud. One big step. When one footstep is taken, the ground slumps like water. Doppelganger Kaiser, grade, A+. / trait. 3/3, serial killing. Yi size, 1.83 m. Habitat, Dorian Gray's deep forest. Double rover, Chung Pai Huaijia. It is full of murderous intentions toward the body. King of Madong, Mo Shi Wang. The legendary dark ranker who has enjoyed the past. Doppelganger Kaiser, which boasts a 99.9% synchro rate, perfectly reproduces the appearance. When I saw it finish transforming, Drake asked me, "Why didn't you attack while transforming? That was like an opportunity?" I responded calmly. It's good manners not to attack during transformation. Is it a magical girl? Drake opens his mouth halfway with an embarrassing expression. Soon, he shook his head and turned his gaze to the enemy in front of him. It can't be helped. The transformation is over. Now that has become Madong King Kaiser. What is Kaiser, the Madong King? Just a Salt Dong King. But, I said so but, in fact, there is no shortage because he is called Madong King Kaiser. All of my characteristics, weapons, and armor are reproduced as they are. Dark black light was emanating from the eyes, which were made only of black masturbation. Unlike the normal doppelganger who attacks like crazy as soon as it finishes transforming. Woo-woo-koo. He takes a deep breath to clean up his body. It seems as if he would not destroy the precious body he barely obtained in vain. This is a good body. Surprisingly, he opened his mouth and spoke. The voice was completely different from me, with a thick bass voice. It's good to hear it as if it was humping in a cave. Hey, it's the voice of a voice actor specializing in the role of Demon King. Doppelganger has only 2 voices. A version recorded by a male voice actor and a version recorded by a female voice actor. But well, it doesn't matter now. Chiocup. Crunches. I hurriedly retrieved the Madong King's equipment. And he holds a cutting edge in his hand. Now it's the deceased person mode again. Jeep Judge. Doppelganger Kaiser has stepped into me. Me and I stand face to face. It's a pretty interesting composition. Drake next to him laughed dryly. If it's just a character, that's better, isn't it? Why is she doing this when she is wearing a mask? What do you see? Like my Finzen, Doppelganger Kaiser is now wearing a mask that covers half of his face. Because I wore a mask on my face right before I was found by Doppelganger Kaiser. Palak. I took off the mask that was covering my face. Now let's see. Who is better looking? I sleep with my bare face exposed. Doppelganger Kaiser follows me off the mask. No. I tried to take it off. However, the mask was firmly attached to his face and did not come off. It was just that the flesh was dug into the nails and torn. Poop duck. When Doppelganger Kaiser took off his mask, his mouth was revealed. Tuck. The mask that fell on the floor was virtually the same as his flesh. When it disappears, half of the face. Only the open darkness is standing. Sutsui. New flesh fills up again in his wounds. The new flesh returned to the shape of the mask again. It was really just copying the appearance of that moment. Drake shook his head as if he was terrified. Meanwhile, Doppelganger Kaiser turns his head and looks here. And Hawuk slash. Soon he began to spread the evil spirits in earnest. Wow, what's so fast? I was frightened and pulled back. Indeed, Doppelganger Kaiser was terrifyingly fast. Body movement, as if upper body and lower body control were separate. The hands are free even while the feet are moving fast. Kaya, great control. I admired it as I saw it. Quackwang. When Doppelganger Kaiser's fist touches, the wall crumbles like sand. I shouted in amazement again. That's a tremendous attack power. I can't believe it. Within, Doppelganger Kaiser blew a heavy middle kick towards me. Jajik. 2 thick tree stumps were hit by the kick. I saw it again and cried out. Pyam, that's really amazing physical. It's scary. Okay. There. Drake opens his eyes wide toward me. I think you've been feeling too bad from before. Did it? I scratched the back of my head with a bleak look. Hagia, the Doppelganger Kaiser in front of me is only 99.9% recreating my sub-character Madongwang. So now, that attack power, that movement is all mine. I must look like this to your opponent's eyes. Lang, who fought afresh in the past. Kurz, the king of Siocho, suffers from poverty. Child, how scared it must have been. However, there was no time to lengthen my thoughts. Hawuk. Doppelganger Kaiser again opens his right palm, the size of a pot lid. If you get caught over there, you will die. It's my style of combat, so I know it quickly. In that grasp, there is a seismic wave that is enough to make the world run wild. The flesh will explode, and the bones will be broken just by swiping. When I write it, it's just refreshing and cool, but seeing other people use it, I'm scared. I leaned low and ran out as if I was crawling on the floor. Spot. Currently, I have no armor on my body, so my weight is almost 0. Doppelganger Kaiser was also quick, but it's incomparable to me, who is on the verge. It is worthwhile to wear all kinds of heavy items before deliberately facing each other. Sasek. I escaped the Doppelganger Kaiser's touch and escaped well. Maybe he's copying the playstyle of my Madong King mode. Now, the Vortex gauntlets are a bit heavy, right? My arm hurts when I keep swinging it. Wasn't it time to take a break? Right. After using the Vortex, it takes 0.02 seconds to paralyze. Yes, hitting the right hand at that timing, that's not right. You want to use the Vortex one more time? The motion is too big. Almost at the level of advertising thank you adblock. It was when the earthquake came out again. Oh yeah, I'm using it now. I smile and dodge all attacks from the Doppelganger Kaiser. It doesn't even need to write future knowledge. Just thinking, what would it be like for me? In that situation, it's okay. Let's not hit a single attack. I will kill it. Doppelganger Kaiser shouts in an angry voice. I know it's AI, but I was scared at the moment. Let me stop. With overwhelming power, Doppelganger Kaiser spits out his own lines and jumps into the air. I went. And bang. It fell to the ground and simultaneously cast an earthquake and a vortex. Grungy, grungy. The land starts to rock like the sea. 5. Was this possible? At the same time. Qua 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 qua. The violent earthen vortex swallowed everything up. Wow. Drake staggered greatly. I, too, have no choice but to lose balance because the treadmill land has disappeared. Damn it. First of all, I must stop that simultaneous control as soon as possible. Flashed. I raised the qualities of Medusa. Many times. The red light emanating from my eyes hit the Doppelganger Kaiser. But, Supat. The red light is soon blocked by the pitch-black barrier. Jormungand. This snake with black scales was blocking me like a big wall. Oops, did he copy Jormungand too? I bite my lips and step back. Chill. Fuss. The summoned Jormungand was staring at me, shining black eyes. And, one discover all of your attack patterns. Have. Doppelganger Kaiser walks out from behind. Seeing that his dark eyes were narrow, he seemed to be laughing. Even such a cheeky ambassador. 2 rather than. He climbs on the head of Jormungand and controls the snake to go all over here. Began to come. Drake looked at it and admired it. I think snake control is better than you. Recognition. I have to see and learn to use snakes like that. I responded coolly and then rolled up the sharpener in my hand even more tightly. I have not yet been hit by a single Doppelganger Kaiser attack. However, the problem is that I, too, have not been able to feed him a single effective blow. The depths of the forest have already become swampy fields. The terrain has changed entirely and continues to change even now. Drake held a crossbow in one hand and a calendula in the other. Down. What are you going to do now? He was quite warm. Well, isn't it a Doppelganger Kaiser who almost completely copies me in Madong King mode? It must be a tricky enemy to deal with. I admit that. Blast Furnace. What should I do? I decided to quickly adapt to reality. If you cannot avoid it, you might as well try and enjoy it. I say, In fact, this is wrong. If you can't enjoy it, avoid it. Yes, this is correct. The Madonna style is fun when I do it, but it is not fun when I am an enemy. Rather, it is only scary and annoying. I told Drake. I didn't come to catch him anyway. Then why did you come? First of all, it is meaningful to have made that guy. Then Drake looked puzzled. Well, it's a little cumbersome to explain this. I decided to wait for another reason. I came to get the item. Then, Drake was increasingly unaware of the English door. No, won't the item fall after killing that guy? Even if you catch a doppelganger, you don't drop the item. It only gives you experience. Did you see it too? Yes. Doppelganger is a monster that only gives you experience and doesn't give you items. It can be said that it is a monster in anti-these that only gives items, but does not give experience. Drake frowned. You say that you're a monster that doesn't give you items even if you kill it? Then how do you get the item? I already got it. In my short answer, Drake tilted his head. I said with a bloody smile. If you don't give it even if you die, you have to tear it off alive. At the same time, I took a peek from the previous melee. I showed it to Drake. A pillar of red light that announces A+ grade items. It was in the shape of a muzzle. It is large enough to cover half of the face. Dre discovers the identity of the item. Cook opened his eyes wide. It was before the battle started. It was the flesh of the mouth that Doppelganger Kaiser took off with the mask. Worn and Torn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 61. Previous talk next. Chapter 62. Savory 4. Kwakwang. The Madong King, no Doppelganger Kaiser, began to take the final game. When he hit the ground with his right hand, a loud earthquake occurred. Wujik Kwaduk. The peaks of the ground rise up, and huge rocks buried underneath are popping out of the ground. Kwabijir, Arjrio, Arjir. In that situation, a giant whirlpool was created around Doppelganger Kaiser's left hand. Earth's tornado rushes. It swept away all the dirt and rocks that had been overturned by the earthquake. Oh hey. I looked at it and kicked my tongue. It's that power that flips the whole terrain of the map and changes it. It's a monster I created, but it's really strong like a monster. What? Is it natural that the characteristics of Basilisk, Sandworm, Medusa, Earthquake Golem, and Ant Ghost are all mixed up little by little? It was only the equipment grade, but it was difficult for me with weak defense and HP. Now, I think I just need to do it. Let's bounce. Let me turn my head. Drake frowned. It seems that my mood has been completely injured. Well, he is being dragged by me right now, but in fact, he is basically a personality that doesn't make a group. Even in the future where I lived, he reigned as emperor in solo raid and 1:1 PK. You don't have enough to go around, so you show your back to a single enemy in front of you? It seemed that this had greatly harmed Drake's pride. Can I help it? I said to Drake. Would you like to stick with it? I'm Doppelganger Kaiser with thumbs up. As he pointed and spoke, Drake's expression brightened. Don't worry. Don't bother. I'm okay. Fight in a hurry. Come on. I nodded with an anxious expression. And, flapping, I handed over the sandworm's cloak that I was wearing to Drake. This? Insurance. Let me speak in a serious voice. You lend me something so precious. Drake with a face soaked in emotion looked at me. Yet, flapping, Drake around Sandworm's cloak appeared. Do not die. Don't even kill it. With my new Shining office behind. You can't disappoint your friend. Drake stepped forward, holding onto Sandworm's cloak. Yet, the battle between Drake and the Madong King began. In fact, it's Kaiser, a doppelganger who imitates 99.9% of the Madong King. It's like a PK match. Drake, who fires an accurate and fast physical attack, and the Madong King, who uses a powerful wide-area physical attack, face each other. Kwakwang. Again, a roar rang out. Doppelganger Kaiser puts his left hand on the floor and stirs it. Quackagagagak. A huge earth flow occurs and swallows everything. Drake narrowed his eyes as he watched the vortex of the earth spinning like crazy. Carrick. Before long, Drake headed for the floor. Threw something. Gorgon's Horn Fragment Lozenge One-Handed Weapon /A. Gorgon's Horn is still dangerous even after being shattered. If any of its fragments penetrate into the flesh, it is recommended that the part be cut off as soon as possible. If you don't want to be a stone. Attack, plus 1000. Poison attack power, plus 500. Can use attribute mana times, special. Hell's Lockdown One-Handed Weapon /B+. An object made to be laid under someone's feet. Anyone who is stabbed by this thorn, which is tightly united with evil intentions, will have no choice but to lie down. Attack plus 500. Poison attack power plus 500. Can be used when the characteristic opens, special. A pushpin with thorns sprouting in several directions. Bloody-looking calicos were sprinkled with rainwater on the floor. Patter, patter, patter. These thorny iron lumps are iron-based weapons and can be held in any number. It was even possible to mix traits and options in one, provided they were the same grade. Unfortunately, the grades of these two irons were different, so Drake took the risk of having to grind his hand once more and spread the two irons evenly on the ground. However, no use. Doppelganger Kaiser's attack frontier Elcom iron-based weapons were useless. Kuryong. Hirom. Finally, due to the violently oscillating seismic wave, the calf irons bounced back and forth. To make matters worse, wow, the irons were all washed away by the huge eddy currents that were trapped all over the earth. Die. Doppelganger Kaiser energized the vortex. Quatsutsutsuyi. The power of the earthy vortex that was pulling Drake was stronger. Pot. Drake made a big jump from the seat. Papapat. An arrow rains from a one-handed crossbow. But, Quakwang. Doppelganger Kaiser rolled his feet into an earthquake and turned the ground over. Puffer puck. An elongated rock popped out like a seesaw from underneath, blocking Drake's arrow. Sheesh. Drake continued to shoot arrows, running over the ground with his claws. But, poop, pop. The arrows don't get hit because of the rocks or the ground peaks that keep popping out from under the ground. Chinyi. Drake flew over a large rock that would not move even in the earth. Even if you think about it with your chin on it, there is no way to attack it. The monster in front of him had a strong attack pattern of earthquakes and eddies. A complex pattern that covers both near and far distances. Quatsutsutsu. In the midst of this, the whirlpool of the soil was getting stronger and stronger. Hilarious one, hilarious one. The rock on which it is stepping now is also slowly being pulled out. Soon you will be swept away by a whirlpool. Shall we shoot with howitzer? Drake tilted the one-handed crossbow, wide eyes. And he controlled the protests himself. Pot. A thick arrow was fired up in a curve. It creates a parabola and aims to repair the Doppelganger Kaiser. It was a pretty bitter attack. It was Jormungand who was struck by the arrow instead. Chill. This pitch-black snake, whose physical attack power was poorly weak, died as soon as it was hit by an arrow in its neck. R equals Ki equals J, R backslash. Ooh oh. Doppelganger Kaiser, who used Jormungand as a shield, again stirred his left hand on the floor. The eddy current became stronger. Pajijic. Eventually, the rock on which Drake was stepping on was also pulled out and caught in a whirlpool. It's sweeping away very much. Drake swears. There is only one ideal way to do this. Chong. Drake pulled a dagger from the inside of the thigh. Sword of the weak, one-handed weapon, /B+. A dagger that shines with the resentment of the weak. Ironically, the grudge always turns to the weaker one. Attack plus 800. Can be used for the characteristic when the abbreviation is despised, special. The final number of matches. Drake held a crossbow and a dagger in both hands. Sometimes, an archer who is immortal in close combat. This meta is possible because of the divine control. Your attack. Doppelganger Kaiser opens his mouth and speaks out. However, he couldn't say the last line. It's useless. Help slash. This is because Delake, running at a terrifying speed, picked up a dagger and stabbed it in the head. Damn it. Doppelganger Kaiser blocked the dagger with the horn of the gauntlet. Wake. He reached out with his right hand to try to catch Drake, but there was no way Drake could be caught. Cuck. However, Drake's dagger was also blocked by Doppelganger Kaiser's gloves. Covering the shoulders over the fists and arms, this huge gauntlet is too thick and hard to pierce with a dagger. Reflective damage is also a risk that cannot be ignored. Damn it. It's only dirty on the topic of a C+ class one-handed weapon. Drake grunted and retrieved the dagger. Woohoo. No use. Doppelganger Kaiser again put his left hand to the floor with a fishy glance. R ding bing R droop bing bang. Again, a whirlpool of soil rushes. It will pull Drake tightly to the center of the vortex. At that moment, exclamation point. Doppelganger Kaiser had to open his eyes wide. Puff puff puck. The shock that strikes the whole body out of nowhere. Question mark. Doppelganger Kaiser looked down at himself with a puzzled expression. Soon afterward, you can see a tattered body with all kinds of metals embedded in it. Caltrop. The metal irons scattered randomly on the floor were caught in a whirlpool and swept to the center. And they were stuck in the body of the Doppelganger Kaiser. Ugh. Doppelganger Kaiser sharpened his teeth. Poison and mana burn. It was the moment when two fatal abnormalities were eaten at the same time. Drake laughed as he looked at it. Now the vortex is sealed. A pit that rotates round and round in the shape of a snail shell. There are still lozenges in all places. If you continue to use the vortex character in this situation, additional calf cuts will pour in. Since the vortex is sealed, it is not annoying. Drake again took up a crossbow and a dagger. Earthquakes can be avoided as long as it is not eddy currents. Since the attack by the calf iron is classified as terrain damage, there is no need to worry about the reflected damage caused by the trait. However, Doppelganger Kaiser did not give in to the situation. Quatsutsutsu. The eddy current broke out again. Oh crazy. Drake was astonished. Fu hu ping fuck. Numerous lozenges are lodged in the body of Doppelganger Kaiser. However, nevertheless, Doppelganger Kaiser was firmly creating a whirlpool, staring at Drake, who will soon be dragged into his hand. WWE. Although he lost a lot of HP, this ignorant strategy certainly worked when it comes to the results alone. Drake was eventually swept away by the earth and dragged to the center of the pit. Damn it. Drake clenched his teeth. It was a mistake to belittle his crazy aggression. Can it be special? There is only one ideal way to do this. Srong. There is no choice but to believe in the contempt for the weak, characteristic of the dagger pulled from the thigh. The enemy's HP was low because he was hit by a lot of iron bars. The weak awakening trait is a child that instantly kills enemies with 5% or less HP with a 5% chance. Hopefully it might be possible. Within. Quakwang. Drake and Doppelganger Kaiser clashed. Puck. The moment the dagger hit the enemy's neck, Drake felt instinct. It's a failure. The trait was not activated when the weak was killed. Not because the probability is low. In the first place, the enemy's HP did not decrease to less than 5%. And within. With reflection damage, Doppelganger Kaiser's fist flies into the face. It was a scheduled procedure. Bang. The moment you hit that fist filled with the power of an earthquake. Drake almost lost his mind. It feels as if only the head falls off the neck and comes around once in space travel anywhere. I wondered if the HP was going to turn red in an instant, and then I hit the floor. Is it the end? A faint thought in my head. However, I knew I would. There was a voice rubbing my ears. One naked player Drake and Doppelganger Kaiser were haunted. It is me. Asterisk. Now, return the cloak. I stripped my cloak off Drake, and he fed him a potion with only 1 HP left. It was Drake who only saved his life thanks to the Sandworm Cloak's characteristic Camber team. That's what I said. You said let's bounce. Drake listened to me and nodded. Right? I would have listened to you. It was a fun experience though. I would have done it to the end even if you had dried it. What do you think? And the line seemed to have changed. But what is that important in this yard right now? I quickly left the spot with my Drake on. Let's go, boy. Let me tap my head. Fooths. The Jormungand I summoned snorts and moves, carrying me and Drake. Runji MME. The guy swam smoothly through the swirls of dirt. This is how you can use snakes that you learned from Doppelganger Kaiser. Stand up. The Doppelganger Kaiser chased him with his teeth, but it wasn't comparable to the speed of Jormungand's movement. FYI, the Yamungan summoned by this guy was killed by an arrow earlier, so summoning is prohibited for 24 hours. NNNNN. Jormungand escaped the vortex in the blink of an eye. Soon, Doppelganger Kaiser disappeared from view. That was it. We soon escaped this damn darkness. Dorian grazed deep forest. Among them, the deepest. With the Madong King left there. Asterisk. I'm sorry for being stubborn. Drake in the back said in a quiet voice. I nodded. Done. It seemed worth trying for an A+ class monster. You might have wanted to stick with it. Off. Drake swallowed an invasive nature. Within. He asked me questions. Why didn't you catch him? That's what I was really curious about. I gave a simple answer. Doppelganger Kaiser is a hidden boss in Dog Forest. It's really hard to find. Even if you find it, you probably won't even see it as a monster. So, to be prepared in case of suspicion that I play the deceased person and the Madong King, and 1 person and 2 roles is raised later. Hey. Drake nodded only then. I continued to speak. If such a suspicion comes up later, I'll go and kill him as a deceased water character. Then people come to know that the deceased person and the Madong King are different people. I guess. Right. The hidden boss of Dog Forest is qualitatively different from the general doppelganger. Right. Well, I would act so that no such suspicion would ever be raised in the first place. In fact, I have a little feeling of wanting to be raised. I think I can make a great show. Ancient person versus Madong King. Who wins and who loses? I can choose it at will. You can pay dividends. In many ways, it seemed to be a pretty interesting direction. The deceased water is my own style, and the Madong King is a brilliant star who went quite well in my previous life. There was also a favorable feeling to compete to see which meta would be better, when I'm thinking about this or that in my mind. By the way, What is the item you got earlier? Drake has been asking another question. This is the first time he asks questions like this, who rarely asks questions. It felt strange rather than annoying. I was willing to answer my partner's curiosity. Soon, I took out the item I had previously obtained from my inventory. Yet, Drake's eyes wide open after checking the item's options. Ye picaresque moss. Big mask, /A+. The face of the psycho serial killer was cut out and dried as it is. At the moment of writing, counting begins. Property serial killing can be used special. This mask is applied with the wearer's PK karma value instead. Attack power increases according to the number of kills from the moment the mask is worn. The increase in attack power per kill is 1. The total number of kills is limited to the player character. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 62. Previous talk next. Chapter 63. Over-the-Air Advance 1. Broadcasting Station LGB. It is the first broadcasting station specializing in virtual reality games in Korea, which opened on March 21, 2018. Korea's first virtual reality game broadcasting, various competitions, online broadcasting, satellite. It can be said that it is a broadcasting station that leads the history of Korean esports, such as broadcasting. It has been aired mainly on cable TV, but from this year, the position has been increasing day by day to the extent that it can be seen on the airwaves. Thanks to this, LGB acquired the professional team Coup K1 and further achieved many achievements, such as hosting the first domestic DEM PK League. In addition, 100% of all game content broadcasts are self-produced, and among them, there are many programs that are currently in the top of the 10s and 20s ratings. And, among them, the program that boasted the most overwhelming audience rating was a program called From Turning On to the King. Sure, all these things from now. This is the title 3 years later. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hey, Hong Movie, did you write the minutes or not? A thunderbolt shout broke out over the partition. Then, a woman sleeping at her desk woke up in a hurry. Hey, the Russell hair, the oil flowing on the bare face without makeup. However, nevertheless, the beauty that cannot be hidden can be seen. Also on top of a thin shirt, loose jeans, and a kinky knee blanket. Her selfish body and proportions stand out. Yes, Honghwa, 25 years old this year. The youngest who became the PD of the program From Turning Up to the King, with her passion for games. After wiping the saliva around her mouth, she ran away. Okay, I see a skinny man standing in the middle of the office. The expression is mixed with extreme anxiety and anger. Cho Tae-ho, manager. 39 years old this year. Director Jo Tae-ho, a fierce game fanatic and work addict, is a person who cannot tolerate the occurrence of a single error in the content he produces. He curled up like a rat in front of his eyes and began to shake off a red film. Did I tell you to reorganize the minutes yesterday or not? I was doing it. What do you do? Did you do it in a dream? Wipe your saliva around your mouth. Ugh, sorry. I couldn't go home on the third day. Hong Yanghwa hurriedly stole the scars of his mouth with his palms. Manager Jo Tae-ho continued to scream at the barracks. Children, get your mind straight. Content will run out next week. Shouldn't I see all the budget cuts that are just like a rat tail? He began to rush towards Hong Yanghwa and all the team members. From Turning On to the King. This program is the only treasure of LGB, a small broadcasting station. It was also the last lifeline that Tae-ho Jo, manager of the game video contents division, risked his life to defend. The main features of the program are various. To continuously watch the ending of one given game during the game without taking a break. However, these days, 90% of the trend is reflected only in Deus Ex Machina. But the viewership rate was showing poor performance as the days went by due to the formation of channels related to Ginasona and games one after another. It was the result of other broadcasters consuming MCs and guests of famous entertainers and other stimulating and miscellaneous contents. However, manager Jo Tae-ho did not do that. This is because his belief was that game broadcasting exists for gamers. All budgets are purely rewarding and interesting game content. All other budget executions are not permitted. Well, actually, I didn't have any money to waste anything else. Anyway, I need to prepare something novel content. Manager Jo Tae-ho bit his lips. The face of the leader in virtual reality game broadcasting will fall to the ground. Something needed a trick to reverse the phase. However, LGB, which is already suffering from financial difficulties, was cutting down the budget for broadcasting programs, Keeping On and My King. What are you planning to switch to a broadcasting station specializing in natural broadcasting? You'd rather be the money? It is going to go crazy for Jo Tae-ho, who has only walked a single game life. I mean, Come up with some popping ideas. Guys, no breakthrough content. Then all of us horns fly to other departments. Yours. The ecology of native amphibians, from tadpoles to rice cake toads. A full-scale analysis. Northern butterfly spawning period. What do you want to film a program like this? At the words of manager Cho Tae-ho, all employees buried their heads under the partition like a mole. But what should I do? The fact that the human brain doesn't mean that juice is unconditionally squeezed out. Sigh. Cho Tae-ho shook his head. Poke. Soon, the appearance of a red movie came back into his sight. The youngest PD, Hong Young-hwa, was squished with Cho Tae-ho's soft eyes. It looks very delicate and innocent. If he were a pretty man, he wouldn't have said a bitter voice. Game fanatic Cho Tae-ho didn't know much about the attractiveness of 3D women in the first place. Cho Tae-ho asked Hong Young-hwa gratefully. Hey, the youngest. Yep. Where did you write the minutes of the previous meeting? Oh, where are you? I'll come back soon. Watching the youngest tumultuous, manager Cho sighed. Okay, what do you remember? When director Tae-ho Jo asked, Hong Young-hwa, stuttering, looking toward the upper left corner. Well, he said it would be good to have a pleasant and fresh guest and conduct a game broadcast together. Not as a comedian or idol, but as a ranker playing in the field. Good. I remember it well. Who came out after seeing you? Well, current Coop K, one pro team's hot issue ranker submission. Or a game. Sister Jia Moondong, a magazine model, the Three Musketeers well, if not that, the master of the famous new guild and popular female cam BJ Udahi. The Incheon Union Guild of Meal Family Outing is also attracting a lot of attention these days. As Hong Young-hwa stuttered and remembered the details of the meeting minutes accurately, director Cho Tae-ho's eyes became a little less fierce. I remember well. Hee. Smile? When Hong Young-hwa closed his mouth, manager Cho Tae-ho frowned. I like those guests. Good. What do you think? There is no one room. If you want to hit other programs, you have to have a stronger impact offal. Is there such a guest or content? Then, all the employees share the same thoughts through Carla's Shin Kyung-sak. X-bar. If you know that, you have already come. However, everyone knows that Cho Tae-ho is not shouting because of malicious intent. He just played the game, this department. I loved my team members and viewers more than anyone, but I wasn't a bad person. Knowing that, everyone has no choice but to sigh with a frustrated expression. Right then, on. The painter Hong Young, who was looking at his laptop, suddenly made a somber sound. Then, another bloodline appeared on the forehead of manager Cho Tae-ho. It's such a stupid sound that's not enough to hear the quick sound of energy. Hey youngest, don't put your spirits in. Who would make such a stupid sound in the office? However, Hong Young-hwa was still looking at her laptop with a blank expression. It's as if I can't hear any surrounding sound. How much? I forgot a few tablets at night, and then I just work in my mind. Hey, did you wake up all night alone? Raise your hands in less than 4 days since you couldn't enter here. The angry manager Cho Tae-ho walks up and down and approaches Hong Young-hwa with a very firm expression of evil. Through the partition, there was a sound of worrying about the red film. Today the atmosphere is still healthy. Woo, is the youngest okay? She worked until dawn this morning. In that regard, the manager couldn't sleep for a whole week. Oh, I'll break it again. The youngest is poor. All the staff look at the red film with a somber expression. However, instead of a yelling sound, a strange sound is heard again. This time, it wasn't something that Hong-hwa made. Manager Cho Tae-ho approaches Hong Young-hwa's side with a stupid expression. That was the sound he made. Hong Young-hwa is looking at the laptop with a blank expression. And manager Cho Tae-ho, who approached her side, also stares at her laptop with the same expression. Then, one by one, the curious employees raise their heads over the partition. Within, people gather in front of Hong-hwa's laptop for 3 or 3. The following message was displayed on the monitor. I will appear on the broadcast. From deceased person, Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 63. Previous talk next. Chapter 64. Over-the-air advance, 2. A cafe in Tehran Aro, Gangnam. The eyes of coffee drinkers glance to one side. There's a lot of attention. A beautiful woman sat fiddling with a cup of coffee. Big eyes like a deer. A sharp nose. Chubby cheeks. White skin and long raw hair. The t-shirt and skinny jeans sticking to the inside of the blue jacket reveals a bulging body and healthy beauty. It was a red movie. Before she came to the place of contact, all staff, including General Manager Cho Tae-ho, flocked to her. My department's life and death are at stake in your negotiations. It's a movie. Please save your boss. Hey, be pretty and go. You have to be able to see it unconditionally. What is the bangs? Come here. Who has a curling iron? Take off that big cardigan right now. Put it in the waste clothing collection box. Wear my blue jacket and go. Spray perfume and perfume. Bring yours over there. Hey, because it's expensive, sprinkle it on it. Did you take care of your corporate card? Eat expensive ones, expensive ones. You mean make it up and go? Shit. Fighting. Fighting. All this happened a while ago. It started with a reply to the contact note he sent without much expectation. While looking for a guest to appear in From the Emperor to the Emperor, Hong Young-hwa saw a character. BJ Deceased Person. The man who is sweeping the #1 title on numerous broadcasting platforms. His crazy control skills were already gaining popularity around the world. There are only a few videos uploaded, but it has already reigned as a major streamer. There are already advertisements of famous brands on the channel. As the billboards change on a weekly basis, there seems to be a waiting line among advertisers. According to rumors, after pouring out, the principle is not a joke. Are the big hands of the US and China shooting donation gold like crazy? Every day, a huge number of fans write in his guest book. In this case, a lot of the antis were swearing for perverts. It is this BJ Deceased Person who is making great use of the popularity of a top star. Hey, would someone like this react to my note? Hong Young-hwa sighed lightly. But what do you do because it's a job? Whether it can or not, there is nothing bad about hitting it. Crack. Hong Young-hwa sent a note to the deceased. Hello, streamer. I am the Hong Young-hwa Temple of LGB Broadcasting Station, and I am in charge of the PD of Turning On and Up to the King. It's no different. I was so moved to see the deceased Waters play, so I asked for a guest appearance. Of course I thought it would be Chewed. Famous all over the world like that. There is no way that people will show interest in LGB, a small broadcasting station in Korea, and a cable broadcaster that doesn't have much viewer ratings. I thought so. But world affairs are always serendipity. Did you say serendipity? Something really unexpected happened. I will appear. From the deceased one. The reply came. Nonsense. Hong Young-hwa grabbed her chest and trembled once. Apart from catching an unexpected extra-large guest. As an avid user of the game Dem, you can meet the streamer who was a fanatic. It was also an infinite honor as a game fanatic to be able to see the BJ's Deceased Person advocating mysticism. Suddenly, Hong Young-hwa thought deeply that he was good at choosing this job. By the way, what should I say in the beginning? I'm so nervous that I don't know if something will come out. What if the words come out vague or the pronunciation is leaky? Alanavo. Hong Young-hwa took a coffee straw in his mouth and began to practice pronunciation. This is because I wanted to look grim at the first meeting. Right then. Jang. The bell on the door of the cafe rang once. The door quickly opened and a cold wind from the road entered the room. A hat that is deeply pressed. A young man wearing sunglasses and a mask appears inside a cafe. The moment I saw him, Hong Young-hwa jumped up from his seat. I was so surprised that I was holding the straw I used to practice pronunciation in my mouth. It is a deceased person appearance. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I opened the cafe door and came inside. Did you come too early? I had a wrong clock setting, so I came 2 hours early. In 2 hours, I go round the dungeon. I grumbled inside and entered the cafe. First of all, for 2 hours, let's think about how to target the game in the future. I'm also analyzing the items I got from Doppelganger Kaiser. When I'm thinking about this or that in my mind. Go, Yves Weber. Ah, here it is. A strange woman is struggling with a straw in her mouth and looking over here. What? Do you mean to sit here? As I frowned and stepped back, she hurriedly handed me the order. LGB TV station, employee Honghwa. Oh, was it this person? No, but what 2 hours have you been filming? Even if I say that I misunderstood the time. I sat down with half absurdity and half amazement. Within, I began to look closely at the woman named Hong Young-hwa in front of me. A smiling face even when still standing, and the chubby breasts left on the cheeks. I've seen you in a long time. I already knew her. 5 years later, From the Emperor to the Emperor gained sensational popularity, and she was selected as the LGB's Dem Girl and gained fame. Beautiful appearance plus Bekchimi plus passion and expertise for games equals super popular. This is almost the same as the formula. Even if you're usually foolish, a red film that becomes strict, stern, serious, and quick when only the content related to the game comes out. Perhaps because of her unique gap mo, she will slow down numerous fandoms in the future. Later, he became a famous commentator and editor of a game magazine. You said that you haven't made a boyfriend once because you're only working with games in 15 years, right? That might be a little bad. I scratch my head. Well, will that be 5 to 6 years from now? In the next 5 years, LGB will eventually be eaten by Chinese capital due to management difficulties. In the meantime, Turning On and Up to the King became a sensational popularity in China. After that, the stimulating stimulus of the Chinese capital, from the emperor to the emperor, is unable to cope with the sparkling fame and is scattered. Fortunately, the employees of the nation's government had a lot of ransom, so it was okay to transfer to another place, but it is a little sad that their favorite game program was fragmented in vain. It was quite bitter news for Koreans as well. Don't do that this time. From the first generation, I showed the craftsmanship for virtual reality game broadcasting. Dunn deeply loved this station. So, there was also a personal hope that this broadcasting station would work well in Korea. Anyway, I honestly revealed the reason I decided to appear here today. I have broadcasting content that I am planning now, but that's the video transmission through my broadcasting equipment. I don't think it's going to be in quality. Would you like to seek help from experts? Then, Hong Young-hwa nodded unconditionally. This is the momentum that I would say that I like the waves of the nose while lying down on the air. So it's like that. Show this project to more viewers with higher quality video. I want to go. Open your mouth as if I was asking for consent. Me? He's sipping that to Hess, yes. Do whatever you want to do. Hong Young-hwa nodded quickly, shouting words he couldn't understand. In the meantime, only the expression and the look of the eyes are grim. Well, why is the straw in your mouth are? Let me ask. Oops. Hong Young-hwa quickly put down the straw with a red face. She hastily pulled out the contract, as if trying to make up for the mistake she had just made. It was a hand movement to make it look as heavy as possible. I immediately stamped the contract. When I took a picture of the paperwork, Hong Young-hwa, who was preparing wet wipes, noticed me. Why? When I asked, she laughed at the bash with a slightly reddish face. No, it's a bit unfamiliar to see you are wearing clothes. It's reality. I know he. Hong Young-hwa scratches her hair and laughs shyly. Then he said a word. I thought, of course, you would come naked. It's not a weird girl, this one. I replied by wiping the injuries of my thumb with a wet wipe. What? Even if you can avoid virtual reality monsters, I can't avoid the real police. Yes, it's natural, but why didn't I know it? Hee. Hong Young-hwa slaps his head. I think this person is real. Please live the reality. Soon, Hong Young-hwa started asking some personal questions. But how old are you? I'm 21 this year. Are you 4 years younger than me? Hong Young-hwa was amazed when he heard my age. It is not because of the face value, but simply because of the prestige. Anyway, it will. Hey, you are 21 years old. But what you're talking about is very mature. She stared at me and halted her head, and I lined up various words. Our manager Cho is a big fan of the late Inmul. You wanted to see you so much this time. Don't take an airplane. If you did, you would have come out yourself. It's real. The late Inmul appeared. Oh, as soon as I saw your note, I had a temporary heart attack, so stay in the emergency room right now. I finished writing the contract with a bit of a burden. Only then, as if Hong-hwa had turned off the urgent fire, sighed of relief. By the way, what is the content that you were thinking about? You asked quickly. Usually, after reviewing one content in several ways, it is decided to create a video. Funds, manpower, justification, probabilities, exciting planets, and many other factors need to be reviewed, and it requires quite a few passes. However, the attitude of Hong-hwa, or LGB, is the momentum to listen to whatever I really asked for. I would not listen to the content at all and decide to make a video. What if the content is disappointing? When I asked, Hong Young-hwa smiled brightly and sparkled her eyes. If it's what you're doing, I'm disappointed. It can't be felt. Whatever you do, it's a redemption check. When I heard that, I somehow laughed. I came while wondering how to give me faith, but I didn't even have to. I nodded. And in their trust, they poured concrete from the very beginning. I plan to attack the brave of the brave. Okay. The face of Hong Wawa in the front rises again. To the extreme hunger. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 64. Previous talk next. Chapter 65. Over-the-air advance. 3. Her eyes are soft like a cute fox. His slender nose and cute lips. All of them are all in the face of a desolate face. The heart that is likely to burst is more prominent because of the folded arms. Oh, 100 star pieces. Thank you so much, Appa. Yudahi. She was doing an African private broadcast with a smile. Today's broadcast is all over here. I'm so grateful to the Appas who followed me. I will attack B-class monsters. Come on. Within. Yudahi ended Africa broadcast. The monitor connected to the capsule soon turned black. Yinugi. The capsule door, like a tube lid, opens. Ah shit. Yudahi rises up. Her expression was 180 degrees different from the one she made for viewers earlier. Frowned eyebrows, wrinkled wrinkles under the eyes. That expression seems to be shouting with all his body, saying, "It's dirty and fatal, so it's like X. Heart PPPPPPPK is Nijamai." As soon as Yudahi got up from the capsule, she took off her exposed clothes. Then, her body without fat is clearly revealed. The ghost tattoos on the back and legs were impressive. She pulled out a cigarette. And then, quizzic. He lifted his feet and took pictures of the camcorder and laptop on the desk with his heels. Laptop screen with a depression. With just one room, the life of the electronic device is over. Ah, you're crazy. Why am I supposed to be this other guy? Yudahi smashed the laptop and began to run wild on the road. Younger brother Yuchong and all the men who collect money under him are looking at the floor with their mouths shut. The hunt was well, and the guild was going well. All of that was ruined by just one guy. Standing water. How many times have you been punished for being killed by that damn guy? Thinking of the death penalty and the loss due to the plucking of deposits, it really burns the brain out of anger. Don't be afraid to sponsor Yudahi's personal broadcast. If there were no profits, guild management would have been difficult. My money. Even if it wasn't just that money, I don't do a broadcast like this. Yudahi struck the laptop with her fist. Yuchong looked at it and thought to himself, that laptop. It's expensive. 980,000 won. I thought I wouldn't have done that if my sister knew the price of the laptop, but I don't have the courage to speak it out. He didn't know if the smashing would be his face, not the laptop screen. Then, eyeing. The cell phone vibrates. Who is it? Take it quickly. Yudahi cried out with bloody eyes. Then, one of the gangsters kneeling, glanced over and said, that I'm sorry but... Sister. Is it? Yudahi walked with a nervous attitude and picked up his cell phone on the desk. Within, Yudahi's voice on the phone suddenly changes. Oh my brother, I watched today's broadcast well. Go. Thank you so much. I also fired a lot of donations today. Isn't it overkill? The expression was still like that of a demon, but the sound of the throat flowing out of the mouth was as sweet as my ear candy. Not what Jang Sanbium. Meanwhile, Yudahi's call is getting longer. Let's meet once. Sorry. Meeting off is a bit difficult. NNG, you know that I'm so covered. I'm sorry. Love me only on TV. Yes, no? No, I'm sorry. Okay, brother. Go in. Thank you. Yet. The call is over. Ayo, this crazy fuck. Meet me and tell me what to do. Don't go. As soon as the call ended, Yudahi threw his handphone against the concrete wall and broke it. Pagok. Electronic devices smashed with loud sound. Yuchong looked at it and thought to himself, that cell phone. It's expensive. 1.09 million won. Right then. Aye, brother. One of the Tiokti subordinates sneaked up to Yuchong and turned to something. Then Yuchang's eyes widened. Hey man, why tell it now? Sorry. Go quickly and turn on the TV. Yuchong gave a package to his subordinates and got up. Then he sang Yudahi. Sister. What? Yudahi turned her head. Blood feet are still standing in the snow. I can only see black and red masturbation. Gulp. Yuchong swallowed a dry needle and said carefully, it's time to do King King. Okay. Oh, the time has already come. Yudahi's expression changes dramatically. Yes. While turning on, even the king. This is Yudahi's favorite TV show. She was an enormous marrow lover of this program, and she has never missed it from episode 1 until now. I used to defend the room. Oh, seeing this is the only pleasure in life these days. Yudahi opened the refrigerator in the corner of the office with an excited expression. Then he brought out 5 cans of beer and a bag of dried squid. Phew. All the rice cakes in the office are sweeping my chest. I wonder if the atmosphere has finally settled down a little. But, yes, a limited express guest is coming out today, turning on and up to the king. Don't be surprised, everyone. Jae Young, who came out as MC, speaks with a fuss. Oh, I won't be surprised. Sama V, but who is it? Who is it? With a heart pounding, Yudahi tears the squid leg. And, soon, the guest of the day is projected on the TV screen. That moment. Yudahi's old castle resonates. Kwabang. The TV was smashed. Yuchong looked at it and thought to himself, that TV is expensive 6.4 million won. Meanwhile, I have just finished the video contact process with the LGB broadcasting station. Is my view going to be broadcast right now? Okay. In a small screen floating in the air, the face of Hong Film appeared. With only the face floating, it looks like a fire. She replied right away. No, it doesn't go out right away. I just floated the recorded video in high definition, then subtitled and edited it, and there's a lot to do. Then, when will it be broadcasted? I'm gonna sprain right after 2 weeks. Go. It's definitely fast. After all, the driving force of LGB is Hehe. No. We were also struggling because there was no content. Hong Yanghua rang around me as if it were a really small goblin. Apart from my point of view, the third party, it was taken to provide a separate view of one side in a small screen. Now, shall we go to the Brave's tomb? I took steps. The Brave's tomb. It is an event dungeon created with the concept of number 108, Babafonak. One random boss appears on each of the 108 floors, and you can destroy it and climb to the top of the tower. The ratings of the monsters appearing are as follows. 01 15th floor C. Floors 16-30, C+. Floors 3145, B. 4660 increase B+. Floor 61-75, A. 7690 increase A+. Floor 91 107 S. 108 S+. A 108-story tower built on a high hill. I looked up at it and thought of the future 15 years from now. The last thing I saw on the news was the news of clearing the 106th floor, right? Yes. Even in the future 15 years later, this dungeon was not all clear. No one has cleared the 107, 108 Devil's Zone game. There was no news of the attack until the end of the service. For reference, I've been to the 90th floor with Temiop and Doniop. From the 91st floor, it was really the area of the top tier of pros, and from the 100th floor, it was the realm of the top tier among pros. I did a lot of watching and listening. Should you have experienced it yourself? I knew almost all of the situations up to 106 that humanity has succeeded in attacking. This is because I have seen and watched numerous private broadcasts, news articles, and strategy books. I asked at the ghost of Hong was next door, what floor is the highest record at this time? As a solo raid. Well, I've been holding it for about 10 months since the game was released. The best soloing record is on the 45th floor. Oh, it's been quite high. Who built it? France ranking first, US ranking first, Korea ranking first jointly. Hong Yonghua's words conveying the facts had a faint anticipation. I am not registered in the official rankings, but for some reason I seem to think that it may be close to or even exceed the records of the top rankings. Meanwhile, I thought, if everyone has fallen from the 45th floor, does it mean that the level of the top tier pros is not enough to catch B+ monsters at 1:1? It is natural to do it. The reason I was able to catch A+ class monsters was that I fully knew their ecology and patterns, and I even used tricks. Strictly speaking, it wasn't just by skill. So, of course, it would be impossible for users who do not have any information. From the side, you can hear the sound of a chatter of Honghua. If you are a deceased person, you can definitely do it. Fighting hard. Come on, sleep. I feel good because the beauty is passionately cheering on the side. In my previous life, Yudahi did it maybe? Come to think of it, it is. About 13 years ago, when attacking the 90th floor of the Brave's tomb, Yudahi opened in the Goblin's mode. I was very supportive, and he uploaded the broadcast recorded with the side-angle view only on his own channel first. All donations are also intercepted. Anyway, when I think about it now, it's uncomfortable. Well, I have nothing to say from the standpoint of becoming a Hogu because I volunteered. I should never do that in this life. I shake my head and shake my thoughts away. It is not the time to grumble over the grievous resentments of the past. I was now trying to get something even more important from the Tomb of the Brave. The world record is not the only thing that matters. To put it up and air it on the airwaves. It is also important, but in fact, it is just a Kamsajumsa. The really important thing is to find a clue where you can get the last item of 3 Shinki. 1. Find a clue about the last item of the 3rd Shinji. 2. Gained 3 miracles. 3. Killing God. My future plan is simply summarized in 3 parts. Now, I hate dragging, so let's go straight into the dungeon. Please tell me which floor you can go up to. Oh. Real man special, dive right away. World record Gazeop. The red film was full of excitement and cheered. Scream. At the same time, an information message pops up. Tiring. You entered the Tomb of the Brave. No, one brain bug. Random monsters appear. Now, where do you want to surprise the world once? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 65. Previous talk next. Chapter 66. Brave's Tomb 1. Poop. Shaky vision. I was thrown to the floor with a body that had become a man in the middle. Oh. Hot blood comes from your mouth. The pain as if the whole body melts. Oh. I bit my teeth firmly, and he squeezed the legs that weren't listening. The energy barrier, which is shown in red, and the HP slot are now showing the bottom. It's a danger signal. You have to get up. If you go like this, you will die. I groped the floor desperately. The Brave's grave. It has been quite a long time since I entered this ordeal tower, which consists of 108 stories in total. Powerful bosses appear randomly on each floor to compete with intruders. Stem. And the boss monster in front of me right now. He is a watchman who guards this floor. A noble warrior with the belief that he can never let intruders pass backwards. Soon, the boss monster turns to me. The evil beast began to spread. Fuck it. I looked embarrassed. I can't even think of a shortcut to beat the ignorance. The past 15 years of living as a game junkie. As you memorize the strategy book and autobiography of all the rankers. There was no saying how to prepare for the time. I can't lose. I can't lose. I woke up, vomiting blood flowing through my tight teeth. Legs fluttering, blurred vision. But you can't kneel here. Countless rankers who have passed me in front of me. In this life, you have to turn them all over. I woke up from my seat with the same mental power as a Superman. Cannot help it. Precision method, Zheng Gongfa. There is no way other than that. Confronting a head-on attack with your body. That was the final number of matches I chose. And the boss monsters that dominate this floor put their final special moves in such a body. Pong. A drop of pink liquid touched my stomach. Chion profit. I struggled with the hot sensation I felt in my stomach. It's so painful. It feels like you have applied alveolar disinfectant to the wound in your mouth. Everywhere. I eventually fell to the floor and rolled over. Okay. Hey, what are you doing now? The ghost fire of Hong Wawa next to me asks. She looked at me and the boss monster in front of me with an absurd expression. The Tomb of the Brave, first floor. Appearance monster, Slime Queen. Yes, the guy I'm dealing with. The boss Slime Queen on the first floor of the Silver Dungeon. Oh, Slime Queen, grade, C/characteristics, regenerating skin. Habitat, all continents. Size, M. A jelly-type monster. It looks like strawberry-flavored pudding, but if you eat it, you will have a stomachache. I inquired bluntly toward Honghua. You don't know when you see it? You're catching slime. Honghua is silent with his mouth half open. Slime Queen. Class C monster. It is a monster that users do not hold well because it is too fragile. It doesn't give me anything. It doesn't give me experience, and it's too weak to use it for damage checks or as a sandbag. It doesn't hurt if it's right, but it doesn't feel like it's sticky. However, only this guy's range attack is real. Slime Queen was unexpectedly a monster that attacked the widest range in the worldview of Dem. There is no strategy that can be avoided with his special move, putting stuffing. Once confronted, it is an attack that must be hit unconditionally. The next wide-range attack. Is it about the destruction warning of the S+ class monster Phoenix? I thought to myself. Surprisingly, miscellaneous mobs such as Slime Queen are fatal to me. If you hit him in an indoor battle, a water body like me can only take damage intact. If the other monster's powerful attack doesn't hit you and you avoid it, it's okay. Such an attack that must be hit unconditionally is a real hard work. Pong, 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 pong. Slime Queen continued to sprinkle pudding over a wide area. If it is right, it hurts considerably and hurts. Pong, 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 pong. In the midst of that, Basilisk's armor, which covers my body locally, also eagerly inflicts reflection damage. Because of this, the Slime Queen was also steadily wearing damage. Let's play. I grabbed the cut and rushed to the Slime Queen. Life and death, Sung Sugjue. Pong, 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 pong. Soon, I started fighting against this sticky pink slime. A fierce, sticky battle where bones, flesh, and mucus collide. Thrilling power. A creepy thrill. It was wrapped around us, all over us. A distant spirit, sharp fighting spirit. How much time has passed? The last winner was me. Jewel Pong. Finally, the Slime Queen became pink water and spread widely on the floor. It was the epic end of the warrior. I sighed of relief as I looked at the low HP. If you were hard, you almost got retired. Why? Hong Yanghua has been avoiding my gaze from before. She immediately shook her head and sighed. You have a hard time. Thank you. But why have you been trying to stop looking at your eyes from before? Well, you have a sticky pink gel on your naked body. The view is a little. What do you think? It's embarrassing. Yeah? Do you have any problem? A little obscene? Wouldn't it be possible to deliberate on the broadcast? What are you talking about? Slime is a classic fantasy monster that has been loved by many gamers since it first appeared in 1953 in the work Slime IME by American author Joseph Payne Brennan. It's never meant to be obscene. Yes. Well, the other side is the problem rather than the slime problem. Anyway, I'll talk about it when I pass it on to the editorial department. With the quivering expression of Honghua, I walked forward. I wasted too much time on the first floor than I thought. In the future, I hope that only monsters that are weak but have no strategy will come out. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. And a few hours later. The Slime Queen's revolt was certainly unexpected, but the same problem has not occurred since then. Quackwang slash. The whole floor vibrates as if it would collapse. Thud slash. A huge demon knelt and died. Akaoni, the red demon. I easily hunted the boss on the 29th floor. I see you often, we. I gently stroked Akari's horns and laughed. No hit run. Since I was almost retired by slimes on the first floor, I didn't suffer a single damage while going up to the 29th floor. Wow, amazing. Amazing. It's amazing, oh. Next to me, the goblins of Hongwawa are spinning around me. She cheers with excitement. At the time before slime, the gaze that looked at me as trash has nowhere to go. After making the disbelief of Hongwa disappear as if it were washed away, I went up to the 29th floor and looked at the items I had packed. Since you cannot receive the first attack privilege here, the items that fall are usually Japtums that are 1 to 2 levels below the rank of the monsters. However, I did not throw away those Japtums, but were collecting them meticulously. To be precise, only items with a stat of agility. Asked Honghua, why do you only collect Japtum with agile stats? Ah yes, because I'm an agile sexist. There is no reason. I was too much to go to the inventory of agile items and groaned. If you say I'm preparing for a cataclysm in 10 years, you will be treated as a crazy person. Anyway, now, B-class monsters appear from the next floor. 10 months after game launch. The Maginot Line class that humans can catch at 1:1b. Now, from the next floor, we will challenge the section head-on. But, well, I'm not very nervous from my point of view, who also fought 1:1 with A+ class monsters in the past. He was breathing next to Honghua Bei. For no reason. I think my heart will burst. What do you do against a B-class monster? It's a section where only top-tier rankers can enter. I'm so excited. Doesn't the late person have anything like that? Yeah, I don't know if it was a B+ level, but I don't feel much nervous before the B level. Wow, that's amazing. After all, the unofficial rankings voted by users are number 1. In addition, Honghua, who gave a noisy compliment, soon turned his face red. When I think about it now, I think that the late person is weak against the weak and strong against the strong. It seems a little different in meaning. Sure, I'm weak against slimes and strong against big demons. But that's because of my item tree, not my personality. I don't know. I decided to ignore the strange woman who was shy next to me. The important thing now is to pick up as many Japtums as possible with the agile option and eat them. And finding clues for the 3 wonders. What else? Breaking the world record. So then, shall we start again? The next floor is real. I have already caught high-grade monsters such as sandworm, basilisk, medusa, etc., but I pick only those who can catch it thoroughly. Oh, because I went. It is unpredictable how the monsters that fall randomly will be attacked. There are too many unpredictable variables as they fall into a narrow interior, not even where they originally lived. Toward all these unignorable anxieties. Thud. I took one step without hesitation. Walked to the top of the world. The section that all of the legendary top tiers went through. The notice was right in front of my nose. Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 66. Previous talk next. Chapter 67. Brave's Tomb 2. Ye Tiring. You have entered the Tomb of the Brave. No, 46 Thunderworm. A stone room where a single point of light does not enter. This vast space of stone is filled with only darkness. Each of the stone pillars connecting the ceiling and the floor is thick and huge enough to be hugged by several adults at the same time. Such pillars were dense, as if forming a bamboo forest. It's terribly dark. If you stretch out your hand, it's so terrible that you don't even know the number of fingers. Smart. The sound of water droplets falling from the ceiling. As it is the space inside the tower, I guessed it would have a ceiling, but it doesn't look too high and dark. This place is like something terrible. It looked like a prison or labyrinth built to isolate people from the world. And I am struggling as if swimming in this darkness right now. I can't see anything. Are you going well? The red movie next door muttered in a frightened voice. I smiled and took another step forward. At least once I hit a stone pillar in front of my eyes, but I dodged as if I was showing something out of the dark. He would be. The space here is 3,200 square meters and is about 1,000 pion. The number of stone pillars with floor and ceiling is about 592, and I was memorizing where all these 592 stone pillars were placed. In the first place, the content itself of the Brave's grave is in the palm of my hand. At least that's up to the 90th floor, where I've been targeting myself. Okay, there must have been a broken stone pillar here. If you get caught in irregularities, your little feet will go out unconditionally, so be careful. I moved forward smoothly. Hong Yonghua's eyes were twinkling as if I was wondering. Right then. Found. I stopped my feet with a bright voice. Question mark. Hong Yonghua tilted his head. The only thing you can see is darkness. Even if the eyes get used to the darkness a little over time, only stone pillars within a few meters will come into the eye. What did you say you have? Hong Hua, floating in the air, tilted his head only. However, I don't answer that question and just look straight ahead. Shoo, I'm about 5 meters now. Question mark. In response to my short answer, the expression that Hong Hua did not understand English even more. Nothing. There's nothing in the front, no side, even the rear we walked on. Only the stillness in the tomb fills this dark space. However, only I know that he must have found me by now. Now 4 meters. I reached out my hand in a waist dance. Beard. Cut. The only S-class weapon that exists in this world is in my hand. 3 meters. As I muttered with my eyes closed, Hong Yonghua looked tightly tense. 2 meters. Good. It starts now. Come. As soon as my words are over. Tuck. Something fell over my head. Push tasting. As I stepped back half a step, the stone floor that touched the liquid from above melted with a loud sound. Cack. What? Red Movie looked up with fear. Oh. In the dense darkness of stone pillars, for eyes shining yellow from above the ceiling were looking down at me. Hyo. A muscular demon with a huge single horn. In the mouth of a wide open circle, long, sharp teeth like all sprout countless times like a blender's knife. I have. The acidic juice from the dirty gums filled with pieces of meat was dripping down. Hong Yonghua opened his mouth wide looking at the overwhelming appearance. I'm so surprised that I don't even scream. You didn't know until such a huge body came right in front of you. No matter how suddenly it pops out of the ceiling, it makes no sense. That huge body can be so secret. However, the only thing that was surprised was Hong Hua, her one. I smiled and raised my head. Then I looked up at the containment boss on the 49th floor, who came out to greet me. It's been a while, Kaidomaru. Yes. Kaidomaru, grade, B+/characteristics, giant, demon, sneaky crack, earthquake, fusion. Habitat, rotting and burning land, giant bureau. Size, 45 m-2 or more demons have been mixed together to have terrifying power. If it's a fight board, it's belligerent enough to jump in regardless of the water fire. It is said that an earthquake caused by rolling feet can destroy a mountain. The identity of that giant monster is Kaidomaru. It is a monster that is zen between the 321st and 322th pillars. I remembered the shoes I was wearing right now. The foot of Kaidomaru's shoes, /B+/convergence. A shoe made from the skin of a strong demon's foot. It is said that those who wear this will be able to borrow the power of demons. Attack +500. Movement speed +50%, special. The characteristic earthquake can be used, special. In the past, there was a time when Akaoni and Aoni were caught and fused with the skins of the two guys. The item created in that way is this Kaidomaru's foot porridge. Did you catch the basilisk with that? As with Akani and Aoni's, this is also a fusion item. If you fuse it with items that are away from other Kaidomaru's body, it will evolve into a higher grade item. Well done to come to the tomb of the brave. It is an unexpected harvest. And among the many B+ grade monsters, this guy comes out. Well, I originally came to catch other monsters other than this one, but still, meeting Kaidomaru is a good achievement. This guy is a land battle monster with both giant and demon types, and if I catch him, my shoes could be upgraded even further. Kwong. Kaidomaru was hanging upside down from the ceiling and wandering among the stone pillars. This monster, which had been quarantined in brain level 46, fell towards me and soon launched a fierce assault. Quackwang. A loud roar echoed so far that the silence was colorless. Now, shall we go inside a little? I slipped between the stone pillars and went deep into the dungeon. Why? Why don't you fight here and go inside? Asked Honghua. That's before I even say anything. This is because the stone pillars on the inside are more dense and can interfere with the movement of the monster. Hong Yonghua quickly noticed my intention. After all, it is a person-like perspective that will become bigger in the future. As she said, I dragged Kaidomaru into the depths of the dungeon. Wow. Kaidomaru is so excited that what he sees has disappeared. As they got caught between the dense stone pillars, it became increasingly difficult for him to operate. Fit ye. I cut my finger and bleed. A black drop of blood appears on the tip of the index finger. It spreads into the darkness along the garden where I moved. And Kaidumaru stepped on the blood drop, immediately became addicted. It is the poison of the basilisk, a monster that is 2 ranks higher than him. There could be no effect. Oh. Upon stepping on the poison, Kaidumaru scratched the floor of his feet and became nervous. Thud. Soon, he started rolling his feet. A terrifying seismic wave shook the entire dungeon. The stone pillars collapsed like a thick house. Big, one of the physical attack powers. Elbar. I was purely admired. However, no matter how big and powerful, the attack pattern is simple, my enemy. It can't be a number. It was over as long as the surprise attack failed in the first place. One of the characteristics of Kaidumaru is sneaky. This is a skill that prevents the sound of moving at all when the player strikes first. Besides, he's a bat in the dark so that it doesn't resonate with its big size. Like, it has the habit of living hanging upside down. Therefore, many people do not know Kaidumaru's approach and allow him to play first. However, in the first place, it was useless to me, who knew all about where he was hiding. Poop. I lifted the cut and stabbed Kaidumaru's body over and over again. Toxic damage from Basilisk's blood and damage from Kyuten continued to eat away Kaidumaru's strong body. Pew. Occasionally, when fire or ice storms poured, Jormungand, which had high magic resistance, became a strong shield. Yet, thump. Kaidumaru falls. All nearby stone pillars were broken and made like a flat ground. It was a fighting battle that changed the whole terrain of the map. There was a loud notification sound. Tiring. For the first time in the server, you have defeated the containment boss Kaidumaru of the 46th brain bug in the Tomb of the Hero. At the same time, awesome. Hong Younghua opened his eyes wide and cheered. It's like turning a compliment macro. The same cheers. But it's good enough. Cleared the 46th floor of the Brave's grave for the first time in the world. It broke the record on the 45th floor, called the Evil Section. Oh my gosh. Number 1 in France, number 1 in the US, and number 1 in Korea were retired here. However, the deceased person cleared it. I can see this historical moment with my own eyes. Hong Younghua looks at me with her eyes twinkling. My eyes are crazy about my characteristics and equipment. But if you reveal it, you'll get upset. You have to hide anything appropriately to increase your anticipation. That's why semi-nude is better than all nude. I shook my head with a casual look. Well, I only came from the 108th to the 46th. Well, and clearing this doesn't mean it's ranked number 1 in the rankings. It is. The Brave's grave is literally just an event dungeon. The official ranking doesn't change just because you won first place here. But Honghua was still very excited. But where is this? You've done what those top rankings didn't do. Probably, if the deceased person officially registers in the rankings, it may be possible to get first place. I'm not interested in Deyoungsu play yet. I rooted the item with a bleak look. Within, after receiving the initial clear correction, a B+ grade item fell into my hand. Kaidumaru's definition. Number material / B+ / fusion. A marble containing evil spirits' grudges. When the body and mind are weak, they talk in a subtle voice. Is it a material item? If a shoe item came out, I tried to fusion, but this is not bad either. Essence item is a child that can be used in place of one fusion material. Rim. In other words, it can be used in combination with the foot leather of Kaidumaru, which I am wearing. Without hesitation, I applied the essence of Kaidumaru to the hides of Kaidumaru. Yet, one day, the magenta shoes I'm wearing started to shine, converging. Do not turn off the power. Then, Honghua's eyes widened when he saw the light. Oh my gosh, do you have anything like this? I know for the first time that there is a fusion item. You are really opening your eyes today in many ways. Isn't this guaranteed the ratings? It's a carrot Viva, for the first time in the world, to a fusion item to clear the 46th floor of the Brave grave. Probably the viewers will give a standing ovation. I laughed while watching a Red movie. You're so surprised that you've cleared the 46th floor. At this pace, I would go to the middle of the 60th floor. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are currently no B+ class monsters that I cannot catch as 1-to-1. However, starting with A-class monsters, all clear can be difficult as variables are created according to characteristics and terrain. If I did my best in this state, it seemed that I could break through the 65th floor. Of course, with a no-hit run. However, I have no intention of revealing all the underlying fabrics I have today. For the time being, I plan to protect Honghua's surprised heart. I hope that guy comes out as soon as possible. That monster I am looking for anxiously. If you only catch that guy who is the key to the last item of the 3 miracles, it would be worthwhile to climb the Tomb of the Dragon. I hope that the purpose could be fulfilled on the next floor. Geek. The moment you climb the stairs and open the door to the 47th brain level. I opened my eyes wide. Spacious rooms elegantly decorated. This interior decorated with the taste of a young lady. And the moment I saw the black hammock floating in the air, I knew right away. You are here. I hit my knees. The monster he was looking for so far revealed its appearance. Yet, a smooth leg stretched out from a black hammock floating in the air. Black fishnet tights, showing torn marks in several places. Simultaneous language. Ho 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 dash. An alluring laughter began to be heard. A voice that makes your ears sweep just by listening. Within, a woman wakes up in a black hammock. Oh, it was such a beautiful girl that Han Younghua was so beautiful that she took up the wind. A face that looks like a shame. A chest larger than the head. The waist and pelvis like an hourglass. Legs stretched like chopsticks. The ratio of 9 heads. Succubus, grade, B+, / characteristics. Darkness, ideal sexual desire, lady first, alternative, fusion. I finally met this monster I've been searching for so much. A succubus lying at an angle on a black hammock and looking down at me. The black mesh wrapped around her glamour and the nose of the hammock. How come my face gets hot when I see them? At the same time, it's the same as getting a little heavier. Oh, of course, you're talking about the mental burden of setting a new world record and the national responsibility you deserve as a Korean ranker in this glorious position. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 67. Previous talk next. Chapter 68. Yegamh Scene 1. A humanoid monster appeared in the black, sea ink floating in the air. An unrealistic body that leaves your eyes nowhere. Once you meet your gaze, you can't take your eyes off the look. The appearance of the Monma succubus is all. Succubus, grade, B+, / characteristics. Darkness, ideal sexual desire, lady first, alternative, fusion. Habitat, the castle of evil, the forest of suicide, the land of rotting and burning, the pond of solitude. Size, 1.8 m. A maid serving the Dark King. As soon as he enters the harem of Succubus, he melts himself. His beauty and combat power were recognized, and he took over the command of evil from the Dark King. Succubus was looking down at me with his eyes narrow. Her pale purple skin is covered with black mesh armor. The development of VR technology is remarkable to see that the gentle and sharp curve made up of the chest, waist, pelvis, thighs, and thighs actually moves lively in front of you. Wow, it's a really ridiculous body. Where in the world is that body like that? The red film complained. But she was wrong. I decided to correct it. This monster was created by referring to a real human body. An American gravure actor and idol named Hosaki Irene, who was active in 1991. Wow. Okay, I'm not curious. How do you know so well? It looks like a pervert. It's a pervert. You are misunderstanding. Isn't that succubus 98% exposed? Why is that? But since I am a gentleman, I only focus on the hidden 2% part. Han Younghua makes a vague expression as if he was speechless for a while. In there, I whispered lightly. Incubus is like that. Wow. Soon, the face of Honghua, floating in the air like a goblin fire, turns red like a firework. So, on what floor does the incubus come out of? Han Younghua asked you so much. I giggled as I looked at her, then turned my head back. Well, actually, it's a luxury to take this time against the succubus in the first place. Poop. I called out a pet by rubbing the ring on my finger. Jormungand, the ebon serpent. A monster with scales that repel all poison and magic. Chill. He sticks out his red tongue and wraps around my body. Perfect magic shield. Meanwhile, then the succubus completely descended from the hammock and stood on the floor. She looks at me and tilts her head. Maybe you are worried about something. Yet, succubus clapped his hands as if he had decided something. Then he had a glamorous smile on his lips. Han Younghua opens his mouth and admires me. Wow, pretty is really pretty. It seems to be a Jia among Vegal monsters. However, I was already spreading the smile of the succubus with cold eyes. I'll come soon. Which is it? I knew that the succubus has already activated one of its characteristics. 2 options. There are 2 types of succubus. Physical attack power form and magic attack power form. The water ball type and the magic ball type have a 50% increase. It is determined by rate and cannot be changed once it is set. That's the both alternative characteristic. Please come out Magong. I beg deeply. If the succubus turns into a magical type, it has a better match with the Jormungand. No matter how powerful the magical succubus attacks, Jormungand. If you do, you can negate most of the attacks. However, Ki-ing. Succubus soon pulled out something black from the magic circle drawn in the air. It was a black sword. The moment you see the sword in the hand of the succubus. I thought about it. Oh, that's good. At the same time, the succubus swung the sword at a dazzling speed. A tragedy drawn long in the air. Ding-dong. Jormungand's neck was cut off in an instant. Waterball succubus. It is a monster with tremendously high physical attack power. There is no way to stop Jormungandro. The match was very bad. Ho 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 ho. Succubus began to approach with a black sword and approached at a tremendous speed. It's the same as the magical succubus and the waterball succubus in that they have extremely fast speeds. Tadak. I quickly stepped back. A red film in a state of goblins followed me. First, how do I do that speed? Yes, it's such a fast and physical attack power, is a thug. How to catch it? It's okay. The physical defense is weak. But isn't that talking about when you can hit an attack? The most monsters I've ever seen. Like fast I've already caught up Hong Yonghua suddenly turned to the front and was frightened. This is because the succubus with a smiley face was already aiming the tip of the knife so that it almost touched my uvula. FAT. Once the succubus stretched out his sword. A tragedy like a spear flies, making a hole in the wall of the room. Shuwu. Hot steam is rising from the hole. A hole that looks like an armor-piercing bullet flew in and stuck in it. If you get hit by such a stab, you'll have a hole in your stomach in an instant, right? Ki-Riki. The succubus immediately retrieved the stab he had just had. Then he ran back, tilting the blade at an angle to the side. I can't avoid it anymore. The gap between the succubus and me has now narrowed, so it's too late to try anything. Can it be special? I decided to slightly increase the age limit for broadcasting from the Emperor to the Emperor. Hongwa-san. Yeah. I would like the broadcast for 19 gold. Question mark. With no time for Honghua to answer anything, I pulled out an item from my inventory. Essence of Slime Queen D. After boiling the flesh of the Slime Queen, only the core substances were filtered out. It was a pink gel in a glass bottle. Pong. I grabbed the cork from the bottle, pulled it out, and sprinkled the gel in it all over the front. Scratch. A sticky pink gel was sprinkled on the entire body, including the face of Succubus. Oh. Succubus stopped attacking and looked down at himself. The opponent's speed has decreased significantly. Succubus's physical condition right now is really, that's it. Words, I can't express this. What are you doing? Hong Yonghua shouted next to him. But I just shrugged my shoulders. No, it's that fast. Then what should I do? I decided because I wanted to take a warning for the broadcast. How can I get rid of the sensational monster like that? How's that? It seems to me that it's only sticking the feet of a fast-paced monster with sticky feet. Isn't the lewd devil in Mr. Movie's mind? Your imagination turned an innocent strategy into a pervert, isn't it? Rather, you're driving me into a pervert? Absolutely impudent. Me and Hong Yonghua are in a hurry. When you were struggling. Ho ho ho. Succubus began wielding his sword while being covered in the slime queen gel. Qua one bang. I hurriedly bowed my head. Succubus' sting extends forward with 2 chandeliers. The statues that protruded from the ceiling were made into all cooked powder. Why do you think your attack power is higher than before? Are you angry? Well, it's probably because of ideal sexual desire, which is one of the characteristics of succubus. What characteristics are that? What is that? If you are paralyzed or poisoned, your attack power will increase. I just hit the slime gel and it was slow. If it's also abnormal, it's abnormal. How do you know that? I have tried all this and that. Wow. I couldn't keep talking to the end. This is because the succubus came over me. Hodadak. I bowed my head and waist, rolled around on the floor, and left. This time I really barely avoided it. It was a piece of paper. Is it so? I, too, got soaked in the pink gel that I sprinkled on the floor. A pink gel that sticks on my naked body. Do you want to end video recording? Yes. Wait a minute, Mr. Movie. This is not my intention. How do you show a young man and a woman in a pink gel and having a gooey battle? We are airwaves. However, it can't be helped that this has already happened. Everything is in a sticky pink gel. Succubus is rocking. I'm rumbling. My sharpeners and succubus swords continue to fire, but they don't feel very majestic or thrilling. This is just. It's a game. Hong Yonghua shouted with her eyes closed. I made excuses hard. If there is no H scene in the game, you hear the man-gem sound. That's why I'm hearing quite a bit of resentment. Because I am not curious whether there is an H scene in your private life. I really want to see our broadcasts fail. So, you just have to put a 19 gold label. The kids who eat meals are the main viewers, but what if I add 19 gold? No, someone will misunderstand it. I'm not doing really hot things right now. Can't you see you're fighting for your life? Since then, this is breaking new world records. World rankers who fell from this previous stage will cry. Then, Is it because it is slow because of the gel? I stopped being stabbed a little by the succubus's knife. Now, wow, the moaning sound is weird. Now, it all sounds weird. Oh, it wasn't really because I was sick. Just because that's my age point. I'm not curious. I'm not curious. Ah, it's a hit point, but why is that? As I watched Hong Younghwa screaming like a seizure, I laughed bloody. It was fun to make fun of, so I purposely took a little time, but it was more fun than I thought. Shall we finish it now? I prepared for the final blow. That's because of the ringing sound just heard in my ear. Tiring. Item fusion is complete. Good. It's just the right timing. The secret weapon that I had hidden, now was the right time to test drive. Then, Succubus also began to emit red light from both eyes. Ho! I took out the fusion item and spit out the elasticity. Hong Younghwa tilts his head. What is it? I guess the Succubus also uses a secret weapon. Yes. Succubus actually has one more surprising trait. Lady First. A terrifying characteristic that has wiped out numerous raids so far. Because of this one characteristic, 2 more stars would have been added to the difficulty of attacking Succubus, which has nothing but a high attack power. Yet, check underscore. I pulled out a fusion item. Oh ho ho ho. Succubus also opens up his secret characteristics. I and the Succubus soon began to tangled up violently with each other, revealing the things that had been hidden deeply outside. In a sticky pink gel. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 68. Previous talk next. Chapter 69. Yegamage Scene 2. Scratch. The pink gel drips. Succubus moved his shiny body to the sky because of the gel. Characteristics Lady First. This terrifying trait is that it fixes all aggro around you to yourself. All players within a certain distance must turn and aim at the Succubus bus first, no matter which monster is in front of them. It can be said to be a powerful provocation skill. This characteristic is different from Succubus. It shines when you are with an in-dealer. If there are multiple Succubus on the ground, and there is another dealer who has more and more offensive power, raid is bound to be destroyed while being dragged by the Succubus Lady First characteristic that is activated from various places. The best disturber defending the dungeon. The ability to fit the title of Montmar. That is the Succubus. However, that's when there is a separate main dealer or a lot of Succubus. I looked up and looked at the Succubus bus in front of me. In a 1:1 situation, the provocation skill is self-addition. The reason that all attack directions are focused on you is that it only increases the enemy's accuracy. Deal, tang, and heal must be in harmony with others to make the Lady First trait effective, and if you use it alone, it's only empty. Thump. I rolled one foot vigorously. Then, my shoes, reborn through the fusion, shined. Leathers of Kanshamaru shoes, /A+/convergence. Shoes made by cutting off the feet of a demon whose sexual spirit was like fire. It is said that the indwelling anger and Han are enough to melt the rock. Fire attack, +1000. Movement speed +70%, special. The characteristic fire step can be used, special. Number. Kanshamaru, Yenjangwan. A demon-type monster that appears in the distant dungeon burning land. I was able to meet this guy as an item first. This is the advantage of creating fusion-type items, that you can get an item of an advanced level. It's just good. I looked down at my new red shoes. The characteristic Earthquake has been changed to Fire Step. It was a considerable harvest. This is the original. It's a shoe. Fire Walk is a characteristic that inflicts flame damage where you step on and turns the surrounding terrain into a lava field. This is the meta used by King Madong in the past, along with earthquakes and vortices. However, I have to be careful because the concept of the old character and the style of the Madong King cannot overlap. I raised the power to be careful not to reveal the power of the shoe. Oh, wow. A slight vibration is felt in the shoes. The feeling of accumulating strength. Meanwhile, let's not move much while I'm stocking up. Spot. Succubus rushes with his sword crossed. It seems that I am completely defenseless. However, did you believe that? Lava kick. I moved sideways in time for the Succubus to charge in a straight line. Then, she struck a heavy middle kick on her empty side. Nice billion. At the same time as the damage was entered, the Fire Walk trait was activated. Kurik. A red flame broke out from my feet. Originally, this characteristic is a lava tidal flat with a radius of tens of meters around the place where I stepped. Ability. It was concentrated on only one body of the Succubus. Because of the Lady First characteristic, it was tightly packed with no damage leaking anywhere else. Hook. Succubus couldn't even scream properly. Qua 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 quang. She fell far away, engulfed in flames, and created a huge crater in the wall of the room. Shut it off. Succubus struggles with being stuck in the wall. It would be in a hurry to get out and counterattack, but it's unpredictable. Choke. I sprinkled blood mixed with poisonous poison on such a succubus. At the same time, of course, it hurts by cutting. However, while the attack is being made easily, there is no way to help that something is stiff with feet and knees. Something is unfortunate. I feel like I want to make the bottom of this dungeon into a sea of fire, but I can't go out too much as long as it's being broadcast. Afterwards, when I'm working as a Madon King, I'll scream as much as I can. When I'm thinking about this or that in my mind. Xiao Yi. The head of the succubus who was running in was bent forward. Thud. Eventually, the succubus fell on the floor full of gels. Okay. Caught it. I got it. From the side, I heard Hongwa screaming in excitement. Cleared the 47th layer of the Brave's grave for the first time in the world. It was the moment when 2B+ grade monsters that humans could not catch with 1:1 were already defeated. Great. It's really awesome. Probably all the city listeners will be surprised. Hongwa's goblins were spinning around the drooping succubus. Well, sometimes sensational. After all, it is now a barboob to take the body of a succubus from various angles. What is a succubus? It's really amazing. If you go up, will there be an incubus? Hong Younghua asks questions with full self-interest. But I shook my head. Incubus and succubus are the same monster. Just stand in the eyes of men. It looks like a cube, and to a woman's eyes, it looks like an incubus. Huh? Then why does it look like a succubus bust to my eyes? Well, Mr. Hong Younghua is still in a state of fire. Is it because I'm using a part of my vision? Then, Hong Younghua nodded with a gloomy expression. It seems that my expectations were high. However, it has been a long time since I had already lost interest in succubus. The important thing is the item. In the blink of an eye, the succubus body became ashes and disappeared. It's as if the fierce battle up to before was one night's dream. Well, it's all like the end of Moma. Succubus or incubus, or when disappearing, leaves nothing. When a normal monster dies, it leaves a corpse for 24 hours or longer. They disappear as if nothing had existed in the first place. And, clink. I always drop certain items like this. I picked up what fell on the floor. It was the sword the succubus used the other day. Swordsman Angjan, two-handed weapon /B+. If you kill the water ball succubus, the knife will. If you kill a magical succubus, the stick teeth fall. All of them have dark attack power. I finally got it. I nodded as I looked at the sword in my hand. The purpose of coming here to the Tomb of the Brave has been fulfilled. Meanwhile, Hong Younghua was amazed as he looked at the knife I had obtained. Great. It's a B+ grade item. If you go to the auction house, it will make a huge impact. I think it might be the first in the world. Go in Mulsama, may equip it yourself. I don't have a desire to equip it. Oh, then are you going to sell it? No. Question mark. Hong Younghua tilted his head. You're not going to use or sell after getting the best items. Are you saying you're going to put it in your inventory? She keeps feeling stuffy because she doesn't know what's inside me. Now you are entering the 48th floor of the Brave's grave for the first time in the world. How do you feel? Also, how far are you aiming to go up? Jay. Hong Younghua asked, her eyes twinkling. However, I'll do it all this way. I made a bomb declaration. On. Hong Younghua looked at me with a blank expression. Why? I have achieved all of my purposes here. It costs. Yes, I have achieved all 4 objectives here. 1. Did you collect a lot of agility items? Yes. 2. Did you set a new world record? Yes. 3. Did you succeed in fusion of items by catching Kaidamaru? Yes. 4. Did you grab the succubus and get the item? Yes. So staying here longer is a waste of time. Anyway, the record that came to the 47th floor as a no-hit run will not be broken for a while, so it would be good to know that you are satisfied at this point and withdraw. However, Hongwa was a regretful expression. Why? Why are you going back? The Brave Tower is up to the 108th floor. Still how much? You can eat more worries. If you drag, readers and viewers get bored. Who is that? Who says you're bored? Anyway, I would have pulled out enough for 1 episode. Can you give me more performance fees? Ping. The horse is like this, but in fact, there is a separate one. It's a loss to eat a good material called the Warrior's Grave at once. Later, whenever the new record is updated, it will be a pretty good personal broadcast content if you come up a little and set a higher score by the 1st and 2nd floors. Meanwhile, Hong Younghua looks slightly depressed when I drip the cast. It is only with the same heart that you will want to double or triple the appearance fee so that you can continue to attack the Tomb of the Brave. However, the broadcasting station's budget is fixed, and its operation is not a matter that she, as a single employee, can decide. In the end, Hong Younghua had no choice but to nod her head with a mourning expression. I'm so sorry, but I can't. You quit here. Yes, yes. Please edit it later. As I looked down my head, the red film with a gloomy expression suddenly raised my head. Me. Then, one last request. Can I give you only? As I tilted my head, Han Yanghua looked at the black sword in my hand. That item. I was wondering if I could see what you use once. B+ grade item. It's a dream item for viewers. Oh, is that so? I think it is. Among the items currently released at the auction house, the highest grade is B grade. Certainly, if I sell this sword to the auction house now, the repercussions will be huge. However, this item was not obtained for sale. I got this item while trying to come to the Tomb of the Brave. The reason is, when I'm thinking inside, Han Wajie made another voice next to him. Can you tell me how you are going to do that item in the future? I'm so curious. The fusion item you used earlier. Me and other items are equipment worn by the deceased, so it may be difficult to explain. Since you said you don't use the item that came out while grabbing the succubus, be careful if you can reveal your stats or usage. That's right for others. In consideration of my relationship with Han Yanghua, I specifically decided to tell you some of my plans. I was going to use this item like this. When I open my mouth, my eyes twinkle as if I'm looking forward to Hanghua. Within, I took something out of the inventory. It's an anvil and a hammer and a river. It was a fossil. Hong's eyes widened when he saw them. Alas, reinforce. You were thinking of strengthening it. Items become more expensive as you strengthen them. It can be reinforced in a total of 10 steps, and there is a probability of failure in each step. Items that fail in enhancement. It was a problem that had to be cautious because it was destroyed. In a way, it's like gambling. It's safe up to the 3rd level, so why don't you just try it there? After hearing Honghua's words, I nodded. Yet, I put the sword on the anvil and put the reinforcement stone on it again. Then he started tapping with a hammer. Okay, tiring. You have succeeded in strengthening. Sword +1 has been created. A loud beep sounds. I applied the reinforcement stones in succession. Tiring. You have succeeded in strengthening. Sword +3 has been created. In an instant, the swordsman's grade goes up to the 3rd place. Oh. Awesome. Your skill level will become more and more awesome. However, I strengthened it, so I wanted to use it. Is it also sold? Han Yanghua looks at the sword in my hand with an excited expression. But, tiring. You have succeeded in strengthening. Sword +4 has been created. Tiring. You have succeeded in strengthening. Sword +5 has been created. Tiring. You have succeeded in strengthening. Sword +6 has been created. Tiring. You have succeeded in strengthening. Sword +7 has been created. Soon, Hong's eyes widened. The spirit of applying 7 upgrade stones to a human sword without hesitation. It's really hard to believe that you can strengthen with a straight line in a yard that might explode if you don't. Wait, no? Stop. Hanghua was so surprised that he couldn't even speak properly. However, I did not stop strengthening. Tiring. You have succeeded in strengthening. Sword +8 has been created. In the meantime, Hanghua succeeded up to 8. Almost crazy odds. I'm shaking my heart. Why am I so scared to see? Now, can't we take a break and strengthen it? Han Yanghua flutters from the side. But I applied the next river fossil without hesitation. And, tiring. You have succeeded in strengthening. Sword +9 has been created. Surprisingly, I have pierced the 9th quarter of atrocities. The sword +9 river was born. Han Yanghua had the most tense expression he had ever made. She began to appease me gently, as if raising a beast on the verge of attacking. Go, deceased person. Take it easy for a moment. Put down the enchantment stone you are holding. It is already in the 9th class. Yes, a B+ class item that has never appeared in the auction house. I even applied 9 upgrade stones. This will soon be a price to call. However, I was catching the gaze of the red film that was rushing. And, Gaza, I took out the 10th enchantment stone and applied it to the sword. No. At the same time, the scream of a red movie rang. Kang. My hammer also hits the sword. And, dig. A loud light began to erupt with sparks. Within, a bright and cheerful notification sound popped up in my ear. Tiring. You have failed to strengthen. Sword +9 has been destroyed. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 69. Previous talk next. Chapter 70. Yagam H Scene 3. Wow. I'll be late. Hong Yanghua quickly ran to the taxi stop. Today is the day I decided to meet Eojin, the late BJ character. The meeting time is 5 o'clock. I had about an hour and a half left, but I was planning to go out at least an hour earlier because the person I was meeting with is the other person. It's fighting luck. Be sure to ask about your intention to appear on the next broadcast. Don't worry about the appearance fee and go boom. I'm responsible for everything. No matter how much you call, don't worry, just call in. It reminds me of the fact that Cho Tae-ho was a new leader. After signing a broadcast contract with Yeojin, Hong Yanghwa was nicknamed Buck Deng by the team. The team members are also looking forward to this meeting. You must live up to it. Hong Yanghwa's two tiny fists curled up and clenched. Taxi. She waved at the passing cars. However, there wasn't a single taxi at the bus stop today. Even empty cars often pass by with a reservation sign. Ah, a taxi. Hong Hwa has a restless expression. Waved again. However, the taxi is still not being caught. Right then. Bread. At the taxi stop, someone makes a clock sound. As soon as Hong Hwa turned her head looking for something, a car came into her eyes. An open car with a black body and red interior. It is a supercar that can be seen at a glance and is extremely expensive. Porsche Crocodile. That is what is standing in front of Hong Hwa. Sheesh, what is it? Are you bragging about your car? Yes, I'm a commoner. Burn. The moment Hong Yanghwa is about to turn his head with a bright expression. Aren't you riding? The driver's window goes down and a face pops out. It is me. Boong. I am driving to the meeting point today. From the Emperor to the Emperor was successfully aired. Today is a meeting to hear the reviews. The moment we enter the alley on the way to the meeting place, I see a woman standing in front of the pedestrian crossing in the distance. Honghwa. She was wearing black jeans and black knitwear that showed the curves of her body. The heel he is wearing is also black. The coat she is wearing is brown, so it went well with the all-black fashion. That person takes a pictorial alone. Are you going? Whenever people pass by, I can see a glimpse of the red film. Certainly, the aura is different. Is there anything else in my life to actually see such a pretty girl? Oh, there was once. I suddenly think of you, Dahi. There should be about her. It would be able to compare the beauty of the red film and the beauty. Well, personality is not comparable. I thought this and that in my mind and rang the clock. Then, Hong Yanghwa came to this side and looked surprised. Wow, what are you riding on? Car. I know that. Wow, it looks very expensive. Hong Yanghwa carefully opened the passenger door and rode. She is the one who closes the front passenger door when she sprays it, whether it is a halt or a scratch. Huh, the passenger door is not closed. Please close it a little harder. Oh, then, if I get a home house I don't have the money to ask, black. It's okay, so close it tightly. Only then, Honghwa opened the passenger door. Closed with a thump. Then, he looks at me slightly. You didn't get a gig, didn't you get a gig? I wouldn't have done it. Even if I do, I won't charge you. Oh really? I have to record this one. I ignored her for a while. I drove to a quiet cafe. Within, me and she had a conversation. Hong Yanghwa spoke first. Did you have dinner? You are 3 now? It hasn't been an hour since I had lunch yet. What did you come out so early? I'm afraid it will be late to meet Yeojin. You can be late from next time, so come on time. I'm so sorry to come out a couple of hours early. Oh, from next time? That means you'll meet again next time? I sighed and parked my car in the parking lot. While ordering coffee at the cafe, Hong Yanghwa stares at me. I asked without winning the continuous gaze. Why do you look so keep? It's good. What? I'm the old man. Hong Yanghwa responds with a smile. In other words, she might be trying to make fun of me, who is 25 and 4 years old, but unfortunately, I'm 10 years older than her. I look back at Honghwa. I like it too. At my words, a smile disappeared from Honghwa's face for a moment. The face of Honghwa, rising quickly, I laughed as I watched it. I like myself. Ah, what is it? Hong Yanghwa soon frowned and turned his head. I lifted my cell phone towards her. In the cell phone, the last aired from Turning On to the King was playing. Now let's talk about work. Soon after, Hong Yanghwa sits on the sofa with me with a gloomy expression. Me and she soon started talking on the air. As soon as Honghwa talked about work, it turned into a clerical tone. Until now, the silly image has nowhere to go. She hurried out in a calm voice. Once I ate a warning from the Korea Communications Commission. It's sensational. Sorry. I rolled my tail right away. Honghwa, who sighed for a moment, said, I'm glad though. Despite betting 19 gold, the ratings were overwhelming. If the broadcast is okay, I will watch everything. People won. Glad the reaction was good. Yo. Yes. The end of the broadcast was really overwhelming with a dead wall. Hong Yanghwa gently presses her left chest, as if she was still trembling. Meanwhile, I tilted my head. The finish was a shock. What? What is it? At the end, I'm reinforcing a B+ class item and popping it. Oh, are you talking about that? Exactly. That was the moment when the most comments were posted. Oh, why are you popping that? I'd rather give me TRMTFTTTT. The deceased person? Aren't you crazy? +9. Did you pop the river? I'll just sell it in the ninth quarter. If it is B+, isn't it the highest grade item in existence? You screamed that by +10? Since the liver can't be swollen, it's going to be a sitar burn. Look and learn about the Buddha baby. No, you're a crazy guy who has almost ambition. Scream at the rate, right? I'm sorry, but how much is B+? I've still used only DC grade weapons. If the UC class weapon is Morning, the B+ class weapon is a Lamborghini. B actually, if you sell it to a 9th grade B+ grade weapon, you will buy a Lamborghini. Sheet. Kia, about one sports car is just getting bored with the spirit of the deceased person, Sungnam. There are a huge number of comments running in real time. No one knows exactly what the name and specification of the B+ class item obtained by grabbing the succubus is. However, everyone is aware that it is of great value. Everyone was fed up with my ambition to reinforce such things to the 10th quarter without hesitation. However, I didn't think it was a waste at all. Because it's an item that's originally told to eat. I laughed bloody. As we will review in detail later, the sword is actually a weapon with poor stats compared to its grade. Its true value is only to be exerted when it is destroyed during reinforcement. As it were, is it hidden piece? I didn't climb the tomb of the brave while struggling for no reason. If you simply get an item with good stats, you won't be a student in such a place. If you're really going to aim for the ultimate hidden piece, you have to search for places that no one will need and do what no one will do. When I'm thinking about this or that in my mind, Hong Yonghua said carefully, "Will you be able to broadcast the next broadcast if you have time later?" "Oh, of course. As long as the performance fee is full, it's okay. Of course. No matter how much you want, we will match that award." Hong Yonghua nodded with a bright face. Then I added a small PS at the end. "But can't you come out wearing some clothes for the next broadcast? There are complaints about being sensational." "Well, I can't. It is my belief not to wear clothes." Then, Hong Yonghua tilted her head. "Why aren't you wearing clothes?" "Yo." To her sincere question, I answered with confidence. "I wear armor, but I don't wear it, but it's the same. Because I have the confidence that no one can hit me. Anyway, it wouldn't fit even one, but what if I don't wear some armor? Rather, take it off and lighten your body. Better." Hong Yonghua is admiring the words. Then he muttered in a small voice alone. "Did such a guy almost get retired by slime?" "Yeah? What did you say?" "No, I didn't say anything. Why didn't you just do slime?" "Retire." "No, the patella hurts a little. At one time, it was tough like a tire. This is because I get older." Hong Yonghua tapped his knees and lightly smoked. I asked for her. "But, how many civil petitions came in?" "Well, a lot. I also received a lot of complaint emails, and the best record was that one person sent 3,021 copies. "What? 3,021 copies? One person sent that many complaints? Is that possible?" When I opened my eyes wide as if I couldn't believe it, he sent me a cell phone screen saying it was true. "Look here, especially this netizen. I have so many malicious emails." Soon, the nickname of the netizen who sent a complaint to Honghua's cell phone came to mind. "Hey, look at Yana, you liked me. The moment you see that long nickname." Pooh. I had no choice but to burst into laughter. Hong Yonghua looked at me like that, and looked at me with a puzzled expression. Soon, I stopped laughing and drank a sip of coffee. Then he said to Hong Yonghua, "He's the one who deserves a protest." Bang. The desk shook as if it was an earthquake. The crushed beer cans and cigarette ash are scattered in all directions. X shots. What the hell is it? Yudahi. She was staring at the monitor with bloody eyes. From the Emperor to the Emperor, special feature. A guide to the tomb of the brave with the BJ deceased person. In the monitor, a deceased person is striking the stretched monster and winning. Within. I'll do it all this time today. Broadcasting ends after the succubus raid. Bang. Yudahi again struck the desk with her fist. What the hell is this guy's item? What? Yudahi looked at the items that the deceased was wearing. A cloak that appears to have been obtained by catching a sandworm. A ring that appears to have been obtained by holding Medusa. But I don't know anything else. All that looks cheap on the surface and looks like a D class. And a very common red shoe of an unknown class. Nothing much. The visuals of common Japtums. However, these are clearly not in the list of items that have been discovered and identified so far. I care about that. You don't know your ability and you don't know your grade? Damn it. What the hell is this kid's strategy? Yudahi walked through the air while watching the broadcast. Obviously, it seems to be hunting using dot damage, but the dot damage meta was a method that no one used because of its poor efficiency. However, he uses that bad meta to destroy dungeons with a degree of difficulty that others can't even dream of. How the hell? Oh, how does he know all the patterns of monsters? Yudahi only tears off her head. Even if you are a game developer or operator, it is impossible to know all the individual AI patterns of monsters. This is because Deus Ex Machina is a type of artificial intelligence that solves and corrects problems by itself. If so, it is obvious that he is dealing with monsters with his skills. There can be no such nonsense skills. Yudahi hits the desk with her stretched fist. That would be the case, too. For users who have never hunted A-class or higher monsters, the title is the main. It was because he did not know the existence of the privilege at all. Then, sister, I did it all. From the side, Fluency and subordinates with a shabby expression appeared. They were each carrying a laptop. Regarding the sensationality of LG TV stations, I put in a complaint mail. I have filled my 3,000 quota. I filed a civil complaint on the Korea Communications Commission. I went around 40 ma'am cafes and wrote a sniper. Then, Yudahi became more angry and jumped. I cannot give a shit. Gialro will contact me direct below that motherfucker. Bamboo. It should be. You have to find it and kill it. That way he won't face a death penalty. But, sister, we can't kill him with our skills. You know, it is said that Gnome is now called the #1 in the unofficial ranking among users. Let Yuchong carefully testify. Brightly. Yudahi's eyes shone sharply. No, I have one. Standing water. I have the skills to kill that baby. Yuchong opened his eyes to Yudahi's words. Who is that? Ho ho ho. Still with he. I'll get in touch. If you kill the deceased, you will do anything. After finishing the conversation, Yudahi jumped up from the seat and stretched out her chest. A slim waist, smooth legs, a beautiful face. Her beauty is still in good shape. I'm going to approve no matter how much money or beauty I spend. If it were he, it would be possible to kill the deceased. Second in the recent dark rankings. When it comes to the ability of he that emerged like a divine nature. So who is he? Yuchong asks urgently, as if he is sweet. Okay. Yudahi smiled with a smile of conversion toward Yuchong. Have you ever heard that you are the king of Madong? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 70. Previous talk next. Chapter 71. Pro League debut. 1. Kwakwang. Rumble. Inside the monitor. A man is wrinkled all over the world. It is figurative to be wrinkled. It is not an expression. He really wrinkles the world. Look. When he reached out and grabbed the ground, a huge wrinkle appeared on the earth. Grunk grungy dash. The wrinkles soon turned into huge waves and began to rock. The ground fluctuates up and down, and a huge earthquake occurs. Sutsit dash. Within, the overturned land began to wave round and round. A giant earthen tornado devoured everything. The scenery looks like a stormy sea. At the same time, wow, GI Gig writes. A willingness to surrender comes out of the opponent's mouth. However, what? Can't you hear me? He just smiles under the mask. And, wow, the fist that caused an earthquake on the earth just before hit the other person's face. At the same time, all the HP of the opponent's rat tail evaporates. Pick dash. The video has ended. And, soon, as soon as the main screen of the YouTube view channel was switched, the title of the video appeared in a large size. Anonymous Master Madong King versus China-ranked King Siocho King. Shock reversal. A common thing that happens in the cancer rankings. Forget about ranking in the sun. What is happening now in the dark rankings? The same videos are shared countless times with only the title changed. And there is only one place where the original video was uploaded. Madong King. A channel operated by an unknown streamer. There is only one video posted here. A video of the streamer himself participating in an illegal Tottori league, covering the ranks of Korea, China, and Japan, and collecting the winning prize. It is also a video taken with the one-take technique. That means immediately. In this one video, all of the ranks of Korean, Chinese, and Japanese ranks are contained. And it was natural for the public's attention to be focused on the beings who have achieved such tremendous achievements. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Who the hell is this? Surprise and feeling in the spacious office. A mixture of burnt, excitement, desperateness, and urgency erupted. Are you in your 40s now? A middle-aged man with a well-formed body, glasses, and a well-groomed part was looking at the monitor and clenched his fists. Jae-youngum. He is the director of Seoul's Pro Gamer Club Kook K1. It is all thanks to his genius ability that made this team less than a year old now Korea's strongest. The fact that he has raised and owned the current Korean ranking #1 Im Joseph, 5th place Yonho Lee, 6th place Matthew Taegang, 7th place Song Byung-gun, 9th place Choi Yun-suk, etc. was also the result of his glances shining early. Those who used to be high school students or trainees in the second group of other teams. It was he who chose to scout and intensively raised it. Jae-youngum. He was a man with excellent eyes to know talented people like this. That is why it is said to be highly renowned as the best director in Korea. And he was realizing it now. Who do you believe these days? I also believe that there was no fate until I met you. Sweet music in my ears. Yes, Jae-young. He fell in love with the moment he saw the king of Madong. It's a gem. This is not even a gemstone. The gem itself no longer needs to be processed. It's not a stupid gem, it's a diamond of hundreds of carats. Where are they registered pro gamers? Jae-young hurriedly examined the image of King Ma-dong. However, no one used that style regardless of any professional team in Korea. It was the same with China and Japan. It can't be taken away by another team. Guys, send me a contact note now. At the words of Jae-young, numerous employees were busy. However, there is no way to contact you. I don't have an email or phone number. Outside through a YouTube view note. All of the staff's responses were negative. This is because Ma-dong King's channel itself was a temporary account with no information. Jae-young touched his face with his hand. No, Hangyo or other country pro. Even going as a team is a national loss. I have to hold on to it at all costs. Would you like to keep sending me an invitation to join? Okay, keep sending it. Make it very paper. But don't copy and paste overly. All in different content. No redundant content. For breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Oh, like salary or welfare conditions. I already explained everything. What else to send my dragon? Then, use the lunch menu our kids ate today and send it. Did you eat well? Did you pack your poop well? How are you feeling? How is the weather? How is the fine dust? How are your parents? I mean, write something and send it. It was the first time that Jae-young was so anxious, so the employees were all surprised. But it did. King of Madong. He had all the conditions for a pro gamer to succeed. His ability to overwhelm the top tiers in China and Japan. Wide area natural disaster class ability that sweeps across the world. Sangmacho berserker style that crushes opponents like blood cakes with two fists. Quiet and mystical charisma from villain who was in the League of Darkness. Delicate and detailed control skills, madness like a madman, and a unique fighting spirit. At this point, it's like being born to become a top star. It is literally a box check that the public cannot but want to like. What kind of nickname will it get? Tyrant? Monster? Berserker? No, it would be okay to be the Madong King himself. Jae-young muttered, as if possessed, watching the PK video of King Ma-dong many times. Then, someone came to the side. Cool impression, big height. It was Joseph, the ace of the team's #1 ranking and the current #1 in the Korean rankings. I think you're good at doing it. Haven't you seen this video? When Jae-young asked, Joseph smiled bloody. I don't watch illegal Todochung videos. Well, but why don't you see it? It would be helpful for Mudu to analyze style. I heard that you defeated the king of Seocho. But that guy, playing in illegal leagues, he's a lot less proficient. The one who lost. I can beat anybody like that. In Joseph's confidence, Jae-young nodded. Joseph was also one of the talents Jae-young fell in love at first sight. Then he is qualified to speak such arrogant words. Then, Joseph inquired. Director, are you a BJ deceased person? Does that person contact you? At Joseph's words, Jae-young frowned. I tried to contact you, but I didn't get the most. Let's appeal a little more actively. To quit. He's a good guy, but I don't think he's going to be a big hit. You're only good at running sneaky. And a little bit in the point of being naked. No, if you come, it would be welcome with a pair of arms. There is no reply. I think it's better than that of the Madong King. Yama, you go and do some more practice. Leave the newcomer contact to the director. Jae-young stroked his hand and turned his gaze back to the monitor. It seems like I am in the midst of revisiting the Madong King video once more. However, Joseph did not leave and continued to wander. If you were a guy who played in the Dark League, you tasted money, so Yongjaro is good at. You're not going to come up? Our club's salary is also cramped compared to the money in the Dark rankings. Now all illegal leagues have been abolished. The country is cracking down on it. So, a lot of those who played there will also move to Yonji. It is the best time to enlist the Madong King. Jae-young looks at the monitor with a desperate expression. Joseph, who saw it, pouts his lips. Oh, take care of me like that. Why? What you? Are you jealous? I'm not jealous. You're the king of Madong these days. I don't think I'll come to our team anyway, but why are you so passionate? It was then, as if I was interrupting Joseph, a new email message appeared on Jae-young's monitor. Then, Jae-young clicked the mail at the speed of light. Express information. The cheapest place for blueberries. Oxenbukuro, Oxenmayan, Bio. 010990*658*. Pesticide-free blueberry aronia. We will send you handpicked. Mr. A, it's an advertisement. Jae Young was annoyed and closed the mail. Then, Joseph whispered again next to him. Look at it. I'm not coming. I'm not sure if I'm Korean in the first place. Aren't you quiet? Don't get upset. Go and practice. When Jae Young and Joseph are quarreling. Tiring. The sound of mail coming again. Is it spam again? Jae Young scratched his head with an annoyed expression. But, go, Bishop. This. Joseph's expression, looking at the monitor, is not unusual. This boy, I'm not deceived. Jae Young smiles and pulls on Joseph's ear. But, even if he pulls his ears, Joseph's vague expression does not go away. 0 all. Jae Young looked at the monitor screen reflected by Joseph's 2 glasses. The following email contents can be seen through the 2 glasses. Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 71. Previous talk next. Chapter 72. Pro League debut. 2. Virtual reality game Deus Ex Machina. It is not an exaggeration to say that DM is currently replacing the word game itself. A game played by hundreds of millions of people around the world at the same time. Dem went beyond the game and became another life. Even if there is a disability in reality, there is no such thing in the game. Anyone can enjoy endless content by roaming as much as they want. Come on. In order to satisfy hundreds of millions of different tastes, various subcontents are being created in the game. How would people only like to fight monsters? Some love painting, others enjoy music, others want to go hiking, others want to run fast, others want to fly, and others seek fishing. For this reason, various activities coexisted in the game. Drawing competition, gambling, racing competition, concert, hunting competition, mountain climbing competition, marathon competition, fishing competition. These games naturally took on prize money, and the prize money soon led to the birth of numerous professional teams. Professional club. Countless pro gamers have been born. They make money and communicate with the public through hiking, marathons, fishing, and so on. And, after all, the most mainstream content in the in-game pro league was PK. People love to fight the strong and the strong. Just as the martial arts and sports of today are extremely popular, so is this world. Naturally, many professional clubs have been created in Korea. PK's pros. It is convenient to think of old fighting games as first-person like FPS games. Within 10 months of launching the game, more than 140 PK pro teams have been created in Korea. The spring and autumn national era of the professional team. That was right now. Many small and medium-sized professional teams are scattered as large and mid-sized companies jump into the money market and release their capital. And, among the 140 professional teams, the professional team Coup K1, which is evaluated as the best team in Seoul. The best professional team with 5 out of the top 10 Korean rankings. If you hit the second and third squad trainees, more than 20 out of the top 100 in the ranking belong here. Director Jae Young of Master is second. As a team led by Joseph, who has a stable game style, nicknamed Dol Buddha, Coup K1 was a team with a sense of weight that could not be shaken by any storm. It was just 5 minutes ago. The practice room of the office building of Coup K1, located in Cheongdam-dong. 2 neat detached houses are connected by a yard. One is for trainees in the 2nd and 3rd districts, and the other is for trainees in the 1st district. The practice room is located in a small glass dome in the center that connects the 2 houses. It is a space for everyone to share. And, now this practice room was immersed in a strange tension. More than 20 pro gamers are gathered in one place. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd group gamers all gathered. And, there is one man who is frowning on his face in the middle. It is currently ranked number 1 in Korea. This is Joseph, the Dol Buddha. Behind the scenes were members of the 1st Army, including Lee Yun-ho, 5th place, Song Byung-gun, 7th, and Choi Yeon-suk, 9th in the rankings. It is also seen that Matthew Tae-gang, who is the 6th place in the ranking, is standing in the corner with his arms folded. The appointment time it's been passed. Joseph looked at his wristwatch and expressed his uncomfortable feeling. 5:30 p.m. Today is the promised time for a guest to visit this practice room. King of Madong. He decided to visit the Coup K1 practice room today. But now the time is 7:42. More than 2 hours have passed since the original appointment time. More than 20 pro gamers started to look uncomfortable. Along with the leader, Joseph, only negative energy is prevalent among the members of the hostel. To bring a guy who played in an illegal league without a genealogy. Who knows if there was a matchmaking? At best, you're bringing a guy who would have played while doing the massacre to the pro league? Everyone doesn't like it. Besides, Joseph has another bad thing apart from him. The 45th floor of the Braves' grave. The new world record he set was updated by the Go person. In the game world, the deceased person. In the real world, the Madong King. These two beings are very troublesome. Why aren't you coming? Joseph keeps complaining while looking at the clock. I was waiting all the time because of Jae Young's words that Madong would come at 5:30, so he was ready to look good. But this turned out to be ridiculous. How to make dark seniors wait so long on the topic of a rookie who dared not even debut. Just come. Please hold on to the weapon very tightly. When everyone's dissatisfaction keeps accumulating. Bang. The door of the central practice room opened as if it were breaking. And, guys, serve customers. Director Jae Young, whose face is sharply recalled, comes in while shaking off the rainwater from the umbrella. And it's like winning the Blue Dragon Film Festival's Best Actor Award. The man Bomu also walks on the red carpet confidently. King of Madong. It is me. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Joseph is looking at me with a strange expression. I will. Currently, I cover half of my face with a white mask. It will be a visual like seeing the ghost of opera. Also, the voice was changed to a voice modulator. Nice to meet you. Pro gamers flinch when they hear the mechanical sounds I make. They are creepy expressions. Joseph asked, frowning on his forehead. What is it? That outfit. Then, Jae Young, who is laughing with her mouth torn down to the bottom of her ears, stands quickly. They say that they use masks and in Songdae for burns. Don't bother too much. Alas, after listening to Jae Young, people are convinced. However, Joseph is a gloomy reaction. So, why are you more than 2 hours late? Wasn't the appointment time until 5:30? The attitude that is that, and this is this. Then Jae Young is more embarrassed. No dude. It was raining, and the car was just shutting up. It's not this man's fault. You're this man? I came to join our team. Why do you keep using honorifics? You haven't signed a contract yet. This child is, but from a while ago, why are you so hard? Year? Oh, practice time was lost. Director Jae Young and Joseph fight again. I was so thrilled to see it. Jae Young Master, and Joseph Lim, Dole Buddha. They always fought on dong like that even when they came to the official statue. The taste of seeing that chemistry was Sulsul again. I am very impressed to be able to intuit it from such a close distance. So, did you say that the virtue of virtue is the virtue of holiness and successful virtue? However, the concept that I am currently being tough. In order to make your professional life easier in the future, you have to go hard in this situation. I asked Joseph with a hard voice. Who told you to wait? Okay. It's bad. Suddenly, the atmosphere became cheap. Joseph frowned. What did you say now? The words of honor disappeared from his mouth. But I am calm. Who told you to wait here still? If I wanted to see you, I would have met you in person. Why stupidly wait and get angry? Okay. The expressions of more than 20 people were all distorted. The atmosphere is as if you're going to rush into it any moment. Shuda? Bitsori hitting the glass ceiling is faintly heard. Rainwater dripping down the whole glass wall. After a little silence, the leader, Joseph, walked out in front of me. Well, if it were worth it, would you have done that? And 3 people, including Lee Yun-ho, 5th place, Song Byung-gun, and 9th place, Yanseok Choi, also step out behind Joseph. Oh, I think I'm pretty confident in my skills as I see it. If you don't have an official ranking, you have a high nose. I should lower it a little. Is it possible that the skills you played in the illegal league will work in the professional league? Okay. Director Jae Young was embarrassed and blocked our relationship. Why are these guys doing this? Oh, I'm sorry. It's one atmosphere, but the rain makes the kids a little bit tough. However, I said to Jae Young, aren't you supposed to take the entrance test anyway? Sounds fun. To stick to this charm once. I looked back at the 4 rankers in front of me. Joseph, Lee Yun-ho, Song Byung-gun, Choi Yun-suk. All of the rankers of memory who enjoyed the same days. I remember the past when I cried and laughed as I watched their play. The jajangmyeon of the PC room, the faint cigarette smoke, the shouts, victory, glory, and eyes of these friends heard through the headset. And I was young when we cried, laughed, and screamed together. And now, I am standing in front of them. Somehow I feel blunt. Lift. But apart from that, this is a place where I have to prove my skills. It is also a place for salary negotiations. So, there is something I try to make it a little cheaper on purpose. It will depend on what kind of achievements you make here, right? Salary, the treatment within the team, and how to dominate this team in the future. Everything is up to this place now. Meanwhile, are you trying to stick? I'm going crazy about this. Joseph touched his forehead with an embarrassing expression. Who can be so arrogant to him, who is currently ranked #1 in Korea? It must be a fresh experience for him. a newbie who came without a ranking. Originally, it had to be sent to the Third Army to wash the dishes or die. I have to show the sky above the sky by myself. Joseph looked back at the younger siblings of the First Army, such as Lee Yun-ho, Song Byung-gun, and Choi Yun-suk, who were strong younger brothers and proud juniors. Who wants to do it first? Then, the three quarreled and raised their hands. Did you know I'm good 1:1? I'll do it first. No, my brother, I'll go first. I'm the lowest official ranking, so I'll go first. All three are expressing that they will die because they want to break the cheeky junior in front of them. Joseph looked at his younger brothers with a happy expression and suddenly made an eye contact with Matthew Kong in the corner. Tae-gang, do you want to go out? When Joseph asks, Matthew just shook his head silently. I'm done. Then, Yun-ho Lee, second in the team's ranks, looked toward Matthew River. The guy who doesn't have a cheap price. When you run out saying that you can't stand the third generation, when you go. Matthew had a record of leaving the team once and then returning. He ran out of the practice room saying it needed to be dispatched, then suddenly came back and only practiced violently without saying anything. Since then, it seems that the flag has been caught, but it is still in that shape. However, King Ma Dong in front of him now has a different feeling from Ma Tae-kong. If the stone that has been rolled out to remove the stone with the Matthew River embedded in it. King Ma Dong is Searaxan rock that came to crush the studded stones. However, none of the first group members gathered here is not a big rock. You have to overwhelm the steamer. If you don't break it here, you're going to be in trouble in the future. Joseph brought three younger brothers together, and I started deciding who would test the Madong King first. Let's decide the order with rock scissors. Everyone agreed with Joseph's opinion. Eventually, the moment when four people gather their fists together and decide the turn. Guys, my brother doesn't have much time. I hear the cheeky voice of King Ma Dong. Soon, he wrapped and tied the four in front of him and the River Matthew standing behind him. Then he clapped his palm. Because it's annoying, let's go neatly 5:1. Worn and more newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 72. Previous talk next. Chapter 73. Pro League debut. 3. What's in front of you is the signboard pro gamers that represent the Korean rankings. I squeezed my palms at them. Because it's annoying, let's go neatly at 5:1. Bomb declaration. However, no one could respond to that. Everyone is looking at this side with a blank expression. The expressions that they are so embarrassed that they don't even get angry. That. Director Jae-young said to me with an embarrassing expression. The original entrance test was 1:1. No matter how confident I am. However, I dismissed his words. I think I can't accept the rolled stone from the attitudes right now. Sticking the wedge from the beginning will prevent you from coming out later. Within the team, there is also a ranking problem. Well, but 5:1 is a little. If you don't like it, just go back. As I shrug my shoulders, Director Jae-young makes an expression of trouble. It's an expression that I can't easily answer because there's been a lot of work on me over the past few days. However, I also had no intention of giving up my professional debut. In the past, the dark ranker Ma Dong King who enjoyed the professional league with tremendous skills and star characteristics. Even if only proper humanity was mounted on that outstanding skill, humanity would have been able to see more and more outstanding gamers. I would like to take this opportunity to recreate that bright future in reality. Then, hio I am. Joseph laughed in vain. He soon accepted my proposal, pretending he couldn't win. Okay, let's stick to it. Go to 5:1. When Jae-young tried to hold back, Joseph opened his eyes and expressed his position. Bishop, this is a matter of ranking between us. Let us organize ourselves this time. Hey, man still, 5:1 is a little. When Jae-young was just making a difficult expression, there was a man who raised his hand. I will fall. It was Tae-gang, the investment god. He opened his mouth with an unfamiliar expression. I don't want to be involved in the obvious fight. Joseph Lim, Yun-ho Lee, Byung-jian Song, and Yun-suk Choi nodded at the words. However, I knew. You noticed it. It is clear that Matthew Kong knows who I am. He would be like that, because I once met him in an illegal Totori. It was a fairly subtle nuance to say that it was an obvious fight. What does he see as obvious? Meanwhile, then let's start. Joseph looked at me and said, within. We went into the capsule and lie down. Jying. The capsule door closes. Then everyone flocked in front of the monitor attached to the capsule. Ah, this is true. How badly to put these guys to guri. Jae-young mutters as if worried, and he is worried that the team members might be too seriously embarrassing the new recruits. Other trainees who flocked behind Jae-young seemed to be expecting similar results. Haha, it would be natural for a normal person to think like these. Game powerhouse Korea. Among them, the 1st, 5th, 7th, and 9th places in the domestic rankings gathered together. But what can a newbie do? It is also 4:1. However, only Tushin was looking at the monitor with an interesting expression. Your eyes look like you were expecting something. In such a subtle atmosphere. 3. Against the 1st, 5th, 7th, and 9th place in the Korean rankings, a newbie's PK began. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yet, for people in the empty wasteland, rankers faced each other. I looked back at the 4 rankers standing in front of me. At the same time, I remembered their items and skills. Look, how did you make the temp tree when M. Joseph was number 1 in the Korean ranking? Roll the film in your head a little forward. Then, heroes from the past 10 years ago appeared in a hazy black and white screen. The first rankers who were playing brilliantly. Their item build, skill tree that comes to mind right away. Yes, I'm Yosep, the 1st place in Korea's ranking. His nickname is Stone Buddha. Unusually, he was a mammoth tanker carrying only 2 shields. HP is close to 100,000. All the items you are holding are only items that increase your HP or defense. The 2 shields in both hands are used both for attack and for defense because horns are protruding in the front. From the front, it looks like an elephant or a mammoth horn. The nickname given to him because of the HP that does not decrease no matter how much he hits him, later became famous as Daljinji, so he was nicknamed Mammoth Tanker. Next is Korea's 5th place, Lee Yun-ho. I looked at the kid standing next to him, Joseph. Genius, Lee Yun-ho. A genius who will grow up and become a world-class ranker in the future. He will be the youngest ever to win the Asian Champions League. The style is the same now or 10 years later. A magician character who enjoys melee combat. His specialty is lightning-type magic. A lightning bolt that drops a lightning bolt directly above your head when you are at a distance. Hula hoop shock that loses everything within a certain range when you are in close proximity. In addition to that, when fighting multiple opponents, the damage spreads in a chain even if only one hit is chain lighting. While properly mixing these 3 techniques, at the same time develop a balanced character with mobility. Next is Song Byung-gun, the 7th place in the Korean rankings. I've seen this friend in a long time. All Song Byung-gun. He is a pro gamer who retires a few years later. After a while, he emerged as a coach for a professional team. I heard that there was a conflict with the association, so I left this floor for a while, but I don't know the details. However, the current temp tree and skill tree are clearly recognized. A swordsman who treats a long, thin rapier like a ghost. Assassin style represented by speed, attack power, and stealth skills. In particular, Song Byung-gun's greatest strength is that he can freely use the stabbing technique that inflicts great damage without recoil. This is a style that can work in the world. The last is Yeonseok Choi. That's entree luxurious. Noble Choi Yeon-suk. The reason he was nicknamed Noble was simple. He was a healer. At the same time, it gives buffs to allies and debuffs to enemies. It sounds simple, but heal and buff, D. It is very important to see the timing of the buff. In addition, Choi Yeon-suk had the mobility and attack power enough to protect himself from the enemy's dealings. Maybe it's hiding somewhere now, but it's obviously equipped with a one-handed weapon, such as a mace, which is quite strong attack power. This is the end of the analysis. I scattered M. Joseph, Lee Yun-ho, Song Byung-gun, and Choi Yeon-suk in front of me. Tank, mage, dealer, healer. It's a very good party. However, it's all useless in front of real strength. I quietly opened my inventory and pulled out an item. Yi Picaresque Mask /A+. The skin of the psycho serial killer's face was cut out and dried as it is. At the moment of writing, counting begins. Property serial kill can be used, special. This mask is applied with the wearer's PK karma value instead. Attack power increases according to the number of kills from the moment the mask is worn. The increase in attack power per Binkan is 1. The number of X kills is counted only for the player character. The hidden piece from the Doppelganger Kaiser. This cannot be achieved by killing the Doppelganger Kaiser. Isn't it too common for items to fall when a monster is killed? It is the hidden piece that cannot be obtained in such a common and ordinary way. To get this, Doppelganger Kaiser has to throw off his bitter mask on his face as soon as he is Zen. Then, the Doppelganger Kaiser grabs the skin of his face, and then this item is created. It is entirely up to the player's discretion whether or not this item can be retrieved in the subsequent melee. Chuck. I wore this mask to hide my bare face. Yet, equipped with the items of the Mad-On King, I move forward. Until then, Lim Joseph, Lee Yun-ho, Song Byung-gun, and Choi Yeon-suk were talking with each other with arms folded. No matter how bad 4:1 is, isn't it? Because there is also director Jae-young's position. Right. If you grind too hard, It can be a little gritty to see your face later. I have faces for my brothers, so it would be better if I just went and dealt with it, right? They still didn't seem to feel the reality of fighting 4:1. Maybe it should be. Even if I've been pincered by 4 people somewhere, it's probably the first time I tried pincers with 4 people. All of them are outstanding masters. And I was aiming for that right now. Where would I ever try to put the sum together properly? If you don't know when to catch a monster, it's almost impossible to have a party against the player. So, I decided to surprise me a little. Qua one bang. I hit the ground with my big right hand. Woodgy jajik. Heavy seismic waves shake the earth. Then, the face of Joseph, who saw the turbulent land, hardened. What? Are you really going to run alone? He shouted as if to be stunned. But aside from being absurd, the immediate attack must be avoided. Joseph put 2 shields on the ground, and at the same time, Yunho Lee, Byung-gun Song, and Yunsuk Choi jumped into the air. Okay, I have to go up. To avoid an earthquake. It is the same reaction as if it had been promised. Taking that gap. Tatak. I stepped on a rock that came out like a seesaw and leaps into the air. What? One of the 4 screams. It is Choi Yunsuk, a healer. Chin underscore. As soon as I jumped into the air, I quickly rushed to Yanseok Choi. Then he grabbed his white priest's uniform and threw it out of the air toward the ground. Everything happened in an instant. Kwakwang. Choi Yunsuk is buried in the ground without a pulse. He hangs in the air. Even at the moment, I couldn't understand the reality. Well, what do you know if you only deal with monsters? It is rare for a monster to aim for a healer first. But in PvP, it's too common sense. It's the same whether it's a taboo or a group of dogs. Yet, the eyes of Lee Yunho, a wizard, are wide open. Lost. This child, he wore a sapphire brain around his waist. Hula hoop shock. The magic that sweeps you through a certain range with lightning around yourself. But, knowing in advance that it was going to come out, I leaned my back to catch all the lightning. I've been damaged. Since this lightning only extends in a straight line, it is easy to avoid it once you know the trajectory for the first time. Thud. Soon, 3 people, except for Choi Yunsuk, landed on the ground again. Bang. I too fell back to the ground. I took it down. It was the place where Choi Yunsuk fell first. Ah. Choi Yunsuk was frightened as he saw me falling toward him. He resisted by pulling out a short club hidden in his waist, but it is meaningless to me, who already knew the existence of memorization. Jajik. I flipped around, avoided the club, and stepped on Choi Yunsuk's head right away and broke it. Red blood on the floor. The faces of the 3 rankers turned blue. The noble healer was lost because of a very momentary vigilance. I smiled toward those 3. Now it's 3:1. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 73. Previous talk next. Chapter 74. Pro League debut. 4. Tiring. 1 additional person is recorded on the serial killing list. Basic attack power increased by +1. Yi picaresque mask /A+. The skin of the psycho serial killer's face was cut out and dried as it is. At the moment of writing, counting begins. Total attack, +1. Property serial kill can be used special. Blood from the mask is gradually absorbed. Now it's 3:1. As I laughed off, the blood splattered around my mouth. Creepy. The 3 rankers flinched for a moment. I glanced away and saw Choi Yunsuk's body. I'm glad I don't have an invincible skill yet. In his heyday, Choi Yunsuk used the skill to make himself an immovable invincible totem and recover HP of nearby allies. But it is a trait that appeared after the cataclysm. Choi Yunsuk was just a healer who was exposed defenselessly to melee deals. So it's natural to die in my fist. Meanwhile, Prophet. The eyes of the leader, Joseph, are bitten. Stone Buddha, Joseph. He has been charging with 2 huge shields ahead. There are 2 large horns on the outer surfaces of the 2 shields, as if a huge mammoth is charging. Bang. I fought Joseph's shield with 2 gauntlets. However, Joseph's shield has a pushing out trait. Quasi-Jijik. My knees are stuck deep in the ground. I was pushed back more than 5 meters in that state. Oh, indeed. Paralysis is coming. I was admired as I saw both arms that touched Joseph's shield trembling. Yes, this shield is definitely a Class B item. If my memory is correct, there will be a special option to paralyze the enemy. I was paralyzed for a short time, and it is the same with Joseph. The 2 of us faced each other for a moment and confronted each other. Shoo. In that state, Song Byung-gun's rapier stretches out long at my neck. I narrowed my eyes. Currently, Song Byung-gun is invisible to the naked eye because he has activated the characteristic of Assassin's Cloaking. Instead of decreasing defense by 50%, attack power is increasing by 50%. However, by listening to the sound, you can roughly know where the attack is coming from. At 6 o'clock, is it left hand? I took the middle stone angle and turned my head slightly. Hapon. An all-like stab broke through the tip of my earlobe. Sheesh. Song Byung-gun kicks his tongue in the air, but his attempt was not in vain. Because Yunho Lee in the back gave me time to cast the lightning bolt. Die. Lee Yunho launched a lightning magic at me. Lightning bolt. All 4 circles of high-grade magic. Crackling. Cypheric thunderstorms are reaching me. Although I lost the healer, I am still thinking that I will defeat me by combining deals and tangs evenly. Did you have a big deal? I thought as I watched the tragedy and magic pouring out before my eyes. When the shield is pushed, paralysis comes to the body, and a magical attack pours in. There's even a surprise assassin surprise. This is a really difficult situation. Oh, I thought in this urgent situation. It seems like I can win too easily. It's a big deal if you finish it so quickly. The kids are so depressing. Thump. As soon as my paralysis was released, I hit the ground with my right hand. Simplicity and honesty. As the ground peaks rise, all attacks poured out are prevented. At the same time, I started using the power of a new item I had just gotten. Leathers of Kanshamaru shoes /A+/ convergence. Shoes made by cutting off the feet of a demon whose sexual spirit was like fire. It is said that the indwelling anger and Han are enough to melt the rock. Yi Flame attack +1000. Movement speed +70%, special. The characteristic fire step can be used, special. The walker I'm wearing is burning like iron on fire. Run. At the same time. Kururuk /. The land within a 10-meter radius centered on me began to melt. No rocks, no soil, no sand. Everything melts away and burns red. What? The 3 rankers were suddenly frightened by the fainting floor. Suddenly, the hard ground turned into a squishy tidal flat. It's also full of hot lava. Okay, it's showtime now. I stretched out the gauntlet of my right hand and placed it on the ground that had turned into lava. Okay. Puff, puff, puff. Earthquake. The reddish lava began to run wild and snarl. Ugh. Joseph, who stopped lava with 2 shields, groaned. Lee Yunho can only hide behind Joseph's shield and feel restless. Big. Only Song Byung-gun, who was in hiding, struck me. Iron puck /. The location of Song Byung-gun was clearly exposed due to the footprints in the lava. Even because the defense was 50% off, the fire damage was doubled. Quack. There was a hand grasping Song Byung-gun's shoulder. It was Joseph. Don't worry. All you have to do is get out of here. Joseph hugged his 2 younger brothers and began to wander through the lava tidal flats. He has activated the half Banmu trait that reduces all damage caused by the current terrain in half. However, I have no intention of sending it nicely. Chinyi. The gauntlet of my left hand touches the edge of lava. Sutsutsu. Soon, vortices began to form in the lava land. Quack. A fierce eddy current pulls 3 people far away into the center of the vortex. Ah! Song Byung-gun, caught in a vortex of lava, began to scream. Apart from being dragged to the center of the vortex, the flame damage inflicted on the whole body has already burned up all of his poor HP slots. Slap, rumbling. Song Byung-gun, buried in a tsunami of lava, could not escape. I said it. Wow. Since he is a wizard, Lee Yunho has relatively high flame resistance. But he couldn't do it either. Poop. After being swept away by the eddy current, it was half melted, but the rocks flew and hit the body. This intact turned into physical damage and was stuck in Lee Yunho's body. Are there any other entities that are as vulnerable to terrain damage as lightning-type wizards? Damn it. Stirring a staff and pouring a powerful lightning magic trick, but electrocuting the pouring rocks doesn't really make any difference. Yet, Lee Yunho was caught in a whirlpool and dragged to the center. Welcome. Right where I am waiting. Earth. I reached out and grabbed Lee Yunho's fat. Lee Yunho's eyes were full of fear. A young genius who has never experienced defeat. I'm going to tell him something new today. It's the taste of humiliation. Okay. Meeting the owner at least once is also helpful in life. I shrugged toward Lee Yunho. And, nice billion. With the bottom of his right hand full of seismic waves, he smacked him on the cheek. Sloppy. 1 room. Because of that 1 room, Lee Yunho died immediately. Tongue one. The head fell from the body, and the long vertebrae were pulled out as well. Unfortunately, it fell at the feet of Joseph, who was resisting the eddy currents from a distance. You bastard. The eyes of Joseph, who had lost all of his younger siblings in an instant, turned upside down. Unequivocally as the nickname of the stone Buddha, he shouted, losing his composure. Kill it. Soon, he rushed to this side, pushing the waves of lava with his shield. Slap pop. Sometimes the shield is tilted to catch the waves, and sometimes the shield is set horizontally to cut the rapids. He used two shields freely and came close to me and stuck it. Quackwang. Soon, the two horns of the mammoth rush at me. As soon as the attack passes even a little, the body is paralyzed and pushed back. With two shields attached, the attack range is quite wide. Because it is pushing the lava like a bulldozer and rushing, it is also possible to secure a view. It was difficult to avoid it. However, there are obvious weaknesses in that attack as well. Please make up for this. I rolled up my fists. And, quabang. The contact point where the two shields were attached, he stretched out his right fist vigorously toward the middle. Woogie geek. The two shields that were like bulldozers are folded in the form of hitting symbols. And my right fist penetrated between the two shields and went through the center like a sausage in a hot dog. Quack. My fist pierced in that way grabbed on Joseph's fate. Ugh. Joseph struggled to shake my hand, but it was late. Quackwang. I gripped the whole whirlpool. I stretched out my left-hand fist, and he smacked his face as it was. Squash. Joseph's cheeks rotate in a whirlpool, and it quickly turned his whole body upside down 180. Poop. He was buried upside down on the floor that had soon turned into lava. There was nothing more to see behind. Bang. Bang bang. Slash bang bang slash. I struck him indiscriminately with a fist filled with the power of an earthquake on his body, which was submerged in lava. I hit my head, my stomach, my feet. I don't know, I don't care. I just hit and beat until the power of this HP fat is all gone. If he gets up and tries to counterattack, he uses an eddy current to bury it in the lava flow. And again, he was hitting him with an earthquake fist like crazy. Persistently, tenaciously, like driving a nail with a hammer. No matter what. Except for Joseph, the three men were swept away by lava waves and could not even find their bodies. Only Joseph buried in lava is holding up my fists. Like a ball of iron buried in a furnace, beaten and beaten again. Yet, after several punches, I stopped moving. I no longer have the sensation that something touches the tip of my fist. Oneself. When I reached out and stirred the lava, there was nothing to touch. Only hot, thick lava flows down through your fingers. I can't even cut my bones. I laughed peak. For :1 fight. The result is, it was really overwhelming. The 4 people who dealt with me were logged out without even leaving a corpse. The death penalty is even greater if the body cannot be left behind while dying. There are no merchant NPCs selling coffins in novice villages. After all, life is stupid. I shrugged once and walked out of the dragon arm. In fact, it was called Temsuk, but the average value of the equipment was almost the same. No, I only wore 2 gloves and 1 shoe, so maybe my side ran behind it. The average value of their equipment is B, 3.0. The average value of my equipment is also B, 4.5 plus 2.5 plus 2.5 / 3 equals 3.16666666667. Considering that it was 4:1, it was pretty fair. Anyway, true education is over. Time to log out neatly. Now it's time to meet those 4 people in reality. Zhouanyi. The capsule door opens. Let me come out in a refreshing mood. A practice room that is as quiet as in a grave. 20 people are all staring at me with blank expressions. All of those gathered are experts and pro gamers in the top 100 rankings in Korea. And 4 people stood in front of it. Joseph, Lee Yunho, Song Byung-gun, Choi Yun-suk. They look at me as if they can't believe it. Are you human? Joseph asked with a blank expression. Instead of answering, I just laughed. Yet, Director Jae-young approaches from the side. Write a contract, sir. He was anti-respecting with a half-excited expression. Within, I accepted the contract from Director Jae-young. Let's see, what's your salary? Are the welfare conditions good? By the way, what is this? I frowned. It was just plain A4 paper that Director Jae-young brought with it as a contract. Director, this is just blank paper, right? When I fluttered and asked for A4 paper, Director Jae-young was possessed by something. Replied with a seeming expression. No, the contract is correct. Only sign. Let's write all the conditions you want in the blanks later. The moment I listened to Director Jae-young, I almost burst into laughter. A blank contract that I only heard in words. I think I'll use this all my life. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, there was one gaze watching over the writing of a blank contract at a distance. Matigang, the trustee. He has watched everything so far. All how provoking it, how it got it, and what the outcome was. The heavenly world of Korean rankings. Top tier. Celestial. Signboard rankers representing the professional league. A dream team made up of 4 people each. The best combination. I saw clearly that such a party was being played by only one person. King of Madong. Standing water. No followed by Jean. He was even more destructive, cruel, and overwhelmingly stronger than he encountered in an illegal underground league. And in the end, even the seniors who used to be in charge of themselves were ruthlessly applied. It also fights at 4:1. There seemed to be something hot from inside. Fighting spirit? Vessel? Hope. There was such a thing, but there is something more thrilling than that. Impression. Yes, that's the impression. Matthew Kong saw that the heads of the First Army seniors, who had ordered him to do small errands, such as washing dishes or cleaning, were bent to the floor. When I turn my head, I can see Yojin writing a contract without paying attention to other people's eyes. Matthew thought, yes, that's a real senior. It's not to force Sir John to come out by itself. Looking at Yojin, Matthew clenched his fists. I want to catch up. I want to be recognized. I want to run together. I want to be like that. I want to stand next to me. I want to be a special being for that person. Various complex thoughts are entangled. Finally, Matthew Kong doesn't even know. Small enough to hear no one. However, he clearly spoke out loud. Cool. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 74. Previous talk next. Chapter 75. Hidden Piece 1. After writing a contract to join the Pro League as a Madong King. A few days have passed. Tiring. Deus Ex Machina Your. Welcome to visit. I logged into the game again. This time, the stagnant water, originally as my meta. Thud. I landed naked on the ground. Then, the man who was sitting on the rock in front of him stands up and greets you. A man with dark eyebrows, reddish-brown eyes, a Honam-type face, and a tall man. It was Drake. It's late. Sorry, I have something to deal with. I play Drake and raid together today. I attack a difficult dungeon by myself. Because I plan to do it. 3 wonders. An item that when 3 are combined, even a god can be killed. I plan to get the last of them today. It is going to meet the last A+ class monster following Sandworm and Basilisk. However, I have a place to stop by for a moment before that. I took Drake and headed to the novice village of the central continent. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Poop. Boom, foo, skk. Beep. Bang. Lump ye. A place where all sorts of junk are piled up. The place I and Drake found was a-traditional. Steel and leather, minerals, bones, wood, stone, and other wastes. Garbage is forming a pile, forming a huge tower. The sound of iron and minerals colliding with each other, and the sound of bones and leather being crushed rang out loudly everywhere. Handsuck, beep. Something similar to the sound of a miracle comes out with hot steam from among the pressed objects. That's awesome. Was there a place like this? Drake looked around with a surprised expression. It is large and majestic when viewed from a distance, but when viewed up close, it is useless. There is no other set of things. All destroyed, discarded, old, and useless were all piled up here. Broken sword, perforated shield, worn armor, torn walker, broken jewel, rusty helm, rotten potion. They are being put together by heavy iron weights. In the meantime, the hot heat generated is junk and waste. They are heating up the music. Beep. Cloudy water vapor emerges through the entangled pile of steel and minerals. Then, I saw 3 people standing in the spacious vacant lot in the middle. These are junk dealer NPCs. The first person to be seen was a man with a low-key height and a sad impression. The name is great. Is the high-grade item broken? Bring it to me, and I'll pay you well. The second person seen is a woman with a sexy body and only one arm made of steel. The name is Lean Force. Items with a lot of reinforcement are broken? It's worth poop anyway. How about just handing it over to me? The third person seen was a short, ugly homeless man. The name is Homeless. Picking up waste items is also a pretty daunting side job. If you don't need anything broken, give it to me. Drake, seeing the 3 junkers, turned to me. Why are you here? Instead of answering, I opened an inventory and showed me an item. Swordine Jan, 2-handed weapon /B+. The Dark King gave the monks a powerful authority. They can summon rebels without reporting. Attack, plus 2000. Dark property attack, plus 900. Dark property resistance, minus 70%. The characteristic ideal sexual desire can be used. Seal. Item obtained when appearing in the program from turning up to the king and attacking the Tomb of the Brave. At the time, I grabbed a succubus and got this item. The abilities of the swordsman were quite satisfactory. It was on the side. It has an attack power of 2000, a dark attribute attack power of 900, and a total attack power of 2,900. The attached special option is a characteristic that increases attack power when suffering from all kinds of abnormalities. However, the items with the observable stats are now completely different. What is this trash? Drake looked at the item in my hand, frowning. Destroyed sword fragment /D. A piece of a sword that was in the ranks of a master sword before being destroyed. It has a faint odor of +9. Seal. No, an item that was once a sword. It was now changed to a D-class garbage job item. I strengthened it to the +9 and broke it in the 10th. Lecture 9? Why did you do that? Drake listened to me and opened his eyes wide. If it had been a high-grade sword with the ability of a human sword, it would have a tremendous value at the point of +9. I don't know, but it must have been possible to buy a supercar. But did you break it? Drake gazes at a piece of sword in my hand with a stunned expression. See, however, I also have an idea. The ability of this sword is something that beginners can do. However, after a short period of time, this item will quickly become out of use. It is Dark Property Resistance debuff. Because of the options, Dark Property Resistance -70%. Now users probably won't understand the tremendous demeasure this option has. If a cataclysm occurs later, I thought about the future in a while. At this time, the properties of the monsters that move around the field are different, but if a cataclysm occurs in the future, all the monsters in the field and dungeons will become corrupted or corrupted. Naturally, most of the monsters all have dark properties. At that time, this dark property resistance, 70% that the sword has, becomes a truly fatal debuff. This sword is the magic sword itself. The sword is eaten in the dark just by holding it. It has good attack power, but only that. Succubus is truly a faithful dark maid who harms the other party with items dropped from death. If you sell this to someone for a high price, it will be a scam, right? I looked down at the sword with a slightly regrettable expression. By the way, why is Konghua succeeding in the 9th quarter without Needy, and is it frantic? Doesn't it make sense to think about it? In my previous life, Konghua was the highest in the quarterfinals. Then it turned out that I went to the quarterfinals of the Executive Kendo. CYA, it was such a grade A+ item. When I am reminiscent of my sense of success until the 9th class. Hey, lose. Drake tapped my shoulder with a finger. He asked me, listen to you. It's as if you're intentionally trying to break this sword. I think I did. Am I right? Oh, I nodded. What to hide? Right? Okay. Drake nodded when he knew he was right. And after that, I shut my mouth. Now what I'm going to do? I'll follow along, so I guess I don't need any more questions. I really like his little words. Anyway, I took a piece of the sword in my palm and went to the 3 NPCs in the middle of the junk store. The one I heard first is a man with a neat outfit and a strict look. Gray. It was. Is the high-grade item broken? Bring it to me, and I'll pay you well. He is a junk dealer who buys high-grade items among the destroyed items. Let's put a piece of the knife on the scale he is holding. Soon, the sale price of the item went up. All. Destroyed sword fragment /D. Previous grade, B+. Price, 4,503 G. Grade said, changing his monocle. This was a pretty high-grade item before it was destroyed. I'll buy it at a particularly high price. However, I have no intention of handing it over to him. I stepped over and turned to Lean Foss, the mechanical arm woman next to him. Items with a lot of reinforcement are broken? Why don't you just hand over the shit to me anyway? Hammer in hand, cigarette in mouth. Although her face is smeared with grease, she is very pretty. I put the item on the scale she was holding. Destroyed sword fragment /D. All enhancement, +9. Price, 6,969 G. Lean Force said, puffing out cigarette smoke. Oh, this awesome. Did you strengthen it to +9? It looks like it exploded in the 10th class. Haha, he's a man with great guts. I like such a man. Hand it over to me right now. I'll pay you a special price. It costs more than when it is put on a grade scale. Certainly it's a +9 stern, so the treatment is good. However, I took a step again this time. The last place I headed for was the 3rd NPC homeless old man. Picking up waste items is also a pretty daunting side job. If you don't need anything broken, give it to me. I put a piece of knife on the small scale he was holding. Okay. Destroyed sword piece /D. Weight, 1.8 kg. Price, 72 G. The old homeless man weighs my junk and just pays the price. Significantly different from the previous 2 NPCs. I am out. However, I reached out to the sell button without hesitation. Okay. Squeak. Money comes into my inventory. Just like 72 gold. At the same time, the piece of knife on the scale disappeared. Then, Drake next to him looked surprised. Hey, can I sell it like that? I'd rather pass it on to a female NPC before. However, Drake can't talk to the end. Look, my friend. This is because the old NPC homeless talked to me again. Thank you for choosing me instead of those two. He's a water merchant. I do not accept anything that is not antique. Isn't this a good item? He gave me back the piece of knife I had just sold. Okay. What? Drake's eyes wide open. Something has changed a little about the knife fragment that came back. Differentiated, destroyed sword piece /key/D. At first glance, it looks like a useless scrap, but if you look closely at the end, it looks like a key. It seems to have a faint smell of darkness. The item name and description have changed a little. I looked closely at a piece of the black sword. Exquisitely missing teeth, sharp cuts. The sculpture of the sword is shaped like a key. Actually, the third junk dealer is an item appraiser. The first two junkers are for fishing. Drake looked surprised at me. I forgot because of the detailed setting that the price of antiques was differentiated according to the grade before destruction and the degree of reinforcement and the unique appearance of the two NPCs. It must have been an NPC made for fishing. Sometimes there are items that show their real value only when they are broken. Like that. If you want to appraise all the pieces, you can take them to that old NPC. If it's really junk, you'll lose a few thousand gold. If it's a hidden piece, not junk, it'll be a big profit. For your reference, the two NPCs in front of you, whether it's hidden piece or junk, just take money and eat it, so don't use it if possible. As I advised, Drake nodded as if possessed. Soon, Drake said, looking at the black key in my hand. By the way, the key comes out as a hidden piece if it's easy. It was like that during the Basilisk raid. Why is that? Is it just like setting a game? Only writers who make these settings are fun. I think it might be. What is the person who actually follows the story? I have no fun, and I'm tired. Do not worry. I don't drag my keys. I'm going to lose progress quickly. I hope so. Next time I'll go to my destination and catch a boss, so don't be too frustrated. I walked out of the junk shop, comforting Drake complaining about getting off the bus. Yes, I'm tired of sprinkling rice cakes as a key item. The one who writes is fun to me. The game is not a mystery novel. Whatever it is a taste that progresses through the story. Come on, let's go. I left town with Drake. The final temp try of the 3 novels. To get the last item. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 75. Previous talk next. Chapter 76. Hidden Piece 2. Zajan. Everyone, it's me. Yeah? Who are you? Eyeing. Me. I don't know. A woman's voice full of charm. At the same time. Fit. Cam turned on. A flashing red light in the upper right corner. Rec. Soon, the voice continues. Me. Dahi. You Dahi. A pretty face, an elastic body, and a cute voice. Yu Dahi is an entertainer who knows how to hold and unfold the men beyond the camera lens. Hey everyone, did you know you were catching the boss? The last episode is too fast. Just because it was pulled out quickly, Yu Dahi spoke as if she was charming, pushing her face and chest close to the screen. Everyone. The Chani March is also from one step. How can I get the boss right like that? Today, as promised in the last broadcast, we plan to shoot survival against B-class monsters. Yang don't throw stones, a lot of luck. This episode will be fun too. She took steps as if she were a reporter. Soon, Yu Dahi stood in front of a gate. This is the place to film a survival documentary today. She moved a little farther away from the cam, capturing the landscape across the screen. Hueying. A chilly wind blows away the fog and damp leaves. An old castle towering over the dark valley was revealed. It is an old castle that looks very old. Ma Chanru soared high as if scratching the sky. The walls are covered with black mist and dead vines. The moat, Gadu, that surrounds the vast fortress is deep enough to believe, even if it is a cliff. Even though it was still sunny day, the castle felt only dark. The Castle of Evil, Grade A. It is a dungeon with a tremendously high degree of difficulty. Today, we will broadcast to survive among the monsters at the entrance of this dungeon. Yu Dahi swallowed with a tense expression. She was now broadcasting all the scenes live on an African broadcaster. Wow. Yudai-sama, would you like it? Did it? Wow. It's very scary just by looking at it. The game genre is changing from RPG to horror sheep. It's like watching a zombie movie. Honey Jam. I have charged 10,000 star pieces every time a crisis is taken. Comments are updated in real time. This village of evil in the south has been discovered by the general public for quite some time. However, even the monsters hanging around at the entrance of the dungeon were quite powerful gear. So far, few people went into the depths of this dungeon. To such a place. Keep it up. Yu Dahi walked in cheerfully. Yet, as I went through the rotten gates, countless monsters began to appear. Corpses arose from all over and walked around. Every time the decayed flesh fell down, an odor was emanating from the hole in the body. Mutters, grade, C+, / characteristics, dark, undead, poison, self-destruct. Yi size, 1.7 m. A town eaten alive by darkness. Citizen. It would have been an ordinary NPC at one time. Each one is a C+ class monster. There are countless such things. Often referred to as zombies, these monsters roam the ruins of the castle without a specific purpose. Men, women, the elderly and children. Everyone in the castle town is zombie. And Pujik, push. One by one in several places in the ruins, there is something like a large lump of water. This large, punctured, tumor-like flesh fluttered, constantly spewing out black mist and green venom. Filth bag, grade, B+, / characteristics, darkness, nest, poison, self-destruction. Size, 150 m. People in the sacks of the devil are stained with darkness and turned into strange beings. New zombies were constantly crawling out of this nest. Rec. The top right of the screen. The red dot flashes slowly. Yudahi entered the ruins inside the castle, holding her breath. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hi, too. Zombies wander around in the shade under waste trees or spider webs. Yudahi explained the setting of the filth bag and zombies from a distance. It is said that this castle was originally ruled by a virtuous monarch. But one day, the owner of the castle suddenly changes. That's why everyone in the castle was put on a terrible curse. Our children and adults all infected. Yudahi swallowed a dry saliva. Today's mission. I'm going round this zombie-filled ruin and reviewing it successfully. Most of the monsters that appear are of the C+B class, so hitting one is a fatal injury. I wish you success. This broadcast special feature is a survival product. Yudahi moved slowly and headed for the alley between the collapsed huts. Duck ye. Drop by drop of mist-collected water drops over the rotten puddle that has accumulated on the floor. Now, you have to be careful about damage to the terrain here. Can't you see the rusty here? If it gets scratched, it's tetanus. Yudahi walks through the alley by tapping her fingers on protruding nails, broken windows, and so on. Soon, the middle part of the alley came out. A pile of rotten timber was blocking the alley. Wowwa! A zombie with missing eyeballs passes by. Yudahi, covering her mouth with her hand, hid behind a pillar and waited for him to pass. Within, cuckold, Yudahi crawled on the pile of planks, being careful not to make any sounds possible. Right then, pong, the rotten plank floor popped up like exploding. Thick pieces of wood scatter, and something like a purple flesh rushes toward Yudahi from within. Hide and seek rotten baby, grade, B/traits, dark, undead, poison, self-destruct. Size, 1 m. A child who was hiding for hide and seek. He hid in a small space, but the infection could not be avoided. Jump scare. Ah! Yudahi stopped screaming at the terrible appearance of the child's body suddenly protruding. And, wow! Beings outside the alley heard the sound. Bang! Yudahi kicked the scrap trees and ran out of the alley. Wow! Then, all kinds of zombies come after Yudahi. Ah! I'm scared. I'm scared. Run away from zombies. Dozens of hands approach her as if sweeping her back. Pokemon. The shirt held by the zombies was torn. Ah! You can clearly see Dahi's body curvature. She covers her boiled chest and continues to be a zombie. Ran away from the field. Soon after, she found one of the lungs and quickly went into it. Drool. The iron gate of the abandoned house is closed. Are the chasing hands first, or the door closing first? An urgent crossroads. Within. Pick one. The screen turns off and goes dark. Oh wreck. The red light in the upper right also went out for a while. Asterisk. Broadcasting was paused. Turning off the broadcast for a few seconds in an emergency situation is a good strategy to increase the tension of the viewers. While the camera is paused for a while. Whoa shit. Yudahi puts a thick cigar in her mouth. It looks like you're screaming, Gene. Salty. Should I go this far? But what can I do? The beauty of survival is that a beautiful woman escapes from the crisis. Damn it. I should do it if I earned a star piece. She looked at the torn shirt that was caught by the zombies earlier. Okay. It's been torn moderately at a 45-degree angle. That's exactly what it looks like. It's a soft composition. She bowed her back and nodded, looking at the broken windows of her chest. Within, Yudahi opened the door of the abandoned house with an annoyed expression. Okay. Wow. The zombies roaming outside the abandoned house reached out and began to approach. However, Pujik. When Yudahi was struck by the axe she swung, the zombie's head was pulled out as it was. Turned on, you bastard. Dahiyu grabbed a battle axe that was as big as her own and shook it horizontally. Quack 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 quack. Zombies, waste, and everything are smashed. Hey. Previously, a young zombie jumped out of the alley runs towards Yudahi. Well, your sister is a bit burdensome. Yudahi swung aside and induces him to dive into his lungs. Kudang tang. A young zombie slides into the abandoned house. Let's go. Dree. Yudahi closed the door of the abandoned house as it was. Okay. Excuse me. I heard the sound of a young zombie self-destructing from the inside. Rumble. The abandoned house eventually collapsed. Oh, it's Jingle, really. Yudahi sighed as he watched some rains flocking in the distance. How long should we pretend to be scared of avoiding these? Yudahi looked up at the sky. It is foggy, but the sun is still bright. This was the reason Yudahi was able to work safely here today. This is a secret that only people who know. The ranks of the undead monsters at the beginning of the Goziong of Evil are lowered by 1 level during the day. Average C plus B grade monsters. It is nerfed to about CC plus. Even the speed drops more and more markedly, so even at the level of Yudahi, you can run away enough. It is the best place to create a breathtaking living thing. Well, that doesn't mean it gives you more items or experience. It's got some steam. Yudahi shrugged her shoulders as she watched the crowd of zombies. Soon, after avoiding the spot, she purposely smeared some blood on her face. I ripped my clothes a little, and my hair was messed up. Tears quickly formed in my cold eyes. And, wreck. Broadcasting resumes. Hio Wukug, I thought I was really dying, Hing. I was so scared that I didn't even know the camera was turned off. With what spirit you escaped the abandoned house earlier? Yudahi, looking around the ruins, soon makes a pitiful expression. I was scared and ran away without hesitation, so I came to a deeper place. It is. What to do with this? If you don't want to see Dahi doing die, please support me. Hing. However, Yudahi had confidence that he would never die. During the day, they are CC plus class monsters at best. Besides, there is nothing scary except for poison and self-destruction characteristics. If it's running away, it's quite possible. But, how do we do it, Dynam? 1,004 star pieces. Please survive. Phew, it's really a big deal, huh? I shot 2,002 star pieces. Crazy she really die this one? Minus 4,444 star pieces will be recorded. Please use it as a supplement to overcoming the old penalties. Jenny, is it okay? Please say yes. Hey, it's not like making money. That's why I don't know how to make money. The comments that are running in real time are not very serious. What? Yudahi tilted her head. The Castle of Evil is a fairly safe area during the day. But why are you so worried? You mean Hondan? Even the amount of donations has grown to an alarming extent. Yudahi said with a puzzled look. Watchers, Dahi is okay. Don't worry too much. In fact, this area is relatively safe during the day. But real-time comments are based on her expectations. Goes to a completely different direction. What are you talking about? Now is the night. Look at your sister's 7 TFF all the time. Now is the night. It's popping up. Get away quickly. 2. Yudahi raised her head. Okay. You can see the sun gradually turning dark. Yudahi was amazed and opened her eyes. Shrugged. But obviously the sky is dyed with darkness. Patter, patter. To make matters worse, even raindrops were falling. It's on a stormy night. Hey, how did this happen? You came during the daytime? Yudahi hurriedly looked at the camera's watch. Rec. PM 0152. It's around 2 p.m. now, so it's still lunchtime. But why is the sky already dark? In Yudahi's ears with a blank expression. Tiring. It's been night. The dead lift their heads up. The dead check their surroundings. You hear a creepy beep. Hubei. The sound of the zombies breathing became more intense. The movements that used to sob without strength are now tense like the muscles of a beast. Under the ruins, under the spider web, the zombies, which had only gathered in the shade, began to crawl out the side of the road. They regained their strength. Hey, Yudahi, terrified, crawled over the floor and hid between the scrapped wood and bricks. Gee. Various zombies wander around Yudahi's neighborhood with disgusting breaths. Yudahi opened her mouth with both hands and began to tremble. I can't hear anything other than the sound of my heart in extreme tension. He has become surrounded by monsters of grade C plus B. What the hell is this about? She held out her head with a depressed look. Why did broad daylight suddenly turn into midnight? Right then. The Castle of Evil must come at night before it tastes good. Voices from the roof of the ruins. When Yudahi heard the sound, she snapped her head without knowing it. Within, 2 men coming into her eyes. One of them wore a dark cloak and red shoes, and a complete naked body. It was straight away. Hey, When Yu Dehi discovered the eunuch, she jumped up from the pile of scrap wood and shouted without knowing it. And, whoa, hi. Gay. Countless zombies around him turned to Yu Dehi. Only then, Yu Dehi regrasps the situation. A drop of cold sweat flows out. She surrounds herself layer by layer. To the countless zombies that are there. With a voice as cute as possible, I overlooked the situation. Arc. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 76. Previous talk next. Chapter 77. Hidden Piece 3. I have finally arrived. I stood at the top of a valley covered with moist soil and decaying leaves. You can see a huge city wall in front of you. The old castle of evil, Class A. The walls look like decaying gums. The worn-out choirs stood on it like sparse cavities. Drake came to my side. He, too, trembles once seeing the ugly appearance of the wall. It's chilly even though it's in the south. The southern continent is a region with a tropical climate. However, only this place is chilly due to the thick fog. Dive right away. I pointed to the front door of the evil castle, the decayed wooden door. We cross a deep moat like a crevasses and enter a hole in the gates. Went away. Isn't that the place to use the seal key? Drake joked to me, gazing at the open gates. Why are you so obsessed with the keys? Well, anyway, I went straight to this cursed castle and went straight to the boss. You will find the wheat door. As it were, is it a back door? On the outskirts of this castle, there is a secret passage that goes directly to the boss room. Of course, this is an express information that only deceased people who have played this game for 15 years can know. But the problem is, it means we have to go through the annoying zombies all over this castle. There are so many zombies in the castle. Even if it is daytime, it will take quite a long time to deal with all those numbers. The key is how to avoid it. Right then. I stopped my feet while thinking. Aha! I hear a familiar voice in front of me. Yu Dehi. She was chasing and crying after the slow zombies. My chest swaying through my torn shirt, my ass slicking too much. Crocodile's tears slump over her cheeks. I had no choice but to frown on my face. What is he doing over there? At best, I came to grab the final boss with a swelling heart, and something strange was hitting the candle. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. She is filming a fake documentary, a survival thriller against zombies. Looks pretended to anyone. Who will be fooled by that? Jean, the woman over there is in crisis. We have to save it. This is deceived. I looked at Drake next to him with a pathetic expression. Hey, look straight ahead. It's the girl I met last time in Sandworm Raid. Is it? Asian faces are difficult to distinguish. Drake only figured out what was happening. Even at the time of the Sandworm Raid, Yu Dehi's level was quite high. To zombies nerfed in the sun in a place like this. It means that it is not weak enough to be caught. Well, it's nice that aggro is focused. Let's go in this gap. I did not know that in this life, I would see the virtues of Yu Dehi. Me and Drake carefully clung to the wall and crawled into the corner, being careful not to stand out from the fan club, who was chasing Yu Dehi. By the way, Jean, what are you looking for now? Drake followed me and asked a little. I stretched out my finger and pointed at the outskirts of the castle, a corner of the crumbling cathedral. The place where there was once a confession fact is now open. And, similarly, a female zombie with open eyes and mouth was seen standing sobbing. Gossip Camilla, level, B/traits, dark, undead, poison. Yi size, 1.6 m. A woman buried alive with her tongue pulled out of the crime of conveying the words of others. Contaminated in the dark is rather to her. It might have been a blessing for something. I found it, Camilla. I lit my eyes toward this named monster wandering in front of the confession facts. This zombie woman in a choir outfit had an old oboe on her waist. While one dash. Camilla quickly turned her head towards me. Then, in his open mouth, he ran with his long, purple tongue. You don't look very strong. Drake immediately pulled out the crossbow and iron. Patter, patter. The lozenges that fell on the floor skewered Camilla's front road into a thorny path. Make. Pook. Camilla simply jumped into the iron skewer's path. The skin is torn and the muscle fibers are picked off. Unsurprisingly, Camilla was left lying on the floor and struggling. It is natural that the soles of both feet have become rags. Drake put a few arrows into Camilla's back and tongue. Puck. Rotten blood splatters loudly. Camilla struggled violently, but couldn't do anything. Drake tilted his head. Usually zombies have a self-destruct feature. Doesn't this guy have it? It's nice to have eyes. I nodded. As I raised my hand, Drake reaped his crossbow and stepped back half a step. Okay. Tiring. Soon, an exclamation point popped up above Camilla's struggling head. Was it such a great sin to convey someone else's words? Soon, a translucent soul rises over Camilla's body, the ghost in Camilla's life. And, tiring. You have found the hidden quest, the master of gossip. Soon a familiar notification sound popped up. Hidden quest. Camilla, the gossip, soon gave me a quest to Drake. The bride will punish me as a gossip. He went up to the roof of the church, tore the pillowcase with a knife, and gathered all the feathers that were scattered. I died without completing it. That's Han. Camilla held a white pillowcase in her hand. It was torn long. Soon, the details of the quest appeared. Tiring. Help gossip Camilla collect feathers. Collect white feathers 0/19, 910, 321. Seeing it, Drake opened his mouth wide. There are too many. Certainly, there are a lot of white feathers around here that appear to have been inside the pillows. But when do you pick them up and collect them? Although Drake picked up a few pieces that were blown away by the wind. Help gossip Camilla collect feathers. Collecting white feathers 12/19, 910, 321. I only collected 12 sheets. Drake is standing blankly with a dark expression. I struck Drake on the shoulder a few times with a frustrated face. This quest is not that breaking. At the same time, thump. I rolled my feet. Kinshamaru's shoes gave off hot heat, and the wastewood on the floor was set on fire. Kuriak. All the feathers touched by the flames burn out in no time. Tiring. Help gossip Camilla collect feathers. Collect feathers 12 of 12. All of the feathers disappeared except for the 12 in Drake's hand. Drake grumbled lightly. Oh, isn't it a bit forced? The original quest itself is compelling. How do I collect all that? 20 million. It can be a dog. I shrugged and took 12 white feathers and handed them over to Camilla's soul. The horse cannot be picked up again, but the rumor can be stopped by killing the person who heard it. Okay. Camilla, who listened to me, accepted the feather with a bright expression. Thank you. Thanks to that, I was able to collect all the feathers. She soon ascends to heaven. At the same time, she left a PS. I am glad that the torn is a white pillow. If it were a black pillow, would it be a big deal? When Drake heard that, he tilted his head. What does that mean? But I already know what it means. After Camilla's soul had vanished, I searched for her confession. Then, one item left by Camilla was dropped. The black bag of gossip Camilla/D. Camilla had a habit of chatting on her pillow before going to bed. Good talk spreads slowly, but gossip spreads much faster than that. Item whose purpose is unknown. It looks like a pillow, but it's actually a pack. What is this stuff for? Drake looked into the black bag and tilted his head. Give me. I took a black bag from Drake. And I took out the dagger and ripped it off. Then, countless black feathers flutter within it. Unlike the white feathers Camilla was picking up, the black feathers spread at an alarming rate. And the black feathers draw countless trajectories and soar into the sky. Yet, the black feathers that touched the sky caused this stool. Kuryong. The dark clouds suddenly began to flock. The raindrops began to fall lightly. The sunlight gradually dwindled and eventually disappeared altogether. The night came suddenly. Was it an item that changed the night and day within a certain range? Drake muttered as if strange. I really want to have all the items with special effects. Yet, the castle of evil turned day and night. It is daytime when it crosses the wall, but at least this space is immersed in a pitch-black night. Tiring. It's been night. The dead lift their heads up. The dead check their surroundings. At night, I heard a creepy beep. Howook. The sound of the zombies' breathing became more intense. The castle of evil must come at night before it tastes good. I shouted with a refreshing expression. Now you have crossed a gate. The secret door to the boss room only opens at night, so I deliberately found Camilla's hidden quest. Was it not supposed to come at night in the first place? Then it's annoying because of the zombies. Because I am careful to go easily with anything. As I turned my head, I saw a large hole in the ramp connecting the inner wall of the castle in front of the ruins. Changes that are hard to notice unless you look closely. Yes. Rippling. A sewage system that is mixed with filth and blood. The lock of the iron spear that was filled there was opened. There was a dog hole. It's a dog hole that only occurs at night. No one will notice. Chased by zombies at night. For this reason, it would be difficult to notice such changes in the topography of remote corners. If I'm so ugly, wouldn't there be many people I know after 15 years? I beckoned to Drake and moved my feet. The moment you are about to take a step toward the secret passage. Hey! Shouting from far away to this side. I heard this. I turned my head looking for something, and I saw a woman staring at this side with her head out of the waste wood. This is Yudahi. It's good to shout out loudly, but because of that, the attention of the zombies was also received in one body. She wondered if she was a little embarrassed. You this color. Just wait there. I started jumping like crazy towards me. There are all of those things. I had to be blatantly annoying. Because it is blatantly annoying. After, I dragged Drake and crawled into the sewer, ignoring Yudahi. Wait. Yudahi ran and slid like a baseball player stealing towards the home. Dirt and blood splashed on her stomach, but she didn't care. It was because he was ready to do anything to avoid the teeth and nails of the hordes of zombies that would touch their toes. Yet, cheek. The sound of the meshing of the grate was heard chillingly. Rippling. Under the sewer. Only one stream of old water, mixed with blood, flows quietly. As if nothing happened. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 77. Previous talk next. Chapter 78. Prisoner of the Deep Prison 1. Rippling. The sound of flowing water resonates in the empty cavity. I was now walking through a long sewer. Water, a mixture of blood and dirt, is filling up to the knees. It touches the mouth of my patella, wraps around it, and slows it down. Poke go. Dirty rats linger on the walls of the sewer. They were putting on a few leeches with plump flesh on the side where the ribs were visible. Vampiric mouse, class, C/characteristics, dark, poison, high blood, gal shit. Habitat, ancient city of evil, rotting and burning land, giant country. Size, 0.5 m. The hungry rat remembered the taste after tasting the oil and blood of a person. It seems that the hairs that are drooping on the side are deliberately attached. Seek food for a long time. To squeeze the oil and blood stored in the intestines of the leech when you can't. Fuck. Drake killed a mouse with an arrow, and he looked around with a steamy expression. I see why blood is flowing from the sewer. Where Drake's gaze reached. Several bodies were rolling around. Perhaps they were servants of the castle. Dash. The bodies began to rise slowly as soon as they sensed our movement. They soon walk away from every hole in the body, spewing poisonous poison. As it was, they would have been quite annoying. Chill. For the serpent Jormungand I summoned, it is just a meal for lunch. Shit. Turn up. Gulp. Jormungand randomly swallowed mice, leeches, and zombies in the sewer. There were zombies that sometimes explode, but each time a part of Jormungand's body swelled momentarily, but did not take any damage. This is because the explosion of a zombie is also regarded as a poison attack. I gently stroked Jormungand's neck. Child, you are strong. Chill. He moves his body with a pleasant expression. But somehow this guy, I think I've grown a little bit bigger, but is it to my mood? Then, I heard a noise disturbing my thoughts. Hey, where are you going from before? Yudahi. She is staring at me with a double heart in her eyes. The huge battle axe in my hand was aimed at me and Drake. Keep going all the way. Because of you, I even came in a strange place. Today, my younger brother also went to the reservists, and he is not there. I will then. How do you get out? You can't even get out because you make this night. You were filming a survival document anyway. Go out and survive a little desperately. Don't deceive viewers. Wow. Saying it's really Yudahi rolled his feet and screamed. However, she is not a stupid woman enough to run in this small space with such a large axe. She stared at me with killer eyes, but showed no clear intention. Originally, barking dogs do not bite. Anyway, Yudahi thought that there was no way to stop following me, and soon made a resigned look. Phew, yes. Okay, in this situation right now, there is really no way. Then, I will follow you, so join me as a party. I'm a tank, so it'll be pretty helpful. Before long, a party proposal came before me. Tiring. Dahiyu is requesting a party. Accept/decline. There is nothing to think about. I immediately press the decline button. Yudahi shoots up because he's hot. What? Why don't you accept the party? I don't party with anyone. Lie. What is that, Archer? It's not a party. We just go around together. As Drake agrees with me. I nodded. Yudahi exclaimed urgently. Yeah, there's nothing bad about having a party though. If you want, I will push all the items to you. You don't really need to distribute experience points. How about doing it in form? Isn't that better to work together more? Maybe she wants to play a party. Can I help it? I nodded. Then he turned his head toward Yudahi. If you get rid of that axe, think about it. What I pointed at was an axe in Yudahi's hand. Okay. Yudahi's expression suddenly turns cold. She kicked her tongue with narrowed eyes. The unlucky guy. She puts an axe behind her back and spits out swear words. I smiled and turned my head. Only Drake tilts his head. I just do it. Asterisk. In addition to poison, the sewer was a space full of all sorts of traps. This long, meandering, messy waterway passes through the dungeon and leads directly to the boss's room deep inside the castle. It cannot be easy to enter. The trap of rolling rocks. A trap from which arrows fly. The trap that the floor goes off completely. A trap in which the blade falls from above. A trap where poisonous gas is spewing out. Crossroads and mazes to eat time. However, all of them are meaningless to me. All of them were traps that were boringly destroyed about 10 years ago. Now, can you see the dent in the wall here? Don't touch it. The rocks fall. When you pass from here to the front of Joe, you just have to lie down and go to bed. Arrows fly, so if you have a high nose, be careful with the tip of your nose. Oh, don't step on there. It will fall 500 meters underground. There's nothing good about it because only zombies are scattered below. A while. There will be a wire near the ankle under the water. If you get caught in there, the guillotine falls right from above. Slightly, it looks like poison gas is coming out. Move to Jormungand. Turn right in front of 5 meters, then turn left. Be careful because it's a dead end in front of it. I have defeated numerous traps in front of me without hesitation. Seeing it, Yudahi opens her eyes and asks, Are you a GM? GM, a word for game manager. But Deus Ex Machina. Since it is a system that is developed and operated by artificial intelligence, it is not possible to know the inside of the dungeon like this even if it is a GM. I've been doing preliminary research. And if I was a GM, I'm already sitting on the money cushion with stock options. Why play the game? I replied roughly, showing that it was annoying. Then, what did Yudahi say? Keep your mouth shut. There is no particular corner to refute. I did a preliminary investigation. What can I say? Mad Goinmul Cubs. How the hell are you bad games? I don't know how much time I invested in investigating this route, if it's enough to have all these traps. But, in fact, I have never died on this map. Is it the power of collective intelligence? When attacking this route, I used to refer to the experiences of all users of Rewiki, Infobin, and Play4M. The power of collective intelligence was great. Where are some traps and where? What kind of monsters are there? Data left by countless people dying. The results of studying and analyzing them closely and putting them together. I am now born. As it were, is it rotten water? Water that has rotted because it has not accumulated over the past 15 years. That is me. Maybe I'm the best fit for this sewer? Then, oh, I can see the light. Drake said, pointing to the end of the sewer. There was a dark scarlet color that was a little bit murky to say that it was a light. Yet, we reached a place blocked by iron bars. Kang. When it hits the iron fence with the sharpening, it turns into red rust powder and breaks down. As I passed through the iron bars, I could see a pretty spacious space. Underground space connected to the sewer. This was the prison. We passed the sewer and entered the deep room of the dungeon. As I raised my head, I could see the sewer again across the air. To go to the next stage, you have to go over there. However, the things of the world are not so simple. The middle boss will come out from here. At my words, both Drake and Yudahi made nervous expressions. We sneaked out and looked down the dungeon. The prisoner who will be trapped down there. He is the middle boss in this area. Tiring. You entered the hidden dungeon subterranean prison area 503. Soon, a familiar notification sound pops up in my ear. At the same time, the middle boss in this area showed appearance. Trick or treat. The pumpkin monster speaks in a gloomy voice. Under the rotten and fluffy pumpkin head, you can see a lanky stature and a body covered in black rags. It looks like a ghostly scarecrow with a large scythe in his hand. A eerie red glow was burning from the 2 amber eyelets. Small thief jack-o'-lantern grade A. A whopping A-class high-level monster. He was originally a prisoner in this prison. You have to go through this monster to go to the next stage, the boss room. If it was the way it was, you have to wake up this monster sleeping in the corner of the prison to battle. But, trick or treat. Surprisingly, the shoplifter jack-o'-lantern was already awake. Quackwang. Cad duck. It is not enough, and it is raging, wielding a scythe in a widened state. And there were players facing him. No, it's not the players. Are they all dead? Yudahi frowned. Around Jack-o'-lantern the shoplifter, you can see corpses that were shredded by scythes. They were all presumed players. 3 young women, 3 young men. Equipment that is broken or shattered. They are all good items. The amount of gold scattered around was also significant. It seems that the raid that I prepared so much was unsuccessful. Only one survived and was fighting against Jack-o'-lantern. Drake and Dahi, you looked down at the survivor with expressions of wonder. Huh, there is a raid here before us. It's amazing. It's great. You fight really well, right? They look at the surviving player with expressions full of curiosity and admiration. However, only I can't do that. Creepy. The cold goose climbs up the temple and stretches to the crown. I was looking through the face of a survivor in the dungeon, down there now. Familiar. It's a face you know. Rough black hair, lifeless sword. Silver eyes, pale skin like a corpse, that emotionless expression. Oh my god. Ongsin Yangshun. I think that crazy psycho is already here. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 78. Previous talk next. Chapter 79. Deep Prison Prisoner, 2. Jack-o'-lantern the Little Thief, Grade, A/Characteristics, Darkness, Battlefield, Halloween, Good and Evil, Sandok. Habitat, Gozeong of Evil, Frozen Depth. Yi size, 2.5 m. The shoplifter was caught. Sin was not yet repentant. Jack-o'-lantern. This is a monster with a very strange appearance. Unlike the light nickname of the thief, he's a terrifying looking. I lifted a scythe. Scythe that seems to be harvesting the soul, not grain. It is a weapon that is likely to be carried by a reaper from Western mythology. A red light is burning inside the amber head that has lost its color due to rottenness. It is smeared with poorly opened eyes, nose and mouth. Poetry covering the skinny whole body. Common rags are as sinister as the wings of a crow. Howook. The shoplifter jack-o'-lantern floated about 1 centimeter in the air and hurried forward. And Kang. On the back of the hand, the long stretched nails. A player who takes the scythe of a jack-o'-lantern. Fusasusu. This is pretty heavy. Place. A smirk voice, a relaxed tone. With dark hair and pale skin, the player, though breathtaking, was well resisting Jack-o'-lantern's attack. 1. Jack-o'-lantern's sickle cut his back a little. However, Sutsutsu. Surprisingly, his waist regenerated in a neat look a little later. Drake and Udahi looked surprised when they saw it. That's great. What armor are you wearing? You fight very well. Are you a ranker? I don't think I saw it in the official rankings. The two admire the stretch as they look down the dungeon. But I couldn't. Ongsin Zodiac, Bundy Vale. I couldn't hide the creepy creeps from seeing him. Zodiac, Bundavale. Zodiac, Bundy Bale. He is the original owner of the S-class weapon shaving I currently have. He was also a serial killer. Are you in the game? No. He's a really dangerous, real-life serial killer. I remembered a piece of old news I had heard in my previous life that I can't even remember a few years ago. New York's worst serial killer arrested. I remember well that I wasn't interested in the history of the world because it was the news that made the whole world buzz. Hi Unp. There is a concept called PK in reality. In the case of a PvP match in the game, when feelings are offended, it spreads to reality. That Zodiac madman is a game. It's a guy who can't distinguish between reality and reality. He was a crazy guy who used to find and kill opponents who fought in the game. He was arrested when the number of kills by scooping up high-end skin had exceeded 2 digits and reached almost 3 digits. What could have lasted so long for the Zodiac mad killings? All of the people he killed were imprisoned. Even if they disappear, it is difficult to investigate. This is because no one cares about whether they died or lived in the first place, and most of them said that even if they disappeared for a long time. Besides, the United States has a large area of land. Ironically, the first time the winning Zodiac was arrested was murder. It wasn't because of the charges. He was driving a truck without a license and was caught in a crackdown by accident. While being investigated in the West, the police found a suspicious blood spot on his truck and began an investigation. Eventually, this ancient psycho was arrested. He is sentenced to 21 life sentences in trial and imprisoned. And, even here, his journey continued. Shortly after being imprisoned, he breaks out. He escaped after killing 3 guards with a weapon made by cutting his bones. This incident turned the world over again. The police tried their best to find him. However, in the end, the recount failed. However, even after that, the Zodiac appeared occasionally in the game. The police even requested GM for cooperation, but even GM, with little authority to intervene in the game, knew where Zodiac was located. The Zodiac did not use the full version of the capsule. It was one of the reasons it was difficult to search. Finally, there was even a ridiculous incident in which U.S. police troops were put into the game. They acted as a guild in the game. But even after that, the Zodiac continued to joke around, mocking the police. Once, after a large-scale PK against the police force, I also murdered and ran away. Afterwards, the police made various attempts within the game to capture the Zodiac. In order to lure and capture the Zodiac, they created instant dungeons and released event monsters. There were times when famous rankers were hired as bounty hunters. And ironically, that's you. Most of those killed were good gamers. There have been times when I too fell into a trap instead of the Zodiac and died. And it was the Zodiac who always swept items or other rewards with a smile at the end. You've been memory assaulted. I looked up with a bitter look. Stir. Zodiac, who was just a distant character in his previous life. He was a ranker in the heavenly world that I couldn't even dare to catch up with. And at the same time, he was an American serial killer who never met him in reality forever. A person who can't empathize and understand. Rather than being the same player, they are closer to NPCs or even monsters. Such a person is hunting down there right now. It is also against A-class monsters. Zodiac. He jumps like a madman and fights Jack-o'-lantern. What a Class A monster. It is also a Jack-o'-lantern that is classified as having a fairly high race value among monsters of the same class. The Zodiac was driving such a Jack-o'-lantern to its groggy state. Ooh. Hand that broke through the back of the Zodiac hand. The saw pulls Jack-o'-lantern's pumpkin head into chunks. Poop. The sides swelled and the chest of the Zodiac passed by began to regenerate at an astonishing speed. That's great. Drake admired in a pure sense. I know that he also struggled against Gorgon, the middle boss of Renina's Nest. Class A monsters are really incredibly strong. To set it as 1:1 does not simply require skill. Mentality. Indeed, it is impossible to do without a strong mental power. However, Yudahi seems to have a different idea. Oh, it's disgusting. I don't know who is the player and who is the monster. Aren't they both just monsters? In her eyes, the Zodiac, which is fighting direly, looks just terrifying and disgusting. Meanwhile, I saw it and narrowed my eyes. I know what the Zodiac is wearing. Cultro lizard scaled armor. The characteristic was it fast playback? The weapon is the nails of the elite Wayuu. The trait is how did you collect it like that even though it was in the early stages of the 5 Chibunshi Wayuu Funser game? All the armor and weapons worn by the Zodiac are rated B+ or higher. These are items. There is only one map where those items are dropped. Wadudu Nest, grade, B+. An open field dungeon deep in the western continent. This is the place that I set as my next target. But seeing it to that guy, looks like it's not cleared. I kicked my tongue. The player was stolen. As soon as all 3 miracles were collected, they tried to attack the Wadudu Nest, but it seems that he robbed it first. The question was, how far did he rob it? Wadudu, the boss of Wadudu's Nest. Queen is a Class A monster. Did he really kill the boss? I glanced away. Corpses scattered throughout the Zodiac. It was obviously the players. Damn it. It's a sheep that even caught the queen. You can see immediately by looking at the state of the body. He must have grabbed the queen and ate the hidden piece. Dangerous. I had a cold sweat that couldn't fly. In the past I have lived, the first person to clear the castle of evil was the Zodiac. I knew it would be fast, but no way. It's going to be so fast. Despite knowing the knowledge of the future, the entry was slower than that of him. Probably one of the 3 miracles was stolen by him, even if he had been late for a day. It is also the most important key item. It shouldn't go into that guy's hand. It means that the worst item is put in the worst guy. It must be prevented by any means. Yojin, what should I do? Drake asked me. I stand silent. And I look down at the brawl in the dungeon below. Jack-o'-lantern, a high-ranking monster. HP, which was close to 1.5 million, is now showing a red floor. The condition of the Zodiac is also not very good. The one who seems to be his raid companion. All of them are dead. Yet. Good. I made a decision. Steal. Then, Drake's eyes widened. I'm just holding on to everything. Stealing on the plate is at first glance. It was an exceptional case when it was the sandworm. Yudahi looked at me and cried out. Hey, you say you're going to steal all the monsters that others have just caught? Wow, that's really blatant. Not a complete thief. This still bum. I heard this from this woman. You feel pretty weird? Well, anyway, you seem to be misunderstanding something. I decided to correct Drake and Yudahi's thinking. It's not the Jack-o'-lantern that I'm trying to catch. Cold lines. Their eyes tremble when they heard me. Literally. What I'm trying to steal is not Jack-o'-lantern, but the Zodiac Bundy Veil. That guy has to be killed now. Before the bigger size. Right now. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 79. Previous talk next. Chapter 80. Prisoner of the Deep Prison 3. I judge calmly. It's not the Jack-o'-lantern that I'm trying to catch. Zodiac Bundy Veil. That guy has to be killed now. Before the bigger one. Right now? If such a psycho is gaining power, the harm may affect the reality beyond the game world. It is good to step on black seeds in advance. How much more? Even the cotyledons have just sprouted. As I prepared to jump, Delay came and stood next to me. It's the first time I've ever seen you look like that. He helps me silently again this time. But I want to fall. Yudahi. Only her arms crossed with an annoying expression. I don't know why I have to get caught up in your personal grudge. We're not even a party. She criticizes me with a sharp look. What? Did you say that you can see as much as you know? It wasn't really wrong from her point of view, so I decided to just nod my head. Do not disturb. I glanced at her axe and said, within. Jump. Me and Drake jumped into the air. The goal is a solitary room in the dungeon below. It is the center of the battlefield where two monsters are fighting. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Fuss sus. Almost got it. The Zodiac licked the 5 blades protruding from the back of his hand with his tongue. Ooh. Jack-o'-lantern's scythe swept through the air. However, the Zodiac lowered himself to avoid it, and soon the scythe passed, and I struck my nails again in the empty space. It's over. The moment he's about to put a fingernail on Jack-o'-lantern's body. Poop. A heavy shock is applied to the shoulder. The Zodiac fell to the side, and I threw it on the floor as it was. As I turned my head, I saw 2 arrows on my shoulders. Howdy. Sorry to interrupt. Drake raised his hand to greet such a Zodiac. However, he couldn't even apologize to the end. Howook. The Zodiac suddenly jumped at great speed. Kang. Narrowing the distance in the blink of an eye. The Zodiac nails flew away. Drake quickly pulled a dagger from the inside of the thigh and struck the nail. However, it was a very unexpected counterattack, so it could not be prevented that the right arm was slightly scratched. Foos, what else is this? The Zodiac seemed to be amazed by Drake's resilience against his attack. Soon, the two began to face each other sharply. Kang. Zodiac lifts his nails and aims for Drake. Drake also widened the distance, shooting arrows and aiming at the Zodiac. Pipette. Arrows fire from Drake's crossbow. However, Fuss. What toy did you bring? The Zodiac was so easy to avoid Drake's arrows. Drake narrowed his eyes. Really? The advice I heard just before jumping in comes to mind. He's a guy with a high reputation for his hardcore kinky play. Never do it before you approach it. It was just as he said. Pippic. When an arrow flies, the Zodiac looks straight at it. Normally, a person feels depressed when something is aimed at him or her. But with the Zodiac, there is no such thing at all. When an arrow is fired, it hits its own body. Just before it is plugged in, he stares at it without blinking a single eye and avoids it with a slight car. It may be possible because the real Zodiac suffers from painless syndrome. Leschnahan syndrome. A peculiar disease in which no pain is felt. No matter how much a game, people are right. There is a reluctance to do. In reality, there are always experiences in which you felt pain when you were shocked. The same goes for top-tier pro gamers. It is impossible for humans to not react at all to the shock that comes before our eyes. Even the real pain felt when the game's sync level is high. Even more so because it is a fairly high axis. But Zodiac Bundy Vale doesn't know what it means to flinch. Since he has never suffered pain, he can calculate the time of blinking his eyes or flickering in 0.0001 seconds thoroughly and calmly. Fuss sus. That doesn't work. He even has a fortune in his genius sense of game. When Drake shoots an arrow, it calculates the angle of the crossbow and avoids the body where the arrow could not reach it in the first place. Then he digs forward and wields 10 long nails on both hands. It's belligerent. Drake frowned. Puck, 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 fur. Zodiac's nails are swung at Drake's entire body. In such a small space, the archer Drake is at a disadvantage. This is because there is a limit on how much distance can be left. More and more if you know the Zodiac. It furiously drove Drake. Blood. The moment the 5th attack hits Drake's thigh. Flash. One of the characteristics of the Zodiac was triggered. Okabunschi. When attacked 4 times in succession, it is a characteristic that inflicts enormous additional damage on the 5th time. Drake frowned. It was just a slight touch, but quite a bit of damage came in. HP has been cut a lot, and one leg is sloppy. Fuss sus. That's it. Zodiac stretched out his long sword-like nails to grab Drake's head. The future is obvious in a few seconds. Drake's head will be scratched by the Zodiac nails and split into 6 pieces. It certainly did, even if I didn't kick him in the head. I guess. My high kick hit. Kuriak. Kanshamaru's shoes rose brightly. Quack quack wang. Zodiac guys have their heads on fire. He went out and smashed the wall and stuck. Poop. Pong. Pong. A few drops of lava fell to the floor and burned from the back of one of my feet, lifted like a crane. It's late. Drake grumbled, brushing off the blood on his body. While he drew his attention, I was planning to give him a blow, but the timing to jump in wasn't much better than I thought. Right then. Puss sus, it hurts pretty. Surprisingly, the Zodiac walks out of the wall. That child. Aren't you dead? How much is the maximum HP? Korea's #1 mammoth tanker and Stone Buddha and Joseph would not have been this much. Honestly, it's a little astonished. You endure even after being hit by an A+ grade item. I tilted my head. Is it because it's not a weapon, it's a shoe? Meanwhile, the Zodiac seems to be as surprised as I am. He admired me and Drake alternately. Fuss. What are you guys? Where did these guys come from? I closed my mouth. He was the one who drove A-class monsters to that logy state alone. A monster enough to challenge the castle of evil by himself after 10 months of launching the game. Must be killed here. Fuss sus. The Zodiac pulled out his nails and rushed. I moved calmly. What's the main style of this monster's attack combo? Obviously YouTube. Did you watch the video on The View? A lot of information is alive and wriggling in my head. And before that, the body was reacting. Once it was my first ride, it seemed like I mainly used ZOC and combo. Spot. I bowed my head to avoid the nails that cut across the air. And the next hand attack that was immediately followed was also immediately avoided. What? The Zodiac opens its eyes wide as if it were fun. Left-handed and right-handed attacks follow him. Immediately after attacking with the left hand, it turns around and throws a single blow. Characteristic of the 5-body Bunsey. You only need to avoid inflicting additional damage on the 5th attack. Up close, the Zodiac nails scratched the stone wall and made an unpleasant sound. Then the attack is from bottom to top. Sweeping away. Turn. I put the soles of my feet on the Zodiac's left arm joint to stop him from attacking. Da-da? The Zodiac gave a moment of embarrassment. However, I don't want him to panic. They want to die without any room for embarrassment. Pew-doo. I stamped it on the ground just as I stepped on his arm. Kuriak. A strong flame damage that melts the rocks occurs, and the left arm of the guy is cut off from its place. The Zodiac looks at it without any emotion, despite the fact that his left arm has been blown away. Soon, the guy bounced his waist and got up, aiming at me with both feet. Pouting. Poison thorns protrude on the soles of the feet. B+ class or higher shoes. That one. Huh. I was honestly surprised. Even in this situation, trying to counterattack. I allowed it to attack despite my low HP. Along with the loud noise, my HP plummeted. At the same time, my body turned black. Basilisk's heart. Puffer puck. The Zodiac guy had to do the damage that my armor reflects. The soles of his feet are in an instant. Do. Even. Quasak. I stabbed a cut on his right shoulder. German soldiers that originally symbolized the Zodiac. Cutting the flag. Ironically, the weapon is now aiming at its original owner. Fooths. The Zodiac smiles round and round with a large hole between the right arm and chest. After moving away from me, he giggled, looking down at his body, which had become stubborn. Are you using a fun weapon? The armor is also very interesting. With my heart that has turned black, he said, looking at the cut in his hand alternately. Soon, the Zodiac laughed at me and Drake. It's not fun because of you guys. I remembered the face, especially you, an Asian. When finished talking, he pulls something out of his inventory. Oops. I clenched my teeth. What the Zodiac brought out was the dungeon escape scroll. A return order that can only be removed once in any dungeon. There are quite a few penalties for moving to the temple of a beginner's village in the middle of the central continent, but it would still be better than dying. Shit. You forgot that. What to shaman? An item that falls with a rare probability from a hidden monster that is hard to find, so I forgot about its existence for a while. Profit. Soon, the Zodiac bit the corner of the scroll in his mouth, and grabbing the other side with a ragged right hand, and tear it up. When the scroll is torn in half, the return magic is activated automatically. You can't miss it. Drake quickly fed the crossbow, but it was too late. Drake's arrow ignores armor, but it is not enough to do a lot of damage in one shot. The Zodiac's HP is still quite a bit left, and if it's like this, I miss it. Damn it. The moment I run out with an urgent heart. Shit. A short cutting tone was heard. Zodiac looked at the return letter in his mouth and tilted his head. Half torn, but return letter. The return magic was not activated. Tuck. The right arm, which was pulling the other side of the return letter, fell to the floor. It was a giant scythe that cut off the Zodiac's right hand. Trick or treat. A eerie shadow casts behind him. Shoplifting Jack-o'-lantern. The red eyeballs in the rotten amber were staring at Zodiac. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 80. Previous talk next. Chapter 81. Prisoner of the Deep Prison 4. Shoplifting Jack-o'-lantern. Like an A-class monster, it had the power of resilience. No matter how much you are in a growing state, you can recover your HP enough to be able to run as long as you have a little time. Bless you. Fuss. This. The expression of the Zodiac was clear for the first time. Pot. He quickly rolled over and was out of the range of Jack-o'-lantern. Seeing that he leaps so far even with the soles of his feet, he is definitely a non. Me and Drake also couldn't pursue Zodiac quickly. Jack-o'-lantern's eyes were pointing towards the Zodiac, but the scythe he was holding was pointed towards us. Jack-o'-lantern is definitely a tricky monster. The pumpkin ghost in front of me. I looked up and thought. One of its characteristics, Halloween, is that it floats about 1 centimeter in the air and allows you to move. Therefore, the effect of land-type attack techniques such as earthquakes entering him is halved to 50%. It is a natural enemy of atrocities to a type like the Madon King. Good thing, by changing the characteristics of the shoes. I thought, rolling the floor once with my feet. Until a while ago, my shoes, which were earthquake characteristics, have been changed to fire walking characteristics. This is a characteristic that can inflict enough damage to Jack-o'-lantern. When it is a standing water meta, there is no difficulty in dealing with that monster. The problem is that Zodiac guy. Kill the Zodiac avoiding Jack-o'-lanterns. To win, you have to move with your eyes. If you move quickly, you may be able to see only good things. Free Pajian. A strange stillness flows into the solitary room. Puss sus Susi. The one who broke the silence first was the Zodiac. Proud. Pajijic. Soon, his limbs began to regenerate. Cultro lizard scaled armor. The unique characteristic of this armor, high-speed material life, is a skill that consumes enormous HP and restores a cut body to its original state. Zodiac reproduced arms and legs in the blink of an eye. And then the snake. Come out with the same eyes and by Drake. He expressed his displeasure in the American Midwestern dialect. It's a little annoying. Within, the Zodiac raises his head and looks at the sewer above it. Hey, the one he cried out was Judahi. Judahi was amazed and pointed at herself. However, it did not shrink because the distance was far away. The Zodiac looks at him and smiles. How about holding our hands? Party application. Soon, a system window appears in front of Judahi's eyes. Tiring. Zodiac Bundyvale requested a party. Accept/decline. Judahi tilted her head. Then the Zodiac said, I read the hatred you see, my friend. We can be a good partner. When the Zodiac spoke, Judahi quickly rolled her head. Anyway, Jack-o'-lantern is neutral. You can't get on a boat with that hateful deceased person. I was planning to assassinate for a chance at any time, but that time seldom came, so I was only looking for a chance. In such a yard, a useful body bread called the Zodiac appeared. Did you say it was the Zodiac? If that guy is in full HP, how can I mix it? Judahi thought. The situation is not that bad. Right then. Hey, I think I know roughly what you're thinking. Would you like to quit? The voice that makes Judahi flinch. It is my voice. I was looking at Judahi with a gloomy expression. That guy is crazy. There's nothing good about getting stuck. Warned. That I was clearly warned. This is pure goodwill. Judahi and Sai are entangled in a past relationship with her. Ugly Jong. Is not it? However, my words seem to have reversed the effects. / A blood spot stood on Judahi's forehead. Until now, that damn naked stool. How many times did Tainam die? How much is the plucked amount? You can't even estimate the potential damage. Judahi grasped the handle of the axe he held in his hand. If you have this. In any case, there is also a corner to believe. Good. Revenge for this charm. She pushed the button to accept the party that opened in front of her. Oh hey. I touched my forehead with my hand. Drake looks worried. Hey Goo, are you okay? That woman looks pretty high level. As an enemy, wouldn't it be annoying to turn it around? Zodiac and Judahi joined hands. Villain and villain. It's the bad guys' alliance. But Judahi's momentum did not last long. This pervert. You're more like a crazy guy. Is it? Revenge from now on. Ugh. She lifts up at me and stops. And, wow. I vomited blood from my mouth. Thud. She rolls off the sewer. It was thrown to the floor of a solitary room. Oh, why? Judahi muttered as she watched her HP bar, which was rapidly decreasing. Okay. Chinyi. Every foot comes in front of her. Zodiac Bundy Vale. He looked down at Judahi and was smiling as a single. Thank you, partner. The Zodiac shows a necklace hanging from the neck. Queen Wadudu's eyeballs necklace. /A. The Wadudu is an insect with a clear collective consciousness. They are willing to share the pain suffered by their colleagues. Moreover, there is nothing to say about the pain of the queen. Max HP plus 50%. Regeneration plus 50%. Available to use the characteristic Gangshul, special. Characteristic Jianshul Ju Chu. It is a characteristic of passing a certain amount of damage inflicted to the party members. However, it can only be used if you were the leader of the party. If one of the party members suffers 100 pain, 99 other party members can inflict 1 damage. The problem is that the share of this pain sharing is entirely up to the owner of the necklace. The moment Judahi accepts the Zodiac party, the Zodiac is that 99% of the damage he suffered was left to her. That's what I said. I kicked my tongue and looked at Judahi. There is something I saw when I first came to this sewer. 5 corpses from other players. The Zodiac probably pretended to be a normal player, saved the party members, brought them here, and used them as their own blood bags. And the next victim became Yudahi. HP blood that the Zodiac has worn so far. Yudahi, who took most of the year, is dying with all of her HP in an instant. That's what I said. I shrugged. Is it really okay? It looks like he recovered his HP considerably. Drake said with an anxious expression. However, I only respond calmly. Do not worry, because that woman is not a very easy woman either. Ding. Drake tilts his head. And straight away. My words have been proved. Zodiac with a significant HP recovery. However, he was embarrassed that his whole body was stiff. Okay. Ho 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 ho. This child. You know I'm hitting anyone in the back of my head. Yudahi, who was dying, laughed. She hadn't let go of the axe she had in her hand until the moment she died. Battle axe of the disappointed regiment leader, two-handed weapon /B. The commander of my regiment was disappointed with you. Everyone gathers at the parade. Attack plus 800. Yi maximum HP plus 10%. Can use the characteristic joint responsibility, special. An axe used by Yudahi. The attached characteristic is solidarity. There is nothing special about this characteristic. Instead of increasing the attack power and defense of allies other than the self, it gives an ailment effect to the allies when you die. The state of entering abnormalities is poison, paralysis. There are various types of sleep, confusion, burns, frostbite, etc. And this not-so-special feature has become an amazing counter-feature in the current situation. Reeling. The Zodiac, by the way, fell into sleep more than its worst condition. Damn it. He sharpened his teeth. For the first time, I get bloodshot in my dull eyes. His pale face burned red with anger. However, apart from the mind, the body was honest. The eyelids get heavier and the body sags. The mind was cool, but the body was sleeping. A body that collapses quickly. Tuck. The half-torn return scroll in my hand fell to the floor. I looked at it and held a sue. My Yudahi walks through the sewer. It turned out why I was whining for my party. It must have been an intention to overturn the responsibility for solidarity on the person. I always refused because I knew all of her intentions, but Zodiac couldn't recognize her dark heart because she wanted to use Dahiyu. Villain versus villain. The match between the Zodiac and Yudahi ended in such a ridiculous draw. Goodbye. I winked at the falling Zodiac. And, dingum. In the end, the neck of the Zodiac was drooping and the scythe of Jack-o'-lantern. Cut it out at once. Tongue, tongue, tongue. The truncated head of the Zodiac bounced off the floor 3 times and rolled out. Trick or treat. Jack-o'-lantern grabbed the Zodiac's hair and lifted it up. Scythe in one hand, in the other. The player's head. It's a grotesque sight. What should I do now? Drake asked me. I jerked with my arms folded. With just 3 arrows pointing to Taiwan. See. Drake nodded and I started to act right away. Puffer puck. 3 arrows fly and get stuck in Jack-o'-lantern's pumpkin head. Jack-o'-lantern's HP bar, revealing the red bottom, fluttered once more. Okay. What? Suddenly, Jack-o'-lantern started talking. What am I doing here? It looks down on his body and tilts his head. The monster's state. The moment Drake opens his eyes wide in surprise. Tiring. A choice came to mind before my eyes. The little thief Jack-o'-lantern shows room for conversation. Do you want to continue the battle? Yes/no. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 81. Previous talk next. Chapter 82. Festival of the Great King 1. What am I doing here? Beggar. Shoplifting Jack-o'-lantern. He looks at his skinny body with spooky, blazing red eyes. At the same time. Tiring. A choice came to my mind. The little thief Jack-o'-lantern expresses room for conversation. Do you want to continue the battle? Yes/no. I looked at the options in front of me and pondered for a moment. Whether you choose yes or a no, each has its own pros and cons. How will we do it? The alternative is always troublesome. If you pick a no here, you can kill Jack-o'-lantern. It's not that difficult to catch a Jack-o'-lantern whose HP has been cut considerably because of the Zodiac. Besides, the item that he would drop was a pretty good one, which could be of great help to me now. However, there will be no need to use higher-level compatible items soon. Yes, the item that Jack-o'-lantern drops is a grade, which is pretty good. It is only pretty much to the last. I have a lot of opportunities to get better items, and they can only be obtained by keeping the Jack-o'-lantern alive. Yes, I have to look far. When everyone said yes, I shouted a no, but this time, it's yes. Let me accept the conversation. Sutsutsu. The HP bar of the shoplifter Jack-o'-lantern disappears. It is the process of changing from a monster to a hidden NPC. Drake looked at it and admired it. Even in the time of the gossip Camilla, the hidden NPCs are really subtly hidden. Right. It's the noble who is hiding in the corner of the map. It's really hard to find if you're wearing a monster mask. You are also awesome to find it. Drake and I lived for a while, so I had a conversation. Within, NPCI's shoplifter Jack O'Lantern began to explain his history. Fuck. What did I do so wrong? It's really ridiculous. Hey, why am I fucking this damn here? Do you know you're trapped in a lower jail? That's why it's not so big. I was originally working as a subordinate of the lowly one, but one day I stole some of his stuff. That's it. That's a sin. Are you struggling with the guy you've been working with dogs for just that? No, if I stole anything, how much I stole. I barely tell you about the stolen thing. Inconsistent with his eerie looks, Jack-o'-lantern was quite a chatter. He didn't end up talking about what he had slapped, but he had an attitude that he wasn't interested all the time. In the first place, the nickname was Small Thief. Soon, he got up from his seat, holding his dark red scythe tightly. From now on, I'm going to take revenge on the guy who kept me here. Shall we go together? Jack-o'-lantern looks at me with anticipation. Tiring. The little thief Jack-o'-lantern asked you to join the fight against the lowly one. Yes/N. No. There is nothing more to hear. It's crazy to get involved in that guy's fight now with my level and equipment. I hit the reject button with the skip button. In case I accidentally pressed accept, I lit my eyes and pressed reject. Then, Jack-o'-lantern made a gloomy expression. Okay, I can't help it. If so, I'll pay only for taking me out of here. Within, he rummaged through his dirty rags and pulled out the item in his arms. Trick or treat. He laid 3 cups of water face down in front of me. And, after pretending to put something in one cup, yee, runboo, yee. I started to mix the 3 cups with crazy speed. I changed position and get mixed up. I looked closely at the cups. Middle left, right left, right left, right middle left, middle left, middle, right middle left, right left left, right middle left, middle middle, right left right. Ugh, I missed it. Even the good-looking Drake missed the arrangement of the cups in the middle. The cups mixed together for a long time after that. Now choose it. Jack-o'-lantern brings me 3 cups. I chose the right cup without hesitation. This has a fixed pattern. I've already been bored with the strategy for choosing a cup. The position of the cup containing the item changes every time, but if there is something that does not change. Cups with items always have a broken corner of the shadow. Is it some kind of emergent play? If this is a bug, it could be a bug. Something you can never know from the eyes of ordinary people. I looked at 3 cups of shadow. Not surprisingly, you can see that the corner of the shadow of the cup on the far right is slightly broken. The shadow is weakly hollowed out, as if a cabbage worm ate a bite. Chingy. As I touched the right cup, Jack-o'-lantern clapped. Congratulations. I'm winning. Jack-o'-lantern retrieved the remaining 2 cups. In the 2 cups that were recovered, there was a debuff scroll that slowed down movement speed, and a bomb that consumed half of the remaining HP. Playing this kind of joke on a benefactor, this Jack-o'-lantern is a very nasty NPC. Anyway, I got a normal reward. Within, 1 item fell to Drake and me. This? Drake tilts his head. Halloween Cloud Cookie/A. A cigarette used by Halloween witches. It is made by drying the ears of a leaf with a terrible drug substance and then crushing it. Minus 100 HP recovery per second when inhaled, special. Can be used for a total of 60 minutes, special. A pack of Cloud Confectionery came out and was given to Drake. A pumpkin sticker stuck to a red box. When I picked it up with my hand, I felt purple. Dalgrick. I shook the box and the 20 cigarettes inside made a sound. Drake nodded. Is it a potion that you can just bite in your mouth and suck it? It works pretty well. There is no job that requires diligently moving both hands like an archer. Arrows were pulled out of tradition, put on protests, pulled, aimed, and shot. Continue to grasp the other person's location and spread the distance by teasing your feet. Moreover, the type who is also immortal in close combat like Drake will not be able to rest until his hand is really rested. In such a situation, it is very cumbersome to open the lid and take it to the mouth with an inventory or a potion bottle filled with a waste dance. However, with this item, such cumbersome processes disappear. There is no reason for a hand to go because you can just bite it in your mouth like a cigarette and wash it all the time. It's a time limit anyway, time to suck. It is made up of the total number of people, and time does not run out if you hold it in your mouth. Like me, the smallest person, total of 370, will be in full HP soon after washing it 2 or 3 times. 1. I grabbed a cigarette pack containing 20 Cloud Sweets in my arms. If you killed Jack-o'-lantern this, I could have used it permanently. It's a little disappointing. When Jack-o'-lantern dies, it drops this Halloween's cloud cake. There is no time limit for cloud confectionery acquired in this way. It is a semi-permanent consumable. But you have to be satisfied with this. For now. I nodded. Among the items that allow you to keep your HP at its peak, there are many better than Halloween cloud cookies. And I'll get one of those top compatible items right on the next stage. The boss room, where the final boss of the evil castle awaits. That's right now. Jack-o'-lantern told me. You are here to meet the owner of this castle, right? I can open the door. When he finished speaking, he swung his scythe and slid toward the other side of the sewer. Blah blah. Walls and sewers are torn, and black cracks are created. Within, there was a direct back door that leads to the boss room in the depths. Kururuk. A black flame burned, creating the shape of the door. It's a hole that goes somewhere deep. The darkness that burns deep and sweet, as if attracting and tempting those who stand in front of him. Boss room back door. It has finally come true. Then, have a good time. Bon voyage. Jack-o'-lantern walked to the other side of where we were going, and soon, it disappeared from the night. I stroked my chin once. Then I thought, the third A+, class monster after Sandweep and Basilisk. However, the guy who is going to meet from now on is a stronger and more frightening guy than the two previous ones. Me and Drake's eyes meet. It's unfamiliar to me that there is a time to prepare my mind like this. Well, all the A+ class monsters in the past have popped out of nowhere. We watched the darkness wriggling before our eyes. The old castle of Evil the Great King's Festival class. A+. There is a boss monster in that portal that drops the last 3 magics. I closed my lips tightly. If it were as it was, the first person to kill the boss in that room is the Zodiac burned a veil. However, he died by my hand. The hidden piece that entered the hands of the Zodiac and terrorized countless people will now be in my hands. Now history changes. Due to only one item to appear in the future. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 82. Previous talk next. Chapter 83. Festival of the Great King 2. The black portal that exists in front of you. It is sweeter than sleep and deeper than death. Gaza, me and Drake in that portal. I dive without hesitation. Yet, I heard a gloomy notification sound in my ear. Tiring. The Castle of Evil You entered the Great King's Festival 1. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic Records. The title of first visitor that I heard after a long time. There aren't any special perks, but gamers spend the night searching through places where no one is attacking to hear this one. That's a race that's a gamer. And also, it wasn't very unprofitable. Later the manager of Akashic Records. It's helpful when I meet him. First clear, first visit, first discovery, etc. All first titles come as quite a big perk when accumulated. But it's a story of a very distant future. I focused on the landscape in front of me. Yet, the landscape has changed. Dark darkness scattered like blocks and a new map appeared. The deep part of the castle. Festival of the Great King. A huge hall made of bricks and furnished in a medium 3 style are lined up. And 10 hammocks hanging in the air. Ho 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 honey. The tears of laughter echoed. Ho. Drake's eyes narrowed. A human head can be seen above the 10 black, sea ink hung in the air. Each has a different look, but a very beautiful face. Underscored a. The appearance of Mungma succubus is all. Succubus, grade, B+/traits. Darkness, ideal sexual desire, lady first, alternative, fusion. Habitat, the castle of evil, the forest of suicide, the land of rotting and burning, the pond of solitude. Size, 1.8 m. A maid serving the Dark King. As soon as a man enters a harem made up of succubus, his body melts. His beauty and fighting power were recognized, and he took over the command of evil from the Dark King. An unrealistic body that makes you have nowhere to put your eyes on. Once you meet your gaze, you can't take your eyes off the look. 10 beauties woke up on the hammock. Long time no see. I greeted the succubus. The memories of having a 1:1 gooey battle with the succubus at the grave of the old brave man come to life. At that time, I was getting a ticket for minors and almost cut off the serialization or broadcast, right? Oh, I don't know if I'm getting fired this time. I glanced at the red light in the upper right. Rec. Confirming that the recording is going well, I pulled out one. It is the same pink gel used in the Brave's grave. Essence of Slime Queen D. After boiling the flesh of the Slime Queen, only the core material was filtered out. I sprinkled it on 10 succubus. Gaia. Succubuses covered in unpleasant gels scream at once. At the same time, the energy of darkness emanating from their bodies became 50% more powerful. The characteristic ideal sexual desire was activated. Soon, 10 succubus. It even activated the both choice trait. Wow. A black portal opened in the palm of the succubus. Does the sword come out or the staff comes out? Depending on the weapon of the succubus, whether it is in the form of physical or magical attack is different. And another tip, succubuses usually tend to unify their attack characteristics when they are grouped together. Mainly, the characteristics of all the remaining 9 are decided depending on what the individual chooses to take out the weapon first. I was lucky. Spot. Succubus, who took out the weapon first, held a staff made of skeletons in her hand. Magic attack type. Subsequently, the remaining 9 succubus also followed the first succubus and took out their wands. Unification of 10 jejongs here. It feels like that. Definitely what would you do to champion alone in this atmosphere? I sighed of relief. If the succubus is magical, combat becomes a little easier. Poop. I summoned Jormungand by rubbing the ring. Chill. This guy who shows tremendous resistance to poison and magic would be of great help in dealing with the magical succubus. Also, I struck Drake's back next to me with my palm. Please take care of me, my friend. The moment Drake tilted his head. Check. I pushed Drake and Jormungand into the succubus harem. A harem full of pink gel, sticky and hot cradle. Wow. Ein, what did this? Wow. To the place where the half-naked beauties stretched out, Drake was pushed away. Good. Leave it to me, friend. Soon, Drake raised his thumb towards me. Indeed, the ability to adapt as a top-tier ranker is it? For was it such a character? I tilted my head and quickly passed the harem. Soon, the sound of 10 succubus using magic is heard. Jormungand and Drake, the ebon serpent, also began to move in earnest. Tiring. The castle of Evil You entered the Great King's Festival, too. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. The guide sound is heard one more time. The place I entered is the deepest floor that can only be accessed through the succubus harem. It is an area that can be called the heart of the evil castle. Since the Great King's Festival, 1, was entrusted to Drake, 2, must be cleared no matter what. With my determination, I continued to go inside. A room where everything is dark. I am the red carpet on the floor. I kept walking forward. Within, passing through the huge stone pillars, you can see a high staircase and a throne that exists above it. There was a man sitting on the high throne. Pale complexion, white hair, the pitch-black armor that covers the body. They had 2 black raised horns on their foreheads. He wore a cloak burning with black flames and red gloves, Jong, Ja, on his hands. Cool features. However, only the eyes are gently curved as if smiling. The most unusual thing was his eyes. There is no such thing as whites. Black eyes more than anything else in the world. It was a much darker eye than the darkness that was encroaching all around. It was uniquely dark even in the dark, so it could be seen clearly. Who I am? I can't remember. The king sits on a throne and sings alone with a heavy voice. He is the 3rd boss, Dark versus King, after Basilisk and Sandworm. Dark King, grade, A+/ characteristics. Dark, Blood Predator, Summon, Choice. Size, 2.5 m. A long time ago, when hell and heaven collide, at the forefront of the battlefield, there was a monarch who captured the hearts of countless angels. He was the king of all vampires, one of the 7 demon kings, Lucifer's most trusted servant, and a dark warrior who couldn't find an opponent on the mainland of the South Continent. From the time the number of angels killed in his hand, over 1 million, all tribes began to call him the Great King of Darkness instead of his real name. As I looked at the Dark King, I felt the thrill. The overwhelming feeling felt from the Dark King is truly overwhelming. I've been competing once in my previous life. I looked at the Dark King with eyes where longing and excitement coexisted. If it was as it was, I could stand here 10 years from now, and you will have a 1:1 fight with the Dark King in front of you. At that time, I was one of the top 100 in the Korean rankings, and I fought against the Dark King for 24 hours. If the sword was broken along the way, it was replaced with another sword, and when the shield was broken, it was replaced with another shield. It was with all sorts of orders and potions, and the Hunsu of viewers who were watching the broadcast. But now there is nothing. All there is a bare body. And for the past 15 years, he has lived as a game changer, and he has the skills to engrave it on the flesh and crush it on the bones. I can't remember. Who the hell am I? Dark King rose from the throne. Is there a line like that? I stepped back, nervously. In my memory, the Dark King didn't say that line. I just laughed and laughed at the slaughter, with complete loss of reason. But the darkness right in front of you. The Great King was completely different from then. Unlike the time when you only burst out like crazy, you spit out lines with a clear pronunciation. Instead of madness, Kong Cheat, Light of agony was emanating from both darkened eyes. However, Jiak, Jiak. As the Dark King stood up from the throne, the surrounding stone floors began to crack with just that momentum. I could know at once. Dark King has only slightly changed his lines, and he has the fighting power in my memory. Is this a line that only the first discoverers can hear? Probably my guess is right. Is it possible that all first discoverers will go through a different process compared to the later generations behind them? For example, getting some other reward, getting to know hidden game settings. Is the recording going well? I swiped my head and looked to the right. I looked at Dan. Rec. All videos are being recorded without any problems. Because the Zodiac Bundy Veil, that madman would have just ignored the hidden settings of the boss monster. What does the psycho know? He's a respect who doesn't care about anything but bullying. It's a shame to give such a guy a chance to know the hidden settings of the Dark King. Within, I came face to face with the King of Darkness who came down the stairs. It is the Zodiac Bundy Veil who should be standing here. My turn comes 10 years from now. However, I am standing confidently in this position now. The third Shinki, San Senji. 3 items known to be able to kill even gods. Basilisk's heart. Sandworm's leather. And the last piece following those 2 items, hidden piece. The great King of Darkness in front of it goes. Is losing. Thump underscore. I took a big step forward. The dark darkness before my eyes will soon become my strength. The pitch black darkness for a brighter future. I give strength to my eyes, and I am the King of Darkness. Faced. The most dazzling darkness in the world, that irony. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 83. Previous talk next. Chapter 84. Dark King 1. Dark King. The final boss of the evil castle. Its terrifying aura swallows up this space entirely. As he reached out, it was black in front. A portal was created. Fudiak. The unpleasant sound of flapping wings in the dark. Before long, a huge number of bats appeared. Bat of the Dark King, class, D/traits, dark, poison, minions, hemophilia. Size, 30 centimeters. Bats soaked in human oil and blood. Once bitten, the wound does not heal. The number of bats summoned by the Dark King is too many to count. They come together to form a cluster as if one is whole and the whole is one. Rather, the bats stretched long, holding each other firmly. It was like looking at a black whip. Boing! As the Dark King reached out, a black whip made of bats flew towards me. It's still a threat. I stepped back, avoiding the whip. Okay. Tawa. The bat whip strikes the hard stone floor as it is. 1. The bodies of bats thrown to the floor burst out. Flesh, internal organs, and bone fragments scatter in all directions. This also inflicts poison damage to nearby players. Fudiak. The newly summoned bats again made a long whip. The whip strands suddenly grow into 3 or 4. Tada, tada, pupum. The whips were swung in different directions. They turn in the air while being swung. Sometimes they tried to wrap me around like a living snake. Tada. Again, the bat whip passes by me. Perfolk. Bats burst their bodies against stone pillars. Stone debris and the flesh, internal organs, and blood of bats are mixed and sprout. Because the range was so wide, it was impossible to avoid them all. Puffer. The bone fragments and intestines of the bat are mine. It was splashed all over the body. Wow. I spit out the bat's head that went into my mouth. Small stone debris and bone fragments are lodged in the body to inflict physical damage. And because the bat's dirty blood was overwritten, poison damage came in. Continued. LV 37. Title, Basilisk Hunter, Privilege, Poison, /Medusa Hunter, Privilege, Mana Burn, /Sandworm Shanong, Privilege, Drought. HP 192 of 370. How much did that mean that your HP has already been cut in half? Even if it gets hit by the crumbs, it's this much. If the whip was hit, it would be really bad. I quickly opened the inventory. Because it is a random attack that flies without a pattern, there is no room to take out potions. I took out Halloween Cloud Cookie and asked it in my mouth. Halloween Cloud Cookie /A. The cigarette used by the witches of Halloween. It is made by drying and pulverizing leaves that contain harsh drug substances. When inhaled, recovers 100 HP in 1 second. Minus 20/20ths remaining Gabby. Remaining time 59:58. The count has started. I took the cloud cake deeply for about 2 seconds. Disgusting smoke hits the throat and fills the 2 lungs. Soon, 200 HP was recovered. Phew. When I saw that the HP slot was full, I sighed of relief. In the first place, the maximum HP was not so long, so it is enough to sip a couple of cloud cookies. Tada. I roll the floor and step back to sleep. Thump. The Dark King came one step toward me. Soon, he raised his red hand and pointed it towards me. Come. I bite my teeth firmly. It's his second attack pattern. Poop. Soon, something came out from the tip of the index finger of the Dark King. It was like an arrow and like a red ray. Quackwang. The red flash from the index finger of the Dark King made a deep hole in the stone floor where I had been. I know what it is. It was blood. Dark King releases part of the blood he has absorbed through his finger like a bullet. And within. Yeah. The Dark King pointed 5 fingers at me. Baba baba bang. 5 blood bullets are red. It stretches out like a silver thread. Long hanging blood bullets. It looked like long, red thorns. Kuryong. 5 holes were made in a stone pillar pierced by 5 red thorns. Numerous stone pillars that could not overcome the shock collapse. If one hits that too, I'll die immediately. I was a little thrilled by the power of the Dark King. I know it because I've been stuck in the past, but as I experience it myself, I feel different. Bread. Dadong. Dark King alternately spewed out 5 thorns of blood. Thanks to this, the surrounding walls and pillars all have holes like sponges. In the meantime, countless bats are aiming at me. When bitten by these bats, blood continues to bleed through the wounds, and they are passed on to the Dark King as crabs. So you should never be bitten. I'm avoiding blood, thorns, and bats. Let's roll around the bottom of the inside. Earth. The Dark King set his own nails and swung them in the direction I was. Blah blah. As he beat his nails to the ground, the drums ripped apart with a loud sound. That the terrain is all stone. It is the power to colorize. Hagia Dark King's physical attack power has been famous since ancient times. Isn't a tanker a ridiculous gripping force? Im Joseph is probably the only tanker in Korea who can withstand more than one shot with that power. However, I'm thinking of dealing with him directly. Not at all. Bang. I rolled my feet and expressed the fire-walking characteristic of my shoes. Koruk. The trajectory I moved is on fire. Naturally, the Dark King who followed me also suffers flame damage. Became. Jack. A swarm of bats that have been flying are wound around the hot fire. Dark King frowned a little. Chew 1. Dark King stretched out his finger and sprayed blood. As the red haze spread, the fire from the floor was caught in an instant. Dark King. HP 5449, 312/5, 450, 500. Fire damage is the HP of the Dark King. A little bit. However, the Dark King was not so careless. It summons the bats again to form a whip. At the same time, he was preparing to expel blood bullets with his hand. It shouldn't be like this. I had a cold sweat. There is seldom an opportunity to approach and smash it. Unfortunately, if you were to receive a joint attack of blood bullets and a swarm of bats, you would not be able to scream and be killed. Then, signs of a counterattack have come. Kururuk. The Dark King has stopped spraying blood. He immediately raised all his powers and opened up the dark portal even more. Food Duk. A huge amount of bats are summoned over and over again. Bats that were forming the whip united into one place. Oh, this pattern is finally coming out. I sparkle my eyes. Dark King always prepares this oriental weapon if he wants to drive his opponent into a corner. Rather than the bats united with their wings overlaid. Soon, a huge hand appears in the air. A black hand made of bats. It soon filled the entire festival of the Great King. Quabang. The black hand came and struck me like a tsunami. A blow that cannot be avoided or prevented. Wujijik. The floor shakes all over. I clenched my teeth in the bursting pain of my whole body. It is the moment when the strong physical attack power of the Dark King increases to 500%. Since I was hit from the front in a naked state, there is no way my body will be fine. Puffer pop. Soon, my HP evaporated at a terrifying rate. However, I do not die. Flashed. Sandworm was covering my naked body. The cloak of activates the Anger Team trait. The ability to survive any attack with 1 HP. Ugh. I endured the pain and took a deep breath of the cloud cake that I had in my mouth. After about 4 seconds, to my surprise, I had a complete resurrection. It is also in full HP state. Besides, puff puff puff. The basilisk's heart explodes reflection damage from my whole body, which is dyed black. The Dark King could not avoid the damage stems that thundered toward him. Puffer puck. Soon, the whole body of the Dark King exploded with the sound of leather popping. The expression of the guy who was so relaxed was distorted. Dark King. HP 4741, 353/5, 450, 500. About 700,000 HP evaporated. Exclamation point. The Dark King looks down at his trembling hands. Just before, Making a black hand with a bat and attacking it is the most destructive skill among the Dark King's attack aircraft. However, great power comes with a price. Dark King is in a state of confusion for about 2 seconds after using the traditional Korean weapon. Why am I here? What happened to the people of my castle? The Dark King looked around and shouted in a confused voice. What? Is the great love in my memory different? I tilted my head. Originally, when Dark King was in confusion, the line was, "Where is this? Where did all of you go? This is the only one." But now something is different. The Dark King seemed to have remembered his identity. A white part appeared in the snow that was only full of black masturbation. However, it is only when you are in a state of confusion for about 2 seconds. I wasn't fooled by the lines. It was just that he put the cutting edge in his hand deep into the arms of the Dark King. Plenty. The sound of a pinch is loud. The damage must have entered. The trait was activated. Dark King now suffers damage equal to 0.01% of his maximum HP per second. Until I die. The confusion of the Dark King was resolved. His eyeballs turned black again. Quackwang. I was hit by his fist and fell back. Again, the HP plummets to 1. No, it's scary, it hurts. It hurt to the point where tears came out, but there was no time to grumble. Even at this moment, the bats fly. I'm rushing to target. In this state, even if you touch only the wings of a bat, it is death. Howook. When I washed the cloud cake, my HP rose again. Halloween cloud cookie/A. The cigarette used by the witches of Halloween. Leaves with terrible drug content. It is made by pulverizing the meat after drying it. When hoping, recovers 100 HP in 1 second. Remaining Gabby 16/20. Remaining time 31:17. After burning 3 cloud cookies, it is now the 4th. 3 pieces were consumed until 1 shot of cutting was consumed. How much is left now? I rolled my head and calculated the remaining HP of the Dark King. Dark King's HP is about 5 million, which is much lower than that of a monster of its class. Even that, more than 700,000 evaporated due to the previous reflection damage. However, there is a reason Dark King's HP is low. The tremendous physical attack power and poison damage are not the true fear of the Dark King. Within. Yeah, Dark King opened his hands wide open. His real horror started right now. LOL. Dark King opened his 10 fingers and pointed at me. Okay. All over my body began to tickle like a mosquito bite. Small wounds on the whole body turned red. The healed wound burst, and drops of blood began to ooze out. Drops of blood that had been oozing gradually floated into my air. It flowed all the way into the air, like the red thread of fate, and continued through the fingers of the Dark versus King. Chwook, 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 chwook. It seems as if there is a swelling on the ruptured wound. The drops of blood being sucked into the air formed 10 long stems and were being absorbed by the Dark King. Blood Predator. It is the most fearful trait of the Dark King. The Dark King sucks the blood of all wounded creatures that exist within a certain radius around him. If there is even a small wound, the blood that escapes through the wound is absorbed into the air and absorbed by the fingers of the Dark King. The amount of HP lost in this way is 0.01% of the maximum HP per second. Annihilated countless raids. Dun's Fear Trait Blood Predator. This is the strongest and worst blood hop technology that symbolizes the Dark King. For this reason, even with a small HP of 5 million, Dark King has a more difficult attack than Sandworm and Basal Risk. But it doesn't apply to me. I laughed bloody as I watched the blood sucked out. The Dark King steals 0.01% HP every second from me. However, my maximum HP is only 370. At 0.01% of 370, it is only 0.037. Damage below the decimal point is treated as just 1, so the Dark King can only steal 1 HP per second from me. Haha, pull it out as much as you can. I was naked, with arms wide open. You cannot attack while triggering the Blood Predator trait. Dark King is staring at me with his eyes open and eagerly absorbs HP, but only one of you per second is taking the liver. In the meantime, I eagerly lifted the blade and stabbed the Dark King. Pook, 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 pook. Even if damage is applied by 1, it dies after 370 seconds. Therefore, every time sucking in all the time and cutting hard. Since the abilities of Cum Dan have been revealed, the Dark King suffers 0.01% damage per second even if he remains still. In this case, the maximum HP of Dark King is 5,450,500, about 5 million, so the damage per second is 545. The dot damage is very different from me with a maximum HP of only 370. Within. Oops. Dark King, whether he realized he was seeing dog damage, stopped the blood predator trait. But it's already late. The dot damage is steadily going in, and it's the cut damage. There were quite a lot of damage stacks due to it. Kyaha. He stares at me with a red blood spot. It seems like you are thinking of stopping blood predation and trying to compete with physical attacks. However, it's already late. I prepared myself for the final count. 5. Dark King stretched out his right hand. The strength of a pretty tanker to tear it apart is bursting in it. For foot, the Dark King stretched out his left hand. Countless bats move and create a dark storm. I took a deep cloud cake. HP must always be full in order to use the Amber Team trait. I faced the Dark King straight. There is nothing chewy. All of the trap cards that were laid were activated. And within the last count. At the same time. Exclamation point. The Dark King opened his eyes. His waist is bent by one. Kahak. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Black blood like pitch black. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 84. Previous talk next. Chapter 85. Dark King 2. Kahak. The Dark King's waist was sharply broken. At the same time, blood spurted out of Gnome's mouth like a fountain. Patter, patter. Black blood falling down on the white and pale jawline. The color of blood is black as if erupting from the abyss. Cheon Prophet. As the blood of the Dark King falls on the stone floor, the floor melts with a loud sound. It worked. I stared straight into the darkened inner color of the King of Darkness. One of my passive characteristics, blind poison. It is a characteristic of killing and taking the basilisk. It is 4 times stronger than normal poison damage and lasts 4 times longer. In addition, the poisonous characteristic is that the damage is increased by 4 times when it enters the body directly through blood. There is this. The Dark King wrote a blood cloak on me, and as a result, my blood went directly into the Dark King's body and poisoned him. Poolduk, Pooldok, Pooldok. Whenever the poison heart is pumped once, black blood grows all over the body. Terrible. Damage versus darkness. It was fiercely gnawing inside the king's body. Pooduk, Wooduk, wriggle. Darker veins began to appear on the pale skin of the Dark King. Blood like black roots soon covered his cheeks and underneath his eyes completely. Let's see, how much damage will it cost? I thought about it. Normal poison damage cuts 0.0025% of maximum HP per second. And poisonous poison deals damage per second of 0.01%, which is 4 times that of this. In addition, I sprayed poisonous poison on the floor to induce secondary contact or put it directly into the other person's body, rather than spraying it on the skin or the like. In this case, the damage jumps 4 times and becomes 0.04%. If I apply the dot damage of the cut that I fed to it, the calculation is not very difficult. Damage per second is 0.05% of maximum HP. Considering that the HP of the Dark King is 5,450,500, about 1.5 million, the damage per second is about 2,700. In other words, even while you are thinking like this, the damage is getting stuck. About 30 minutes ahead, there will be a game in it. If you calculate the remaining HP of the Dark King, you will get an estimate. My victory if I endure well without dying for the next 30 minutes. But Dark King sat still for 30 minutes, and it seemed that he had no intention of getting hit. The horns on his head have grown considerably more than twice as large. Wooduk, Wooduk, Wooduk. The whole body of the Dark King will swell. I went. His appearance, who was a weakly confessed type, quickly turned into a nerdy warrior. Hagiya, I don't know if that figure fits the prestige of being the Dark King. You are the one who captured the hearts of countless angels at the forefront of the Kianmo War. Kwakwang. He lifted his nails and swung them. Blah blah blah. The stone floor is split in half and a deep crevasse is formed, separating the ground. Only those with extremely high physical attack power use this characteristic as a flat hit. It was a very enviable ability, but I feel sorry for me now. Hodadak. I ran away cooking and cooking to avoid the rampage of the Dark King. Rather lack. Bats gathered to form giant whipstalks again. They were swung towards me like a rope for a group jump rope. Boom, slash quack-quack-wang, slash. Stone pillars fall apart like rotten tofu. Everything around me was shattered and shredded. It became an arcade game. I jumped out of the black whips. Little kid, cross the line. Do kids know this song these days? The rope skipping pad that I used to do when I was young. It's Ray. Kiaga. Dark King made more whips. A wave to be photographed while driving without a specific pattern. The whole world is covered with a black grid. Puffer puck. Disgusting flesh and interior pieces splatter in all directions. It's cheap poison damage, but it's a damage that can't be ignored if it overlaps. Little kid, suck cigarettes. I suck the Halloween cloud cake and escape the bats. The end of the cigarette gets a little closer. HP is in full state again. Came back. Now then, shall we finish it? I express the fire step characteristic of the shoes I am wearing. Kuriak. A spark in the shape of a footstep rises from the ground where I went. I quickly go back to that state. Dom. Tadak, tadak, tadak. Whenever I left a new footprint, the footprints made before that burned hot and radiated light. Soon they melt down black and white, creating a path of lava. Noble, noble. Food. The bats that ran into it were killed in clusters. Oh, go out. The smell of burning fur and leather. Okay. Choke. Again, the fingers of the Dark King spread widely. Because artificial intelligence can't be helped. I laughed peak. Dark King. He was trying to vampirize again if he felt a sense of crisis at the HP that had gone down to the limit. Blood Predator. The trait that made everyone tremble was manifested again. But blood predators are already completely sealed. Printed characteristics. It poses no threat to me with extremely low max HP. Shawook, 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 shawook. The wounds on my body open up and blood is drawn up into the air. It was stretched like a dark red thread and directed to the 5 fingers of the Dark King. However, the worn-out HP is only 1 per second. Mosquito sucking blood. The level of T is less. But, seek. The Dark King looks at me and smiles. That moment, I felt the unprecedented ominousness. What? Where is this anxiety coming from? I thought about it, but there aren't really any variables. The situation was already in my perfect control. Since artificial intelligence can't use tricks, I stare at the Dark King with my eyes narrow. However, soon my thoughts turn out to be wrong. Oops. This is because the Dark King was using the Blood Predator trait, and at the same time, he was expressing another trait with his other hand. Kwa-yi kwa 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 kwa. The bat summoning trait was activated again. Enormous number of bats pop out and form a black vortex. It soon began to form the shape of a large hand. Nonsense. You write 2 traits at the same time. I open my eyes wide. Obviously, the Dark King uses blood predation. You wouldn't be able to do anything inside. But it clearly looks. Among the Dark King's attack techniques, the most powerful Oriental medicine technique is being made. Black Hand. It soon casts a huge shadow towards me. Dark King's murderous physical attack power, and 500% of it is exercised in this ultimate special move. Damn it. What's different because it's your first strategy? I thought something was strange from the time when a different line, not the scheduled line, popped up. Dark King is clearly showing off an unprecedented attack pattern. There seems to be a difference between the difficulty of clearing the first and the difficulty of clearing afterwards. Dark King remained a little bit of reason until he had never been attacked by anyone. However, after experiencing defeat by the players, reason disappeared completely and became a monster that was just running crazy with blood. What is this kind of hidden setup? I bite my lips. If I keep going like this, a major weakness arises in my meta. Sandworm's cloak protects me with the characteristic of Angry Team. It can only be activated in full HP status. As in the present case, if 1 HP is being lost per second, the overall team trait will not be activated. I glance around and look at my status window. Looked at. Continued. LV 37. HP 370 of 370. Continued. LV 37. HP 369 of 370. Continued. LV 37. HP 370 of 370. Continued. LV 37. HP 369 of 370. My HP goes back and forth between full blood and -1 damage. It's because I'm sucking Halloween cloud cookies like crazy. It's a waste, but I can't help it. Eating cloud cookies to recover only 1 HP is extremely inefficient. However, now that one's HP was so important, HP wears down even if only mosquito bites are used one. That is a huge number that is killing my whole life and death right now. Within. Qua 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 quong slash. The attack created by the Dark King sweeps over my body. I mobilized all my nerves. All the proficiency gained in the past 15 years as a game junkie. All the sense of the game as a deceased person was mobilized. Just before the black fist made by the bat swarm touches my body. So, countless swarms of bats. The moment the first guy touches my body. Hawook. I suck the cigarette with all my might. Kaiyiki. The Halloween cloud cake burns in the blink of an eye. but I never stopped breathing. Did not. At the same time. Puff, 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 puck. It's unknown to sharpen my whole body. In a distant mind, I felt the sandworm's cloak tightly wrapped around my body. The angling characteristics were successfully expressed. I tried not to get high in my mind, and sucked the cloud cake like crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4. The number of cloud confectionery remaining decreases like crazy. And, last gotchi. I quickly bite the last remaining cloud cake in my mouth. Git. The empty cigarette pack is crumpled fiercely. And at the same time, wriggle. My whole body was covered with black veins. Gong duck, slash. The black bruise that started on the left chest soon coated my whole body like a metal. Basilisk's heart. It reacts to the shock that strikes my whole body and starts to run wild. Did. Qua 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 quan. The oriental medicine technique that the Dark King shoots with 500% power. It reflected off my body and spewed out. Periuna trait. It reflects 90% to enemies with a lower level than me and 99% to enemies with a higher level than me. Dark King's level is much higher than me. A total of 495% of damage was reflected. Puff, 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 puff. Dark King opened his eyes, and he faced a huge damage storm coming toward him. Yet, flashed. A black storm began to devour the whole world. The inside of the dungeon was immersed in a whirlwind of terrible darkness. Completely. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 85. Previous talk next. Chapter 86. Dark King 3. When I look into the abyss also looks into me. Friedrich Nietzsche, Jenseits von Gut und Boss e Jungyi. How long has it been? It seems that a long time has passed since I was immersed in the darkness of the abyss and nothing was seen. 1 hour? 1 day? Maybe a year? Not until 10 years, right? No. Maybe it wasn't that long in the first place. 1 minute. Or seconds. Or maybe it was shorter than that. I opened my eyes in a hurry. The darkness that darkened the whole view. It was now cleanly washed away. Vision has been restored to its original state. I hurriedly turn on the status window and I check the womb. I touch my forehead with my hand. There is no way to prevent the tail of the mouth from rising by itself. Continued. LV 39 up. Title, Basilisk Hunter, Privilege, Deadly Poison, / Medusa Killer, Privilege, Mana Burn, / Sandworm Lander, Privilege, Drought, / Dark King's Attacker, Privilege, Optional, New. HP 1 of 390. I survived. The hunt was successful. Level 2 has risen, and a new title Dark King's Habiter has emerged. Passé. Black powder crumbs down my mouth. It's a trail of Halloween cloud cake masked. Cloud confectionery that did its best, and was a warrior. This item soon became complete ashes and was blown away by the wind. It is the final expiration of the period of use. Gukak. I reflexively took out the potion and took a sip. Was it because you were under pressure too psychologically? It seems that he had a mental line in a moment. For a very short period of time that the connection will not be disconnected. When I looked up, reality came into my eyes. I see the Dark King in front of my eyes. Alas, Jay? The Dark King was staggering with grieving sighs. My body. My people. In the dark? No. This surname is now. The Dark King cried out as if the situation was unbelievable. But the reality he is looking at will be completely different from what I see. Because he was in the setting and I was outside the worldview. From my seat, I watched the Dark King's Malo. Definitely the original Great Love. Is different. 5 years ago, when I first killed him, the Dark King didn't say anything. Ha 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 ha. He. They just laugh like crazy with the appearance of slaughter and blood. But what about the King of Darkness right now? Alas, I forward, how would it be? Alas, was he also 10 years younger with me? The Dark King muttered completely different words from the lines in my memory. Indeed, grieving and gruesome, but the dignity of the monarch, though faintly, still remains. And he then slowly sinks into the darkness. Countless hands came out of the dark hole that opened behind the Dark King and pulled the Dark King. He was making eye contact with me until the very last moment. Within, Kuruk, the Dark King was sucked into the portal. Slowly and completely, as if submerged in water. Simultaneous language. Kaya. There were screams that seemed to be sleeping from a distance. Melting screams. It's as if only those who were in the most terrible pain and sorrow in the world could give it. And I'm the truth of that scream. I know the source. Probably the screams of the succubus buses on the previous stage. The succubus were the maids who served the Dark King, and the maids who served him even before the fall of the Dark King. When the owner of the castle was encroached by the darkness, they too were stained with it. And now that the evil lord is dead, it deserves their turn. A. The screams heard from far away soon fade. And in the end, it was completely unheard of. Yet, Trang, an item fell on the spot where the Dark King disappeared. It is a small, round one that glows dark red as if it had old blood. It was a crude ring without any decorations. Drew bing bing bing, jur. A black and red aura is rising from the ring. Ominous. Fear. Creeps. Overbearing. Creepy. A ring that exudes energy of various negative dimensions. Sparkle. My eyes shine toward this ring that fell on the floor. The last item of the 3 novels. Finally, this was dropped. I stood up from my seat with a beating heart. Then he slowly took one step and pointed at the ring on the floor. Yet, it came into my grasp, as if it was mine from the beginning. Gently, naturally. My precious. I trembled with the ring in my hand. Blood Predator ring /A+. The blood of the enemy is my wine. La. Dark King. Physical attack, plus 2000. Dark resistance, plus 50%. Can use the characteristic Blood Predator. Special. Overwhelming stat. And the strongest characteristic. The most intimidating and horror of the 3 miracles has come into my hands. It's a creepy item when used by others, but it can't be so reassuring as it's in my hand. I looked at the ring with a fascinating gaze. It's a real scam item. Plus 2000. Incredibly high attack power as a ring. There is 50% darkness resistance. I rise. Considering that most of the monsters attack the dark after the cataclysm occurs, a 50% increase in physical defense is a good option. And, after all, the best part of this ring is the last special option. To be Blood Predator. A long time ago, the strongest and worst vampire skills that made the Dark King through impregnable came into my hands. As long as I have this, I can fight by constantly stealing the enemy's HP. It can be said that it is an option that is far above the Hollow Cloud confectionery. Of course, there was a weakness that it wasn't very effective for Zoreb, like me, with a low maximum HP, but that's a good thing for me that doesn't have to be a concern. Like this. All the 3 wonders, also called the God Killer set, gathered together. Vampiric blood from the opponent keeps HP always full, and when one attack is received, it survives with 1 HP and counterattack with reflected damage. And again, he fills the grass with vampiric blood. This is the best deceased person meta that makes a naked no-hit run possible. Now, the existence that can kill me in this world is counted in my hand. Now it is my time. I cried out, clenching my fists. And, in response to my joy, numerous notification sounds echoed in my ears. Tiring. The world's first Dark King Ray. You have succeeded in drawing. This is the world's first Dark King solo raid. Reward is paid. Would you like to leave your name? Solo raid rankings are being compiled. First, Dead Water /0 Death 0 Give Up /21 hours 3 minutes 0 seconds. The first conqueror's name was Akashic. Recorded. And there were also things that were different from the usual guide sounds. The Dark King is dead. Night does not come to the South Continent until he is resurrected. The 72 eyes that were immersed in the back world turn to the dead water. Night does not come to the South Continent until Dark King is regenerated. It's a pretty fun setup. Monsters with dark characteristics will be quite atrophy. I laughed peak. Except for some players who use the dark trait, it would be good for most users as well. But, as I tried to leave the room, I immediately stopped. Wait a minute, did I hear it wrong? Among the numerous notification sounds, there was a notification sound that should not be present. Reward is paid. This is the beep. Haven't you gotten the reward already? I looked down at the Blood Predator's ring on my finger. An item that drops with a low probability when you catch the Dark King. However, since it was my first clear, I received a 100% probability correction and got this. But what kind of reward is given separately? I stopped stepping and started scouring the area of the Great King's Festival, too. There may be something I don't know. There would have been no useless notification sound. After the Blood Predator's ring fell, a message stating that the rewards were paid out separately. There must be something. Yet, I am the jade where the Dark King was sitting. I found something behind the left. It was a small safe. A safe that's so small that you'll never find it without paying attention. But I remember clearly. There's a feature that wasn't obvious before. Yes, even if we look back on all the memories of 15 years ago, there was no strategy to find this vault after he captured the Dark King. So this is a whole new strategy, a hidden piece only given to the first discoverers. It's not Mick, is this? Mimic. Sometimes there are monsters disguised as treasure chests. But fortunately, the vault was really a vault. Carrick. As I turned the handle of the safe, an item soon appeared. It was an ordinary necklace. A small brooch with a dark appearance. It looks uniquely dark even in the dark inside the vault. And the moment you look at that necklace, I froze while standing. My hands and feet are shaking lightly. Oh my gosh, what am I seeing now? I barely pressed my hard tongue and muttered. The Zodiac Child. Did you get this here? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 86. Previous talk next. Chapter 87. Dark King 4. A small necklace with a dark appearance. I was soaking up all the light by myself, so I could stand out even in the dark. Surely it is darker than darkness. It's like the eyes of the Dark King. Like it was pulled out of the street. And the moment you look at that necklace, I had to open my eyes wide enough to tear them apart. Crazy. I'm sure you'll meet this item here. The Zodiac Child. Did you get this here? I picked up this necklace, darker than the dark. Solomon's necklace. This is the necklace that Solomon, King of Darkness, removed for a while just before the final decision. If Solomon had it around his neck, you would never have defeated him. Dark property resistance plus 10%, special. Number. Dash. Special. It has emerged. I came out. I touched the necklace with trembling hands. Rank. This is called an out-of-class item. To be precise, it's an item that doesn't show its rating until it's appraised. But I already knew the grade and effect of this item. Hidden that King Solomon drops. Peace. No, I knew that King Solomon itself was a hidden NPC. No way he was the great King of Darkness. I muttered with surprise, embarrassment, and intense red dust. King Solomon. He was a wise monarch to the extent that he would be called the King of Wisdom. At one time 2 women and 1 child. There was a case of arguing with each other, saying that they are real mothers. At this time, King Solomon ruled to divide the child in 2 with a sword, and returned the child to a woman who cried out and said, "Because he is a fake mother, please stop the judgment." Like this, he led the country to the peace level with his unique intelligence and wisdom. However, King Solomon also had concerns. He is said to have considered the demons invading the country at the time as troublesome. Therefore, it is said that King Solomon drew his sword with his unique wisdom and courage, seized 72 demons that consumed the country, and sealed them in a brass jar. After that, he said that he had enjoyed a peaceful vocal cord with his ability to prosper forever. I knew it. I tilted my head. Somehow, King Solomon was forced to buy the hatred of a mighty demon. It seems to have become corrupted. One of the human heroes in this worldview confirmed the miserable fall of her heart. The 72 eyes that were immersed in the back world turned to the dead water. I recalled one of the beep sounds I heard after defeating Dark King. Right? Did that beep mean this? It is a sound that makes sense when you think of the hidden settings of Dark King. Before, I didn't understand why such a message appears, but it seems that my understanding of this worldview deepens even more after the first clear. Then the benefits due to the title. It hurts. I turned on the status window. Continued. LV39 up. Title, Basilisk Hunter, Privilege, Poison, / Medusa Killer, Privilege, Mana Burn, / Sandworm Lander, Privilege, Drought, / Dark King Vigilant, Privilege, Select, New. HP 390 of 390. New title Dark King's Haja. The privilege is choice. It was a trait I didn't know well, but it wasn't difficult to understand because the explanation was kindly given below. Optional, you can always get the desired result in either of the alternative situations. It was a pretty good feature. Perhaps King Solomon took the motif from the test where he found the child's mother. If there is a 50% chance, you will unconditionally win, which is a great merit when playing the game in the future. Even if the succubus's ideal sexual desire right away, isn't the magic ball and the water ball divided with a 50% probability? In this case, I can unconditionally direct the flow in the direction I want. This also helps with the options that will unfold countless times in the future. You don't have to say anything like gambling. I laughed hard. Later, in the game, a number of Tau games are created. This trait will come to a very high value at that time. Well, like Baccarat. LOL. It seems that the smell of money is already sticking to the seal. Then, ye tiring. As I took the necklace out of the safe, a system window popped up in front of my eyes. Hidden quest, you have found King Solomon's will. Soon, I found an old journal under the necklace. It was a message left before the Dark King, or King Solomon, lost his reason. I was once known as a wise king. Then one day, one of the 7 demons who ruled this world put me into an endless test. I believed in my virtues and wisdom and fought against them, but in the end I kneeled down like this. I do, even if I touch my hand. What will happen to the people who believed in me and made the prosperity of this land together? I am very afraid of it. He who reads this message. If you are already far beyond my virtues, wisdom, and courage. First, I hope you will release my grudge. The name of the devil who made me like this is Beljeter. Yes, skip. I skipped reading the long passages. I'm a little sorry for King Solomon, but sorry, I didn't summarize the will. You are bad. People are busy these days. If it exceeds 3 lines, it means that it doesn't read well. But well, it doesn't matter though. The contents of the hidden quest are stored in the journal or Akashic records so that they can be viewed again at any time. To be. You have found the hidden quest, the Dark King's Society Han. Han. Treatment 0 of 1. I folded this hidden quest finally and put it in one place in the system window. As time goes by, when this world has undergone great changes, then this necklace will be used again. I'll make it clear for revenge. I made a firm commitment toward the throne of the Dark King. I didn't read the suicide note because it was long, but I fully sympathized with his resentment and anger. I'm glad this item didn't get into the hands of the Zodiac. I came down to the throne with a sigh of relief. Had these beneficial secret settings, hidden quests, and items fell into the hands of a crazy psycho. Just imagining it is terrible. Where would the recording go well? I have checked all the images I have taken so far. Wreck. All the videos were well shot. I backed up the file, saved it, and ended the recording. And I turned on the Ammon status window and checked my body. 1 continuous. LV39. Title, Basilisk Hunter, Privilege, Poison, / Medusa Killer, Privilege, Mana Burn, / Sandworm Lander, Privilege, Drought, / Dark King Attacker, Privilege, Optional. HP 390 of 390. Item. Defeating a horse / one-handed weapon / S / Blood Predator's Ring / Ring / A+. / Blood Predator. The Heart of the Imperious Child / Armor / A+/ The Imperious Child. Sandworm's Leather / Cloak / A+/ Anger Team. Picaresque Mask / Mask / A+/ Serial Murder +4. Leathers of Kenshamaru Shoes / A+/ Firewalk Convergence. Free-Mindedness Thungang Ring / A / Summon Jormungand. Solomon's Necklace / Necklace / Level 39. It is unique. The current official world ranking first level is 29. When I just left the top of the tutorial, my level was 32 and the number 1 in the ranking was 25. Now the gap is widening even further. And now the gap will widen even more and more enormously. I can't even dare to narrow it down. I have to bring about a cataclysm quickly. I am about 4 years and 2 months left. Came up with a massive update. Cataclysm G-Ban. To be more precise, the first cataclysm. It will overturn the whole ecosystem order in this world. Players, NPCs, and monsters. The order of everything will get tangled up. And in that world, Solomon's necklace and hidden quest shine. Only I will reign as the king of confusion in the center of that chaos. If it is the chemistry of the third Shinji and Solomon's necklace, all of them can be fully realized. Good. I have to start in earnest from now on. Prepare in advance. There's nothing bad about putting it. I had a taste of the cataclysm that would bring to this land a major update. It is important to consider at what timing this can be done to maximize my profits while not disrupting the balance. When I am struggling with this or that thought. Keek. The gate of the Great King's Festival, 2, area opens. Hey, are you all right? It was Drake's voice. Oops, I forgot. My partner who helped me a lot to get into this room. Succubus harem, without explanation. You must have been embarrassed a lot by pushing it in. I turned my head, apologize. But Drake's appearance looked the most brilliant I've ever seen. What's that kiss mark on my slender face, messy clothes, neck and cheeks? DeLake laughed embarrassedly as I was making a blank expression. Is this a succubus monster originally like that? It doesn't seem like you have any intention of fighting. Do you keep kissing or hugging? In the meantime, he said that I was a handsome man. I threw it. Of course, it's a line that artificial intelligence speaks out to everyone. What? There wasn't such a thing when you were fighting me? Well then, the succubus I met at the Tomb of the Brave was like that. Succubus's poisonous expression, wielding a sword as if to kill me. I replied, recalling. Does artificial intelligence these days recognize the other person's face and measure their beauty score? I think I heard that NPCs and monsters' actions change accordingly. Are you saying you don't meet anyone? You succubus. It's not a blind date application. Meanwhile, Drake tilts his head. Well, Woojin, why do you open your eyes so much? Why is your body shivering so softly? Never mind. I turned my head with a slightly sulky expression. But, turning my head away from Drake, I had to open my eyes wide. Jormungand, my pet that was sent to Drake. He was summoned because he thought it would help defeat the succubus because he has excellent magic defense. By the way, what's wrong with this guy's appearance? Oh, the monster's state. I stared at the snake in front of my eyes with a wide open face. This guy, the size of this guy, got bigger and the scales got thicker. There were even 2 horns protruding from the head. Bihorn black, grade, B+/traits, white warfare, overeating, poison immunity, magic immunity. Habitat, giant guck, myth of mystery, thing. Size, 20 m. If you see the yellow eyeballs and the 2 horns, you will be possessed without knowing. They use evil magic to confront enemies stronger than themselves. The pitch black scales that cover the body tightly shed all poison and magic damage. This child has evolved. I looked at the snake in front of my eyes with an absurd expression. Double horn jet black. A monster with this weird name approaches me like a pet and rubs its head. Drake said with an embarrassing expression. This child, at the last minute, 10 succubus. You just swallowed Lee? Then, it suddenly turned into something like this. Should I see this as evolution? 10 succubus disappeared, and instead this snake guy shows me a favor. Well, I feel a little subtle. Exactly. Monsters have some experience. When piled up, it evolves into a completely different, higher grade monster. Very, very rare, with sparse odds. This is the first time even I, who has lived in a game window for 15 years, have actually seen it. Boo, but I didn't know that it also applies to the pets. I searched through my memories 15 years ago, but I've been talking about the concept of summoner. I couldn't find any clues. If this phenomenon was universal, there would have been the concept of a summoner. There seems to be a secret that I don't know about the Beekjan veteran characteristic. Beekjan veteran. It's a trait I knew about just accumulating experience and getting stronger. However, now, seeing that the B-class monster Jormungand has evolved into the B-plus class monster Bihorn Black, it seems necessary to study this characteristic a little more closely. I went to the game homepage to find out if there is any information related to this. In order not to leave a login record, log in to a temporary account and I searched through information about the characteristics of Jangs, but nothing comes out. No meaningful information could be found. Well, is it natural that it was the level of knowledge from 15 years ago? The moment I just wanted to close the site. 1 belt ring. Suddenly, a message arrived. 2. Madong King. From EOMJ Young. What? This temporary account is the account of the Madong King. EOMJ Young is a sense of the professional team Coop K1. What message did he send me? I clicked on the message without thinking. Soon, the content appeared. EOMJ Young F. Low. Duh. V. John. I got caught. It was a noisy message just reading, full of joy and joy. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 87. Previous talk next. Chapter 88. The Golden Age of Rankers 1. After watching the fall of the Dark King, I closed the game and returned to normal. Still, my room is a semi-basement one room. However, I have packed my luggage for moving, so nowadays I just wear sneakers at home. You only take it off when you lie in bed and sleep. I put on my sneakers and went to the kitchen and drank a glass of water. As the cold water rides over the uvula, the complicated head seems to sink a little. Game and reality. It's a world divided into 2, but to me it's like a world. Everything is smooth as planned. How to beat it up? The plans for the future are organized in my head. Right then. Jing. The cell phone rings. What? I glanced at me. The number displayed on the screen is an unregistered number. Yeah. Who? When I answer the phone, over the phone, a lively voice came from. Hello, Mr. Jingu. Who? When I asked back, the voice seems to have been quite shocked. That's LGB's Hong Film. The youngest PD even to the king while turning it on. Ah, Mr. Movie. It's been a while. Jack, haven't you registered my number? I'm so sorry now. Sorry. I changed my cell phone and the numbers were all gone. Really? Did you change your cell phone? No. What is it really? I always make fun of me. Hong Younghwa frowns for a long time, saying it is sad to me. In the last broadcast, I thought it was a little closer, but it's really too bad. How can you not store the person number? Do you know what I saved Jin's number as? My program's lifetime guest said this. I also put 2 e-hearts on it, but this is a complete betrayal. It's really too much. I was completely injured. Oh, okay, first. Now me. Great. Do it now. Did you really do it? Yeah. What did you save it? LGB turning King Hong Younghwa PD? Is this yo? Wow, completely businesslike. He is really hard. What about hearts? Of course I didn't put it. Sheesh. I can see it even if I don't see it. The appearance of Hong Yonghwa's chubby cheeks and pouting lips. Well, I want to do tiki-taka at this point. It's fun to have meaningless conversations with beauty, but now, I'm a little busy. But what did you call for? What do we need to do to call us? When I asked, Hong Yonghwa joked a little. Then, at the end, he added a sneak peek. Nothing else now. I'm trying to make a broadcast with content. Are you willing to appear once more? It's true that you called for work. No, publicly and privately. I called because I wanted to hear Mr. EO's voice. Hong Yonghwa added urgently. Then, without knowing what he was talking about, he fluttered in embarrassment. It was fun to see her embarrassed appearance, but I didn't intend to appear again in King God. For the time being. I'm sorry, but I'm so busy these days that it's hard to appear, and I'll try to take my time in the beginning of next month. It's us. In that case, please take your time personally too. Cake restaurant I know. I have this. Oh, are men not good at cakes? Then I know the Gopchang house is delicious. Hong Yonghwa was delighted as if a month later. Then, the next program must be produced with other content. I'm glad I thought about it as a reserve. Well, I'm always watching the broadcasts well. What's the next piece of content? When I asked, Hong Yonghwa gently brought out this story. It's not well known, but there are rankers that are quite hot in the industry these days. I'm going to cover it because he's debuting as a pro this time. What? I think that ranker is someone I know well too. Is it the mood? I scratched the back of my head. Did he give permission for the interview? No. It seems that the club is refusing all of them. So, from tomorrow, I'm going to covertly in front of that house. Are you a famous club? Of course. It's the #1 in the Seoul rankings. It's Scoop K1. I almost burst into laughter. Well, it looks like someone I know. Yeah? Hey, you don't even know Yeojin well? It's so mystical. And even more, he said he was from an illegal underground league. Okay, I think I know. You don't know because he's completely secretive. You said there weren't many other rankers you know last time. I had a sense of playfulness. Then, would you like to bet that I don't know, the identity of the person Mr. Yonghwa spoke about? Oh, okay, good. Then, Hong Yonghwa happily accepted the bet on what kind of confidence he was. What would you like to be penalized for? Well, if I win, Yeojin will appear on our program 10 times. It's not bad. I will win the no condition anyway. Then what can Mr. Movie do if I win? Okay. Hong Yonghwa replied after hesitating. If you call me anytime, I'll make you a friend for a meal or a drink. Only for 10 times. I replied on the spot. That's it. Instead of a later movie. Please appear 10 times on my private show, too. What are your friends with rice and alcohol? I'm Hanbap Hansulpra. Then, Hong Yonghwa replied with a loud voice. Will I still win? The subject I want to report on is because he is completely occultist and completely veiled in darkness. Honghwa is still confident. I broke her confidence right away. That person isn't it the king of Madong? Kak. I heard a screaming scream of amazement from Honghwa from beyond my mobile phone. Next to it, Manager Cho Teo. There is also a sound of complaining about being noisy. How did you know? If you're a super rookie supernova that's hot in Unlang these days, there's only the Madong King. Yes, you heard that Joseph M., who is rumored to do so, is also serving him as if it were? I heard it's already unofficial #1 in the team. J. Yes. Besides, the face is also handsome. They say that they have good toughness. Is it perfect from head to toe? That is it. It's my first time hearing. Anyway, Yeojin, you're really big. Last time you said you had a small network, I thought you wouldn't know. Because I don't know the names of other rankers and I do not know. I remember the names of rankers to watch out for. Oh, those words are less than King Ma Dong. To be? The rest is not worth remembering. Yeah, I think so. Hong Yonghwa asked if he was surprised. Shortly thereafter, she voiced again in excitement. However, if Mr. Yeojin is a person who can be admitted like this, he must be a great person. Yeah, he's a really great person. Is he a person who will write down the history of the game world? Oh, can we quote that interview? How much? I really like Ma Dong-won. Everything I said is true. I intend to write a new history of the game world, and I love myself quite a bit. So it's not a lie. Within, I and Honghwa ended the phone call warmly. Then see you later. Private broadcasting. If you need a guest, feel free to contact us on weekends or public holidays. Even though it was a penalty, I seemed to like Hong film, which I later decided to appear as a guest on my private broadcast. Well, because my broadcasts are now quite popular all over the world. Being able to appear here will be a very beneficial opportunity for a young PD who is in charge of a game program for a small broadcasting station. And this is a very profitable business for me as well. In the distant future, the ransom of Hong Yanghua literally soared to the sky. Later, even if you have money, you become a precious body that is difficult to invite. To be able to call such an ace 10 times on a private broadcast, where would there be such a honey-like opportunity? I'm a recorded call so far, The station is clearly stored in a secret folder. Well, it's a mutual aid. Is it the relationship between an anemone and a hermit crab? I stretched and stretched myself in this dark subterranean conch. I would have to quickly move to a bigger house. An installment payment that needs to be prepared as soon as possible. I shake off the loan and move it. Ad revenue, sponsorship, and item sales are steadily coming into the bank account balance. But it's still not enough. There is only one reason why I stock up on cash assets by spending money on installments and loans. Totorik, the nation's largest professional league PK competition, will be held soon. That place is no dodgy. Because the market is so good, a tremendous spirit that bursts 21 times from the first edition is spewing out. And I have saved over $1 billion cash so far for that day. I waited for a long time. At best, I've only waited 6 weeks or so, but I feel like I've been dragging dirty for some reason. I picked up my cell phone. This is a ghost phone from Madong King, made by the club. The only person in contact is Jae Young the director of Kook KL. I hold the phone and save it inside. Open text message. The Demon King. The date before debut was caught. On 0/0, the nation's largest professional league, Pottery Boat, will be held, and you will be the last of main 5. Omitted. Let's meet and talk about the details. Please come to the practice room as soon as you check the message. From Director Jae Young. Director Jae Young, he made me a devil. It is called. Is your goal to make me debut with that concept? I turned my head and looked at the calendar. 0 October. This time, a huge professional league hosted by the food-related conglomerate Totokai will be held. Everything started to go as far as the checkout was done. It's a chance to play properly because there are stupid stones. Brilliant professional debut of Madong King. At the same time, the deceased character Toto reversed. All according to my design. As I said before, it's my poem now. Gaza. I prepared to go out when director Jae Young asked me to come to the practice room. Geek. Open the rusty iron door and go out of the underground conch. Krung. Porsche Crocodile vomited a heavy engine noise. I swung open the car's convertible roof and stepped on the accelerator. Let's drive to the streets with an open car that costs hundreds of millions of dollars. Countless eyes were focused on me. These interests are now familiar to me. The star is tired. I ran through the streets, receiving great gazes that I had not felt in my previous life. No hit run. It was the same in games, but in reality the same is true. No one can stop me. And everyone who has looked back at me as I sprinted with their mouths wide open, holding their hand phones. Is it the police? Some crazy guy here is driving a car naked. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 88. Previous talk next. Chapter 89. The Golden Age of Rankers, 2. The first Dem Pro League Gotakaibe made its grand opening. A competition where numerous experts gathered to determine who was the strongest in PvP. It was extremely popular. First, only 20 years ago, in 1999. Considering that the League of Online Games was held on the table tennis table in the common room of a small broadcasting station without a studio, this result of the day is a tremendous development. It was a tremendous evolution as the feather pen became a keyboard. Otuk, a leading food company in Korea, has made a huge investment. It was the beginning. Numerous domestic companies began to flock to the Dempro League. They spawned in competitions and developed their own professional team. There, the country also helped. In addition to releasing various regulations, it also attracted private capital by attracting Toto, illegal gambling run by the state. The market really got bigger as the days went by. Money and interest flow into corporate investment, private investment, government investment, foreign investment, and numerous fields. In the meantime, when the splendid lives of some top-tier pro gamers or rankers were revealed, talented people who smelled money jumped into this floor one after another. Naturally, the number of workers in the industry also increased day by day. The person who broadcasts the game, the person who sponsors the game, the person who researches, the person who teaches, the person who bets, the person who brokers, etc. Many people dream of Chungwon and knock on the door of the pro league here. However, there was only one thing that couldn't keep up with the pace of the growing market in the midst of all kinds of wanderers. Player. The number of the most important pro gamers is extremely small. Economic structure represented by supply and demand. But the situation like this is really, it's weird. While demand is overwhelming, supply is extremely scarce. It was a truly ironic phenomenon that is hard to find in a capitalist society. There are many investors and sponsors, but few programmers will lead the market. That was definitely good news for the rankers who ruled as savages. All companies offered enormous high salaries and tried to recruit rankers as pros. Even if you make it in the top 100 or even 1,000, you get love calls from all companies. You can choose from quite a few small and medium-sized teams. Top-ranked rankers were treated immensely. Sports stars deserve. In addition to the annual salary, foreign cars under the corporate name, chartered officers with swimming pools, etc. Nonsense benefits and perks pour out. Since the restrictions on personal broadcasting have also been lifted, the audience and fans will also receive spawns of a scale beyond imagination. The golden age of rankers has now begun. The office building of the Dem Pro Team Kook K1, located in Cheongdam-dong. The yard is lined with small ponds, pine trees, benches, and exercise equipment. Two neat detached houses are facing each other like twins over one yard. One is for trainees in District 2 and 3, and the other is for trainees in District 1. The practice room was located in a small glass dome in the middle of the two houses. Even today, trainees are busy practicing every day and night. Anyway, the only thing that is gathered together is the capsules, so the areas you play in the game are all different, but today, they gathered together in one place to fight each other and run a simulation. First and second group pros, third group trainees. Degree. Everyone is busy. Hey, is there a magician among the members of Elite? I'm going to play against him. Can you match me? Bring her temp tree. I think I can imitate the style if I wear the same items. What is the pitching ability among the items used by the first place in the Busan Tong team? I can't find anything similar. Are you confident PvP? I have to catch at least 2 people. Oh, the game is playing well these days. Isn't it that I'm all killing the opposing team? A league of pairs is coming to the fore. It is to survive in the Challenge League that takes place before this huge league. All of the pro teams are on top of each other. Of course not that you can participate. Among the 140 large and small teams that exist in Korea, there are only 10 teams that can go up to the best league. Seoul, Incheon, Gyeonggi-do, Gangwon-do, Chungcheongnam-do, Chungcheongbuk-do, Jeollanam-do, Jeollabuk-do, Gyeongsangnam-do, Gyeongsangbuk-do. In order to be in the best league, you must survive by competing in each of these 10 divisions. Therefore, the Challenge League was also called the Tokyo League. For such a system, it can be argued that it is not unreasonable if the qualifications for the best leagues of regions with large populations and regions that do not are the same are unreasonable. However, in fact, in all leagues, the Challenge Geo League itself is the main, and the best league is actually far less than the Challenge League in terms of investment attraction scale. In practice, many people see it as just an honorary position. Curiously, the first tournament is more concentrated and the investment is larger than the second round. In fact, it is true that you will be treated as a top tier just by having a good performance in the Challenge League, becoming a representative of the province, and having qualifications to advance to the Beth Trig. And the more a challenger in a place with a large population, the more precious treatment is inevitably. For that reason, the efforts of Kook KR trainees to become a challenger in Seoul. It was a great level. It is natural that the competition for survival in the most populous regions is the most fierce. Then, Creek. The door of the Kook K1 practice room, which was fierce with practice fever, was opened. Whoa, no heat joke. Bang Hyungun, 19-year-old trainee this year. Affiliation is the second group of Kook K1, and the ranking within the military is 4th. Main playstyle is Wizard. He couldn't come to the practice room because he had been in the hospital for nearly 4 weeks due to a minor traffic accident. Actually, in the car that was reversing from the parking lot. Even though I was able to come to the practice room right away because I hit my knees all over. This, if not like this, went to rest. I want to think of it as a vacation. Director please. I haven't met her with her friend in almost a month. The director used a swarm and was only allowed to leave sick. And now, wait, challenger. I'm coming. Hyungun Bang returned to the practice room with great ambition, hearing the rumor that a pro league of the size of the previous generation will be held. Within, he headed for his capsule. Hyungun Bang frowned as soon as he saw his seat. Wow, the trash can next to the capsule. Look at this dirty, Same before I was admitted to the hospital? If I do this, the capsules can't fit. What are the youngest doing? He looked around and looked to see if there were any first team rosters nearby. Second group like yourself all around. Or Hyungun Bang, who confirmed that there were only trainees in the lower third group, shouted with momentum. Hey, there are 3. He beckoned a third army trainee passing by. Yeah? This year, a 23-year-old trainee in the third squad frowned. It was because it was not very pleasant to have to be called out with a single touch of 4-year-old Bang Hyung-gun. But Bang Hyung-gun is originally this kind of guy. Don't you? If you're singing, you should come quickly, right? What is it? What's going on? Capsule's here while I come to relax. Empty the trash cans next to you. Bang Hyung-kun kicked the trash can with his feet. The trash can tilted slightly and rotated once. The third group trainee lifted the trash can with a chewed look. Meanwhile, Bang Hyung-gun went to the bathroom. After washing my face and brushing my teeth, I went out to the yard to relax. If you want to play the game for a long time, you have to relax again. As it is a virtual reality game, movement in reality has a great influence on movement in virtual reality. In order to be active as a professional, you must also thoroughly take care of your body in reality. Bang Hyung-gun, who has been exercising for a while, is on the side. After changing into one outfit, he returned to his capsule. But, oh, what is this really? Hyung-gun Bang frowned at the trash container next to his capsule. Hard gum and yellow juice marks were stuck on the bottom of the trash can. Why are the third group kids so unconceived these days? After emptying the trash can, don't you wash it with toothpaste? Bang Hyung-gun found a trainee in the third group who had previously ordered the trash cans to be cleaned, but he has already disappeared for a long time. There are only third group trainees who are already in practice, or second group pros of the same level as themselves. Huh, I'm going crazy. Should I clean my trash can on my rice? Hyung-gun Bang grumbled as he picked up his trash can. I'm here. I'm the second group. Really, if I go to any other provincial small and medium-sized professional team, I'm an ace right before the first group. The assembly is all real. Then some second group members who just came out from the next capsule laughed. I did it. At a young age, arrogance is very heavenly. Although he is 19 years old, the cotyledons of Condé were already unique. Right then, squeak. The door to the practice room opened. A man coming in. Looked like this. Everyone in the practice room jumped up. Groups 2 and 3 without covering anything. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked around the door. Even the first group rosters are frozen. There is no word attached. Madong King. A man with a sturdy physique appeared with a white mask and a voice modulator. When he appeared, the practice room was immersed in silence. It is natural to do it. This is because everyone was watching carefully. The strongest ace among the first army rosters, and the I'm Joseph Corps, called Top 4, is being smashed by this one. It's so terrible that neither that nor the opponent. Stillness continues. No one was able to move quickly, like a small snake in front of a giant snake. Like mice. Right then. Hey, there is one person who couldn't figure out the atmosphere alone. Bang Hyung-gun, a member of the second group who has not been in the practice room for about 4 weeks. The guy walks to the king of Madong. Did you wear our uniforms? Are you a newcomer? That moment. Ugh. All the creatures in the practice room swallowed up the wind. Even Sansevieria planted in a pot next to a fire extinguisher was surprised, to the extent that they were in a relationship. However, without worrying about the atmosphere of the practice room, Bang Hyung-gun presented something to King Ma. It was a trash can with dried gum and juice. Bang Hyung-gun said with an arrogant appearance. Wipe up. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 89. Previous talk next. Chapter 90. The Golden Age of Rankers, 3. I feel weak and feel guk KT, in Cheongdam-dong. I found a practice room. On the way, I stopped by the police station and wrote down a written reflection on the road. Again, I turn around the streets naked. I won't go there. After taking off my clothes in the game, I forgot to wear clothes when I went out of the house. That's why someone reported that a pervert had appeared. That's true. Even when I was in school, I was always scolded by my teacher for playing games and not being able to discern reality. The performance was taken into account of the fact that I went naked but was only in the car. He avoided being charged with obscene charges. If it is fortunate, it is fortunate. It's awkward to wear clothes now. What I've been doing over the years is to wear diapers and daggers and run through dungeons. From my point of view as a game changer, I think it can be. I wore a mask with awkward gestures and put on a voice modulator. After completing the preparation, opened the door of the practice room. Open it. Geek. When I entered the inside, the heat of the players struck me. I can feel the passion of these people to wear the challenger title in this Tokyo League. Even if you can't play before the team that is the flower of the league, there will be many duels that will be unfolded simultaneously. There are many solo exhibitions such as Newmet, so it is worth taking a walk. Everyone is working hard. I watched what they were doing with a monitor attached to the front of the capsule. Suddenly, my feelings are new. It is almost a year since the game was released. Originally, I knew the existence of this game around this time, and I was completely initiated as a newbie. And pros are already getting used to the game by this time. Top-tier ranks have already achieved tremendous success. The one-year gap that widened in the early days was revealed as a huge street 15 years later. But in this life it is different. I'm going to get rid of the pro gamers who were always ahead of me, and the top tier who were up in places I couldn't even dare to look at. This time it's my turn. Only I know the real ending of this game. So it's possible enough. Right then, there was something popping up, breaking my thoughts. It is the trash can. Come wipe. There was a guy in his late teens who was just throwing a trash can at me. On the chest of the uniform, you can see the name tag Bang Hyun-gun is attached. Who is it? I pondered for a moment. If you see nothing in my memory, you're a guy who can't stand up. I am not a professional, so I can't even appear on a personal BJ at all one of the countless imaginary numbers that pass by that floor. I accepted the trash can without a word, and asked with compassion, where can I throw it away? Okay, I heard the sound of engulfing the wind from all over. However, Bang Hyun-gun still couldn't figure out the situation. The newcomers of the Third Army in Uism have no concept of hygiene. I really do this. Do you have to let your senior know where to throw out the trash? Is it true that you don't even know how to throw out the trash after getting old? As if he was frustrated, he started begging for me. What is this? Are you catching the weapon now? Right then. Creak. The door of the corridor connected to District 1's accommodation was opened. Im Joseph, currently number 1 in the Korean rankings and number 1 in the team's rankings. He walks into the practice room and starts to flinch when he sees me. Terrible to me. It looks like it reminded me of what I was doing. Meanwhile, when Hyun-gun Bang saw Im Joseph, he turned his head down, disapproving. Hello, senior. Good morning. But Im Joseph passes by, ignoring Hyun-gun Bang, and come in front of me. Have you come? I nodded. I nodded and accepted him. Im Joseph, he is a man of good manners toward the strong. With the last 4:1 PvP, he wakes up. It feels like the moon. I am different from the pros of my time. The director told me that the name tag came out. Im Joseph took something out of his pocket. It was a red name tag informing the first group. Madong King, District 1. And at the end of the red name tag, you can see a small badge again. No, 1 foot. A number that represents the first place in the team's rank. It was originally the badge attached to the side of Im Joseph's name tag. I was handed a name tag and badge. Well, but can you just receive it like this? Life is give and take. I have something to give. I told Im Joseph. Im Joseph opened his eyes round. I noticed that I was looking forward to something. I got into my hand by Im Joseph. I handed me what was lean. It was the trash bin that Hyun-gun Bang left for me. Come wipe. Let me laugh and hand over the trash can. Im Joseph receives a trash can with a mischievous expression. Hyun-gun Bang's face had lost blood and turned white like A4 paper. Soon, Im Joseph, realizing the situation, sighed. Yeah, okay. He leans his head towards me. Boy picked up the trash can and headed to the bathroom. It is Im Joseph who opens his eyes to the square as he goes. Hyun-gun Bang is rolling his feet in front of me without even chasing Joseph in going to the bathroom. I stroked Hyun-gun Bang's hair once. Study really hard, you are. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Director's office. I sat face to face with Director Jae-young. Now, with this, the contract issue was clearly concluded. There is a part that takes a little bit, the devil Jae-young looks at me with a difficult expression. You didn't disclose your name and social security number at all, so I signed a contract as the guarantor. I guess the sponsors are a little uncomfortable because of that. So, not so just so. When I ask back, Jae-young flutters a little. It seems like I was trying to take the initiative before the annual salary contract. It's an unpredictable sound. Outwardly, I'm 21 years old, but I'm a game changer who has already worn out for 15 years. If you want to wrap it a little nicely, he is a very seasoned member of society. Then the annual salary negotiations are now. No, I'll do it right after this league is over. I dismissed Jae-young's words and stopped it. After the league is over, my awareness will be overwhelming. It's a supernova like me and a supernova like me, and it's like a suffix in front of a box office check. Salary? I also wrote a blank contract, but can I get it as a blank index? It's best to sign an annual salary contract in the middle of the league and when the ransom is the highest. Of course, it is possible because I write a blank contract and I have confidence in the future. If you go to something like China, maybe 100 index table is really possible. I spoke a little to myself alone. Then Jae-young's eyes wide open when he heard them. Hey, what kind of sad words do you say? Can we not treat you alone as much as China? Oh, did you hear? I'm sorry. I immediately apologized. But, in fact, I win what I told you to listen to. Meanwhile, Jae-young's expression is complicated. What the hell is this guy? A man who is only 21 years old is like a worn-out tortoiseshell. He looks at me as if he was an old monster. Be used to. It's the gaze that I usually get when I run through dungeons with a no-hit run while wearing only diapers. Anyway, Jae-young and I soon started talking about things in earnest. Okay, did you hear that the date before your debut was set? Yeah, this is Otukyabi. Let's fly the most splendidly in the biggest competition. From the first flight, it was created to be awesome. Sub-evil. Jae-young laid out a map of the Republic of Korea in front of me. Character. A total of 10 Dona leagues are open, including Seoul and Incheon. We'll start with a league that picks the Seoul representative. Do you know the rules? The system and rules of the competition are simple. 5 people form a team and play 1:1 against the members of the opposing team. The winner will continue to be the next prize. You can fight against the great. One team over there could all kill 5 over there. But there was one peculiarity. Players can be replaced in the middle of the game. In a way that is more like a tag match of Volume X than Star X Raft. Touch the baton with the same team member during 1:1 match. That you can do it. The number of replacements is free until HP reaches 0. Therefore, the compatibility and combination between players was also very important. It's simply 1:1, but in fact, it's the DEMS PvP league that could be 1:5 if the combination is wrong. Besides that, other systems are relatively simple. Most of them were following the old rules of esports. Each season difference between the Challenge League and the Best League will cover the next season's challenger. Compete against a player from the Challenge League with a player who has been relegated from the Best League, or a line that does not have a record of 3 or more in the Best League by selecting players who ranked 2nd or higher in each group in the Challenge League. Doing a dual tournament with Sidulbi. Team matches, and individual matches were held steadily in this way, so players were able to raise their rankings as long as they were skilled. In other words, it was said that the ranking could be pulled down at any time. Poke. Jae-young drew a circle on the Seoul side with a red signature pen. Now, our Coop KT's biggest rival is a team called Elites. It will be my biggest enemy during this Seoul national team competition. Looking at the draw, Coop K won and the Elites met in the first round. Of course, it's a fact I already knew. Before the draw was decided on the draw, I was already knowing which team to play against which team. Of course, I also remember the clash between the K1 and the Elites. This is because it was the hottest big issue 15 years ago, and it was a legendary game that will be steadily talked about for the next 10 years. Toto's retrograde burst like crazy. It's also a game. I was immersed in distant memories as I recalled the past 15 years ago. At that time, I also made quite a bit of money, and seed money was a small amount in the first place, so if I tried to splash it, it was dusty. Devil, what do you think? Jae-young looks at me like that and tilts. I couldn't lie, I answered the truth. I was thinking of memories from 15 years ago. 15 years ago? Why at 6 years old? It's not a big deal. At my words, Jae-young shrugged. Anyway, from now on, I'll explain Elite, so focus on it. Yeah, I turned my attention to the draw again. Soon, Jae-young started explaining. I listened hard as I endured the yawning. It was something I knew. The Elites is a rival professional team that took place at the same time as KTKT, and it has a large pool of funds and a large player pool by receiving spawns from large companies. Not so long ago, Jino Hong, who was ranked number 1 in the rankings but became 2nd in the rankings after being pushed by Joseph, is the leader. The recruitment would have made the lineup even thicker. Jae-young presented the Elites player lineup data with an expression of concern. These 3 are very troublesome. Passing alcohol using the baton touch is almost an art. In fact, it's like a 1:3 fight. Joseph needs to check Hong Zeno, so leave it out as a hidden card, and if there is any of our kids who can stop them? Worried. However, I do not look at the material. I just laugh. I see it in a short time. 3 new rankers stuck to the first page of the material. They were Jumunding sisters. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 90. Previous talk next. Chapter 91. Alkyu 1. Time passed, and the league was finally opened. A big league with a total prize pool of 1 billion won. Dozens of teams face each other, taking the seat of Seoul's representative challenger. Cloudy crowds have been gathering since morning at the Yongsan Esports Stadium, where the league is held today. Broadcasters such as reporters and entertainers, officials from the professional club, and fans. Countless people flock to the stadium. Even 10,000 seats are not full. A board that has to sell up to a standing ticket. A great success with an intuition ticket exceeding 100,000 won. There are many people holding OMR cards and computer sign pins everywhere. All such people have blood feed in their eyes. They were the ones who came to play esports Toto, a gambling allowed by the state. Toto players win 1:1 win/draw. Substitution / you can bet once per hand. After that, it is possible to bet once again on the total win or loss of the entire team. That is, 1 vote for the player and 1 vote for the team. This means that you can bet twice in total. It can be said that it is very slightly similar to the proportional representation system. Win the elites. Fighting the lawmakers. It's not a member of the National Assembly. It's K1. It's stupid. Be good to the elites. He beat all his assets. The crowd shouts from all over. Longing, jealousy, aspiration, excitement, interest, affection, hope, curse, encouragement, cheer. In the stadium, where a variety of emotions stir up. Soon the main characters of the day enter. Yeah, today's celebrity. These days, the stock price is on the rise. The players of the elites are gathered. The moderator shouts into the microphone with excitement. Okay, bon June. Dry ice bursts loudly. Before long, 5 people walked out of the stage sewer wearing cloaks. Then, the audience's passion burst out with support. Bean, 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 bean. The side where this strange support is headed is where the elite leader Hong Jino is. Jino Hong, glassed. He is the top-tier ranker, second in the Korean rankings. Originally reigning in number 1, he was recently lost to the number 1 position by Dol Buddha, Im Joseph. Arose. Hong Jino, the leader of the elites, stood on the stage and nodded to the audience. Then he raised his fist and shouted. Even the beans. Then people clapped with affectionate laughter. Yet, the next player walked out. His name is Lee Gun-hyung. He is the 11th expert in the Korean rankings. Even with Lee Gun-hyung's appearance, people cheered. And this is the long-awaited highlight. The remaining 3 players are getting more and more people's expectations than leader Jino Hong. Lee Junbai, Lee Yunbai, Lee Dongbi. The moment these 3 sisters appear on the stage. Wow, people greeted them with a tremendous welcome. All 3 sisters are pretty and beautiful. Even the game is good. Contrary to the perception that female gamers are usually pretty in the Teliant class, but are less proficient than male gamers, each of these 3 sisters was strong enough to be in the top 20 of the Korean rankings. Even, the industry's rule of thumb is that there is no one in Korea who can pass the skill of passing the 3 sisters by changing turns. For this reason, the majority of public opinion said that the elites threw a super strong from the start to wipe out this league. Kumbi Lee the swordsman, Yunbai Lee the wizard, and Lee Dongbi the archer. In addition, Hong Jino, the 2nd place in the Korean ranking, and Lee Gun-hyung, the 11th place, were placed. Certainly, it was clear that I decided to go to this competition. Yeah, it was elites, a team that became even stronger with the joining of the 3 musketeers of beauty. Then the opponent is. The moderator raised the microphone and screamed loudly. Yet, Kwakwang. A hot flame rises from the stage constant. 5 shadows cross the fire barrier. Kook K1. Seoul's strongest team is forming 2 walls with the elites. It is a team led by Im Joseph, the current number 1 in Korea. Yet, the members showed up. Im Joseph, Lee Yunho, Matthew Taegang, and Song Byung-gun. When they see the 4 faces, the fans cheer as if they were crazy. But, when the 5th shadow hits the stage constant, temporarily the shout fades a little. Thousands of people tilted their heads. Of course, I thought that the last hitter would be Choi Yun-suk, who is ranked 5th in the team. However, instead, the person who showed up was the first person many people saw. A mask that covers his face with a white key, and even a voice modulator on his neck. Madong King. It was my first debut stage. Asterisk. Ho, look at this. Healer Choi Yun-suk is missing. Hong Jino is 2nd in Korea ranking. He laughed at the entry of Kook KL. The 5th member Ma Dong-won. The presence that pushed out Choi Yun-suk, the 9th place in the Korean rankings. There is no official ranking yet, so it is unran. Is it right from the deep sea? Hong Jino gleamed his eyes as he looked at the Madong King. I heard the rumors well and knew it. The guy who came up while playing in an illegal underground league. It's common for the street gangster to get on the sports ring as a sparkling star. But it's just the designer's puppet for a stimulating drama. Hong Jino shook his head. There is no way a professional ring would suit those who were rolling on the street. Most of them are sunk on their own due to lack of guts, lack of qualities, and lack of mentality. Rather than a variable character like that, we have to hold down certain threats. Hong Jino opened his eyes and stared straight ahead. The secret weapon of the elites is the newly recruited 3 sisters of Gimyeondong. Because of this, he plans to pull out a strong hand from the beginning. The first hitter, Jino Hong. He was rushing like his nickname, a gust of wind, and was intent on defeating as many enemies as possible. Who is your opponent? Hong Jino looked at the electronic board in front. Within, Hong Jino's face appears with a photo of the elite's first hitter. And, right after, his opponent has been decided. Matigang, the trustee. He came out as the first hitter for K1. Hong Jino, who checks Matthew's face, is a little steamy expression. I wanted him Joseph to come out. Does it matter what? Hong Jino shrugged. Then he went up to the stage and sat in a capsule equipped in the upright area. Eventually, Jino Hong's field of view is displayed in the first person and third person on the extra-large electronic board. Matthew also goes into the capsule and sits without saying anything. The reactions that are so calm and dry that the shouts of numerous fans become colorless. However, the match between the two was already receiving enormous attention, especially for the tournament. Yet, the PvP of Jino Hong, the second place in the Korean ranking, and Matthew, the sixth place in the Korean ranking, have started PvP. Map is Painless Canyon. There is nothing in the wasteland because the tournament officials have already cleaned up the golems. Unlike swamps, jungles, and mining areas, it is a place with little influence from the topography. It was also a map that the numbers like quite a bit. Gust Hong Jino. He fights with a large spear. He stood on a high rock, striking the wind. And on the other side of the rock, the river god Matthew appeared. Hong Jino narrowed his eyes. My opponent is only M. Joseph. At this moment, I have to take off the image of the second man in 10,000 years. He was confident. None of the current KT members can be their opponents. I was only a little worried about the combination of the top-ranking tanker Lim Joseph and the 9th-ranked healer Choi Yun-suk. Place. Somehow, when Choi Yun-suk was absent from this league, the job became easier. After lightly killing from the 1st to the 4th, the 5th day, I'll have to play with him Joseph. If that happens, even if you lose, your side will stand. There is also a charisma that caught the 4 in front by himself. Jino Hong raised a spear and ran forward vigorously. Within, you can see the Matthew River running in front of you. Hong Jino laughed. He's a style that feeds herbal medicine in the midst of an early mid-light attack, aiming at the gap without the soul. They were right in the beginning and won in the second half. Look at the wealth. Jino Hong raised his spear to prepare for the attack of the Matthew River. If you look at the match of Matthew Kong so far, most of the games run small punches or kicks for exploration battles at the beginning. In order to conserve HP as much as possible, Jino Hong thought to minimize damage by hardening the guard. But, Howook. Matthew Kong straightened out his fist with all his might from the beginning. Fist with hot heat. Ignoring the opponent's defense and damaging the forged characteristic burst out. Matthew's fist broke through Hong Jino's hard guard and struck him in the face. Use it. With a loud sound, Hong Jino's HP evaporated about 22% in an instant. Wow. Hong Jino quickly stepped back. I misunderstood my initial strategy. I would rather have exchanged a deal if I went out with the precision method. Jino Hong raised his spear and aimed at the front. Matthew Kong, who suffered reaction damage by using the Korean flag, may be thinking that his current time is in a lull. Then it is now. Matthew Kong is sent to defense or evasion. Jino Hong, who judged that he would give up, quickly raised his spear and attempted a counterattack. But, even though Matthew suffered recoil damage, he didn't hesitate for a mere 0.1 seconds. He immediately follows a fiery fist. Nice-o. To get it up. Once again, the oriental medicine of Matthew Kong hits Hong Jino's heart. Kahak. Hong Jino's HP increased again by 22%. Oh god damn it. But Jino Hong is also the top tier for nothing. Is not. The moment he was hit by the attack, he lifted his spear and squeezed the left shoulder of Matthew River. Two-headed soldier, two-handed weapon slash. C+/+8. A type of deformed long spear. The Changyuk is divided into two parts, so it looks like two snakes entangled in a long way. Two galls of the head. At the end of the spear, the poisonous energy drips. Attack plus 200. Poison attack plus 50. Additional attack plus 80. Characteristic, poison, usable, special. Long spear reinforced to the quarterfinals. In the C+ grade, the attack power is increased by 10 per auditorium. Considering the poison attack power, the final attack power is 330. That's quite a bit. But, forged gauntlets two-handed weapon slash C+/+7. Steel gauntlets that are heated to the limit and look red. Quite a few pieces of armor are just pierced. It is said that it does not cause any harm to the wearer. Attack plus 350. Fire attack, plus 100. Additional attack, plus 70. Can use the characteristic penetration, special. The item that Matthew Kong is using has a much higher attack power than that. When the enhanced attack power and the fire attack power are combined, the total damage is 52. That they exchanged one room at a time. If so, the Matthew River side is the overwhelming benefit. However, Hong Jino was smiling of conversion. Poison damage. It went right in. Matthew Kong is in a state of poison abnormally. Every second, 0.025% of HP is cut off. In addition to feeding her strong herbalism, she also walked up to dot damage. Matthew Kong will unconditionally fall back and check his physical condition. I aim at that time and drive like a gust. Jino Hong had no intention of withdrawing from here. Originally, if we exchanged the deal once with each other, turn to measure the angle. However, Jino Hong rushed like an angler while holding the spear tighter. It seems that he will completely cut off the breath of the running enemy. But Hong Jino, who rushed in, had to be astonished. Howook, the heat in front of you, Rudsheet. Matthew did not back down at all. It wasn't enough, and it was even narrowing down the street. Even though it was just after exchanging the herbal deal, it suffered recoil damage. Mate Gang catches up like crazy. It was indeed a prestigious figure called Daoshin, Do-sun. Oh no. Hong Jino could see that he was completely caught up in the opponent's face. And, footing 3 consecutive explosions. Matthew's fist broke the left chest of the armor Hong Jino wore and stuck. Kai Prophet. Red blood spews out, then ripens in the heat of the gauntlet and hardens like a suinji. Hong Jino looked down with an unbelievable expression. Throb. Throb closely. The beating of the heart stopped. It is not because this situation is not urgent. The hot hand that came through my heart was grasping my heart tightly, so I couldn't flutter. Within. Pew. Hong Jino's heart was pulled out. The HP that had been left plunged to the floor. Bar. Battleground. Hong Jino sent a replacement sign to Li Gunhyung in the back, but it's already too late. The moment his HP goes to 0. Flash. The spirit of the blast pulls out the heart of the gust and looks up in the air. Wow wow ah. A tremendous shout shook the whole stadium. A legend that will remain forever in the history of esports. It was the moment when the legend of 3 Yanpeng emerged. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 91. Previous talk next. Chapter 92. All Kill 2. I kicked my tongue at the sight seen on the monitor. Hyung Jino, the second place in the Korean rankings. Everyone's interest and love in one body. I'm a player who's getting. Unfortunately, he is not the main character on the stage today. Matigang, the trustee. This is because today is the day he flies in splendor. I have been living the future 15 years from now, so I knew the wins and losses of this match well. Just a few minutes later, Tu Shin will emerge as a star at a glance as he unfolds a legend game that will remain in the history of esports. Hong Jino was one of the top 3 rosters in the best league. Desire to win, judgment, quickness, patience, psychological warfare, computational ability, political power, sociality, physical strength. He certainly has all 9 virtues required of a pro gamer. Is an almost perfect star player. However, he overlooked only one thing. That the other person has all the virtues. It was Hong Jino's defeat that he did not even take into account. In the beginning, I went to the Matthew River to him Joseph. It is a painful misjudgment that I thought of it as a passing point. In terms of current skills alone, the Matthew River would have surpassed him Joseph. Kia, the legendary 3rd series, is being recreated. I looked up on the stage with an embarrassing expression. A crowd of over 150,000 people. 15 years ago, I was just one of those 150,000 people. Even that, I was barely standing in the distance and watching the game. Watching the splendid game of the rankers flying in the sky, I had the will of luck for the first time in my heart. What would have changed if I hadn't seen the game at that time? Soon, I shook my head. There is no meaning of if in life. It is important to recognize and face reality. How about me now? I sit and watch the VIP royal seat on the stage, where there are Tu Shin and his colleagues. This alone makes my heart overwhelming. In fact, more importantly, it means that I bet my entire fortune on investment Shin. A smile was raised from the bottom of the mask. Jino Hong, who also took 1st place in the rankings, and Matthew Kong, who has just risen to the 6th place in the rankings. Their total magnification was about 7:1 degrees. It is said that there were overwhelmingly many people who predicted the victory of Hong Jino's side. And my choice is always right. As if this Solomon's choice, trait obtained by killing the Dark King, was activated in reality. The trustee, Matthew Kong, won confidently. It was a moment when all the cash I had was growing sevenfold in my seat. Phew. When Jino Hong's heart was pulled out of her chest, I cheered so much that the uvula was pulled out. Of course, only inside. I swiped the phone in my name and checked the balance in the account. Balance, 7,803,021,910 KRW. 1 KOK, the cash he has accumulated so far, has exploded properly. Even if you already know the future, this moment when the jackpot bursts is so thrilling. But not yet. There is still a plate that explodes 3 times. That's Toto, the match between K1 and the elites. The 7x reverse action of the Tushin and the 3x reverse action of the team-level game. Thus, the legendary game, with a total of 21 times the reverse, is taking place today. In the original history, that triple burst on the elite side. Initiatives struggled with remarkable achievements at the beginning, but 4 people, including him Joseph, suffered sluggishness, eventually giving the elites a victory. As a result, KT, which had more than 3 times more predictors of victory, suffered a defeat by Tonghan and was deprived of the qualifications for the sole representative challenger team. Afterwards, Tushin won the challenger title by sweeping through dual tournaments as an individual. I turned my head. Currently, the dividend is overwhelmingly higher with K1. It will be difficult to win 3 times against the team. I thought about it. If I lose money on the elites on purpose, I can win 21 times the original history, but as long as I play as a player of the K1 team, it becomes a matchmaking. I just bet money on my team as usual. The magnification wasn't very high, but it will still increase. The amount increased by more than 7 times due to investment. It was also considerable. Of course, all of this is a possible investment because you are confident that you will never lose. Investment, not gambling. Meanwhile, I turned my head and looked at the elite players across the stage. Junbai Li, Yunbai Li, and Dongbi Li. Sister Jiam Undong. These are the ones who have been entangled with me several times. What do you think? I started looking at the puppet meeting. I thought it would be big. Hey, not that, but this girl. How do I deal with each other? They were busy analyzing the game among us without recognizing me. I know well. In the original future, they will soon take all the players of our team country K1 and take the challenger title. In this era, a number of rankers, including Sister Jiam Undong, enjoy their time zones. This era was called the Golden Age of Rankers. However, not now. It's my time now. I ate my heart coldly. In my mind, the memories of the salary negotiations I had with director Jae-young last time came to mind. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Is there a sister in Gyeonggi-dong? Those 3 are very troublesome. The passing technique using the baton touch is almost art. In fact, it's like a 1:3 fight. Joseph has to keep Hong Ji-no in check, so he leaves it as a hidden card. And is there any one of our kids who can stop them? Worried. However, I did not see the material. I just laughed. I see it in a short time. 3 new rankers stuck to the first page of the material. They were Jumunding sisters. After retiring as a pro gamer, there is no way you can't remember the super elites who passed the exam right after they declared that they would return to their full-time high school student. Aren't they even the ones who were bothered by me once and for all? I asked EOM Jae-young directly. Is it possible to get 10 million won per head if I catch all 3 of these? It is not just the 3 sisters in Gyeonggi-dong. I'll kill. It is possible to destroy 5 people in succession by myself. And for me, with this level of skill, it is natural that the bonus system looks more attractive than a fixed annual salary. After hearing my suggestion, Jae-young made a grunt. Usually, in the case of A-Sound professional team's first team, they receive an annual salary of 3 to 4,000 units. When they become an ace in the team, they often exceed 100 million, including incentives, prizes, and incentives. In the case of Group 2 or Group 3, they take a salary equivalent to or less than that of an ordinary employee. If the team's performance is poor, if spawning is not smooth, sometimes the income is less than that of a part-time job. However, the amount I asked for was almost hundreds of millions of units in terms of annual salary. It is almost the top-notch treatment for a pro gamer. Of course, how many lapses in a year? It will depend on whether you can digest your energy and how many victories you have. However, Jae-young didn't think it was too much as a condition to hold on to me. As I was smiling single, Jae-young looked at me and asked as if he was stunned. Are you really a rookie? Since young players in their early and mid-20s focus only on their performance, they often do not take good care of salary negotiations, contract management, and workers' rights. This leads to unfortunate consequences of socially lagging behind after retirement. However, I can't have anything like that. Even though I only played the game, I've seen, heard and suffered a lot of dirty things. It doesn't mean you've lost your age very much. Absolutely. I am a rookie. Yes, I am a newbie who has just been in the first year since starting the game. It's because it's a newbie worn out for 15 years in the previous life. On the outside, a 21-year-old man, but on the inside, 35-year-old member of society. It's something like a so-called outside chop. Crispy on the outside and moist on the inside. Within. Jae-young nodded. Good. Report on the results of this competition, Jong. I'll put it on top of the annual salary negotiations with 10 million won per win in the GU League. It won't be impossible if you persuade them with the results of the league. A fairly satisfactory answer came back. I closed my eyes and rolled my eyes. As far as I know, there are at least 3 players already playing under this condition in Korea, right? First of all, Joseph Lim, a member of Kook K1, has similar conditions. And the elites Hong Jino, etc. etc. Soon, several people, including investment, will be on the same conditions. However, they get around 7 million won for each victory. So, if I treat myself as much, it's really a top-class condition in the industry at this point. Within, I finished reminiscing and opened my eyes. In the end, everything depends on how gorgeously you decorate this debut. I looked up at the stage. The investment that decorated the first match with victory. This is getting ready to take off once again. As far as I can remember, investment will win the next match without difficulty. But the next combination tactic of the Sisters of Jeonmundong is somewhat strange to the pro players who have been accustomed to 1:1 PvP. Investment Shine wins in the third round. Will be given. And after that, Joseph Im and others are stranded in succession, causing an abnormal situation. The elite, led by Sister Jeonmundong, is splendidly rising. However, you guys should study for the exam quickly. Aren't the Jeonmundong sisters who become better off after retiring as a pro gamer? So, give up this stage to me. I pressed the mask firmly to fix it. And he wore a jacket with a voice modulator. We are all ready to go up to the stage. Now is the time left to sortie. I took a look at the 150,000 crowd that filled the stadium. Spectacular spotlights, firecrackers, dry ice, countless cameras, and even more retinas. Now, in a moment, all of those things will be for me. I took a full breath. The smell of gunpowder, the smell of dust, the smell of sweat, the smell of wood glue, the smell of lax. All of them come into my heart and swell. Okay, this is really my time. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 92. Previous talk next. Chapter 93. All Kill 3. I took a full breath. The smell of gunpowder, the smell of dust, the smell of sweat, the smell of wood glue, the smell of lax. All of that made my lungs swollen. Now, in a moment, all of these will be mine. And I knew it. All future games began to flow according to my knowledge of the future. Matigang, the trustee. He immediately continued fighting in the second round. According to the rules, potions cannot be used in the PvP League, except when using a potion for attack, not for recovery, or for enemies other than yourself or allies. Matthew met the next opponent with his short HP. The opponent is Lee Gun-hyung, 11th in the Korean rankings. Temptry is a paladin meta. Deus Ex Machina has a high degree of freedom, so there are endless opportunities for career choices. Most of the classes are determined by the title of the monster you hunted and the item, but those who have not yet hunted A-class or higher monsters will not know the existence of the title, so you will not know until here. Well, anyway, Lee Gun-hyung went out to the battlefield with a thick white armor and a short club. It's a typical monk character. A character who is armed with the ability to use heal magic on himself, high HP, and strong defense power. Is it so? Lee Gun-hyung's nickname is Shinbok. It is a fact that everyone who knows that this is a vocabulary created in an online game is a vocabulary when it comes to simple. It was originally used to refer to a paladin who does not die like a cockroach. Like that, Lee Gun-hyung was a new ranker with persistence that never dies. Drua, and this TSA Sha. Lee Gun-hyung provokes while pointing his finger at the Matthew River in front of him. Matthew Kong narrows his eyes and looks at this Gun-hyung. It's as if the steak is in front of you and where you're going to chop it. Within, the beast decided to take a bite of its prey and bite it. Bang! Matthew River willingly surrendered to the enemy's provocation. The traditional technique of inflicting penetrating damage hit Lee Gun-hyung's chest. But 1. Lee Gun-hyung attempted double defense with a shield and armor, and at the same time he swung a club and cast a heal magic on himself. Shalalala. Glowing powder is sprinkled from the club to greatly restore Lee Gun-hyung's HP. It's a wicked magic stick. Matthew Kong is annoyingly with his tongue. It was full. Because of the recoil damage, the HP was worn out again. Opponents use the recovery meta, so you can't just use the recoil. But that doesn't mean that you can't do damage that comes with just a job attack. Both big and small skills are not easy to use. Besides, the opponent is all in on the healer. It's not even a character. This is because the one-handed blunt that Monk is holding hurts quite a bit if hit. What should I do? When Matthew Kong is troubled. At the moment, Matthew's eyes shook. It was because I remembered what King Ma Dong had said before going up to the stage. If you want to win, use a push technique within 0.1 seconds immediately after your opponent uses the heal. Why did he give him such advice? Shalalala. When he raises his head, he sees Lee Gunhyung again putting the heal magic on himself. I hide behind heal and shield. A nasty smile. Drew and Drua. If you are confident, Drua. Lee Gunhyung waved his club and provoked the Matthew River. Matthew's HP is low. You can only use 2 more recoil. Good. Trust me. He took a big step forward with the advice of King Ma Dong in his heart. Furha. The knockback characteristic attached to the Gators is activated. Even though Matthew knew that he couldn't do much damage, he kicked Lee Gunhyung's shield and blown it away. But an abnormality has happened. Oh. The crowd started to go wild. Shalalala. Even though Lee Gunhyung flew, the heal magic was cast where he was originally standing. And the HP of Matthew River, who pushed out Lee Gunhyung and took the place instead, is recovered by the heal magic. Matthew was shocked as if a lightning bolt fell on the crown. When a healer does the heal, it doesn't come to him unconditionally. It is implemented by calculating the space in which he is standing and then calculating the range of the heal. And there is a delay of about 0.1 second until the heal magic is realized. The moment of that moment. If the healer, the subject of the heal magic, can be blown away and intervened in the space where the heal is realized, the effect can be received instead. To be. Lee Gunhyung, who is far away, raises his head as if he doesn't know the current English. Sherari. Again, heal powder poured over Lee Gunhyung's head. Flashed. Matthew's eyes burst. Wow. Matthew again kicked Lee Gunhyung and blown it to the side. And I took the heal instead. HP is filling up again. Wow. Hold the castle well like that. It's really new. Wow, awesome. Is that a knockback characteristic? That trait is very common, isn't it? That's perfect for catching a healer. I should also get it and use it. The push-out trait is, but there's no use anywhere else. And how does the public tailor the timing of the heal magic to burst? Because that's a commitment, it's true. The audience is enthusiastic about the play of Tushin. After being embarrassed by Lee Gunhyung, he finally declared a touch of the baton. Gia shit. Stop, Drew. Go away. Replace. Lee Gunhyung, whose HP revealed the red floor, quickly stepped back and ran away. And, finally, the final boss is dispatched. Sister Jiam Undong. The secret weapon of the elites, boasting the strongest linkage skill, appeared in the Painless Gorge. I was watching the scene with a happy expression. Before Tushin got on the stage, I taught him how to catch Lee Gunhyung. How to seal a healer's heal. It is a method that works not only for PvP, but also for monsters. It's possible as long as you have a genius talent and an eye to eye. The discovery of this strategy was a good example of a reminder that the hand should not be slow because he is called a healer. Originally, investment is lucky to catch a phenomenon that happened by chance, but, yes, as it was, Tushin beats Lee Gunhyung without knowing this fact and not knowing the English. As I was struggling with a close fight, I suffered a phenomenon in which my HP was recovered without my knowledge, and I found the cause of the problem in the car I was watching the PvP video later on. It was a strategy that would be discovered by accidentally or because of knowing anyway, so I hit the player a little bit. Meanwhile, Jae-young who heard what I was advising to Matthew, looks at me with the gap open. Are you a real rookie? PvP is not a rookie. No, I've even stuck with rankers. There is? I have never lost. Jae-young well understood my answer, which was a bit out of context. However, our conversations aren't important right now. Shortly after the elite member Hong Jino was defeated, Lee Gunhyung, who was the expectant, also managed to escape with a baton touch and survived. In a situation where the start is not very good. Chin_. Soon, the third member goes to the battlefield. Appeared. It was Yunbai Lee. She didn't show any reaction even when she saw the aggression of Tushin. Usually, a wizard with weak defense might be a little bit embarrassed by a melee dealer like Avatar. Seed hash up. Yunbai Lee just calmly memorizes magic spells. Yet, countless spores of plants flutter in the air. Sook. Plants began to bloom with their heads in the deserted stone fields. Matthew Kong frowned. These plants are vampire plants, and once you step on them, they take away your stamina. Even worse, the more you step on it, the more HP you lose. If you step on the first seed, you will lose 0.001% of your maximum HP, 0.002% in the second, 0.003% in the third. It is also upsetting to lose HP like that, but the plants grown in that way attack with sharp teeth again. However, that wasn't the end. Sticky Pit. Yunbai Li immediately sprinkled another wide area magic. Grungy, grungy, grungy. The guild began to be covered with slime. It is a magic that seems to slow your movement speed just by looking at it. Seed plus sticky combination. The field turned as if it was sprinkled with a drink of basil seeds. Oh god damn it. Matthew River quickly tried to get through the pit. However, substitute. Yunbai Li unfortunately touches the baton while only contaminating the field. Taki. The next person who came out was Dongbei Li, the youngest. As an archer, she took an item out of her pocket and picked it up. It was a calf and tack. Patter, patter, patter. Li Dongbei also put a lot of traps that do poison damage on the field. Then pick up the bow and shoot the Matthew River. Started. Puffer puck. Wow. Matthew Kong struck a rain of arrows and clenched his teeth. In a situation where the range is limited, an archer is overwhelmingly stronger than a wizard in a 1:1:1 deal. Seeds that absorb HP there. Because of the stickiness, I can't even move my feet carelessly. Poison tack and calf are also all over the place. The entire field was captured in no time. He became a living sandbag. It looks like you're fighting with two people. Matthew Kong sharpened his teeth. He did not give in to the baptism of arrows and moved forward. Tack poop. Matthew Kong is a genius physical, avoiding or hitting the incoming arrows. This was also unexpected for the cost of travel. Wow, that's a great talent. Li Dongbei was purely admired. And as soon as the Matthew River exits the polluted field, baton touch. Declared a replacement with the last runner. _. Soon the last runner cast a shadow in front of the exhausted Matthew River. Swordsman with double swords. It was Li Jianbai, the eldest sister of Sister Jiam Undong. And for your reference, her nickname is Queen of Ending. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hey gang, get out. Touch the baton. Jae-young shouts while looking at the monitor. However, I shook my head while holding Jae-young's shoulder. It would be better to leave it alone. What? Why? Taegang dies like that. Whatever you do, you die. If you're going to die, you have to fight without a circle. It's a dead life anyway, but it's a benefit if you reduce your opponent's HP even a little. Looks like you can hit one. I spoke in a tone full of conviction. At my words, Jae-young makes a blank expression. And before long, my words turned out to be true. Ding gong. Li Jianbai's quick sword 2 consecutive participation. The neck of Matthew Kong, hit by a twin sword swinging in an X shape, was separated from the body. However, investment trust is truly trustworthy. Matthew Kong is Li Jiam among them. He succeeded in throwing a heavy middle kick on Rain's abdomen. Huh, the tenacious one. Li Jianbai kicked his tongue while seeing the HP evaporated by about 10%. In the meantime, it is a great tenacity and control to die with a deal to the end. Sister Jiam Undong, who debuted in the regular league for the first time, had a staggering strategy to pass. Most of the players who were accustomed to 1:1 match did not adapt well to their many baton touch strategies. Song Byung-gun's cloaking had no significant effect in the contaminated field. He suffered damage from Yunbai Li's wide area magic and died in vain. Li Yunho fell on his knees after losing in the 1:1 magical confrontation with Yunbai Li. It was also due to the damage to the terrain, but this happened because there were fewer variations in magical properties compared to the rain. Joseph fell into a field of sticky plus vampire plants plus lozenges and ended up being ovulated by arrows and magic. It lasted a long time, but that was all. Wizard Li Yunbai's triple kill. She began to show off her enormous presence as she captured the top tier of Korea's current rankings, Lim Joseph, Lee Yunho, and Song Byung-gun, who were the first group rosters of the K1. The enthusiasm of the audience. Total magnification began to tilt back to the elites. In the original history, the magnification of K1 elites equals 3:1 was reversed to K1 elites equals 1:7. The plate was bigger than I thought. The magnification of this plate, which became famous as reverse of the legend, was 21 times. But what about now? How 7x7? 49 times. That there is no healer character in Coop KT. It seemed that the variable worked quite largely. The 49x magnification is almost unprecedented in Toto's history. Of course, no one goes to K1, a country that seems to have a complete defeat in order to eat a seven-fold reverse belly. No. At least one is here. Pluck. I'm Team Kook, KTZNO. I wore a coat within our badge. Then, I climbed the steps of the stage and headed to the upcenter. I've only waited for this moment. Bubbly. The stagnant water began to boil hot. Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 93. Previous talk next. Chapter 94. Alkh 4. Upcenter. In simple terms, the inner center. This is the most dignified space on the stage, where any declaration or judgment is usually made. I came up here and sat down. Jing. As I sit on the capsule, the helmet slowly descends. I finished preparing for the dive with a relaxed look, and I looked beyond the dry ice steam flowing over the stage. Today I dare to declare the beginning of my time. However, the reaction of the audience was cheap. Who are you? Everyone has these expressions. Because of the inertia, the cheers are not. But everyone knows nothing about me, so everyone looks fat. But I am confident. The confidence to turn that awkwardness into a hot enthusiasm in just a few minutes. Asterisk. Thud. I'm on the rocks of Painless Canyon. Fell off. On the other side of the rock, you can see a woman with long hair fluttering. Yunbai Li. It is quite a high-class wizard. A weapon in your hand, magic book, allows you to use various magical skills except for the characteristics. Yunbai Li's magic book is a 4-class book. Considering that the current ranking of the wizard is 5-class, it is not very high. However, she has almost mastered the magic within the range of 4 classes. Its skill level is beyond imagination, so be careful. Yunbai Li looks at me with her eyes narrow. All the gazes seem to be somewhat unpleasant. I feel bad for some reason. Where have we ever met? That's a very common job comment. Since I am a proud man, I will not answer. Then, Yunbai Li cast a spell as if it didn't matter. LOL. The white sticky and the seeds of the cannibals mix and spread. The vast wasteland was once again covered with unpleasant substances. However, clapper duck, iron puck. I do not have any pollutants spilling. I didn't avoid it. I am hitting a tremendous amount of field traps as they are. Yunbai Li tilted her head. Why not avoid it? Is this just right? I don't understand. Then goodbye. Yunbai Li once again digs magic. I was sting. Bing bing drew bing. Siffrin lightning flashes burning in her hands. In the previous edition, it is Li Yunho's lockdown shock, an attack magic that crushed the lightning bolt. A technique that traps the opponent in a round electric current prison and then deals powerful damage over time and paralyzes abnormal conditions. This magic is unconditionally missed if you don't correctly calculate the value of the left sign where the opponent is. Therefore, it was a technique that had to be used very carefully. Yunbai Li is a smart woman who passed the administrative examination in the future. Moreover, it goes without saying if the opponent is the one who does not move like me now. Site support. Soon, my body was surrounded like a sphere with thunderbolts. Patter. It's only 390 HP, so it's quickly showing a bottom. However, I have the trait of being a Nangbo team that killed and stole the sandworm. HP 1. I survived again. And wriggle. Basilisk's heart is beating violently. A black vein starting from the left chest wrapped around my body. At the same time, puff. Rockdown's reflected damage stretched out like a thunderbolt and headed for Yunbai Li. Ugh. She was embarrassed. As previously planned, only the field should have been contaminated and escaped. Quackwang. Yunbai Li was caught in the magic damage she shot and hardened in the spot. Cheer it. The weak HP unique to the wizard drastically decreases. At the same time, Yunbai Li is stuck in a state of Mavier and cannot move. I did it. Is it because you didn't expect to get paralyzed? Twisted. Yunbai Li fell off the rock where she was standing in a confused expression. And beneath it is me. Oops. I lifted my palm and struck Yunbai Li's head as it fell. Crisp. It's easy to smash a human skull or a palm with heavy seismic waves. The bone pane breaks and a hot mist rises. A rainbow caught in the air. Pickleesque mask turns red. Serial murder +1 stack is added. In the meantime, passive attack power increased by 1. If caught, break the pot. For your reference, pot equals head. A somewhat out-of-date buzzword. I looked up and looked at the members of the elites team. Shaking. Li Jianbai, the eldest sister, seems to be outraged by the death of her younger brother. However, the opponent who came out holding such an older sister was Li Dongbai, the youngest. The opponent has 1 HP. I approach you for no reason. You have nothing to fight? I'll finish it with one deal. Indeed, the candidates who passed the foreign affairs examination in the future see. She stepped forward after calming her eldest sister with her amazing bargaining skills. Beard. She hung an arrow on the bow and aimed at me. However, I'm not two of them like that. Bang. I rolled my feet, screaming. The fire step characteristic has blossomed. The earth is covered in flames, and Linda is rusted. Lava swamp. Yes, a huge lava lake emerged around me. Quag quaggeek. I raised my left and right hands and brought them to the earth that had turned into dragon cancer. Grungy, grungy, grungy. The earthquake in my right hand broke through the ground, causing waves of lava. The vortex of the left hand made it swirl. The sticks, plant seeds, and iron on the floor were all swallowed up by the lava, and no traces were found. And, I was greatly confused by the phenomenon that the moving cost while holding the bow is nowhere to be found. None. The rock, which seemed to never be shaken, sank into a lava lake. Squash. In time, a hot wave swept over Li Dongbai. She is carried on the vortex and goes round and round. And slowly, it was dragged to me, lurking in the center of the vortex. Chinyi. Li Dongbai soon gave me fat. And crisp. I've been dragged by Li Dongbai's head. I just stepped on it and crushed it. The picaresque mask turns red. One additional person was recorded on the serial killing list. Basic attack power increased by +1. Your next pot. It's so easy, it's also a great win. Picaresque mask was also growing steadily. Meanwhile, Li Jianbai was enraged when he saw the scene. The bastard. She ran into the battlefield to repay the grudges of her two brothers who had been annihilated without time to touch the baton. Chong. Srum. Without the twin swords, she skips the reefs rising above the sea of lava with amazing speed. However, choke. I didn't even budge in place. Just walk through the lava on the floor with your feet. It just shoots like a bullet anyway. Squash. After jumping into the air, Li Jianbai was struck by lava bombs and fell to the floor. Like a fly struck by a water gunshot fish. She is buried in the dragon arm with a loud sound. Shit. Li Jianbai removed the lava that burned his face with dry face. Where are you? I planned to make a clear match with a close match. She swung her twin swords like lightning at me in the center of the lava vortex. However, I've been bored if you're attacking. I've seen Li Jianbai play countless times in the Pro League. In most cases she won, but there were quite a few cases where she lost. And in the case of losing, most of the holes were the same. The main attack pattern, splitting the X. All players, including investments before. The technique of ending people's neck. This is because of the fatal shortcomings of this technology. The word is divided into an X shape, but in fact, two swords cannot be drawn at the same time. That's the problem. It is said that an X-shaped tragedy extends, but if you look closely, it is a combination of slash and. Two swords can never pass a coordinate in the same time zone, because if you do, you will bump into it. Although the right and left hands seem to move at the same time, in fact, the right hand passes first, and then the left hand passes. The explanation was lengthy, but the destruction method was simple. Lead the body once to the left and once to the right. It is to shake it aesthetically. Spot. I shook my body twice in the blink of an eye. Li Jianbai opened his eyes wide. Perhaps in her eyes, an X-shaped assault just passed through my body. Run. It's like attacking a ghost with no shape. Jiak. I moved without hesitation, even with 1 HP. He made a big attack, hitting the earthquake at the cracked Jianbai. Thud. 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 Thump slash thump. Thud. 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 Just like when I killed him, Joseph. Karuk. Li Jianbai was struck by my seismic wave and was put in the dragon rock. In the end, she never came to the surface forever. Picaresque mask turns red. Serial murder +1 stack is added. Yes, everything. Short for yes, Dom earthen pot. Let me raise my head. Looking down at me, shivering. I see a monk guy who is there. Li Gunhyung. He comes down to where I am with solid armor, high HP, and a short club. I'm Joseph's backward compatibility. Very, very backwards compatible. Turtles with only high defense and HP are bound to be my good prey. Like Mario jumping on a turtle, I stepped on Li Gunhyung and killed him. Yes, the next bank. I stopped talking. Oh, I killed them all. You can still run faster, but unfortunately, there are no more opponents to fight anymore. Reverse all kill. In fact, it wasn't until the fact that it wasn't enough because Tushin caught Jino Hong with 3 consecutive games. Even so, I have been carrying the Kani of Coup K1, who had been driven by Gumiandong's 3 sisters to the point of destruction. Even after deliberately allowing Yunbai Li's magical attack in the beginning, Only one. I didn't take any damage. Perfect game. If Jino Hong hadn't died by Tu Shin, the perfect reverse kill would have emerged. Bonji. After the game is over, take off the capsule. In the distance, the director of the elites is looking at me with his mouth wide open. I can see the figure. Next to him, Jae-young was shaking Busan with a red carpet. I put down my helmet and stood in the middle of the stage. And he nodded to the audience. He did not reveal any special feelings. But, even while I say hello, the surroundings are quiet. No cheers or whistles can be heard. What? I was a little embarrassed. Why isn't everyone responding so much? The spotlight pouring down toward me is so dazzling that the audience. The seat side is not visible at all. So I try to see the reaction by sound. Can't I even scream because I'm so surprised? It won't be. Because all the people gathered here are fans of Undong Jiam's sisters? It wouldn't be that too. I turn my head in confusion. Okay. I can see Jae-young waving his hand toward this side by the stage. However, he also makes no sound. Just like a goldfish, your mouth is big. They just flutter and flap their hands. Soon, Jae-young raised his finger and pointed at his ear. I realized it only then. You haven't taken off the headset you were using before entering the capsule. I raised my hand and removed one ear pad of the headset from the back. The moment the thick pad soaked in sweat fell from my ears with a popping sound. A tremendous roar began to rush as if tearing my ears. The biggest sound of my life. It was such a cheer that the stadium ceiling was blown away. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 94. Previous talk next. Chapter 95. Deceased Person vs. Madong King 1. A few days have passed since the league ended. KT, who had risen after defeating the team elites, won the competition without any problems. Matthew's water rises, and M. Joseph is the Grievous who leads to sluggishness in the first game. There was no team in Seoul to beat them. K1, who has won the Seoul representative status proudly, was able to compete as sole representative of the 10-degree league thanks to the additional attraction of enormous sponsors. And I got a huge dividend of 49 times Totoro only in the first league. A bet placed in his real name because he could not bet on himself. Isn't Ma Dong King a fictitious character created by Jae-young's identity guarantee anyway? There was no difficulty in finding my real name and finding the dividend. The first money I bet was about 1 billion cash. And the money that came back to me after tidying off the taxes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Choke. A smooth body that cuts through the currents. Open shoulders, sharp 8 on the belly. Pack, limbs without any fat. I took off my goggles and climbed onto the surface. Fuh. I don't get tired of going back and forth around the pool track 20 times. It was rewarding to keep physical fitness management. When the body was represented by slender limbs and elongated belly fat in the previous life. Even if I walked a little, I was out of breath. It's a truly remarkable change. There are some things that have improved my body by exercising regularly. But being 15 years old or younger is the biggest change. I went to the shower and looked in the mirror. Still, this face with no wrinkles feels a little unfamiliar. Choke. I went back to the changing room, changed clothes, and went out to the lobby of the office-del. This swimming pool is a swimming pool attached to the O-Pistol where I moved. In addition, convenience facilities such as a gym are always open to residents free of charge. 1. I went to the cafe in front of the swimming pool entrance, got free coffee and toast, and placed it in front of the table. Then I opened a page of the English newspaper and started reading it. Well, American stock prices are noisy. What else is the Wall Street Journal talking about? As I looked at the newspaper, I dragged my tongue out. Then, hey, the blonde beauty sitting next to me talked to me with a smile. You're holding it upside down. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Boo-woo. Porsche Crocodile throws out a heavy engine noise. I drove out to the street at night. Originally, it was time to play the raid. But today I have something to do especially at night. It is looking into the capsule room site. Now I'm making money in earnest. It's time to. What I've done so far is how far I've been fiddling with the money. The real thing is from now on. With plenty of seed money, it's time to put the business plan drawn on your head into reality. Krung. Drive into the narrow street. Wow, what day is it today? People are crowded on the street. It turns out that today is Friday evening. It's time for the night streets to be hot. Young men and women draw under the bright neon signs that seem to wipe out the night. It comes and goes. People who have already been drunk and sat down under the signboards. People running in cars if Hong is just rising. Leaflets and business cards scattered over the asphalt constantly. The sound of clapping glasses, vomiting, laughter, yelling, and solicitation from all over. That's interesting. I opened my eyes wide and slowly looked into all of the night streets. 15 years ago, when I was a game junkie, it was a world I had never encountered. Then, I'm driving a car slowly in front of me. Something was seen. Several women with their hair dyed loudly were waving at me. Brother, let's hang out together. The car is pretty. We want to drive. They were beauties who would not have dared to say anything in the past life. Weighing. I lowered the car window. This is not a taxi. In a pure sense, it was just meant to inform. What's unlucky? They spit on the road in front of my car and then go away. Well, it's a key point in the world. I raise my head and look straight into the street. A young man supports a young woman. The young woman laughs at the young man. There seemed to be no place for me in that stupid and splendid street. I realized then, oh, I don't think this kind of fits the Constitution. Was it because I was only getting old? Virum. Without regret, I stepped on the pedals and headed to the capsule room site. After all, I like to run upward endlessly. The series of races that fight and collide to create achievements. I can feel the sense that only then is alive. In the end, these distances are empty and have no meaning. It's never ruined by being overwhelmed by young guys. Anyway not. Boom. When I'm just stepping on the pedal and coming out of the street. I stopped the car at the moment. Bread. Klaxon rang once in the back. The curse came about halfway through. I looked up and looked at the front of the street. You can see a great beauty driving the men behind you. It has big eyes, a sharp nose, and dense lips all on a rough face. How is your body? The succubus class body I met in the game was reproduced in reality as it was. She walked through the streets in a prosperous pace, and the men standing in the club's waiting line rumbled with a scornful expression. Udahi, the queen bee of the street has appeared. Koshib HF. I was reminded of the social media message I received from Ma Dongwan's account a while ago. I have a request. A Facebook message from Udahi. Oh, well, it turns out I forgot to reply. I immediately took out my cell phone, and I started sending SNS replies to her right in front of me. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, Udahi was in a state of frowning. Oh, it's dirty to do it once. Yes. She went to the bar for a private show today. I visited a classic cocktail bar with the intention of sending out content that authenticates the alcohol consumption, but today is likely to be inadequate. She scratched her head with an annoyed expression. A man with half-open eyes in front of him. One is actually smiling. My brother chose a new car this time. Would you like to drive? This man with a strange gaze downwards. Udahi raised her collar with an irritated expression and covered her chest. What is your car? When Udahi asked, the man answered. He had a deep smile. Then he beeped the remote control key in his hand. Standing next to streetlights and piles of food waste, the band's C-Class glows in the snow. Okay, BP. Udahi also pulled out the remote control key from his pocket and pressed it. Krung. Maserati fanroom built next to the sidewalk block vomited a heavy breath. The man held the car key in his hand and gave a blank expression. It was the same with the men who had followed Udahi up until now. Get out of here, my sister is tired. How many times is this already? When Udahi frowned as if he was sick, the men quietly stepped back and opened the road. Just before getting into the car, Udahi raised her head and looked at the street. A young man supports a young woman. The young woman laughs at the young man. There seemed to be no place for her on that stupid and splendid street. Then Udahi realized, this kind of thing doesn't fit my constitution. Half a year ago, when I was 20, I first went to a club and felt nauseous. There was no place on the street at night. Rather, it was better to go through a raid full of monsters and blood in the game. What the hell are you wasting time on this night street? At this time, I will run the dungeon one more time. Anyway, the bar is alone at home. I have to do it. It would be better to stop by a convenience store than a regular bar. When Udahi is about to get in a car and leave the street. Tiring. A cell phone notification rang. Udahi looked at her cell phone. There are so many notifications through social media, and most of them have been turned off. However, there are a few that are the only ones that have a notification sound set to sound. Moment. 99. Udahi's eyes widened. A reply came to the Facebook message. The other person is the Madong King who tried to contact him a while ago. She released her hand on the steering wheel and immediately turned off the car. When I turned on the social media, the content of the message I sent a while ago appeared. Udahi, dark ranking trend. King Madong, read at 9:42 p.m. Udahi, I'm always watching your broadcasts well. Read 9:42 p.m. Udahi. Nothing else. I contacted you because I had a request. Oh, ye read at 9:43 p.m. Udahi. If you can't excuse me, I was wondering if you could only PK once for our guild. Lead. Code 6. Read 9:45 p.m. Judah. There is one opponent I really want to kill, so I think there is only one ranker that can be matched against the Madon King. V. Reading at 9:48 p.m. UD. We are contacting you at the guild level, so of course not to be disappointed with the pay. Yes. 9:49 p.m. Read. The key to kill the dead water. When sending this message, King Ma was famous in the illegal underground league. However, after making a brilliant debut with Yangji, as long as he became an official professional player, he would not receive an assassination request. I was giving up Lever because it was the same. Madon King. No unexpected answer is back. Vitality returned to Yu Dehe's eyes. She sticks out her tongue and carefully enters the message in Chinese characters and Chinese characters. It started. Yu Dehe. Kaya CD. I'm so glad that you accepted your request. Oh, FL7 then. Where can I meet you? Yu Dehe waited for a reply in a state of excitement. Anyway, since it's sending and receiving online, even if you proceed with the request through chat, it doesn't matter, but it's awkward to keep a record, so it's better to do it verbally. Was it reading Yu Dehe's thoughts? Outside. The short answer came back. Out. Hey, we're out. Out is all you. Is it home? It makes people shout out, really. Yu Dehe grumbled and typed his cell phone. Like, oh. Then when will we see you /O? Yu Dehe asks. Now? Again, a short answer came back. Now. The Cubs are Delatna. With a hurry personality. You look young, but the words are short. Anyway, all the guys who are good at the game are going to go. Yu Dehe scratched her head. She pulls out a cigarette and grumbles annoyingly after the door. I still like it now. SKR, I was just out there, ho, where can I go? Okay. Immediately again, the answer came back. Rear. Artist's words. Yu Dehe, would you like to? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 95. Previous talk next. Chapter 96. Deceased person versus Madon King, 2. Rear. It was a short answer that came back. Yu Dehe touched her forehead with her hand. Let go, Rear. Do you want to find out? Really, what kind of superpower is Jiga? How to be behind me? Ugh. After seeing the rear view mirror, she had no choice but to devour the feudals. Someone is standing behind the car. On the black road, a man floating like a ghost. What is that psycho? Yu Dehe looked at his mask. I frowned. However, looking closely, the mask is quite familiar. Yu Dehe soon noticed that the man was recreating the character in the game in reality. King of Madon. It's your back. Sweet. When Yu Dehe opened the car door, King Ma suddenly came into the passenger seat. Thud. The Madon King came into the Mazarity fan room and closed the door. Come on. Short and hard orders. A voice that has been altered so that the voice cannot be seen. Yu Dehe stepped on the accelerator with an anxious look. Soon, the two started to get out of the streets at night. I shut my mouth for a while. Yu Dehe. It's been a long time since I'm alone with her. In my previous life, even though I followed the dead like that, the number of times I personally drove with her was as few as counting. It is true that I spent a lot of time, but secretly, I didn't know anything about her. By the way, it turns out that you were driving a better car than mine. Well, me? You just thought of a girl like this as an ordinary college student. I was on the verge of laughing out of my absurd heart. What did Yu Dehe think in her mind when she was forced to pull an expensive car and picked her up? Somehow, I felt that I had been entangled with her for a few months or so longer than the 10 years I had known her. Rather, this life is overwhelming in terms of the number of times I have seen Yu Dehe's true form. Meanwhile, Yu Dehe smiles awkwardly as she looks at me. Did you come out after that? She said, looking at my mask and the voice modulator. I guess you didn't come out to go to the club. Hyedong. If you had gone, all the women would have run away because they were scared. Huh. How did you get out of here? Taxi. Or where did you park your car? No car. It's a dash. Ah, you are very confident. I looked back and asked calmly. Should I withdraw? No. Usually men are full of women, but if they don't have a car, they tend to be a little embarrassed. You are a client, not a woman. Wow, you're a professional. After finishing talking, Yu Dehe noticed for a moment. Soon, she put the car on a secluded shoulder. Then he asked me in a serious voice. By the way, even if the person who debuted as a professional does pick like this, will it be? The part that needs to be pointed out is Yu Dehe, who clearly points to it. I know her personality well. A personality who hates ambiguous and opaque things. Even if she is unfavorable, she is a woman who makes it clear whether she is lethargic or not. I said for sure. I'm not doing PK because of your request. Yu Dehe tilts her head. I wedge. I know. The old man that he is a tremendous strong man. The lacquer on my face. As she quickly praised herself, Yu Dehe's facial expression hardened. Soon, she nodded with a poop look. That's right. It's not enough to tear it to death by a perverted psycho, but I'm a triple X guy who can do X kid, X triple X, but I have the skills. I flinched a little at the horrific words coming out of Yudahi's mouth. Glad, the mask and the voice modulator covered me. If I know that I am a deceased person at the same time as the Madon King, she may pull out a hammer hidden under the side pocket and break my head. I sneaked into the door and said, So what? Even if it wasn't your request anyway, stick once. I missed you. Ah, who is stronger? Is it like the goodwill of the top tier in heaven? Well, that's what it is. As I nodded, Yudahi clapped his hands and laughed. Then the picture is better. I think I can put a pretty nice plate on it. Because she doesn't study. She was a really extraordinary woman. He has a hard time using and manipulating the people around him to make his own taste. It seemed that Yudahi was planning to create a new broadcast content with the confrontation between King Ma Dong and the deceased as the subject of his personal broadcast. I think that side would be good for Ma Dong King. Probably it will be a considerable issue. Hits revenue, and after. One profits are also exploding. Not bad. I nodded. I thought so sincerely, not pretending to face each other. It's the two masters PK, which is becoming a hot topic in the market these days. It can't be quite a box office item. I don't really need people's attention. However, if it is still the king, it would be better to provide good things to the fans, right? Yudahi said happily. I'll use our guild's comment unit until the PK war to promote this confrontation as much as possible and create an issue. Of course, no cost is required. It was a tone that seemed to right once in a while. In short, if I kill a deceased person, I will maximize all the profits that will occur so that I will be convinced. But when I heard that, I had no choice but to tilt my head. Why do you even do that? The cost of hitting the deceased person, plus the cost of operating the comment unit. Considering the promotional expenses and sponsorship revenue, a fairly large pie is expected. Would it be true to say that I would not eat a bite of such a pie? However, Yudahi nodded with a determined expression. I know what you're thinking. Maybe you're feeling bored. But I really mean it. I really want to kill the dead water gnome. Oops. The sound of this going. Soon, Yudahi picked up something from the sun visor above the driver's seat. It was a passbook. Yudahi gave the bank book to me. He said, This is the cost of an assassination request. When you open it, I believe you will feel how much my flesh is. I opened my bank book with a desire to do something. And, Hioyak. I almost screamed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no. How many zeros are these? Creepy. Counting the countless rows of zeros, I got goosebumps to stop. Yudahi, this woman. How much did you hate me? When I was silent for a while, Yudahi couldn't stand the bird, and her face was brightly sweet. Ah, I can't sleep if I just think of that human being. I would have already put up a building if I combined all of the ripped and dead deposits for him. If you count the stress you've been suffering with money, you can also buy the planet. Look here. Can you see alopecia areata here? What kind of thunderbolt is this? This is all because of the deceased person. Must. Be sure to kill him. You have to feed the death penalty and get out of this game. I want to play games in a world without him for a day. Yudahi seems to have anxiety. Listening to me, I don't know when I will pop out even during the hunt. Can't even run a raid because of that. If someone hears, I think I'm his stalker. I am a little bit unfair. It's true that I've killed her a lot so far, but it's because she's obstructing my way. At the time of the nameless Queen Reed, Yudahi tried to steal the boss Makta after using me as a body bread. However, I knew that in advance and took her as a shield against the boss. At the time of the Crying Angel raid, Yudahi came to revenge with her younger brother. She tried to kill me with Daguri, but she created a dungeon that gave me a good reward. Knowing fell in love with me, and then took the cost of survival. Because of that, he was defeated in a snowball fight with Medusa and even turned into a stone. At the time of the Sandworm raid, Yudahi united several forces and tried to destroy me. But when I summoned the field boss Sandworm, it was annihilated in reverse. At the time of the Evil Castle raid, Dahiyu ignored my second hand and held hands with the Zodiac Bundy Veil, was beaten in the head and died. I was just moving according to my plan without any apparent malice. All that was done in the opposite direction was her self-employment. And above all, isn't it far more than all of these, just by the financial damage she inflicted on me in the past life? Well, in my previous life, I was ugly and self-housing, so I have no intention of asking for responsibility. I dragged my tongue inside. I shut my mouth. Yudahi hurriedly corrected her expression, as if she wanted to be sick, after struggling for a while. Oh, I was so excited. Sorry. No, I'm angry when I hear it. Oh yeah, I'm just angry. I was a bit scared and unconsciously used words of honor. But Yudahi's excitement subsides. I didn't notice it because I didn't. She continued to release the crying lingering inside. I was trying to damage him somehow. I didn't have the ability to open a PK, so there was nothing I could do. I'd rather be confident, but I don't even know the address. I just put a complaint in the broadcast. Hi Ampy, I once again flinched. I'm a bit scared of the hammer hidden in her side pocket. No, 3,021 complaints are the only ones than that. I shook my head as I recalled the protest mail left over on the viewer's bulletin board of Turn On and Up to the King. When I was silent, Yudahi hopped deeply and opened her mouth with a calm voice back. I'm sorry, it's a first-time job, but I keep seeing only the appearance of an anger control disorder. Deposit or do it straight. Yes, I will. Thanks to this, it seems to be a little bit looser. I haven't told anyone until now. Thank you for listening. Yudahi thanked me and narrowed his eyes. And within, she is very casual and casually asks important questions. But you're going to play this King PK. Do you have any plans to run under our guild's name? The bankbook in Yudahi's hand. She gives me a deep glance. Taki. Yudahi's hand touches my thigh. But I replied in the underground. The group life is not so good. A resolute remark to the point that the listener will be insecure. But who is Yudahi? She replied without blinking an eye. Isn't that different depending on who you are doing the group life with? Yet, she began to slowly bend her upper body towards me. Where would you like to talk while eating ramen? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 96. Previous talk next. Chapter 97. Deceased Person vs. Mad-On King 3. Yudahi blew a warm breath into my ear. But, you're going to play this King PK. Do you have any thoughts of running under the name of the guild? Come. Yes, Yudahi is a smart woman. You can't do anything that doesn't benefit you. Is you aiming for this? I thought I was so eager to lay the plates, but this was a trick. The promotional effect of a new professional player named Ma Dong Wong is enormous. Also, the wide area technology one have will be a tremendous power when playing a large-scale guild war. If I join Yudahi's guild, she will be able to expect considerable promotional effects and power at the same time. It's a tremendous benefit that can't even compare to the cost of hiring me. Yudahi's palm slowly gropes my thigh. It's like an ajumma of a tteokbokki restaurant. Once you sign up, our Mad-On King, you can do whatever you want to do. Her nasal sound melts in her ear. However, I don't yet have a desire to live a guild life. Not yet. The group life is not so good. Underground. I answered firmly. You must have been resolute. Well, my voice might have trembled a little at the end. But thanks to the voice modulator, it wouldn't have been noticeable at all. It must have been enough to scare the listener. But, who is Yudahi? She responds without blinking an eye. Isn't that different depending on who you are doing the group life with? Yet, she began to slowly bend her upper body towards me. Where, while eating ramen? Would you like to do it? At the same time, Yudahi lowered one side of her off-shoulder strap. In the dark, her white collarbone line shines like snow piled up. Me and her face came close. You can feel the smell of sweet and sticky flesh. Would you change your mind if you persuade all night? Yudahi laughed, tapping on a clock that has not yet reached 1 o'clock. I turn my head and stare into her face. Immediately after leaving the army, soon to be 22 years old. If it had been as it was, it would have been left behind. However, my mental age is about 36 years old. Yudahi is 20 years old. Looking at her 15 years ago, I don't feel like a love at all. Compared to Yudahi, who was 34 who had even pulled out my marrow, she is still very young and innocent. Outrageous greed and acute attitude that overflows with fountains. Now, rather than hating it, it's just like the youngest younger brother. I replied with a peak smile. What ramen do you have? Yeah? When I asked, Yudahi was a little embarrassed. After rolling her eyes for a long time, she muttered in a small voice. Are you? I shook my head firmly. I hate kelp. So if it's poo. I hate spicy things. So you can't do it? I hate Chinese food. Is that Japanese food? Food is okay in Japan, but I hate the prime minister there. As I keep answering, Yudahi immediately makes a blank expression. I gave a little admonition to it. The saturated fatty acid of ramen accumulates in the blood vessels. There are too many chemical seasonings and protein, minerals, vitamins, etc. grow. It is high in phosphorus, so it consumes calcium. In particular, the amount of sodium is beyond imagination. Eating habits are also important if you want to prolong your life as a player. I really spoke to my youngest brother as if admonishing me. Yudahi is only opening her mouth with a blank expression. Then it's over, so I'll get up. I ended the conversation unilaterally. I didn't forget to put her off-shoulder strap on before opening the car door. Okay, on. Are you going already? Yudahi opened her eyes wide as if she couldn't believe it. What are all these chicks? The expression clearly reveals what he is thinking. Well, I'm still not good at hiding my emotions like this. It's because it's Dahi, right? It would not have been possible if it had been 34 you Dahi. Anyway, I guess it was quite unexpected for her that I got up and left. But without hesitation, I unfastened my seat belt. I have to go home quickly and go back to the raid. I can do it. Didn't you make up your mind to live really hard and healthy in this life? If you want to exercise and sleep well, you have to go home quickly. Ramen? It ate all that I would eat in my whole life. I don't eat anymore. Rattle. I opened the passenger door. But, unlike the idea of getting out quickly, my hands moved without my knowledge. It was a movement that was ripe for 10 years ago. It's so scary that it's a habit. Sasasasak. I opened the passenger's glove box and pulled out a small trash bag inside. Then I opened the ashtray in front of the side mirror. Rattle. The piled up butts are pressed tightly like compressed files. Determination. I scooped the ashtray into the trash bag and scattered the sticky dirt in it with my fingers covered with the bag. Then, Yudahi is greatly embarrassed. Oh no. What are you doing, please? I have to throw it away. I only wanted to hear that. 10 years ago, I accidentally got into the passenger seat of her car. At that time, it was an ordinary domestic car, but anyway, Yudahi managed the fishery by pretending to take special care of me, who was a hogu at that time. However, she only once showed her sincerity to me. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. One rainy night. The last moment of the one-day date book that I got in exchange for shooting a lot of star pieces. I'll go today. I said goodbye to Yudahi. I got off the back car. At that time, it was an ordinary small car. At that time, I opened a carton of milk that I had been drinking and emptied the ashtray in Yudahi's tea. I wanted to do something, but the action I did because there was nothing more to do. What are you doing, brother? Give it to me. I will do it. Even then, Yudahi was very embarrassed and stopped me, but I emptied her ashtray without worrying about it. I'll throw it away as I go. At that time, when I smiled and said, Yudahi's eyes shook greatly. It was belatedly heard that Yudahi had moved her heart once for the first time at that time. Am I the first man who emptied his ashtray? Well, nowadays, there is no way to know if it was sincere or pretense. Ashtray. Butts, spit soaked in cigarette ash, chewing gum, loose floss, coffee grounds. There are so many things. That ashtray at that time. I put it in a small garbage bag and threw it on the way. Yudahi refused to do such a thing. Even so, I wanted to do something to her. After that, I never got into her car again, but I always practiced emptying the car's ashtray just in case. If you ever get into her car again, so that you don't forget it because you like it so much, to get into a habit at all. It became a habit to empty the ashtray there even if I took a taxi. Okay, there were times like that. But it's just the past. Now it is reality. It was a nursing care aide, I really do. I muttered a little. Habit is really scary. No, in this case, should I say that it is a slave spirit? Rust. The cigarette butts in the trash bag move as they hold their hands tightly. I wanted to put it down again, but what if I put it in this big envelope? I'm going to throw this away. I said as a habit, holding the trash bag in my hand. And closed the passenger door, and quickly. Lee went out. Thud. The door is closed. Oh no, oh. Patter, patter. When will it start? It started to rain. Rain flowing down like a grate through the window. A neon sign hazy on the damp glass. Yudahi was looking at the empty passenger seat with her eyes wide open. That man named Madon King. How come in my heart since the first time I saw it? Did not lift. Suddenness that suddenly comes in without notice. Short answer speech that breaks down. An attitude full of confidence so that it doesn't seem like there's anything going on. However, it is also true that somehow strange feelings lift their heads. The men I've seen so far have been the same. He's sneaky, sloppy, noticing, starving only for the woman's body. They always try to show themselves well, and they laugh flatly. Whenever I look into my eyes, my gaze always points towards my own chest or legs. I'm going. Then he rolled his eyes as if he had caught his heart. However, he was different. Look into your eyes with your eyes. But it's not just eye contact. He pierces his deep inside. I acted as if I was watching. And beyond that, it seemed to look further and farther away. A man who runs hard while looking further away without looking at himself. Yudahi saw such a man for the first time today. It feels fresh. And she turned her gaze and looked at the ashtray. An ashtray that has been emptied cleanly. Butts and saliva, coffee grounds, sticky beer, used floss, chewed gum, and snot were tangled and sticky. Yudahi kept such an ashtray. I looked down. Ashtray. Unlike Maserati Fanrum's luxurious ashtray exterior design, the interior is truly dirty and ugly. So, Yudahi was extremely dislike of opening the ashtray and showing it to others. It was because he seemed to show his inner self. However, King of Madon. The man suddenly opened the ashtray without notice and emptied it as if it was okay. Yudahi put his head on the steering wheel quietly. Come to think of it, the inner thoughts of the deceased person. It was he who vomited and showed for the first time the feeling of being rotten and rubbed because it couldn't boil inside. Rear. He appeared suddenly without notice with the single letter, seeing, hearing, and clearing the dirt in his own depths. A man to clean up. Yudahi still didn't say anything. I just pressed the swelling left chest with my hand once. Well, why don't you drink alcohol, but your heart is like this. Rainy night. Inside the car. The sound of rain hitting the roof is loud. Do-do-do-do-do-do-dee. And through the sound, a little strange sound intervened. Beating. Torn Newbies. Korean novel Torn and Torn Newbie 97. Previous talk next. Chapter 98. Big Match 1. Pozik's Indoor Fishing Ground. A dismal capsule room in the basement. In this place, where the signboard for the fishing spot used by the former owner is attached, a lot of bad creditors and large debtors. They are working hard with a sad expression. They work in a capsule game world. Those who become level catch monsters and collect items. Those who don't have a level can pick wood or mine minerals. Those who believe in their luck gamble. Do it. Enchantment stones are applied to items in the reinforcement center, and they dream of paying interest in advance of the principal. The collected game money goes into the hands of the loan shark. It doesn't pay any taxes. It is also not illegal because there is no legal provision that the loan business should not be done in the game. A place filled with tears, sweat, smoky cigarette smoke, and a strong smell of coffee. In this space where there is no dream or hope. La la la. A clean and beautiful tone of hum resounds. Yudahi. She puts 2 cigarettes in her mouth and makes a strong coffee in a crumpled paper cup. Cock hut. Yudahi spit yellow spit on the concrete wall once. Then he pressed 2 cigarette butts against his saliva and turned it off. Push tasting. After the cigarette went out, she grabbed a cup of coffee and headed to a small broadcast room in the corner of the workshop. Lulyalu/. Yudahi wears pink dolphin pants and flutters his buttocks. And Yu Chang's expression when he sees such an older sister was full of embarrassment. Is it turned? Isn't it your sister who has been crushed by low pressure on the rainy season front for the past few days? However, I thought I was going to do a drinking broadcast a few days ago, and since I just came back, I've been in such a good state. And Yudahi's good mood appeared on the broadcast as it was. Brother, thank you for 1 star. I'm especially happy today, so I'm going to dance with 1 star. Mother sisters, thanks for the donation. I'll work really hard. I'm in a particularly good mood today, so let's call out each and every nickname of the viewers. She performed the broadcast with a smile and smile. Sometimes the truth viewers. Even when you say obscene words or swear words. Ah, why is that? I'm not saying that, dab. I think I'm also interested in bad comments, and I will work hard. Oh, ho, 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 it's okay. I didn't get hurt. You told me to do it all. I understand everything. Even today, it's hard. Was it? Please tell me. Unpack everything in this room and go. It is almost a bodhisattva level mentality. She was usually freezing truths like a knife, but for today, it is as if the great sage, the Kwansumbo, came down, and he is compassionate and generous. Dahi. Because you keep smiling. It's so pretty. I usually get bad comments. I will stop my life from today. I became a fan, Mr. Dahi. Her face is pretty, her body is good, and her personality is good. Yudai, you are a moral book. You are really good 71T. He seems to have both face and humanity. Do you have anything good these days? Your expression is so bright. Maybe boyfriend life. Isn't it new? TTTT. Those eyes are really in love. You please kill me. I want to be Dahi in your arms. Viewers watched Dahi's broadcast and gave good reviews from start to finish. I have to. He smiles and responds politely to anything he hears. Thanks to this, over the past few days, her fixed scorecards have declined noticeably and the number of fans has increased rapidly, especially female fans. Sponsorship revenue also increased significantly. Thank you again today. See you next time. Yudahi inflated her cheeks with a cute expression and showed Egio. Yet. Fit. Broadcast ends. After the camera is turned off. Originally, thick swear words such as easy to live is like X. Turn to get out. However, shoot nana nana dash. Yudahi does not swear. As if you were a different person, you still clean up your broadcast equipment while maintaining high tension. Keek. After leaving the broadcasting room, she greets the bad debtors who are paying off their debts with a shabby expression. Oh my sister, how much debt do you have now? What? Already? Wow, almost paid off. I'll play the rest with what I just got. Don't come out from tomorrow from now on. Don't gamble without your husband's knowledge. How's your repayment going? Well? Oh, you paid off a lot. I'll lower the interest rate a little, so try harder. I'm looking at it because I have no absenteeism for months. Where do you go and run? Mine. My sister will buy you a better pickaxe, so I work hard. I have to pay my debt and start over. Have you paid almost all your debts? You don't have to come out from tomorrow. I'll buy you dinner later, so eat it and go. Yu He is a few sincere debtors. He also forgiven his debts on the spot. And Yu Chang's expression, looking at it, is still absurd. No, we are also garbage in the loan business. Those people who were caught borrowing money from us and trying to eat them are also garbage. What is the indemnity to die? Why do you do it a favor to those things? Okay, Yu He replied with a smile. Who says what? It's just because I'm in a good mood? Is it really time to die? Did you turn around? Okay. Puck Yi. Fist flying toward the thrush of Yu Chang. Kep. Yu Chang burst his nose and screams. Yu He raises her fist with a crumpled face. Would you like to go back? Yu Chang quietly looks down. Why is it just me as usual? Yu Chang made a regretful expression, but Yu He had already gone to the sofa with a rush. Dump. Asked Yu Chang to sit down on the sofa and drink a beer. Sister, are you tired of broadcasting? The anger towards the true bad guys. A coercive smile to endure the big-handed viewer's stiffness. A sense of self-destruction by doing what he is interested in to attract the attention of viewers. Isn't internet private broadcasting the aggregate of all that? There's no way you won't be tired. However, Yu He replied with a dismayed attitude. I do it because I like it. What's difficult? Yu Chang opened his mouth wide. Amazing, no you. How can you say that Yu He, the frowning queen of the world? I usually wear out my mouth saying that I want to fuck the broadcast. Shut up and go to the harp. Your performance is low these days. Can I run this workshop without my private broadcasting profits? Yu He responded calmly while drinking beer. Yu Chang had nothing to say, so he pouting his mouth. It is true that recent crackdowns on the loan business have resulted in poor performance. The one who has no way to repay the debt. If I hadn't brought them to the workshop and ordered them to play games, they would have ended their business earlier. Then, sister, the suit rice cake standing at the entrance ran eagerly. Sister, it's time to turn it on. He bowed his head towards Yu He and held out the remote control. However, I don't see you today. Yu He filters out his favorite king. Yu Chang tilted his head as he prepared to go out. Yu He. She was looking at the watch with an impatient look. Time isn't going too much today. She acted like a late sergeant awaiting the campaign. Her eyes, looking at the second hand of the clock, are the brightest she has ever lived. Within. It's time. Rumble. The cell phone alarm goes off loudly. Done. Yu He threw a beer can and quickly ran in front of the computer. The real-time broadcast of one personal broadcast streamer is relayed on the monitor. This is why she has been impatient so far. That was the reason I left my favorite TV show and ran. Is the King Madong on the air of Live? Oh, Madong King. He started broadcasting after a long time. Yet, the image of the Madong King is captured by the camera. He greeted with a white masked face and a modulated voice. Hello, I'm Madong Wong, a pro gamer. Recommend, subscribe, favorite, please while viewing together. Even in the midst of gaining weight, regular Hong Boment is he who does not forget. Yet, numerous viewers actively chat. Dong Wong Li Hyung. Demon King appeared. You, what are you doing today? Where is the field you are in now? I want to go to meet in Persinco. But where is it really? Viewers grow in an instant. Hagen, King Ma Dong is a well-established person with more than 100,000 subscribers per day. This is a natural thing. Even though there wasn't even a notice that today's broadcast was going to be overwhelming, would the viewers have already accumulated this much? Even right after the start of the broadcast, even though there were no peculiarities, donations were exploding. Dong Wong Hyung, I want to be intuitive, please tell me where you are. Where is Madong at? Looks like the first field you've ever seen. If you tell me where you are right now, don't you? M.O. large OMO. Where are you? South continent? West continent? Is it a meat-boiled jungle? The plants there are dark like that. The map is not dead. Numerous viewers were curious about the current location of King Ma through chat. It was the same with Yu He. Imi, you liked me. Oh, my brother, the king of Madong. Hi. But where are you now? Yu He also posted a message in the chat window. This is because King Madong was mosaicizing all the locations of the current map. The mini-map is also a mosaic, visible around it. The scenery is also a mosaic. The only thing I can tell is that he is now in a dark forest. However, King Madong never told me where he was now. I can't tell you where I am. Today I have to do an important job. In case the fans. It is because I am worried that I will get caught up after visiting. Is it important? What is that? Viewers chat with anticipation. Raid, hidden quest, item creation, various contents fill the chat window. Then in the meantime, King Ma Dong's bomb declaration exploded. I'm going to kill the BJ deceased person today. And at the same time, thump. Yu Dehee's heart also shook with a loud sound. The pupil trembles violently. She thought, this is the heartbeat. Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 98. Previous talk next. Chapter 99. Big Match 2. The Eerie Forest. It is a map that cannot be identified due to the mosaic treatment of major landmarks. Here today, I am going to kill BJ's old man today. I will. King Ma Dong's bomb declaration exploded. Yu Chang opened his mouth. Wow, that's it. Isn't he a heavy user who loves Deus Ex Machina? I cannot know the king of Ma Dong who is hot these days. And who knows the skills of the deceased. One of the people we all know well is Yu Chang. Ma Dong king versus deceased person. It cannot but be a big match of the times. Shall you bring popcorn? Yu Chang pokes the copper next to Yu Dehee with his elbow. However, perfect. Yu Dehee lifted her palm and smashed her brother's back. Shut up and look at this shit. Yu Chang was crying, but he held back. Okay, what do you do with this age and defeat your sister with strength? In fact, will you be able to win with your strength? It is also unknown. Anyway, the Ma Dong king in the monitor continues to broadcast. That is why I cannot tell you where I am. I don't want to be disturbed by the confrontation in the middle. Thank you for your understanding. Next to it, viewers' chats continue to pop up. Ojajiri, the deceased person versus Ma Dong king. It's a big match ever, and it's really funnier than the official pro league. Dash. Isn't the late person an amateur? Are you going to play with a pro? Fact. The deceased person is the first person in the world to catch an A+ class monster. What have all the pro gamers been doing? No matter how much you are the Ma Dong king, can you catch the A+ class monster soul? One vote for impossible. Nim, Deer, Raid and PvP are different. If you only study patterns, you can catch monsters, but PK isn't that. The result is unknown. You have to stick to it. What do you do if you fight with your mouth? I throw one vote to the Ma Dong king. Isn't that a fuck? I can't imagine the deceased person being killed by someone that big. Geom Keek, who deliberately does not make a professional debut. Honestly, if he decides and Korean pro gamers start breaking the seal, the next league will not be held. But professional gamers. Can I go to PK? Opinions were divided. King Ma Dong did not answer any comments about victory or defeat. However, it only explained the justification of this PvP. I'm not going to do a sneak attack or a surprise attack. This is just to find out who is stronger. It is pure spirit of struggle. Who is the number one in Korea? I will go today. In the words of King Ma Dong, there is a premise that there is no opponent in Korea unless it is a deceased person. In a way, it was a really arrogant word, but nobody disagrees, perhaps because the person who said that was the King Ma Dong. It wasn't sweet. Anyone would have seen him beat the elite of the biggest team in the Seoul national team competition. Cool. Yu Dehee muttered without even knowing. Soon, Yu Dehee clicks on the Ma Dong King's donation account. Looking at her moving as if she was possessed by something, Yu Chang opened her eyes wide. Sister? What are you doing right now? For some reason done. No, how many zeros are added? Before Yu Chang even dried up, Yu Dehee pressed the donation button. Yu Chang screamed as he watched the money escaping from his account. Are you crazy? However, Yu Dehee rather opens her eyes. Hey, is it crazy to sponsor your favorite streamer? Fluency is absurd, just beating her mouth. Linda. Sometime, the guys who spend money on the internet say that I'm crazy guys because all the money rots. However, Yu Dehee's sponsorship certainly worked. Once a large amount was donated, the number of viewers who sponsored a small amount increased sharply. King Ma Dong said after taking a glimpse of the list of sponsors. Thank you for the support of Look at the Day. Okay. You called my name. Yu Dehee's face instantly turned red. She shook the shoulders of the rice cake stands next to him and trembled. Yu Chang was staring at her with a pathetic expression. I donated that amount, but if I don't call the nickname once, will it be a new person? However, if you say your heart as it is, you will surely get thrush, so you have to be quiet. Isn't your sister the one who makes most of the money these days anyway? So, I had no choice but to follow without saying anything about spending money. In the first place, my sister is energizing her life like this these days. It hasn't been a long time since this overflowing, it wasn't just a bad mood. Yu Chang felt a little grateful to the Ma Dong king who was on the air. Yet, then, as reported that the deceased person appeared. Let's move it. King Ma Dong divided the camera's point of view into several people, and he began to go deeper and deeper into the woods. That audacious. PO dash. You can hear the cries of monsters around you. Viewers were guessing the current location based on the cry. This is the sound of an ogre crying? That was Harpy's song just now. It's the West Continent. Or South Continent. It's a distant sound. Ogre is a monster living in the East Continent. The cries of all kinds of monsters were mixed, so it was not easy to designate a map. In the midst of that, soon Ma Dong said to the camera, "Now you found it. Now let's connect." And at the same time, Fit Yi. Suddenly the screen went off. The broadcast did not end. Only a black screen was being broadcast in Ma Dong King's broadcast. The screen was deliberately covered. What? Fry? Isn't it scary just before PK and splattered? Why turn off the screen? Show me. What is it? Are you really doing your donation? The viewers' complaints are overflowing. However, what? Who? Soon, the voice came over the black screen, and the chat window started to rise again. That voice was that of the deceased person. And, in the black screen, two people stand. The anger continues. I am the king of Madong. The person who debuted in the Pro League this time. Congratulations. I'm watching the game well. The deceased person responds kindly to King Ma Dong's self-introduction. The big, tall figure, the bright thing. Boso. Say hello to someone who came to kill him, or something T. It seems that the late Inmul doesn't really know anything. Isn't it embarrassing to fight if you say hello so kindly? Kitchen ha ha ha. However, it is different from the opinions of the viewers. I will kill you from now on. Ma Dong King is still at my pace. In a black screen where nothing is seen, the conversation between the two continues. Merging? Are you killing me? Yes. Are you crazy? I don't want to hear such a sound from a guy who walks naked. Now, why are you killing me while I'm still? It is easy to determine who is real. Your pro just popped up PK like this. Can I go? The rule not to do so is not in my contract. The conversation between the deceased and King Ma Dong continued. Guys, the deceased person is right. The same. When I run the voice reader, it matches 99%. Wow, Debak, is it real Madonna versus deceased water big match sheet? I want to be intuitive. Where is the map over there? In the midst of the clamors of viewers. Fit Yi. The screen was enlarged again. Multiple visions have been integrated into one. A camera that seems to be shooting from a distance like in the league. Yet, the bout between the Ma Dong King and the deceased has begun. Rumble. The ground is running like crazy. What gets caught in the screen is all vibrations. And it was a boom in a rock that was collapsing. At the end of a fight, as if the whole world is collapsing. Eventually, the deceased person was caught in an earth storm. PK is over. Ma Dong King's victory. Fit. The deceased person was buried in the ground, and the video transmission ended. Viewers were upset. And fight well, both are true. The king of Ma Dong, Klausosm. The entire floor is destroyed by an earthquake. Even if I know that, I can't avoid it. Lightweight. TT that the deceased person in the world dies. 1T1 TTT. With this, Korea #1 was decided. But is the deceased person really dead? At the end of the video, I saw you being swept away by soil. Are you really dead? Viewers are a bit unhappy about the finish. However, guys, Goemol's private broadcast has appeared. See it right now. www.rodolson3021.co. Link posted by one viewer. Other viewers are hungry. Click the link. Then, it was automatically connected to the channel of the deceased, and the broadcast came to mind. It was a broadcast by the deceased person himself. Oh really, I died because of the crazy guy who put PK out of nowhere. You can't broadcast anymore today because of the death penalty. I will do it again at this time tomorrow. The deceased person himself admitted. The fact that I lost the PK with the Ma Dong King. Okay. Hooray. In the office, loud cheers resonate. Yu De-hee was dancing with joy, waving her whole body. I love you, Ma Dong. She went back to Ma Dong King's channel and tried to shoot another donation. However, the broadcast meant of the deceased person soon makes that Yu De-hee stop. Everyone, you know I can't live after being beaten? Revenge is coming tomorrow. A super bomb thrown by a deceased person. It was a preview of the revenge match. Tomorrow, at this time, I will go right after the Ma Dong King's throat. Please watch a lot. The deceased person announced in a confident voice. Within, a small window appears in the upper right corner. You receive a real-time location report from Ma Dong King. I'll tell you how to send a message via mobile. 1. Goggles Curum connection. 2. Search for personal broadcasting platform you see. 3. Click the 3 dots in the upper right corner and search for MC. 4. Input, death character. 5. Send a message. I'm Van.si Revenge. Thank you for your interest too. Then, The message sent by many viewers is authenticated in the chat window. Bottle, are you older brother? Why did you lose? The deceased. Don't lose next time. Donate with consolation money. We support you to be successful in revenge. That's the shame of Delungio. Kill the heretic. Recruiting a party to kill the Madong King. 1/10000000000. L. Recruiting a party to kill the Madong King. 2/10000000000. Recruiting a party to kill the L Dragon King. 3/100000000. Recruiting a party to kill the L Dragon King. 4/10000000000. Younger viewers tend to certify a lot of encouraging messages. The donations with the nose are enormous. Started to build up. It is said that tigers die and leave their skins, and people die and leave their names. The deceased makes money even when they die. Meanwhile, the confrontation between the deceased person and the Madong King was creating a huge aftermath not only on the channel of the two, but also on the entire game community. Analysis. Predicting the victory and defeat of the Madong King vs. the deceased. 231 comments. Sung GG. I think that the deceased person will not be able to beat the Madong King in the next revenge match. 119 comments. Hit article. I think the next version is also crushed by King Madong. Text. 98 comments. Information article 10 reasons why the deceased will unconditionally win in the next edition. 187 comments. Hit article. Watching this match between the Madong King versus ancient characters, I can see how high the professional wall is. 1,217 comments. Numerous posts began to appear predicting the next match between the deceased and the Madong King. The number of views and comments that run is terrifying. Other private broadcasting platforms were also overflowing with stories about the two. BJs, streamers, and pro gamers all compare and analyze the deceased character and the Madong King and unravel how the confrontation was and how the next outcome would come out. Looking at those posts, Yu Dehi moves the mouse cursor with an impatient expression. She was eagerly commenting, "Hey, look at me. No, Ma Dongwang is a professional gamer, but he's going to be hit by such a perverted amateur. There is no." Yu Dehi wanders around the bulletin board and engages in a war with fans of the deceased. Soon after she was pushed out of the height, she jumped up. "No, I'd rather raise money in time to do this stupid thing. I have to match the item so that the Madong King will not be defeated by that pervert tomorrow." Then, Yu Chong said a word with a pathetic expression. "Sister, that's Eva. We are not any Madong King fan club. In the first place, you killed those ex-meals of the deceased person even once, so you have achieved everything you wanted, right? What does it have to do with us whether or not the Madong King dies after that? Is that so?" Yu Dehi becomes a little grim at the younger brother's list of facts. However, even though she listened to her younger sister, her gaze keeps staying on the "I want to support" button on the monitor. Regret and anxiety that Yu Dehi himself cannot know the source. And different from them. A slightly different emotion procrastinated deep in my heart, leaving a deep lingering effect. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 99. Previous talk next. Chapter 100. Big Match 3. I'm going to kill the BJ deceased person today, I said in a firm tone. No one noticed that I was a deceased person thanks to Ma Dong King's mask and voice modulation. Comment reactions are literally explosive. The deceased person vs. the Madong King. All-time big match. The deceased figure reigns in the top tier in the amateur league. Overwhelming progress in the pro league. The Madong King has been succeeding. If these two stick together, there is no way that there will be no homie as a gamer. Article Amateur Unlingual. C+ Class Monster Solo Raid Success, the first in the world. Class B Monster Solo Raid Success, the first in the world. B+ Class Monster Solo Raid Success, the first in the world. A Class Monster Solo Raid Success, the first in the world. A+ Class Monster Solo Raid Success, the first in the world. Madong King, Pro, Unlang. Last winner of the Asian Dark League. 11th in Korea, 23rd in Asia. Beat Shinbak, Lee Gunhyang. China ranking 3rd, Asian ranking 6. Above, victory over Kurz, the king of Siocho defeat. There are rumors that he won over Im Joseph, Dole Buddha, number 1 in Korea ranking, number 2 in Asia ranking. All kill of the elite's gold and silver copper sisters. The career of the deceased person and the career of the Madong King are compared one after another, filling the chat window. And the incoming donations were also no joke. Starting with Yu Daihe shooting a large amount of money, numerous donations come in. In this situation, yeah, Then I will start right away. I took steps. The place I came to today is Dog Forest, also known as Dorian Gray Forest, a hidden map inhabited by doppelgangers. I had deliberately transformed the nearby doppelgangers into other monsters. Gahangmi. P.O. Various monsters heard from around you. The cries of the grounds. The reason that these doppelgangers were able to transform into monsters of different continents is thanks to my pet's double-horned black. Good job. I gently stroked the double-horned black in the ring. He makes a noise and flutters his tongue to see if he is in a good mood. One of the characteristics of double-horned black, and Sue. This is a characteristic that allows you to put a monster alive in your stomach. I had two-horned evil eat monsters living in different habitats and released them here, which made it impossible for viewers to specify the location of the map with the sound of the monsters. Yet, I hear a soft notification sound in my ear. You have entered the hidden field Dorian Gray Forest. First visitor, the deceased person. Of course, it is only heard in my ears, so viewers have no way of knowing where this is. Deep in the dog forest. I know who the boss here is. Salty. Replica. A being who doesn't stretch out a few steps into the dark, and soon shows up in front of him. Doppelganger Kaiser, class, A+. / trait, 3/3, serial killing. Size, 1.83 m. Habitat, Dorian Gray's forest core. Double rover, Archung Pai Huaijia. It is full of murderous intentions toward the body. King of Madong, Mua Feng Wang. The legendary dark ranker who has enjoyed the past. He was sitting on a throne in the dark and staring at me. Okay, then, let's meet them. I hid the screen for a while. Voice modulator is on when speaking in the role of Madong King. The voice modulator is turned off when speaking in the role of a standing person. Being careful not to confuse the lines, I started the role of one person and two. Madong King. I am the Madong King. Deceased person. The person who made his debut in Florida this time. Congratulations. I'm watching the game well. Madong Wang. I will kill you from now on. Standing water? Merging? Are you killing me? King Madong, yes. Standing water? Are you crazy? Madong Wang. I don't want to hear that kind of thing from a naked guy. Deceased person. Why are you killing me who is still? Madong Wang. To determine who is real. Dead person. Can a pro just run PK like this? Madong Wang. There is no rule in my contract not to do so. And the battle took place. I set the equipment back in portrait mode and switched the screen to wide vision. And he fought a close battle with the doppelganger Kaiser, who was in the state of Madong King. The first edition didn't have to be very desperate. I suited myself and then doppled. The broadcast ended while being caught up in the eddy currents produced by Ganger Kaiser. Fuh. After turning off the broadcast, I quickly climbed out of the earth and escaped. Of course, I am not dead. And at the same time I logged out, I quickly left a review on social media. Oh, really? I died because of the crazy guy who put PK out of nowhere. You can't broadcast anymore today because of the death penalty. I will do it again at this time tomorrow. Everyone, you know I can't live after being beaten? We are going to revenge tomorrow. Tomorrow, at this time, I will go right after the Madong King's throat. Please watch a lot. I pretended to be fluttering with anger and foretold revenge match. Just as expected. Expectations for the next edition were also explosive. Analysis. Predicting the victory and defeat of the Madong King vs. the deceased 231 comments. Holy Jiggle, at the next revenge match. Do you think that the deceased person will not be able to beat the Madong King? 119 comments. Hit article, I think the next version is also crushed by King Madong. Text, 98 comments. Information article 10 reasons why the deceased will unconditionally win in the next edition, 187 comments. Hit article looking at this match between the Madong King versus. I know if it's high, 1,217 comments. There were a lot more fans than expected to be angry about the deceased person's death. Mostly, teenagers in the younger age support the deceased. On the other hand, Madong King's fans were a little older, mainly in their 20s, 30s. It is supported by Dae Sang Sang. Are you all ages when combined? Anyway, the deceased person is also born, and the Madong King is also born. So, I can say all age. Whichever side you support and which side you send donations, it's all my money in the end. And in the meantime, hey, look at me. No, Madong is a professional gamer, but there's no way he'll get hit by such a kinky amateur. Yudahi, what else is he? Asterisk. And a day has passed. I turned on the broadcast as scheduled. Today is a portrait mode from the beginning. Again, I entered the mosaic process Dog Grove. And, looking at the camera, he pretends to be cool and unfolds. Although yesterday I lost to King Ma Dong, but today I grab each and get discharged once. I'm going to compete with it. Yeah? Isn't it unfair because you were in a surprise PK? Well, no. It was sudden, but I was in full condition too. I am not unfair. Rather, it was an opportunity to learn that there are many strong people in the world. It's a big person? That's right. I'm a big person. In my life, I can put on a PK at least once. Is it small there? You saw. Yo, it's not that small. I am a great person for anything. I muttered all the hard jokes all the time. This is a little bit of a personal broadcaster BJ's broadcasting method, which is a big success later on. The response is better than I thought. Soon, I went into the dog forest with the camera turned off for a while. And again, I started the second station for one person. King Madong, see you again. Deceased person, it's my turn this time. I'm here to kill you, Mr. Madong. King Madong, do you think you will win today after losing yesterday? Deceased person, I'm not sure because Ma Dong Wong is really strong. Try it anyway. King Madong, you are also strong. I admit that. Deceased person, I admit you too. Strong enough to respect. King Madong, you too. It's not because it's pervert that you go around with an egg. It was confidence in not being there. Deceased person, thank you for knowing. Everyone swears for being perverted. King Madong, well, there is a part where geniuses communicate. Deceased person, then I'll start. It won't be easy today. King Madong, I have never lost. Come, let's mutter the lines alone while saying that the voice modulator was removed and then attached. Question mark. Doppelganger Kaiser in front of him tilts his head. Within. Broadcasting began. I turned on the screen and started a fight with Doppelganger Kaiser. Qua 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 quang. Heaven and earth turned over. A tremendous seismic wave hits the ground all over the ground. A huge earthen vortex that happens at the same time. Dig. I summoned the double-horned black and went back to the vortex of the earth. At the same time, it activates the fire step characteristics of the shoes, making the entire area a sea of fire. Kururuk. The whirlpool of fire that turns the whole field red. Coming out of the center, King Ma Dong fought a fierce battle. Quakwang. Doppelganger Kaiser hit my body with a fist filled with the power of earthquakes and eddies. I used the basilisk's heart to reflect the damage. And gulp, 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 gulp. Dark King's characteristic blood predator demonstrates its true value. Doppelganger Kaiser constantly sucks blood from me. Of course, Doppelganger Kaiser's blood is poisonous, but it doesn't matter much because I also have a poisonous trait. Doppelganger Kaiser, no Madong King. It was really strong. After destroying 90% of the field by himself, thud, he knelt to the ground in a magnificent appearance. It was like the end of the king. Rumbling. I stepped through the whirlpool of fire naked. Raise your head and look down at the center of the whirlpool. I can see Doppelganger Kaiser looking at me with eyes wet with rain. Chuck underscore. Within. Doppelganger Kaiser raised his thumb at me. And it slowly sinks into the center of the lava vortex. I will be back. Doppelganger Kaiser feet randomly. After hitting one of the living lines, it was completely immersed in lava. It wasn't a voice-modified voice, but a nice voice from Doppelganger Kaiser's professional voice actor. Finally, the thumb that disappears. It's like the ending of Terminster 2. Wow, it's really cool. I sincerely complimented me. Well, I look so cool to people when I'm in Madong King mode. Yet, I laughed disgustingly at the camera. With this, it's one win and one loss with the Madong King. And the broadcast ended. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Just as expected, the aftermath of this broadcast was also enormous. The second game between the deceased and the Madong King. The victory went to the deceased. Oh, with this, their performance is one win and one loss. Public opinion from both sides faces fiercely in all kinds of internet communities. And another and completely different public opinion from the supporters on both sides is settling in one more enormous position. You are so cool. Wow. Can you hear the voice of the Madong King at the end? What kind of voice actor he is? You can be a fan with one real voice. Mid-bass tickle. I didn't know because I was wearing a voice modulator all the time. Now that I hear it, it's a cave voice, eerie. 7T1T. Madong Wang Hyung is cool. Buried in lava. It looked really magnificent when he was. You thought you were filming a movie. The old trash pervert. To kill my brother, the king of Madong, to cry. There seemed to be quite a few people who were impressed by the majestic end of King Ma Dong. In particular, the cheers of female fans are scattered. Did you fall in love with the voice? Sponsorships for King Ma Dong were also pouring out. Meanwhile, the image of the deceased is gradually becoming a bad guy and an ugly guy. Female fans originally disliked the deceased as being perverted, but this incident made them even more disliked. On the other hand, men send messages of support to such deceased characters. Anyway, the winner of the second game was also a late person. And here, there is one woman who curses the deceased person more than anyone and praises the Madong King more than anyone else. No, Madong King. She hugs the monitor and cries. It was you, Dahi. The deceased, this perverted trash guy? How dare you kill our Madong King? She goes on her teeth while crying. And he continued to mourn while hugging the monitor. The background of the monitor is a picture of King Madong, who is already sinking in the center of a vortex of lava. Please calm down your sister. Yuchong gives out a toilet paper to Yudahi. Yudahi blew his nose once. And wipe off the smeared mascara. My eyes flashed without guidance. I can't. In response to her sister's resolute voice, Yuchong is already an ominous expression. Just as expected, Yudahi said in a tone of firm conviction, I will change my Yudai guild to a Madong King fan club. Huh. Yuchong frowned. Anyway, there are more women in Yudai guild, and most of the men are made up of only those who follow Yudahi's request. Why? I have no choice but to think like this. However, I couldn't refute it much because it seemed like I would really get a thrush if I objected. I just asked carefully, what are you going to do by making it? When my younger brother asked, Yudahi cried out in the most hideous tone in the world. For the sake of the Madong King, I will kill the deceased. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 100. Previous talk next.